Chapter 1. The Role of the Fallen. In the vast expanse of the universe, the infinite black backdrop looms ominously, rendering it more terrifying than the abyss itself, inducing a profound sense of insignificance within those who traverse its depths. Yet, to exist amidst this cosmic grandeur evokes an exhilarating luminosity. The boundless void is illuminated by the radiance of distant stars, their light traversing light years to grace this locale, while the brilliance of surrounding celestial bodies bathes the space in a daylight glow. Extending one's gaze forward reveals a verdant planet, suspended in the inky cosmos, encircled by a gossamer-like veil, fragile and seemingly on the brink of rupture. Such a planet often signifies the potential for abundant life, teeming with myriad forms of biological proliferation. However, on this vibrantly alive sphere, a tempestuous geological upheaval is underway. The thunderous roar reverberates, echoing for thousands of miles, a testament to its ferocity. Fault lines fracturing, mountains sinking, and plains heaving. The chaotic tableau resembles the tumultuous mountain-building processes of a newly formed planet, yet this upheaval unfolds within an exceedingly brief span of time. Ugh! Ugh! Perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, an infant sits bewildered, emitting nonsensical syllables curiously. Despite being merely a few months old, the child boasts a mane of long, thick hair. Most notably, a tail protrudes from his posterior. Seemingly oblivious to the terror surrounding him, the infant remains silent even as the rocks around him shatter under the immense tremors. Yet, his bravery does not fortify his fortune. Suddenly, a fissure appears beneath him, sensing an imminent threat. The babbling child halts his sounds, his body tilting towards the collapsing precipice. Before he can react, a deafening crash resounds as the cliff crumbles, plunging him into the abyss hundreds of meters below. The infant, bewildered, feels the downward momentum, witnessing a colossal rock approaching with alarming speed, and in the blink of an eye, it collides with his head. On planet Vegeta, within a towering structure, the walls are lined with instruments, angled screens displaying myriad small monitors, while massive displays dominate the front at the lowest section. An inclined setup facilitates the easy input of commands by personnel. A worker seated in a recessed chair gazes at an alert flashing across the screen, his lips curling into a derisive smirk as he remarks, "Humph, just as I suspected, a lowly warrior, dead in less than 10 days. It appears that Deliku is merely a planet of insignificant combatants." The individual addressed as Deliku sits 5 meters to his right, a tuft of yellow hair atop his otherwise bald head. Strangely, his ears are pointed, yet unlike the graceful elven ears of legend, his are wrinkled and rather short. Deliku turns, irritation evident in his tone. Enough of this, add him to the death list when a noble's child is born next. We shall send them to Deliku, spare me the chatter. Upon turning, Deliku is struck by the resemblance of the worker's head to that of a bird, particularly in the shape of his mouth, eyes, and nose, were it not for the deep blue cloak draped over him, concealing all but his slender arms. One might easily mistake him for a fowl. Contemplating something, Deliku addresses the person beside him. "Hawk, I hear the second child of Bakura is soon to be born. Have you selected an appropriate planet?" Though his strength surpasses that of an ordinary elite warrior, he is still fundamentally a low-class fighter. Hawk squints thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement before directing his gaze to the screen, tapping a few keys on a matrix keyboard before him. Instantly, the display shifts, revealing a cerulean planet. Behold, this diminutive sphere. The combat capabilities of its inhabitants are notably lacking, and fortuitously, it possesses a moon ideal for the deployment of low-class warrior infants. Deliku scrutinizes the planet on the screen, affirmatively nodding. "Earth, is it? Situated on the fringes of the northern galaxy, it is indeed a relatively hospitable planet. A sphere so small would pose little threat, even if adversaries exist." Precisely, Hawk concurs, continuing their discourse while inputting the recently received casualty data of the Deliku warrior infants into the database, designating this planet as a medium-level target for future elite warrior infants or adult fighters. Time passes unknowingly as the infant awakens from slumber, feeling the chill of the ground beneath him. He attempts to rise, but his limbs lack strength as he endeavors to open his eyes. A torrent of information floods into his mind. compressing his consciousness as though he were grappling with a rope against a raging current, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Ultimately, he succumbs to unconsciousness. Much later, the long-deceased Saiyan infant convulses slightly, gradually awakening to a dazed awareness, propping himself up with his tiny arms and legs. Yagu? My name is Yagu. This infant is Yagu, the lowly warrior deemed deceased by the authorities of planet Vegeta, unbeknownst to many. He is revived in such circumstances, not merely revived, but rather, his body has regained vitality. The transition of his soul goes unnoticed, especially within the form of an infant during his unconscious state. Yagu assimilated the truth of his reincarnation into the Dragon Ball universe. He is a man resigned to fate, yet hopeful for opportunity, particularly in matters of interest. He exhibits a singular focus, akin to that of a relentless seeker of challenges, as the saying goes. One does not turn back until they collide with a wall, yet he is the type to rebound and strike the wall, repeatedly, testing whether his head might collapse it before retreating. The former remnant, now Yagu, regardless of identity, cannot alter the reality of an infant under a year old stranded in the wilderness. Yagu attempts to rise, but having recently departed the womb, he lacks the strength to support himself soon. He becomes a comical figure, toppling repeatedly in a futile endeavor. Thud! Yagu falls to the ground, eyes closing, limbs sprawled. Oh well, I truly cannot fathom what the one who sent this body here was thinking. Surely they could have provided me with some infant formula or liquid nourishment now. I find myself starving, having gone so long without sustenance, and being a Saiyan renowned for their voracious appetites. Yagu is understandably distressed. What to do? Continuing like this will surely lead to my demise. Though appearing despondent, Yagu harbors no desire for such an end. It is better to live poorly than to perish. Everyone fears death, especially after experiencing a second life. Yagu possesses a profound appreciation for existence. Suddenly, Yagu wrinkles his nose, inhaling deeply as he catches a whiff of something in the air as he concentrates. The furrowed brow slowly relaxes. It's meat. Yes, it must be meat, though it seems charred. It cannot be mistaken. The thought of nearby food invigorates him despite having collapsed from hunger moments ago. Yagu now energetically sways, using his limbs to crawl toward the scent. Turning a corner, he emerges from the gorge to find a large tree. Charred and fallen, the aroma he detected emanates from a lifeless creature sprawled beside the burnt trunk. Crawling closer, Yagu examines the creature. It resembles a dog, yet its head is serpentine, devoid of scales, certainly not of earthly origin. It seems the Earth of the Dragon Ball world harbors many species unknown in my past life. The thought of a cat as King of Earth leaves Yagu momentarily speechless. Gazing at the creature before him, he notes that while part of it is cooked, much remains raw, failing to ignite his appetite. Yet in the end, hunger prevails. He hastily tears off a piece of the quickly roasted flesh and, eyes shut, shoves it into his mouth. Ugh! It is far from delectable, devoid of any seasoning. The moment the meat touches his tongue, the image of the creature's lifeless form floods his mind, prompting him to regurgitate the morsel. Gasping for breath, Yagu stares at the remnants he has expelled, growing increasingly nauseated. This unknown creature likely sought refuge beneath the tree when disaster struck, only to be trapped beneath a branch as the roots erupted from the earth when the tree ignited. Being on the periphery, only a small portion of it was exposed to the flames, and now that it lies distanced from the burning trunk, edible portions are scarce. Despite lingering there, Yagu's mind races with thoughts. He contemplates the perilous nature of his existence on this unfamiliar planet and the uncertainty of whether its inhabitants resemble humans. Most crucially, whether they are aware of the Science. After much deliberation, Yagu concludes that seeking out a spaceship and journeying to Earth would be the most prudent course of action. Recalling the original text, it is evident that prior to the emergence of Bic, many crises were instigated by humanity itself. Yagu firmly believes that, possessing Saiyan blood, he cannot possibly be at a disadvantage among Earthlings. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Earth, being the most peripheral planet in the northern region of the Milky Way, seldom encounters extraterrestrial beings. While this results in a significantly low level of interstellar development, it also ensures that formidable warriors, boasting battle powers in the tens of thousands, are not frequent visitors. However, the spaceship Yagu turned around and gazed at the faintly discernible silver-gray metallic sphere perched atop a sheer cliff several hundred meters high. Perhaps it would be wise to first satiate my hunger before devising further plans. Chapter 2. A New Arrival on Earth. The young Yagu could only seek ways to enhance his strength before embarking on the spaceship to escape this place after satisfying his hunger. He found the food rather unpalatable, although it was meat. The absence of salt rendered it unappetizing were it not for a genuine hunger. He would never have taken a bite. Since this is the world of Dragon Balls, I shall commence my training. Haha, how fortunate it is to be in the world of Dragon Balls, where the means of cultivation, aside from the Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, and various forms of mental and magical powers, are primarily tangible experiences that can be directly perceived by the body. Yagu mused with a sense of relief. Had he found himself in a martial arts world devoid of internal cultivation techniques, he would have been utterly stranded. Although external martial arts could be practiced, he believed that in such a realm, witnessing others effortlessly ascend to mastery while he toiled daily, drenched in sweat, would surely breed feelings of discontent. At this moment, Yagu found himself with few options. Standing was a challenge in itself, and he was beset by the pressing concern. What would he do tomorrow? Despite being a Saiyan, he was not innately knowledgeable about ki in the comics. Gohan instructs Bidalai on how to sense the existence of ki, a process Yagu was aware of. However, his battle power was far too low at most, a mere 5 with such a paltry level of strength, akin to that of an ordinary earthling. How could he possibly condense ki? Thus, the first order of business for Yagu was to strengthen his physique. The days of training were arduous, the most challenging aspect being the daily struggle for sustenance. Initially, Yagu would dedicate half of his time each day to foraging for food, a third to resting, and the remaining 6 to training. This was an unavoidable reality, leaving any infant to fend for itself in the wilderness. Such predicaments are inevitable. What brought Yagu some comfort was the absence of ferocious beasts in the vicinity, perhaps due to the region's tumultuous geological activity. Any wildlife capable of traversing the area had long since departed. The food Yagu could procure consisted mainly of edible wild fruits and fish from the lake, which fortunately could not escape in large numbers. After 2 years of living in the forest, Yagu had transformed into a true savage simultaneously. He had also begun to acquire the skills necessary for survival and self-preservation within the woodland. The tranquility of the past 2 years had allowed the forest to gradually rejuvenate in contrast to the revival of animal life. The fish population in the lake had significantly dwindled over the course of 2 years. He had subsisted on fish for 2.5 days out of every 3, leading him to develop an aversion to the mere mention of fish. This was naturally linked to the absence of seasonings prior to his journey. Yagu had grilled fish without any condiments. Most people would savor the experience, relishing the taste of something pure and natural. However, after consuming it for 3 consecutive days, he would surely lose his appetite for unseasoned food for the next 6 months. Having eaten fish for nearly 2 years, Yagu now bore an inescapable odor of fish that greatly troubled him. Nevertheless, today was a day of joy, for he was finally able to ascend the towering cliff and enter his spaceship. Without the need for any preparations, Yagu scaled the ground and approached the open door of the spacecraft, uncertain of the materials that constituted it. He marveled at how, despite 2 years of exposure to the elements, the spaceship showed no signs of deterioration. Yagu offered a brief compliment before settling inside. No sooner had he taken his seat than the door of the spaceship closed simultaneously. A screen to the side illuminated with an image of the Milky Way, complete with navigational lines reminiscent of mathematical formulas. This was an interstellar map. Unfamiliar with this technology, yet recognizing his own position, Yagu began to search for Earth within the northern section of the galaxy. Haha, I never anticipated Earth would be right here. His astonished gaze fell upon the depiction of Earth on the star map, which appeared remarkably simplistic. Situated at the periphery of the northern Milky Way, the planet's surrounding civilizations were lamentably sparse, the majority being primitive worlds. The data displayed on the spaceship indicated that Earth held no significant value for conquest. While it was not an exaggeration to call Earth the most beautiful planet in the northern Milky Way, it lacked the embellishment of being the smallest and most beautiful. To many advanced civilizations, Earth's gravitational pull was deemed too feeble, and thus the combat prowess of any species residing there would not be particularly high unless, of course, they possessed unique abilities from the outset, wasting no time. Yagu set the spaceship on a course toward Earth. Is this the universe? Indeed, it is breathtakingly beautiful. Yagu gazed out the viewport at the countless stars illuminating the dark backdrop of space. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting the fact that the spaceship was equipped with artificial gravity, leaving him disappointed in his desire to experience weightlessness. Approximately 10 minutes later, in order to prevent any physiological reactions from causing him distress, Yagu activated the hibernation device. Thus, upon awakening, he would find himself on Earth. The formidable strength of the Dragon Ball warriors is largely attributed to their rigorous training. Even while adrift in the cosmos, if one can endure the solitude, they can emerge as a powerful being. However, the sentiments that those who traverse dimensions harbor for the original characters are akin to an opiate, ensnaring them. This compels Yagu, who is separated by vast distances and requires a 3-month journey aboard a ship, to frantically rush towards Earth. For what purpose? Yagu remains oblivious. Yet an inner voice whispers to him, Dragon Ball. Yagu had not forgotten that within the Dragon Ball saga, there was a wish squandered by a pig named Oolong, who had asked the eternal dragon for a pair of undergarments. 3 months passed in a slumber devoid of any recollection for Yagu, and upon awakening, he discovered that the spacecraft had already penetrated the solar system. As he beheld the surface of Earth, merely 1 minute remained until arrival. During this era, Earth was embroiled in chaos, divided between the Red Ribbon Army and the government forces, epitomizing a tumultuous warlord landscape. The spacecraft of Yagu streaked across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately descending into a forest. The resulting tremors sent birds and beasts fleeing in all directions, with large herds of wildlife frantically retreating from the area. Indeed, despite being on Earth, the trees here lacked any nostalgic essence. Yagu emerged from the craft, his brow furrowed, not out of any ulterior motive but merely in complaint. At present, he found himself too weak to master the art of flight. While he could handle ordinary humans and some beasts without issue, confronting martial artists proved to be a daunting challenge. He hoped fervently that this place had not been discovered by others. After a moment of contemplation, Yagu gritted his teeth and began to push the spacecraft with his youthful body, intent on concealing it in a safe location. Although Earth lacked interstellar travel technology, the Universal Capsule stood as a testament to the planet's unparalleled advancements in science. If only the spacecraft could transform into a capsule, Yagu would not have to exert himself so laboriously. It took him a full 2 hours to relocate the spacecraft 4 kilometers away from the landing site. He chose a beast's cave as a hiding spot, entering to find it devoid of any remnants, the creature having vacated only a few days prior. After securing the spacecraft, Yagu meticulously cleared away any traces before commencing his training and striving for sustenance in the forest. A month later, clad in the attire of beasts from outer space, Yagu finally beheld a village. Though the settlement was dilapidated and primitive, consisting of single-story structures, Yagu was filled with joy. He had arrived in the realm of humanity. Chapter 3. The legendary heist. The Saiyans are a race of warriors, a trait that is not altered by mere ideological differences. It lies dormant within their very blood. Akin to a human transforming into a vampire, should the vampire refrain from consuming blood, it faces death. Unless it succumbs to its demise, it is compelled to seek blood. Yagu, a Saiyan, is imbued with the combat essence passed down through his bloodline, igniting within him a fervent desire to revel in the thrill of battle. This sentiment mirrors that of Sun Wukong, who delights in combat and continuously seeks to challenge himself. In contrast to Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who engage in battle purely for the sake of slaughter, Yagu and Wukong possess a more innocent perspective. However, Yagu's character is more intricate than Wukong's, as he is acutely aware of the adage that wealth is often derived from martial prowess. Although the Dragon Ball narrative tends to overlook the significance of monetary wealth, it undeniably exists. The question arises, where does one acquire such wealth? Yagu has 2 potential sources, the first being the Red Ribbon Army, which is destined to be annihilated by Wukong. The vast riches they possess would be a waste to let go, and Yagu's utmost aspiration is to assimilate the Red Ribbon Army into his own ranks. The second source lies within the pirate treasure Wukong encountered beneath the sea while searching for the Dragon Balls, a veritable trove of gold that could serve as a foundation for prosperity. Regardless, the paramount objective remains the enhancement of one's abilities. Yagu reassures himself that focusing solely on the pursuit of wealth feels akin to a misrepresentation of purpose, as if he has unwittingly wandered into the wrong realm. As he traverses the farmlands, he observes numerous farmers diligently toiling in the fields. They regard the child clad in beastly attire with curiosity, but refrain from approaching him. Life is arduous. While they may feel sympathy for a child of 2 or 3 years, none genuinely inquire about his family. To them, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications, especially in an area dominated by the Red Ribbon Army. Compassionate souls exist among them. Yet everyone must prioritize the well-being of their own families. Ignoring all distractions, Yagu swiftly traversed the path leading from the mountain village to the outside world. 2 years of rigorous training had allowed the Saiyan traits within him to manifest, with a conscious attunement to the energy around him. He had developed the ability to sense the positions of nearby individuals and animals. Consequently, hunting had become effortless for Yagu, unlike Goku in his youth. Who was unaware of the essence of energy, Yagu possessed a wealth of information that set him apart significantly. This was the only aspect in which Yagu could be compared to Goku and Vegeta, his knowledge, since he remained uncertain whether he could cultivate his skills with the same relentless dedication as they did. In the fanfiction he had read in his previous life, the protagonists always engaged their adversaries from a position of strength, and even when they were not inherently superior, they would eventually unleash their full potential. Yagu is certain of one thing. The traveler possesses an audacity to charge forth even when aware that death awaits. Yagu is uncertain whether he would engage in a relentless battle to protect the pride of the Saiyans. He dares not contemplate it. Death is an inevitability that shadows a person from the moment of birth. Whether it arrives swiftly or slowly, it is ultimately inescapable. When it approaches, no one can obstruct its path. At least Yagu regards this reality with a certain lightness. His sole hope is that when death arrives, the process will be swift and less agonizing. As he journeyed onward, over the course of half a month, Yagu traversed 3 villages. This region serves as a conduit to the outside world, hence each village he encountered was larger than the last. Eventually, Yagu arrived at a city, a place where towering buildings stood in contrast to the 10 or so villages and towns he had previously seen. Indeed, it could be rightfully termed a city. Yagu entered, reflecting on the past month of training which, in his view, had yielded little improvement. However, for an ordinary individual, such a level of training could prove fatal. His strength had indeed increased. Yet it remained a considerable distance from his aspirations of being able to effortlessly obliterate an expanse of land. Upon entering the city, Yagu's attire rendered him a curious spectacle to the onlookers. Those who were not in a hurry paused to cast a glance in his direction. Where did this child come from? They whispered. He seems to be just a wild child. No one is taking care of him. He can't be more than 4 years old. TSK, I truly wonder how his parents manage him. Should we call the police? Are you out of your mind? This area borders the Red Silk Army's occupied territory. If they come here, and you involve the police, think of the repercussions for your family. While everyone engaged in idle chatter, none dared to take action. In this precarious region, where the forces of the government army and the Red Silk Army intertwined, the inhabitants faced heightened risks. The government forces were incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Red Silk Army, leaving them powerless to protect the local populace. Consequently, as this area fell outside the Red Silk Army's domain, the residents lived in constant fear, knowing that the act of killing could occur without restraint. Yagu entered the city, burdened by a pack containing several small beasts he had brought down from the mountains. However, for a child of Yagu's stature, these diminutive creatures were still quite substantial. He struggled to lift a rabbit whose ears towered above his own height, as well as a fawn that surpassed him by an entire head. He intended to exchange them for money. Yagu arrived at a restaurant that he believed to be one of the better establishments in the city. However, at mealtime, a throng of people bustling in and out left him no opportunity to squeeze inside. Thus, Yagu lingered at the side, patiently waiting. Hey, kid? What is that on your back? Let me have a look, a voice called out. Yagu turned to find a stout young man in a black jacket approaching him. The man's lips were thick, his brows bushy, and he bore an innate demeanor of a rogue. Beside him stood a blond youth with a similar mushroom haircut, also styled upwards. A yellow mushroom and a black mushroom. Yagu couldn't help but smile at the juxtaposition. The young man in the black jacket had now reached him, boldly extending his hand to seize the belongings strapped to Yagu's back. His demeanor was brazen, and it was only when the man grasped Yagu's bundle that he comprehended the reality of the situation. This was indeed an act of robbery. Yet, it was rather absurd, as 2 nearly 20-year-olds were attempting to rob a child barely 3 years old, leading them to remain unhurried after their act. Wow, this is quite heavy. Let us see what's inside, the young man in the black jacket remarked. intent on unwrapping the bundle. Yagu became acutely aware of the unfolding events and decided to take action. With a swift kick, he struck the back of the figure in the black jacket, sending him sprawling as though he had been struck by a vehicle, colliding into the individual with the yellow hair. The two tumbled forward several times. Yagu then approached, retrieved his belongings, and secured them to his back, harboring no intention of sparing the two men. Their encounter with him was indeed fortuitous. The man in the black jacket groaned as he rose from the ground, enduring the pain as he turned to face Yagu. Upon seeing Yagu reattach his belongings, a surge of anger coursed through him, momentarily erasing the memory of who had just struck him. Fueled by rage, he sought someone to unleash his frustrations upon. The yellow-haired individual, cursing as he climbed to his feet, directed his grievances at the man in black, having witnessed Yagu's extraordinary agility. Concerned for his friend's safety as the man in black advanced, he hastily drew a dagger from his waist and rushed to follow. Yagu was unyielding in dealing with these adversaries. He swiftly positioned himself between the two, catching the black jacket and yellow hair off guard as they prepared to strike. In a decisive motion, Yagu delivered a blow to each of their midsections. "Ah, ouch," they exclaimed in unison, crashing to the ground. Clutching their aching waists and trembling from the pain, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The surrounding crowd pointed and murmured, yet none dared to intervene. Passers-by intentionally veered away, unwilling to approach the tumultuous scene. Yagu approached the figure clad in a black jacket, deliberately circumventing the yellow-haired individual. With a calculated movement, he stepped upon the right hand that sought to grasp the dagger, eliciting a cry of anguish from the yellow-haired man, rendering that hand powerless. "Hey, can you rise?" Yagu squatted before the black-jacketed man, feigning innocence. The broad face of the black jacket contorted in pain, his lips twitching as he struggled to suppress the tremors. In a feeble voice, he admonished Yagu, "You have stirred up a great deal of trouble, kid." Upon uttering this, the black jacket closed his eyes, his body convulsing once more. If one were to draw near, they might discern a muffled whimper emanating from his lips, resembling the sound of weeping, or the low whine of a dog in distress. Yagu rose to his feet. Whether squatting or standing, the change in perspective remained negligible, for to others, he appeared merely as a plump ball of flesh. Prolonged training had robustly fortified Yagu's physique. However, a child's body is incapable of accumulating substantial muscle. The influx of copious nourishment had rendered Yagu rather portly. Was this troublesome? He chuckled inwardly, eager to witness what sort of trouble he had provoked. With this thought, Yagu turned and sprinted away with a speed that left others trailing behind, leaping onto the rooftop where his companions in black jackets and yellow hair lay. Chapter 4. The hasty battle. Yagu lingered on the rooftop for only a brief moment before he soon spotted a dozen riders on motorcycles speeding towards him from the street below. Their velocity was astonishing. They dismounted mid-ride as if defying gravity, approaching the two fallen figures on the ground. The bystanders scurried away with the haste of mice fleeing from a cat. Taka, the leader of the Black Wind Squad, was the underground monarch of Fingu City. 2 years prior, Fingu City was home to 5 or 6 gangs, and his ascendance was the result of backing from the Red Silk Army, which enabled him to eradicate all rival factions within a mere 3 months. Initially, the gangs in Fingu City were under the control of the Red Silk Army, but as they began to disobey, they decided to support a fledgling entity devoid of any solid foundation. For the Red Silk Army, extinguishing Taka and his Black Wind Squad posed no significant challenge. Taka kicked the black jacket at his feet, observing the lack of response. He then drew a black M12 series pistol, commonly wielded by the Red Silk Army, muttering contemptuously at the two fallen men, "What a waste. Shawnee, were you both defeated by a mere child?" Indeed, it was reported that they intended to rob that child, culminating in Shang Yi's ill-fated response. Clad entirely in black, true to their moniker as the Black Wind Squad, Taka aimed the M12 pistol at the black jacket and, under the gaze of his comrades, pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the body trembled, and then silence ensued. The other yellow-haired individual met a similarly grim fate, receiving the brutal treatment of iron, flowers, and rice. Yagu smirked, chuckling softly, truly ruthless and merciless. Ha! Indeed, this way, I can act without reservation. Whether seizing the wealth of a virtuous person or that of a villain, the outcome may be the same. Yet psychologically, the latter is a far superior choice, even if it appears exceedingly perilous. Captain, should we not locate that child? Shang-Yi interjected from the side. Taka cast a glance at him, replying, "What purpose would that serve? A mere country bumpkin. Humph, our primary objective now is to assist the Red Silk Army in orchestrating the mission for Fingu City." Do not cause me any trouble at this critical juncture. Well then, we must not cease our daily escapades. We must not allow the government troop spies to detect any discrepancies. Following this, over a dozen individuals returned to their motorcycles, the engines roaring to life, the cacophony echoing loudly against the surrounding buildings. Yagu observed their departure, stealthily trailing behind them. As dusk fell, Taka and his group finally arrived at their lodgings. Yagu sighed in relief at the sight, but his vigilance quickly returned. Sensing numerous presences nearby, before long, several jeeps lined the streets, soldiers disembarking, rifles in hand, wielding the Earth government's most despised L-09 series rifles, long-range and highly accurate, responsible for many government troop casualties. What are they up to? Yagu mused, reflecting on his current weakness. If only my strength were greater, I would charge in without hesitation, vanquishing all who stand in my way. He understood that his current combat prowess would not withstand bullets. Should he be injured, he would have no allies to rely upon. Thus, he resorted to covert tactics. It was evident that the arrival of the Red Silk Army was not a good omen. Yagu chose to disregard them in this era. Even the Turtle Sage, the mightiest being on Earth, refrained from exterminating the Red Silk Army, and he had no desire to expend excessive energy on the matter. As previously contemplated, if he could recruit them instead, it would be ideal. Under the cover of night, a shadow flitted through the corners, moving swiftly past two red silk soldiers without arousing suspicion. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Yagu's mission was not driven by the pursuit of mythical justice. Acquiring wealth was his sole aim. If he could eliminate these individuals, it would also serve as a contribution to Earth. In the corridor, Soldier A was smoking, his gaze occasionally drifting to the corridor's end. This corridor was meticulously designed. Access required traversing from the opposite end, a passage that could be defended with minimal forces against multitudes of foes. To the Red Silk soldiers, anyone attempting to traverse this corridor was yet to be born. Furthermore, their operations were tightly coordinated. The route had already been cleared by the Black Wind Squad, with any suspicious individuals neutralized. Yet, soldiers would always be soldiers, especially since the Red Silk Army aspired to dominate the world as a militarized organization. Hey, don't you think there is something amiss tonight? Soldier B stood at a corner nearby, ensuring that even if powerful firepower from the corridor's end were to eliminate Soldier A, he would have time to relay messages and prepare defenses. As Soldier A finished his last puff, he turned to him and replied, "There are indeed numerous irregularities. Can you count them?" Just then, a dark figure rushed towards him from the corridor's end. Soldier A almost mistook it for a black cheetah as the L-09 began firing. The bullets missed the shadow, which traversed nearly 20 meters in mere seconds, including its acceleration. Soldier B, realizing the situation, emerged from the corner, intending to assist Soldier A. But a mass of darkness lunged at Soldier A. As he turned to discern the nature of the entity, a heavy blow struck his head, plunging him into darkness. Ouch. That really hurts. Yagu lamented, "At present, I am only marginally stronger than those special forces individuals. Not to mention the direct bullets, even ricocheting shots can wound me." He rubbed his inflamed skin, clearly displeased. Ding, the combat system is initializing. Scanning. A neutral electronic voice echoed in Yagu's mind. But he could not pinpoint its source and had no time to linger. What is happening? There is an issue at entrance 4. Everyone, go check it out. But be cautious. Engage any identified targets immediately. Understood. The sound of hurried footsteps rapidly approached Yagu. All right, I'll deal with that later. He glanced at the ceiling. The ancient architecture provided ample opportunities for him to utilize his physical prowess. With a powerful thrust of his feet, Yagu swiftly propelled himself against the wall, leveraging it once more to dart towards the corner. In that fleeting moment, he pivoted on his left foot against the wall, establishing a new axis, transforming his body from facing the wall to confronting the ground. Simultaneously, Yagu extended his limbs and pressed firmly against the wall, freezing in place. His ability to execute such a maneuver was aided by the dim lighting of the surroundings, coupled with the stature of a child no older than 4. He was nearly undetectable. "Sir, the enemy has vanished," came the report from below, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A man of considerable authority, draped in a military coat, approached Yagu's position, surveying the two soldiers sprawled on the ground. A punch, a kick. The official crouched down, examining their injuries, then glanced toward the corridor, instructing, "Go inquire among the soldiers outside if they have noticed anything unusual." The enemy charged directly from the main corridor, incapacitating individuals while dodging bullets. "What? Dodging bullets? Sir, what manner of being is that?" The soldier beside the official gasped in astonishment. If an adversary could indeed evade bullets, he tightened his grip on the red L09 rifle. Feeling a surge of vulnerability, the commander, albeit somewhat dismissive, elucidated, the headquarters is developing a super soldier program. Warriors impervious to bullets do exist. Keep this under wraps. It is our secret weapon against the government forces. Although it is rumored that the government forces have similar soldiers, their advancements cannot compare to the rapid progress we are making with our Red Satin initiative. Noticing that the soldier had yet to follow his orders, the commander grew irritated. Hurry up. Yes, sir. The soldier responded promptly, leading two others as they exited. Chapter 5. System activation. Once the soldier had departed with his companions, Yagu observed that only 6 individuals remained beneath him. After assessing the situation in his mind, he felt a flicker of confidence and lowered his voice, taking a deep breath. As the commander turned to retrace his steps, Yagu released his grip on the ceiling and, under the influence of gravity, forcefully propelled his legs against it. Thus, he became a mere shadow, reaching the commander before anyone had the chance to react. This commander was no fool. Sensing impending danger, he instinctively crouched, preparing to execute a defensive maneuver. However, he had underestimated Yagu's speed. With a single punch, the impact reverberated through the air, and in that moment, the commander's world was filled with a celestial sound. Yagu had not forgotten the 5 armed soldiers at his side. With a powerful punch to the enemy's head, he leveraged the opponent's shoulder, propelling himself into the air and lunging towards the nearby soldier. The breathtaking scene unfolded once more, as Yagu, with his own flesh, orchestrated a symphony that summoned souls to the heavens. The rhythmic sound echoed, tap, tap. At last, someone reacted. He cared not whether the individual before him was an ally or foe. The paramount objective was to eliminate that target. A spray of blood erupted from his intended victim, splattering across Yagu's face, prompting him to clench his teeth in astonishment as he charged fiercely towards the gunman's feet. Without allowing the opponent to redirect his firearm, he forcefully stomped on the man's ankle. After successfully landing his strike, he swiftly moved towards the last 2 assailants. Startled by his sudden approach, the duo maintained a distance, firing their weapons as Yagu advanced. A soldier, overwhelmed by despair after inadvertently slaying his comrade, let out a heart-wrenching wail before falling silent for a moment, discarding his red L09 rifle. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As Yagu charged forward, 2 soldiers commenced firing. One bullet struck a rivet in the ground, ricocheting precisely to hit the soldier squarely between the eyes. In the dim light, one could only wonder what expression adorned his face in the moments before death. The soldier who delivered the fatal shot had no time for contemplation, nor did Yagu. As for the soldier uninvolved in this grim fate, he was even less inclined to reflect, for a tiny fist struck his forehead before he could muster a reaction. In an instant, his head reverberated as if a cacophony of bells were tolling within. Gazing upon the 6 fallen bodies, Yagu was about to voice an opinion when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor behind him. 3 individuals, those who had just departed at the commander's behest, returned upon hearing the gunfire to offer assistance. Yet, as they turned the corner, they were met with a fist. Swift as lightning, one fell to the ground before he could even register what had transpired. The 2 soldiers beside him, despite brandishing their weapons, felt a sudden, intense pain in their feet before they could react, only to be met with a blow to the forehead. The unfortunate duo leaned back, propelled by the force of the attack, momentarily soaring a few centimeters off the ground. Yagu thought, listening intently to the silence surrounding him and sensing a lack of presence nearby. He finally sighed in relief. The exertion of such movements was indeed taxing for a body no larger than that of a 2-year-old child. Gasping for breath, Yagu sat upon the ground to regain his strength. In that moment, the previously forgotten neutral electronic voice resurfaced in his mind, announcing the completion of its detection and readiness to execute commands. Who are you? This time, Yagu was certain that the voice emanated from within him, stirring a sense of unease. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, he pondered the implications of his situation, feeling as though he had traversed into a world akin to those depicted in system novels. However, unlike the rapid computational speeds portrayed in such tales, which executed commands almost instantaneously, he found himself lamenting, "What is this? Are you a mere learning machine?" Yagu rose to his feet, realizing he had no time to linger, as numerous forces surged towards him. With swift strides, he vanished from the scene of the crime. His stamina was primarily depleted in evading bullets. a taxing exertion that drained his energy. However, under ordinary circumstances, apart from his 2 years of grueling training, his Saiyan physiology endowed him with remarkable endurance. This time, over 20 individuals were pursuing him. Yagu sprinted through the corridor, searching for any doors that might provide him refuge. Unfortunately, not a single one of the 20 doors yielded to his attempts. He dared not resort to kicking them down. There was one door left, surely it would be safe. He glanced at the last door, which was evidently a restroom, and hurriedly approached. The door swung open, not by his hand, but rather by an individual emerging from within. A firearm slung over his shoulder, earbuds nestled in his ears, listening to music of such poor quality that even Yagu could discern the garbled mechanical sounds. The individual, preoccupied with fastening his belt, was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Yagu, rendered speechless. Yagu, however, was not similarly incapacitated. With a low exclamation of curse, he leaped, positioning himself before the man's forehead, and delivered a powerful punch. Yagu's fist resembled a small hammer, and with a single strike, it caused the unfortunate individual's eyes to roll in opposite directions, followed by a dramatic collapse. The distant commotion surged closer, prompting Yagu to drag this hapless soul back to the restroom, compelling him to resume his position over the latrine. In my past life, I must have owed you 25 cents. Damn it, now I have to attend to you in this wretched place, Yagu muttered with a mix of annoyance and exasperation. He stood by the narrow window, which, though seemingly small for others, posed no hindrance to him. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the soldiers who had been stationed outside had returned indoors, preparing for any potential crisis that might arise. As Yagu stepped outside, he observed a noticeable decline in their defensive strength. Rather than confronting the individuals outside, he endeavored to infiltrate their ranks, for the expansive terrain posed a risk of being encircled, which could spell his doom. As he approached within 10 meters of a red-flagged soldier scanning the area with a firearm, the voice that had previously vanished within his mind resonated once more. The battle system initiated, and with the fading of the sound, Yagu discovered new information within his consciousness. Battle system. Level 0. Current experience 0. 12. Name. Yagu combat activation. 10 outburst activation. 15 battle level. Novice. Additionally, there were 3 bulb-like icons representing sparring battle. 50. Dominion battle. 80. Life and death battle. 100. Uncertain of what the percentages indicated, Yagu pressed forward, undeterred in his objective to incapacitate his target. The hulking figure before him merely grunted before collapsing to the ground. In that moment, to Yagu's astonishment, his current experience surged from 0. 12 to 0. 13. As Yagu dragged the hulking figure away, he couldn't help but feel indignant. What is this nonsense? A mere level of 0, and a meager experience of 0. 0-1 for defeating a single soldier. With this in mind, he pondered the futility of his desire to kill. Suddenly, it struck him that he had taken very few lives, and among those he had fought, one enemy had even met their end at the hands of a comrade. The battle system. Yagu mulled over it. Did it mean that merely engaging in combat sufficed? If it were truly just about fighting, then dueling grounds, conquest battles, and life and death struggles would all make sense. But what, then, of the percentages that followed? Yagu had no opportunity to ponder, for from his corner, he beheld 4 patrolling figures emerging in the distance. Clearly, their arrival indicated they had spotted the guard who had vanished, and they immediately shouted, "All personnel on alert, there are enemies in the vicinity." Crouched quietly in the shadows, Yagu remained still. His diminutive stature, coupled with the insufficient light, effectively concealed his presence. The immediate situation was precarious, and he resolved to deal with the Red Silk Army first. With this thought, Yagu seized the chance while the enemy was dispersed, searching for opportunities to identify potential targets for attack. You, take position on the left high-rise, armed with a rocket launcher. Should anything appear amiss, fire at the designated location. The captain added, "If he engages with our forces, we shall attack together with our comrades." As Yagu drew closer to them, his heart raced. Though only he could sense it, the captain assigning tasks seemed to detect something amiss, turning his head just in time for a heavy object to strike him in the throat, resulting in a spray of blood. The intense agony caused his vision to blur with crimson streaks. The 2 red silk soldiers beside him prepared to retaliate, but the distance was too short, and with Yagu standing over their captain, despite his prior instruction to disregard their leader's safety, their predicament was dire, for he was alive and could withstand scrutiny, unlike them. Thus, their fate was sealed. They let out cries before collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, an exceptional opportunity arose. Their scattering made it easier to confront the red silk soldiers than if they were grouped together. Thus, the Black Panther sprang into action once more, moving through the night like a whirlwind, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 6. Explosion deep within the basement at the center of the room. A passage extended along the iron tracks leading into the territory occupied by the Red Silk Army. Taka stood beside the commander of the Red Silk Army, Mutra, who had long since heard the commotion outside. However, their immediate concern was to relocate 3 tons of gold, various specialized materials, a small box of confidential government documents, and a substantial cache of weapons. Mutra, the squadron leader of the nearby Red Silk Army, had been tasked with transferring these valuable items stored by the Black Wind Squad. Sir, should we send others out to investigate? Taka hesitated, suggesting this to Mutra. The latter was a robust figure. If he emerged from the forest at night, one might mistake him for a black bear, clad in a trench coat adorned with the emblem of the Red Silk Army. The ostentatious insignia was likely to attract unwanted attention in areas not under their control. Once we have secured everything and set off, we can deal with that pesky fly. Do you not grasp the priorities at hand? Mutra's tone was flat, yet Taka felt an icy chill creep up from his feet. Despite his own ruthless disposition, Taka dared not act out in the presence of this man. He complied, striving to appear ordinary. The Black Wind Squad was stationed just outside the basement. In everyday life, they were underground tyrants, but in truth, they acted as the eyes and ears of the Red Silk Army. The opposition forces enjoyed a certain degree of freedom compared to the government troops, as they were not beholden to public opinion. They could rob banks or commit murder without the constraints faced by the government army. Having grown accustomed to their arrogance, they now seemed unusually subdued, refraining from making any significant disturbances. They were apprehensive about the noises from outside, although they presented a facade of haughtiness before the citizens of Fingu City. They knew that should the government troops launch an assault, they would be the first to perish, no matter the gestures made towards the government. The people of Fingu City would never forgive the Red Silk Army, which sought only those who had reached a dead end. 15 minutes passed, and as the number of Red Silk soldiers on guard outside dwindled, Yagu's pace of elimination quickened. Some fell by his hand, others were rendered unconscious. For Yagu, a single strike sufficed, requiring no further explanation. He could sense the presence of Mutra and Taka long before reaching their location. Now, he found himself near the Black Wind Squad, yet the vastness of the underground storage area made a direct assault unwise. While contemplating from the shadows, an epiphany struck Yagu. I am not incapable of using firearms. Why not employ them to eliminate them? It was both a self-reprimand and an inquiry, but regardless, Yagu commenced his plan. He withdrew from the area, retrieving a red L09 rifle from the bodies he had already cleared. He swiftly returned to his previous hiding spot. Yagu's small frame allowed him to navigate spaces inaccessible to many adults. In truth, no one would suspect that the enemy was a child of merely 3 or 4 years of age. Raising the rifle, he aimed at the adversaries. Suddenly filled with exhilaration, an echo from a past life. Firearms were not instruments he could wield in that former realm, though he understood that in this world, against superior weaponry, they were of little utility. Yet, he remained aware that a bullet could still spell his demise. Boys, savor what I have prepared for you, Yagu proclaimed as he lowered the rifle. It was cumbersome for him, yet he felt no significant strain given his strength. However, wielding an object larger than himself, he could not help but feel awkward. Yagu turned to the side, where he had placed 5 bombs salvaged from the Red Ribbon Army soldiers outside. For the Dragon Ball warriors, these devices possessed considerable power. At least half of Tao Pai Pai's life had perished due to one of the bombs he had thrown. With a series of clicks, he activated 3 of them and aimed at a group of individuals standing at the entrance. Unlike the organized Red Ribbon Army outside, this group stood haphazardly, almost loosely clustered together. The 3 grenades flew in a linear trajectory, striking the individuals among them, instantly eliciting a chorus of anguished screams. What happened? Are you all right? Do you know what attacked us? Some inquired of their injured companions, while others held their guns against the darkened corners nearby. And some fired blindly into the unseen. Finally, someone discerned what had struck their comrades, but there was no time to ponder. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosion sent the gathered individuals sprawling, and Yagu witnessed one person soaring through the air like a cannonball. In this world, it seemed that only a being like Satan could survive such cataclysmic blasts. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it is evident that Satan is a rather insignificant entity, easily vanquished even by Master Roshi. However, the formidable attacks from Cell allow him to endure, And then there is Majin Buu, whose presence transforms the surroundings into something akin to a comedic cartoon. Seizing the moment, Yaga deftly readied 2 grenades, clutching a red L09 while sprinting and targeting remaining foes. This assault unfolded with astonishing ease, as he eliminated all adversaries within 20 seconds, even delivering a final blow to those who lay prone on the ground. Within the confines of the stronghold, Mutra turned to regard the great door behind him. He had heard the previous explosions, and with a mere wave of his hand, over 50 warriors swiftly took their positions, rushing to various defensive posts. Among them, 5 brandished rocket launchers, aiming at the entrance. Taka, among this anxious cohort, felt the weight of dread. With his subordinates outside, should they all perish, he would be left utterly alone. Given his nefarious deeds, the knowledge of his solitary survival would surely invite a brutal fate at the hands of others. "Commander," Taka uttered, his face glistening with cold sweat. Mutra turned to him, and before Taka could comprehend the unfolding situation, Mutra landed a powerful punch to his face. Blood erupted, and Taka was sent spiraling into the air, crashing down with a resounding thud. Mutra, with his other hand, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the blood from his knuckles. He murmured softly to himself, reflecting on how long it had been since he had engaged in such exertion, feeling as though his strength had waned significantly. As he contemplated Taka, who lay groaning on the ground, he prepared to approach him for another strike. Just then, the great door swung open with a loud bang, capturing the attention of all present. The Red Ribbon Army stationed there was not to be compared with those outside, without sight of the enemy. They would not panic and open fire. Mutra nodded to the warriors wielding rocket launchers, and 3 of them swiftly launched their projectiles. A brilliant light illuminated the entrance, followed by a deafening roar. Though the door was sturdy, it could not withstand such explosive force. With a creaking sound and an ear-piercing crash, the massive iron gates collapsed. Dust and debris were sent soaring several meters into the air, further obscuring the view for the Red Ribbon Army amidst the chaos of previous explosions. In stark contrast to the tension felt by others, Mutra remained remarkably composed. His interest peaked as he observed the direction of the fallen door. Suddenly, 2 objects were hurled from the swirling dust at the entrance, their identity obscured by their swift trajectory. Nonetheless, those who recognized the threat began firing towards the door. It was not until the objects landed on 2 opposing flanks that the Red Ribbon Army let out a cry of alarm and began to flee. Yet, Yagu had anticipated the timing perfectly. As soon as the grenades hit the ground, they erupted with thunderous explosions. 2 violent detonations rocked the Red Ribbon Army's ranks, causing even those stationed farther away to be affected, their weapons tumbling from their shoulders. At that moment, a silhouette darted forth from the dust at the entrance. Moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, this figure infiltrated the left flank, swiftly dispatching those who were moaning, standing, and even firing back. Then, it lunged toward the right flank. At this juncture, Mutra, who had remained still, sprang into action, racing towards the shadow with remarkable speed until he stood before the figure. Swinging a powerful punch, the impact connected, sending the shadow reeling like a cannonball into the haze, followed by the sounds of objects crashing to the ground and scraping along the earth. Mutra examined his right fist, puzzled as to why his earlier strength had not rendered his opponent into a mere mass of flesh and bone. Chapter 7. Judgment. Yagu felt a sharp pain in his body and, after rolling a few times in the swirling dust, made a determined effort to conceal himself behind the door. He vigorously rubbed his right shoulder, where Mutra had landed a powerful blow, a reminder of the formidable strength of his opponent. Despite being aware of the Red Silk Army's endeavors in the creation of artificial beings, Yagu understood that during this era, such beings were scarce and their combat capabilities rather limited. Could it be that he had encountered an artificial human? As Yagu leaned against the door, he heard several individuals approaching within the haze. Propelling himself off the ground and wall, he rose to his feet. The dust still obscured the enemy's line of sight at the doorway, allowing Yagu to stand, leap upwards, grasp the top of the door, and then crouch in concealment. As the dust began to dissipate, Yagu caught sight of soldiers in the distance armed with rifles and rocket launchers, evidently prepared to fire without hesitation should their group come under attack, intent on eliminating the advancing soldiers alongside Yagu. Taking a deep breath, Yagu quickly assessed his escape route within the limited time available. Although the area was open, there were always spaces that could accommodate his form. Realizing the fog was thinning and that his presence would soon be discovered, Yagu leaped onto the head of a nearby Red Silk Army soldier, instantly breaking his neck. He swiftly pivoted to the adjacent soldier, delivering a powerful kick that shattered his jaw, subsequently using the momentum to dash towards the open ground ahead. Bullets rained down like a tempest, whizzing past him and striking the concrete surface behind, leaving a multitude of pockmarks and even causing sections to splinter. The soldier who had moved alongside the door finally reacted, turning to aim his weapon at Yagu. Yet, a rocket exploded in their midst, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, obscuring the line of sight for all present. Yagu dashed towards the recently conquered stronghold, gripping the grenades he could find in his hands. With remarkable speed and immense force, he unleashed one towards the enemy, rivaling the precision of a rocket launcher. The man wielding the rocket launcher suffered a crushing blow to his nose, followed by a resounding explosion that triggered the detonation of the rocket, resulting in an even more violent upheaval. Tra was seething with rage. The soldiers he took pride in were, in reality, utterly inept, worthless indeed. After shouting thrice, he shed the trench coat he wore and advanced toward Yagu. The imposing figure of Mtra left a lasting impression on Yagu, so when Mtra transitioned from walking to running, Yagu sprang into action. Throughout this ordeal, the slaughter of ordinary soldiers continued unabated. After Yagu hurled another grenade, Mtra finally closed the distance to a mere 3 or 4 meters, appearing poised to seize him with just one more step. However, at that moment, Yagu abruptly pivoted, swinging his right hand as if to deliver a punch aimed at Mtra's face. Mtra, instinctively reacting, caught the blow with his right hand, only to realize that he had not grasped Yagu's fist. In a moment of distraction, Yagu ensnared Mtra's left hand with his tail, propelling himself under Mtra while simultaneously delivering a punch to his abdomen. The tail of Yagu indeed lamented in disbelief. As the most critical weakness of a Saiyan, Yagu had begun his training long ago. Rolling from under Mtra's legs to the opponent's rear, Yagu barely distanced himself before hearing the explosion behind him. The thunderous roar sent pain coursing through his body, yet he dared not linger. After evading the area, he divided his attention, dedicating a portion to the immediate threat while directing the rest towards the still-present Red Ribbon Army. The recent grenade assault had sent them into a frantic retreat, and now witnessing Mtra's direct hit, their panic intensified. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are far too many who are unperturbed by explosives. Yagu did not believe that a single grenade would suffice to eliminate figures of prominence within the Red Ribbon Army. Out of caution, Yagu swiftly seized an automatic rifle during his rapid flight, firing at the surviving members of the Red Ribbon Army. As the smoke from the earlier explosion dissipated, Mtra's silhouette emerged. He remained standing, just as Yagu had anticipated. This man was unfazed by firearms. However, his clothing, trousers, and hair were in disarray, no longer resembling their former state. There was not a complete lack of good news. The right hand gripping the grenade had vanished at the elbow, leaving behind a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal, an entity that blurred the lines between human and machine. A bio-modified individual. Yagu recalled that the artificial beings known as androids 17 and 18 had once emerged from such modifications, or in the future Trunks timeline, androids 19 and 20. Upon their initial encounter with Goku, future Trunks mentioned that the ones responsible for the massacre were androids 19 and 20, only for them to transform into 17 and 18 after defeating Cell and returning to the future, a baffling twist indeed. At this moment, Mtra did not cast his gaze towards Yagu. Instead, he stared blankly at the remnants of his severed arm, and slowly, his expression morphed into one of fierce wrath. Yagu would not squander such a splendid opportunity, having seized a considerable number of grenades from the soldiers. His current means of attack were woefully insufficient. Enraged by the situation, Yagu retrieved 2 grenades from his collection, activated them, paused for a brief moment, and then hurled them towards his adversary. To Yagu, Mutera's movements bore no resemblance to those of a true warrior or martial artist. They were rigid and mechanical, relying solely on innate talent for defense. In Yagu's eyes, only those who had suddenly acquired immense power would exhibit such behavior. Fortuitously for Yagu, Mutera held a significant position within the Red Silk Army. However, he suffered from a peculiar affliction that threatened his life, prompting him to enlist the scientists of the Red Silk Army to experiment with a biological enhancement they were researching. The results were promising, significantly augmenting the body's strength without impairing most of its functions. Yet, a flaw emerged. The body could not withstand electronic attacks and required a substantial dual energy source. The dual energy refers to the biological energy derived from food and an external energy source, which necessitated a large device for regular charging, quite an inconvenience. Yet Mutera's status afforded him such privileges. Moreover, they discovered that the modified body could withstand bullet attacks, which thrilled Mutera, who had once been frail. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this body could be compromised. Although the pain was minimal, and he could reattach the severed hand upon his return, he was unwilling to accept this outcome. Most critically, during the grenade explosion, a shard had penetrated the external energy reservoir, resulting in a significant energy leak, placing him in a perilous situation. As Mutera charged towards Yagu, his singular focus was on eliminating the child before him. Yagu sprinted while clutching a grenade, occasionally pulling the pin, pausing for a moment, and then forcefully hurling it towards Mutera. His aim was precise. Over the past 2 years, he had mastered the art of bringing down birds from the sky with this very method. Behind him, the towering figure of his comrade loomed, clumsy and awkward, akin to a lumbering bear. Just as Yagu prepared to launch another grenade at Mutera, the latter, who had maintained a certain distance, suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yagu's nape. In terms of reflexes, Yagu was remarkably agile. He pushed off the ground with his right leg, deftly evading the blow. Dust and debris filled the air, causing him to cough as he quickly retreated, covering his mouth and nose. Through a series of strikes, Mutera appeared increasingly disheveled, with nearly 40% of his skin seemingly vanished, revealing the steel framework beneath. It was evident that he resembled a robotic entity more than a biologically enhanced human. There remained a significant gap before he could be compared to the modified beings of the 17th and 18th iterations. Suddenly, Yagu's expression shifted. Not due to the threat posed by his adversary, but rather by the realization that the combat system displayed below was flashing red for a life-and-death battle. It seemed to have illuminated just moments ago, yet Yagu had failed to notice it. Life and death battle, 100. Yagu firmly believed he could not fall into the hands of his opponent, who might concoct a trap for him. Wait a moment. Could it be that the experience points awarded were contingent upon the level of danger? His thoughts raced. The sparring battles posed minimal risk, thus yielding only half the experience, while the competition battles, tied to reputation, granted 8/10. The most perilous, the life and death battles, afforded the full experience. How astutely delineated this system appeared. Chapter 8. Departure. The capsules were extraordinarily precious items, nearly equivalent to spatial rings. The minions he had just vanquished wielded thermal weapons, resulting in no experience points being awarded to him. Conversely, Mutera, whose resilience against thermal weaponry was negligible, enabled Yagu to accrue 0.66 experience points through his own actions. Gazing at his current level, which read, Level 0, Current Experience, 0.66, the figure of 0.66 stung Yagu's eyes painfully. How could it be that such a formidable opponent as Mutera only granted him a mere 0.5 experience points? Was there some sort of error? Yagu could hardly contain his fury. The implication was clear. To achieve an upgrade, he must endure 200 battles of this caliber. Yet, his strength was far from sufficient to confront his adversaries head-on. What course of action should he take upon the next encounter? That was a concern for another day. Casting a glance at his recent acquisitions, he chuckled to himself. Such a wealth of gold. As long as I exercise moderation, it could sustain me for a lifetime. He contemplated the likes of Sun Wukong, a figure who, despite his inability to amass wealth, had managed to live for an eternity. Yagu mused that as long as he identified a sound investment opportunity and allocated his resources wisely, he could rest easy, provided no catastrophic issues arose. 3 tons of gold may sound substantial, yet it occupies a mere fraction of space. This constituted the most valuable portion of his haul, followed by rare materials that could not be mass-produced and could only be synthesized in limited quantities within a laboratory. Lastly, there was the intelligence acquired from the government forces, obtained by the Red Silk Army. He paid no heed to the heavy weaponry that accompanied it, as these items were of no use to him and could not be transported. The capsules he scavenged from the Red Silk Army were akin to vehicles laden with munitions. While these items held considerable value, they were evidently incomparable to gold and rare materials. After 10 minutes of industrious effort, Yagu, panting heavily, tucked 5 capsules into his embrace. "Farewell, Red Silk Army," he exclaimed. Hearing footsteps approach from outside, he cleverly set several grenades as decoys at the entrance before swiftly making his exit. Crawling through the ventilation shaft, he found himself small enough to maneuver with ease, resembling a child of 2 or 3 years of age. By dawn the following day, Fingu City was besieged by 1,000 troops from the Red Silk Army. The citizens, upon witnessing this, dared not venture outdoors. They cowered in fear. Resembling inhabitants of a war-torn zone, terrified of provoking the Red Silk Army, and incurring their wrath. Meanwhile, Yagu had already departed in his vehicle. Feeling fortunate to have arrived in the Dragon Ball world, where the mechanics of driving were exceedingly straightforward. Everything was simplified. And he was now piloting a car that resembled a steam bun, making his way away from Fingu City toward the territories controlled by the government forces. Dragon Ball world. Here I come. Yagu's spirits soared, prompting him to break into song. Though the two-dimensional realm harbored its share of malevolence, the dichotomy between righteousness and wickedness was refreshingly clear. Few were those who schemed from the shadows, particularly the king Yagu was acquainted with. Despite the trials faced during his reign, the world often thrived in periods of peace. Yagu had made up his mind to seek out the king and present him with the confidential information he had obtained from the Red Silk Army. This course of action held two significant implications. Firstly, if the king harbored ulterior motives and intended to turn against him, it would indicate that his understanding of the simplistic nature of the minds within the two-dimensional world was fundamentally flawed. Secondly, should the king express gratitude for his disclosure, it would afford Yagu a place to stay on Earth, a sanctuary he could call home. The distance from Fingu City to the king's stronghold was considerable. Yet upon departing Fingu City, Yagu had acquired a substantial sum of money from the Red Silk Army, paving the way for a more straightforward journey. The sole complication lay in the fact that a child behind the wheel would undoubtedly attract the attention of traffic officers, particularly those with a penchant for the peculiarities of the two-dimensional realm. With utmost caution, Yagu navigated the roads, but ultimately, 6 days later, his vehicle was halted by a traffic officer. "You, whose child are you? How can someone so young be driving? Do you comprehend the dangers involved? Are you aware?" Yagu let out a sigh, feeling utterly helpless before the kind-hearted uncle. "I apologize, but I must meet the king, thus. I am compelled to resort to the swiftest means available. This is no jest, given the pervasive threat of the Red Silk Army across the globe. The safety of air travel has plummeted. Consequently, the aviation industry, once thriving, has experienced a rapid decline." The middle-aged officer, sporting a small trapezoidal mustache reminiscent of animated characters and wearing oversized glasses, held a pen in his right hand and a notebook in his left, preparing to issue a ticket. After delivering a stern reprimand to Yagu, he paused upon hearing the boy's claim of wanting to see the king. Now, let us not jest. Where are your guardians? Surely they would not permit you to drive alone in such a manner. Do not attempt to deceive me with such feeble fabrications." After a brief outburst, the officer's demeanor softened, and he squinted at Yagu with a smile, patting the boy's head affectionately. "Child, do tell me your name." Seeing that the officer genuinely believed him to be a runaway child left Yagu at a loss for words. Faced with a well-meaning, yet somewhat ineffectual individual, he found it impossible to resort to violence. Allow me to clarify. I must meet His Majesty the King to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding the Red Silk Army." Reluctantly, Yagu invoked the name of the Red Silk Army, recognizing it as the Earth's most pressing issue, the conflict between the government forces and the insurgent Red Silk Army. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression shifted to one of tension, his hand instinctively resting upon the grip of his firearm. As the moment demanded prompt action, Yagu addressed the officer, stating, "Sir, it is precisely due to an urgent matter that I must meet with the king." Suddenly, a piercing shriek resonated from the heavens. Both Yagu and the officer looked up to witness a passenger plane, belching black smoke, careening towards a nearby hill. They stood in stunned silence. The officer alarmed by the gravity of the situation, while Yagu, exhilarated by witnessing a plane crash for the first time, was not callous, nor did he view the world as a mere game. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it was commonplace for entire populations to perish only to be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, rendering life seemingly inconsequential. The shriek intensified, followed by a thunderous crash as the aircraft collided with the ground, flames erupting in its wake, fortunately without an explosion. "Oh no, this is dire," exclaimed the officer, hastily returning to his vehicle to notify his colleagues at the precinct. Meanwhile, Yaga started his car and shouted to the officer, "Sir, if I encounter any other officers on the road, I shall summon them to assist you here." The officer, with his small mustache, stood in bewilderment, clutching the car phone. Chapter 9. The capital of the king. The great demon king once remarked, "I have heard that you fear not for your own safety, which is why they summoned me." This implies that even then, when the king still had an army, he was aware that there existed individuals unafraid of bullets. Yagu aspires to establish connections with the government, for with robust support from the authorities, many challenges pertaining to cultivation could be effortlessly resolved. Issues such as gravity manipulation, large-scale cultivation of celestial beings, and the future need for human assistance in executing energy blasts could all be satisfactorily addressed. While Satan possesses certain talents and has contributed a measure of humor to the Dragon Ball universe, Yagu holds him in low regard. Despite Satan being the strongest among ordinary Earthlings in the latter stages of Dragon Ball, excluding Master Roshi and Crane Hermit, his appropriation of the achievements of Goku and others, even those attained at the cost of Goku's life, is intolerable to Yagu. However, harboring such sentiments does not imply Yagu wishes to eliminate Satan, akin to disliking someone. Individuals may respond differently. Some may seek confrontation, while others might choose to ignore the person, maintaining a polite distance without overtly expressing disdain. Each individual possesses their own methods of dealing with matters. None are inherently superior or exemplary. Yet, within certain circles, there exist specific operational protocols that dictate the conduct of that realm. Nevertheless, Yagu remains unburdened, as he does not belong to any faction and enjoys the freedom of an independent spirit. Over the ensuing fortnight, Yagu traversed the rural paths, ultimately arriving at the location of the king. The world of the two-dimensional realm is refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the cumbersome processes prevalent in the real world. Upon arriving in the royal capital, Yagu made his way directly to the king's palace. The architecture of the capital was magnificent, embodying the circular style characteristic of the Dragon Ball universe. Numerous soldiers stood guard in the vicinity, their presence notably dense, likely a precautionary measure due to the Red Ribbon Army. For such a concentration of troops had not been witnessed even during the attacks of the formidable King Piccolo. "Hey, little one, you cannot enter here, do you understand?" A female officer stationed at the perimeter noticed Yagu approaching the palace gates and stepped forward to intervene. "Child, be a good boy and tell your sister your name. Where are your parents?" Yagu harbors a profound disdain for being perceived as a child by others, for such a perception would hinder the realization of many of his aspirations. After all, aside from doting parents, who would unconditionally fulfill a child's desires, the young officer before him exuded an extraordinary beauty, her short green hair unadorned, her figure graceful and strikingly competent. While the sight of such a captivating woman was undeniably pleasing, Yagu was preoccupied with matters of great importance. In comparison to his own concerns, everything else was expendable. "Officer, I have something to deliver to His Majesty the King," he stated. "It is this." Upon noticing the stern guards ahead, Yagu understood that without a clear explanation, the possibility of entering the restricted zone was non-existent. The female officer regarded him with a curious glance, her brows furrowing slightly as she remarked, "Dear, what could you possibly have to present to the king? You must know that deceiving is unbecoming of a well-mannered child. Now, go on and find your parents." Yagu gazed silently at the woman before him and said, "I truly have something of great importance to deliver to the king. It pertains to the Red Silk Army." What did you say?" The woman's reaction mirrored that of the police officer he had encountered a week prior. Upon hearing the words Red Silk Army, she nearly exploded with shock. Yagu, having anticipated such a reaction, remained relatively composed and replied, "Officer, I possess information obtained from the Red Silk Army. Here it is." He patted the document encased in a brown paper bag he was holding. The female officer swiftly snatched the brown paper bag from Yagu's hands, stating, "Let me verify this," and disregarded Yagu as she began to inspect its contents. Observing the officer's flustered demeanor, Yagu thought to himself, "So, she is a novice. It is no wonder she would engage in such trivial conversation with me." As the officer stared wide-eyed at the documents within the bag, she realized that, despite her lower rank, this was sensitive material stolen by the Red Silk Army from the government. The level of confidentiality contained within the documents was far beyond what someone of her rank was authorized to access. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the officer withdrew her earlier friendly demeanor and sternly addressed Yagu. "Child, I mistakenly misunderstood you. I am Lieutenant Loris. What is your name?" "I am Yagu. Please deliver this document to His Majesty the King. I stumbled upon it by chance and brought it here for His Majesty," Yagu continued to explain. "I have perused its contents. Although much remains unclear to me, I can ascertain that this is a document of exceptionally high classification. Initially, I thought it would be safe to hand it over to the police, but upon reflection, I realized that if they could acquire such information, I could not guarantee it would reach His Majesty. This is the very reason I have come to the capital." Loris looked at Yagu in astonishment, bewildered that a child of merely 3 or 4 years could articulate such profound thoughts. After a moment, recollecting her responsibilities, Loris quickly grasped Yagu's hand and headed toward the main door. "This matter is exceedingly serious. We must go to see the king. Yagu was reluctant to follow the seemingly untrustworthy woman on a whim. As they approached the door, he remarked, "Aren't you going to announce our arrival?" She halted, fixing her gaze upon Yagu, and upon grasping the child's words, her expression transformed to one of realization. "Ah, yes, you are quite right. I almost forgot. Stay right here and do not move. I shall return shortly." Resuming her previous demeanor, Yaga sighed in acknowledgement. Observing Loris swiftly depart, presumably to report to her superior, Yagu contemplated that once this matter was resolved, he would maintain a safe distance from her, finding her presence intolerable. Being in the company of a beautiful woman naturally attracts admiration from both men and women. After all, human aesthetic appreciation seldom falters. However, for Yagu, the imperative was to avoid interference in his life. Regardless of beauty, he would devise means to steer clear. Much like Wukong's wife, Chi-Chi. Although she devoted herself wholeheartedly to raising Gohan, Yagu perceived her as a considerable hindrance to both Wukong and Gohan. Had she not married Wukong, it was conceivable that Wukong's offspring might have achieved far greater accomplishments than Gohan. Yet, tastes vary. Some may find charm in dying beneath the peony blossoms. A perspective in itself. Yagu's approach, too, was a reflection of his own philosophy. In his past life, he had never experienced love. There were several crushes, though upon reflection, he realized those feelings hardly constituted love. They were mere infatuations with beauty. Had there been someone more enchanting at the time, he would undoubtedly have shifted his affections. Ultimately, Yagu concluded that he was an exceedingly selfish individual, unwilling to allow anyone to encroach upon his domain. Consequently, he had never truly loved anyone. Nor had he formed genuine friendships. Anyone who ventured close would be met with the chill emanating from Yagu's being. Having lived such a lamentable existence in his previous life, this time around, Yagu resolved in his heart, he would become a man akin to Satan. Clenching his fist, he declared this to himself, a smile gracing his face. One wondered what expressions would adorn the faces of those who traversed worlds upon learning of his ambition. Chapter 10, The Plans Within upon Loris's return. She escorted Yagu through the grand entrance. The royal palace was still some distance away. She had previously reported Yagu's circumstances to her superior, who had taken note of him and relayed the information to the king. Upon learning of Yagu's situation, the king expressed keen interest and consented to a meeting. After a 5-minute walk, Yagu and Loris arrived at the king's palace. As they traversed the crimson carpet, Yagu admired the splendid hall, which, though devoid of gold and jade embellishments, exuded an air of grandeur. Upon entering, Yagu immediately spotted the legendary feline of the king seated in the front row. In his previous life, Yagu found it amusing that at the onset of the Dragon Ball saga, Earth was inhabited by various beastly beings, such as the king before him. A cat. There were also werewolves, panda folk, bear men, and dinosaur-like creatures. In truth, a multitude of beings classified as human yet lacking human appearance existed. Yet as the tale progressed, such beings became increasingly rare, save for the king. Loris guided Yagu to the center of the palace, where she stood tall and straight, rendering a military salute to the king seated before them. Yagu gracefully bowed slightly to the king, ensuring that no evident mistakes could be pointed out. The king addressed Loris and Yagu, saying, "There is no need for either of you to feel anxious. You are the remarkable young man, Yagu, are you not?" Upon hearing the king's words, Yagu responded with a smile, "I am indeed Yagu, but I am no extraordinary youth." The king, displaying a kind demeanor, had made minimal contributions to the world in the original Dragon Ball narrative. Yet he maintained a commendable state of peace following the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army by Sun Wukong. Do not be modest. I have already heard of the items you have brought. Acquiring that information from the Red Ribbon Army is no simple feat. Oh, there is no need for concern. I am merely curious. Additionally, could you please present the document you delivered? Yagu handed the bag containing documents to Loris beside him. Certainly, Your Majesty. One of my purposes for coming here is indeed to deliver this. Loris accepted the bag and approached to present it to the soldier at the king's left, who then passed it to the king. Upon inspecting the contents, the king, resembling a cat, nodded silently, his expression inscrutable. He returned the documents to the brown paper bag and entrusted it to the imposing soldier standing behind him. Take a look. Remove whatever needs to be discarded. The soldier nodded efficiently, understood. Only then did the king shift his gaze back to Yagu, appearing quite pleased with him. Yagu, who seemed merely 3 or 4 years old, exhibited an extraordinary composure for one so young within the confines of the palace. The king found himself increasingly delighted by this sight. Yagu, you mentioned that this was one of the conditions for your visit. What, then, is the second condition. He believed that as long as Yagu's request was reasonable, he would be willing to assist. Previously, attempts had been made to trace Yagu's place of birth, but regrettably, no information was found. Such endeavors might not succeed, even in the future Dragon Ball world, considering the numerous indigenous settlements. Not to mention that the Red Ribbon Army currently occupied a significant portion of the territory. Yagu yearns for a tranquil sanctuary where he can diligently pursue his cultivation without the burden of daily sustenance weighing upon him. His aspirations extend to establishing a media company in the future. For now, he merely wishes to invest his capital in several prominent conglomerates. This way, he can attain the serenity necessary for his focused training. Cultivation? The king appeared perplexed. To him, investing in large corporations was solely a means to acquire wealth, a notion that was beyond dispute. Yet, hearing such a young child utter the term cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, cultivation. Yagu's demeanor was remarkably earnest, so much so that those around him found his expression, which belied his youth, quite amusing. Noticing the sly glances exchanged among the onlookers, Yagu felt utterly innocent. He struggled to exude the formidable aura expected of a transcender. Despite possessing the blood of a Saiyan, once he relinquished his fervent passion for battle, he bore little distinction from any ordinary youth. Before the king seated before him could continue his discourse, Yagu interjected, "Your Majesty, obtaining this document must surely be a testament to my capabilities." Upon hearing the youth's retort, the king paused, a smile gracing his visage. Indeed, while the contents of this document were not of paramount importance, its acquisition by the Red Silk Army could undoubtedly cause considerable complications. The young man's ability to secure such a document, regardless of any potential assistance from influential allies, certainly bore no detriment to either himself or the kingdom. "I apologize. I must admit I was judging you by mere appearances. Such an extraordinary youth, are you returning home?" With this, the inquiry into what Yagu sought in terms of benefits commenced. Without hesitation, Yagu stated, "I desire a vast expanse of land in the western capital to establish my residence. I shall first devote myself to cultivation, and once I have matured, I will subsequently launch my company nearby." The clarity and determination with which Yagu articulated his intentions left the king and others in the palace in a state of astonished disbelief. They mused. This child dares to request a substantial piece of land from His Majesty the King, and in such a manner. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The king appeared quite pleased, chuckling heartily. "Very well, you are our esteemed benefactor. You wish to settle in the western capital, do you?" General." The individual standing beside him stood tall and responded loudly, "At your command. Let this matter be entrusted to you. Ensure the task is completed." The general replied with utmost seriousness. In truth, Yagu's reward did not necessitate his intervention. However, this was the attitude the king longed to witness. Yagu's face was radiant with joy. "How wonderful, Your Majesty, thank you." The king gazed down at Yagu and remarked, "Young man, you have not addressed me as Your Majesty until now. After receiving this gift, you suddenly choose to use such a title. Do you not find this rather self-serving?" With an awkward smile, Yagu found himself at a loss for words. The truth was, if he had spoken the previous remarks and the king had chosen to ignore them, it would have meant viewing the monarch as just another ordinary individual, thereby severing any potential future interactions. The notion that one must prioritize their own interests is a universal truth. While this king was not entirely lacking in merit, labeling him as exceptional would be an exaggeration. Nonetheless, he still held significant potential for the advancement of Earth, and it was evident that a prosperous future awaited the planet. However, if Yagu could not derive tangible benefits from this relationship, why engage in further dealings? The Saiyans' combat prowess could eventually render Earth's mightiest weapons inconsequential, should they become adversaries. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to usurp the king's throne. At present, the mutual exchange of benefits appeared to Yagu as a calculated maneuver, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. The king seemed to believe that Yagu was backed by a formidable ally, thus treating him as a promising investment. This initial meeting was deemed a success in Yagu's eyes. He had secured an expansive area in West Capital and had established his first contact with the government. He was confident that once his own power grew, a modest display of it would enable him to procure even greater advantages. 2 days later, Yagu, under the guidance of a military officer from the vicinity of West Capital, arrived at a designated plot of land. This area was an industrial zone, however. Due to its proximity to the city center, factories had relocated elsewhere. With a grand gesture, the king allocated 200 acres of land to Yagu, granting him a 20-year period for development. Although this land was to be integrated into the core of West Capital, transforming it into a locale akin to the city center would require no less than a decade of diligent effort. Thus, the king's statement implied a clear message. Should Yagu fail to effectively utilize this land within 20 years, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yagu acquired 3 tons of gold from the Red Silk Army, and with these riches, his life would become exceedingly effortless. Naturally, prior to his arrival in the western capital, he exchanged a portion of the gold for currency. After all, mere gold is insufficient for the procurement of goods. Moreover, the act of converting gold independently would undoubtedly incur considerable losses. Having recently established a modicum of rapport with the king, it would be prudent to utilize this advantage as much as possible. To his surprise, he discovered an intact warehouse. Splendid. This would serve as his domicile. For a Saiyan, the necessity for a comfortable environment during training is minimal. The more arduous the training process, the better. During moments of respite, all that is required is a restful slumber and delectable sustenance, and any issues would be rendered trivial. The Western capital has already begun to take on the semblance of a future metropolis. The Universal Capsule Company has flourished for over a decade, and the brilliant Dr. Briefs has disseminated the Universal Capsule across the globe. This remarkable capsule stands as the sole technological marvel in the Dragon Ball universe, showcasing unparalleled ingenuity. Yagu pondered to himself, I wonder how the envoy sent by the king is faring. Will he be able to persuade Dr. Brevis to sell me some shares? Indeed, before arriving in the western capital, Yagu had requested the king to find an intermediary to negotiate with Dr. Brevis for a portion of the shares in the Universal Capsule Company. Chapter 11. Dr. Brevis. Yagu engaged in a borrowing arrangement, investing a modest sum to relocate several pieces of furniture into an abandoned factory. Concurrently, he commissioned a construction company to erect a diminutive 2-story cottage adjacent to the factory. The house was quite small, with a bedroom and bathroom, complete with a bathtub, on the upper floor, while the lower level housed merely a living room, devoid of luxury. The factory was transformed into an indoor training facility, where Yagu procured an extensive array of training equipment that he deemed both practical and beneficial for his martial arts practice. Despite having no prior experience in martial arts from his previous life, he resolved against hiring a coach. In this contemporary Earth, aside from the deities of the temple, such as Bobo and the celestial Kellen, along with Master Crane and Master Turtle, he looked down upon others like King Gappa. Although he was not yet a match for King Gappa, Yagu, armed with knowledge of Master Turtle's training regimen for Goku and Krillin, regarded them with scorn. The governmental efficiency in the Dragon Ball world was notably robust. The police always arrived post-crime, albeit with some discrepancies. During his wanderings in West City, Yagu witnessed a jewelry store being robbed. At the moment the alarm rang out, 5 or 6 police cars emerged from various alleyways, swiftly blocking the exit and apprehending the fleeing criminals. Impressed by the police's prompt response, Yagu took a moment to observe their arrival, as if they had employed instantaneous movement, leaving no trace of their high-speed chase. Perhaps this was merely the law of the two-dimensional world, he mused, contemplating the absurdity of a living being like himself existing in such an extraordinary realm. What marvels could possibly be deemed impossible? Within mere days of arriving in West City, government officials informed him that Dr. Briefs had consented to sell a portion of his shares, albeit with the stipulation that he wished to meet Yagu in person. Of course, Yagu replied. Yagu readily assented, as he was contemplating having Dr. Briefs construct a gravity chamber for him. May the divine powers bless him, ensuring that Dr. Briefs can indeed create the gravity chamber. Initially inclined to beseech the deities, he suddenly recalled that the gods of this world were not as formidable as those imagined in his previous life. Rather, it was the wish-granting dragon that truly captivated attention, showcasing unparalleled might. With short, gleaming black hair, a fair complexion, deep ebony eyes, a small upturned nose, and chubby cheeks, the figure reflected in the mirror could only be described as adorable. Was it possible that, no matter what attire he donned, he could not appear a tad more dignified? Yagu gazed at his own reflection with a sense of frustration. Today, he was to visit Dr. Briefs, and he wished to avoid appearing overly juvenile. For someone like him, who required ample personal space, excessive attention from others was a hindrance. He preferred not to cultivate overly close relationships at this juncture. This was the Capsule Corporation, truly impressive in its grandeur. Before a towering, circular edifice, Yagu, clad in a deep black trench coat and matching hat, evaluated the structure with a detective's demeanor reminiscent of an old film. West City was indeed a splendid tourist destination, boasting picturesque scenery and a pleasant climate, while also serving as the economic capital of the nation. The Capsule Corporation's headquarters, predominantly white, exuded an air of intimidation to all who beheld it. The thoughts of the esteemed Dr. Brives, a figure of global renown, reflect his status as a remarkable company, even if his emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. The grandeur of his residence is indeed impressive. Observing the house, it bears a striking resemblance to his memories, and one can only hope that Dr. Brives has progressed to the point of creating a gravity chamber. He begins to fret about the current technological state of Earth. During the visit of Vegeta and his companions, Goku and the others had relied on the calculations made by Bulma using the spacecraft designed by her father to ascertain the feasibility of reaching Namek. It became evident that traveling in an Earth spacecraft was an impossibility unless one were to attain immortality. This exemplifies a significant technological gap. However, since that time, Dr. Brives's ability to fabricate spacecraft has grown exponentially. His makeshift technology has surpassed even that of the Republic. Ding dong. After a brief wait, a cylindrical robot appeared at the door. Greeting him. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Whom do you wish to see?" inquired the silver-gray robot, which resembled a refuse bin in Yagu's eyes. Yagu would not show disrespect towards him. In the realm of Dragon Ball, robots are capable of performing wonders. If this fellow, akin to a rubbish bin, could discern emotions, he would have no reason to weep. "Greetings, I am here to see Dr. Briefs. My name is Yagu, and the doctor should be aware of my presence." The wheels of the rubbish bin-like robot rolled backward. Addressing Yagu, "Mr. Yagu, please come in." "Oh, thank you." It is indeed a rare courtesy for Yagu to express gratitude towards a robot, at least for the moment. As he traversed the lush green lawn and entered the spacious, well-lit interior, he noticed that the glass was polished 3 times a day by the robot, gleaming brilliantly. The room was furnished with a sofa and a television, yet there were no people in sight. Yagu turned to the robot that had escorted him, awaiting further instructions. The robot stepped aside and remarked, "Sir, please take a seat here while I fetch Dr. Briefs." "Very well, go ahead," Yagu replied. Although he was uncertain about the robot's intelligence, it did not hinder him from responding politely. Watching the robot depart, Yagu began to explore the living room. After 3 or 4 minutes without sight of Dr. Briefs, he felt a bit disheartened and settled onto the sofa before the television. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound and, upon closer inspection, discovered a robot design with tank-like legs, carrying refreshments. The robot approached Yagu's sofa and placed the juice it held onto the table beside him. "Please enjoy." The living room was exceedingly spacious, nearly encompassing the entire first floor of the building, with expansive glass windows that flooded the area with light, creating a delightful atmosphere. Yagu is not here as a mere guest, although it was Dr. Briefs who suggested a meeting, even if he had chosen not to. Yagu would inevitably seek an opportunity to come here. After all, the gravity chamber is an exceptional training apparatus, despite his lack of innate talent. If he could endure 500 or even 1,000 times the gravity and learn the Kaioken technique from the King Kai, he would likely achieve power on par with that of a Super Saiyan. In Yagu's understanding, the Kaioken serves a purpose akin to that of transforming into a Super Saiyan, providing an instantaneous surge of strength. However, as the 15th generation Old Kai has remarked, the frequent use of Super Saiyan form can shorten one's lifespan. The Kaioken, being one of the 2 ultimate techniques developed through years of research by the North Kai, should, in Yagu's perspective, possess minimal side effects. After all, a method that significantly compromises one's vitality would hardly be revered by a righteous figure like the North Kai. After a brief span of 3 minutes, Yagu heard footsteps approaching from the backyard. He turned his head to see a man with light blue hair entering, a cigarette perched in his mouth, while a small black cat with wide eyes rested on his shoulder. Yagu, unable to harbor any arrogance, rose from his seat and respectfully bowed to the man before him. Regardless of the nature of the world as creators, this middle-aged gentleman possessed no capacity to incite animosity. "Greetings, Dr. Briefs. I am Yagu." The cigarette that hung from Dr. Briefs' lips fell to the ground as he regarded Yagu with astonishment, exclaiming, "You are Yagu, the individual who purchased shares in my company." Upon seeing Yagu nod in affirmation, Dr. Briefs was taken aback, approaching Yagu and kneeling before him to scrutinize his features. Yagu remained still, although he found it peculiar that Dr. Briefs was observing him from such close proximity. "Doctor, ha, what an adorable child you are." Dr. Briefs suddenly burst into laughter, his expression transforming as he reached out to ruffle Yagu's hair. "What a truly delightful child. Indeed, even more charming than Bulma." Yagu's eyebrows furrowed into 3 distinct lines. rendering him speechless before the words of Dr. Breves. However, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, apprehensive that Breves might summon his wife. "Doctor, I have a matter to discuss with you, if you have a moment." Crouched down, Breves had yet to fully recover from his previous emotional state. He and his wife cherished adorable creatures, nurturing a plethora of delightful animals at the Universal Capsule Corporation. Even during the perilous times when the villainous Majin Buu threatened to annihilate all of humanity, they steadfastly refused to abandon their beloved pets, opting instead to remain behind rather than seek refuge in the sanctuary. Thus, upon observing that Dr. Breves had not yet regained his composure, Yagu called out with greater urgency. "Doctor, I have something to trouble you with." The force of Yagu's fervent voice finally jolted the absent-minded Breves back to reality. He blinked in surprise, rising to meet Yagu's gaze with a somewhat formal demeanor. "I sincerely apologize, Yagu, but you are simply too adorable. If my wife were to see you, she would undoubtedly." Yagu, taken aback by the comedic nature of this character from the Dragon Ball universe, slapped his right hand against his face, unsure of how to describe him. "Doctor, I wish for you to construct a gravity chamber for me." Given that the eccentric scientist was invariably intrigued by various inventions and research, Yagu decided to be forthright with his request. Just as Yagu had surmised, upon hearing the term gravity chamber, Breves' playful expression shifted to one of earnest seriousness. "A gravity chamber? You mean a room where one can freely control the gravitational multiplier?" Yagu remarked. "Indeed, Doctor. I hope you can construct a gravity chamber capable of reaching an astonishing 500 times the gravitational force. However, if you believe that the lifespan of such a chamber cannot exceed 20 years, a 300 times variant would suffice. This is my vision. Nevertheless, it must not fall below a minimum of 100 times." Chapter 12. The cultivation is about to commence. If everyone believes this is worth viewing, please do not hesitate to recommend and bookmark. Your support is my motivation. Yagu, addressing the staunchly opposed Dr. Breves, reassured him. "Doctor, rest assured. I shall exercise utmost caution regarding matters that pose a threat to life. I earnestly implore you, please." With no alternative, Yagu resorted to feigning youthful charm, wrapping himself around the doctor while a wave of goosebumps cascaded over his skin. Observing Yagu's beseeching demeanor, Dr. Breves reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well. Though I have no practical experience with this project, only theoretical knowledge. Let us reconvene in 10 days. "Splendid, Doctor. Thank you," Yagu exclaimed, chuckling. "Oh, it's nothing. I am quite the genius, after all." As he watched Dr. Breves, who, while proclaiming his brilliance, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, Yagu chuckled along. For the man was indeed his benefactor. After a hearty laugh, Dr. Breves began to inquire into Yagu's personal life. By then, they were comfortably seated on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. In Yagu's mind, the earlier exchange should have marked the moment of departure, yet the warmth of hospitality was overwhelming. Moreover, Dr. Breves was known for his stubborn nature, and despite not being devoid of common sense, he failed to perceive Yagu's eagerness to take his leave. "Yagu, where is your home?" he inquired. In Bowsy Mountain, Yagu thought to himself. Surely, having Wukong as a neighbor poses no issue. Bowsy Mountain was a secluded woodland, even in Dragon Ball GT, considered a remote mountainous region, particularly in the final arcs of Dragon Ball, during the era when Xiao Fang had transformed into an elderly woman. Bowsy Mountain had become even more desolate. Indeed, Dr. Breves paused in contemplation and remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Bowsy Mountain. "If the opportunity arises, please invite your family to visit my home. My wife has recently taken a fondness for entertaining guests with delightful pastries." Yagu sipped his tea, observing the delicate steam rising from the cup, and remarked, "I have no parents. I am now an orphan. Do not worry, Bao Mountain is merely a desolate area. And if I can survive there, how much easier it is in the city." Noticing Breves' sudden display of compassion, Yagu hastily added, substantiating his words with facts. "Currently, the doctor has facilitated my acquisition of company shares, which has resolved my survival concerns. Thus, Doctor, you have indeed rendered me immense assistance." Breves and his wife, known for their fondness for small animals and their nurturing nature, upon learning that the charming young boy was an orphan, contemplated bringing him into their home. Furthermore, their own child, Bulma, required companionship, and having the delightful Yagu around would certainly ease their minds. Upon hearing Yagu's explanation, Breves nodded silently in agreement, reassured by his words. "Well then, I feel at ease. However, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "I certainly will," Yagu replied. "And as I am unfamiliar with anyone in West City, I may need to trouble you with numerous matters in the future. As one of the world's foremost scientists and inventors, you undoubtedly possess a wealth of groundbreaking research that transcends this era. This inquiry was casually posed by Yagu, as he understood that Dr. Breves was not the malevolent type of scientist who would conduct experiments on humans. Without such trials, data could not be gathered, and without data, how could one discuss the success of an experiment? Moreover, examining the overarching narrative of Dragon Ball, it becomes evident that Dr. Breves' most significant contribution was nurturing his daughter, Bulma, and aiding her in developing the Dragon Radar. Additionally, he made substantial improvements to the gravity chamber and spacecraft. This illustrates that Dr. Breves' research and practical skills are formidable, rivaling those of the nefarious Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. As he conversed and sipped his tea, Yagu swiftly drained the contents of his cup. Before the nearby robot could refill his drink, he stood up and addressed Dr. Breves. Doctor, I have only just arrived, yet I must return now to organize my belongings. I beg your pardon for my abrupt departure. Ah, are you leaving already? Yagu displayed an expression of regret and said, I truly apologize, Doctor. Observing Yagu's demeanor, Dr. Breves found it inappropriate to continue, so he waved his hand and said, It's nothing, really. You visit my home sometime. Little Bulma would surely enjoy playing with you. Bulma, at this point, must be around 4 or 5 years old, Yagu thought to himself. After exchanging pleasantries with Dr. Breves, he took his leave. For Dr. Breves, this meeting was merely an opportunity to assess the individual who had prompted the king to send someone to discuss the division of company shares. After their encounter, Dr. Breves felt a favorable impression of Yagu. Upon departing from the Capsule Corporation, Yagu hailed a taxi. The driver, upon noticing a child of 3 or 4 years entering, widened his eyes in surprise and asked, Child, where are your parents? Why are you here all alone? Without explanation, Yagu produced a banknote and handed it to the driver, instructing him to take him to the Shidu soda manufacturing plant. This establishment was indeed his residence, bearing the same name it had originally held. The driver, clearly aware of its existence, gazed at the banknote yet refrained from taking it, continuing to inquire, Little brother, that is an abandoned factory. Where are your parents? Uncle. My family resides there. There is no need for concern, Yagu replied helplessly, addressing him as uncle. He possessed formidable methods to deal with malevolent individuals, but found himself perplexed when confronted by these kind-hearted and vulnerable souls. He was not one to wield power to oppress the weak for the sake of asserting dominance. Upon hearing the child's words, the driver glanced at the Universal Adhesive Capsule Company nearby, pondering that the factory must have been taken over after its closure. Very well. Uncle will take you there. Please keep the money. We shall settle the payment upon arrival. Buckle up. In this era, many vehicles were equipped with only 2 front seats. Yet this particular one, being a rental, had a back seat. Yagu settled into the vehicle, observing the scenes that flashed by outside. Shidu was bustling with life, featuring ground pathways and aerial thoroughfares enclosed within glass tubes, a spectacle that evoked awe. However, such splendor was confined to the heart of the city as one ventured outward. The road conditions reverted, revealing a stark contrast, with traffic becoming increasingly congested compared to the city center. In just 15 minutes, the driver halted before the entrance of the Shidu soda manufacturing plant. After collecting the fare, he remained puzzled by the dilapidated state of the factory, until he noticed Yagu receiving change and heading towards a location adjacent to a large factory building, revealing a modest 2-story dwelling. Oh, well, the driver thought, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the child resided in such a place, which appeared to have been covertly occupied. Should this land be taken over? It seemed likely that the child's family would find themselves without a home. Yagu strolled leisurely to his abode. The ground floor comprised a living room, which also featured a partitioned restroom, spacious enough to accommodate his needs. Within, he shed his trench coat and hood, donning instead a practice outfit. The room was adorned with a television, a sofa, a water dispenser, and a dining table. The windowsill was graced with several vases of flowers, enhancing the ambience. The white petals, the soft yellow curtains, the vibrant green vines, and the walls painted in shades of pale blue and pink combined to create an atmosphere that was both cheerful and refreshing. Having changed his attire, Yagu emerged from the restroom and took a few strides to the freezer, where he opened it and retrieved a light red box. Upon opening, the box revealed 2 halves, each containing 4 versatile capsules. These capsules were a deep crimson hue, each adorned with a white label indicating the contents within. The 8 capsules were meticulously arranged within their designated grooves. Yagu extracted one of the capsules with his right index finger, closed the box, and returned it to the freezer, securing the door of the chilling compartment. Clutching the versatile capsule, Yagu made his way to the most spacious area of the living room. He pressed the button atop the capsule, then, with a flourish, he flipped his right palm outward, casually discarding the capsule forward. As the dark red capsule was about to touch the ground, a resounding pop echoed, and a plume of white smoke enveloped the space. The capsule vanished, revealing a white storage box. The box, possessing a cubic meter in volume, was designed for low-temperature preservation. As Yagu approached the front, being of modest stature, he hastily retrieved a chair from beside the dining table and stood upon it to unfasten the box. The contents within were of his own selection, though he had yet to behold them. Leaning in for a glimpse, he discovered an array of delectable items: succulent beef, roasted duck, and braised chicken, all meticulously wrapped in foil. Due to their preservation at low temperatures, they required heating before consumption. A sense of joy welled within him at the prospect of indulging in such delights daily. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences endured on that unknown planet, Yagu felt a pang of sorrow. Even with the intent to cultivate diligently, hunger had often compelled him to cease his training. There, survival and satiating one's appetite were paramount. Chapter 13. Cultivation S. Sun-dried bamboo shoots expresses gratitude for the support received thus far, with 8 collections and 12 votes of recommendation. It is hoped that readers will provide further encouragement. Should you find this book worthy of your attention, please cast your vote. Thank you. And sun-dried bamboo shoots shall strive to improve. As Yagu savored large chunks of beef, he chewed a few times before swallowing them down. Reflecting on the abundance of delectable food he could now relish at will, he was reminded of his bittersweet past. A solitary boy, scarcely a month old, navigating the unfamiliar depths of a forest, forced to contemplate survival daily. Often, he faced hunger and the biting chill, enduring the pangs of deprivation. Slurping down the last of his milk in one breath, Yagu let out a burp, a small trickle of milk escaping the corner of his mouth. He paid it no mind, brimming with enthusiasm as he declared to the empty table littered with packaging, "From this day forth, my era shall commence. Everything I have yet to taste, experience, or utilize, everything I have never encountered in this life or the last, except for death, I shall embrace." He then added a crucial thought: the world of Dragon Ball is one where strength reigns supreme. In Dragon Ball GT and even earlier, if a Dragon Ball warrior sought to dominate the world, who could thwart them? Even the first generation of King Piccolo required the aid of Goku, fortified by the super divine water, to be vanquished, illustrating that with formidable power, anything can be attained. Retrieving a stack of black plastic bags from a nearby drawer, he brought them to the dining table. One by one, he stuffed the empty food wrappers into the bags, subsequently placing them in a designated area outside the factory, near the road. With a satisfied clap of his hands, he turned his gaze toward the factory building, which had undergone some repairs. Well then, today's training begins. Yagu swiftly dashed towards the factory. Although his stature was diminutive, his speed was remarkable, showcasing a physical prowess that surpassed that of the average individual. His previous victory over the modified human was largely due to opportunism. Even a typical martial artist would have easily triumphed over that incomplete creation. The factory itself sprawled over an extensive area, filled with an array of equipment designed solely for physical training. However, the apparatus within was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. A complex arrangement of sandbags was constructed, interconnected by numerous pulleys. Above these bags, mechanical devices were installed to store energy, enabling the transfer of force from any suspended sandbag to various other locations while simultaneously harnessing the energy accumulated prior. Once the entire sandbag system commenced operation, individuals within would face a barrage of training tasks designed to simulate attacks from multiple directions. To prevent the sandbags from being propelled away by Yagu's immense strength, he was required to wear specially designed gloves that alleviated impact. Moreover, the bags were not filled with heavy sand, but rather weighted plastic balls. This ensured that even if Yagu unwittingly exerted excessive force, he would not send them flying. Initially, in a bid to enhance the lethality of the sandbags and ensure the training was taken seriously, needles were incorporated. However, it was later deemed unwise, particularly in the absence of healing beans, as injuries, especially to the eyes, could prove disastrous. Additionally, there were heavy lead weights for strengthening the core and abdominal muscles. Other equipment included weighted training apparatus and instruments designed to assess the subtlety of one's control over energy, reacting swiftly to measure proficiency. With determination, Yagu propelled himself towards the central training area, commencing his regimen with push-ups, counting aloud as he descended. 1, 2, 3, 4. Human inertia is a formidable foe, without supervision. The question of how long one could persist loomed significantly. Yagu's foremost concern was this. His willpower would not be augmented merely by virtue of being a time traveler. In fact, the knowledge of the plot he possessed could potentially lead to adverse effects. 2 hours elapsed, and Yagu, trembling, struggled to perform push-ups at a painstakingly slow pace. 118, 119, 120. Upon completion, he collapsed onto the ground, reminiscent of an exhausted dog, gasping for breath. How wonderful it would be to move on to a set of sit-ups, after which he could proceed to other exercises. His self-imposed training regimen dictated 120 push-ups per set, 5 sets each day, with sit-ups following the same format. Next on his agenda were core exercises, sandbag drills, running, and swimming. These latter training activities could only be conducted outside the factory. Once his strength improved, he intended to incorporate weighted exercises throughout his entire training plan. Sweat streamed down his temples, forehead, nose, and chin, pooling beneath him where he had just completed his push-ups. He could bear it no longer. He craved water. Longing for hydration, Yagu licked his parched lips, mustering the strength to rise and stagger to a corner of the factory. His nearly exhausted body moved with the labored gait of an elderly man, bearing a striking resemblance to a patient suffering from Parkinson's disease. In that corner stood a water basin, adorned with an antiquated yet well-maintained faucet, a line specially installed to provide clean water in this abandoned factory setting. With a creaking sound, he twisted the faucet, allowing water to gush forth. Yagu lowered his head beneath it, relishing the refreshing flow. How delightful, how soothing. He had felt akin to a bun being steamed and nearly scorched. After quenching his thirst with several hearty gulps, Yagu checked the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. He could not afford to linger. He had to expedite the completion of his training tasks for the day. If he failed to adhere to his training plan on the very first day, continuing thereafter would prove exceedingly difficult, in both his past and present lives. Yagu firmly believed in the principle that 1 leads to 2, 2 to 3, and so forth. Without a strong beginning, a favorable conclusion is nearly unattainable. While others might defy this principle, he found it exceedingly challenging to do so. As he prepared for his final set of sit-ups, Yagu did not pause. After a quick sip of water, he gritted his teeth and dragged his weary body to the weights. Taking a deep breath, he squatted down to place the barbell upon his shoulders. Engaging in deep squats to strengthen his core was indeed beneficial, with each set consisting of 120 repetitions. Performed in 5 sets. Feeling the fatigue enveloping his body, Yagu counted aloud, pondering whether such exertion might leave hidden scars on his youthful form. It seemed prudent to enhance his strength swiftly and pay a visit to Karin Tower, soliciting some magical beans from Lord Karin. If only he could inquire about the cultivation methods for these beans, his training could proceed without limitations, provided, of course, that he remained unharmed. The subsequent exercises continued. Yagu pouring forth his sweat. Today, he had lost considerable time due to a visit to Dr. Brevis, compelling him to truncate his meditation on energy cultivation. If he could not grasp the essence of energy, he could at least regard this as a valuable training interval. The notion of comprehension alone suggests it is a time-consuming endeavor. 10 or 20 minutes would yield no significant results. When undisturbed, Yagu allocated 2 hours daily to this vital practice. Cultivating energy was of paramount importance. Sun Wukong's training journey exemplified this, demonstrating that the mastery of energy was the early advantage of Dragon Ball warriors over extraterrestrial foes. Without the ability to regulate energy, one could not harness their formidable strength. Relying on transformation, as Frieza did, was the most foolish approach. Should he fail to transform promptly, the consequences would be dire. By 9 o'clock that evening, Yagu finally completed his training for the day, which was originally scheduled to conclude by 6. Those who pursue martial arts must possess ample energy. And given that he was still a child, his innate propensity for sleep necessitated a regular sleep schedule for proper growth. Dragging his exhausted body, Yagu half closed his eyes as he ascended to the upstairs bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he lay in the bathtub, allowing the warm water to soothe his fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep in the tub. Suddenly, what was happening? The sound of rushing water jolted him awake. Yagu hastily dried himself, donned his pajamas, and dashed out of the bathroom, glancing at the clock situated in his room. On Yagu's weary face, a look of frustration emerged as he realized it was already midnight. How could this be? He had inadvertently slumbered in the water for nearly 3 hours. Observing his wrinkled skin and feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Yagu had no choice but to descend the stairs and retrieve the dinner he had prepared from the freezer. Chapter 15. The efficiency of responding to calls. Yagu gazed in astonishment at the figure clad in a black jacket. Observing this pallid youth who seemed utterly incapable of engaging in the nefarious trade of child trafficking, as he attempted to ensnare him with beguiling words. "Little friend." The man in the black jacket was about to speak when he suddenly saw a small fist growing larger before him. Before he could react, a resounding thud echoed in his mind. Following that, darkness enveloped him, and he felt as if his nose had been pierced by a power drill. Warm liquid gushing forth from his nostrils and mouth. With a single punch, Yagu brought down the man in the black jacket, who was hunched over, smiling faintly. Rather than flee, he shouted to the passers-by, "Help! There's a fraudster! Help! There's a fraudster!" There was no need to resort to violence unless it was certain that his fist could resolve the predicament, ensuring his own safety and the protection of his interests. Suddenly, the shouts echoed for 3 seconds before 2 or 3 police cars appeared on the street. Even though Yagu possessed remarkable strength, he could not comprehend how swiftly they had responded. Their speed was indeed extraordinary. Was the response time of law enforcement in this world inversely proportional to that of the real world? Contemplating the sluggishness of modern policing, he observed 6 officers clad in deep blue uniforms approaching him, and he instinctively accepted this reality. The 6 policemen arrived beside Yagu, first casting a glance at the man on the ground, who was covering his mouth and nose with both hands, before turning their astonished gazes toward the 3 or 4-year-old Yagu. Yagu, refusing to be outdone, gazed at them with his dark, luminous eyes. A policeman with a small mustache was the first to speak. "Little one, who injured this man?" "I did." "You?" The mustachioed officer looked at Yagu in astonishment. The 5 others nearby similarly turned their attention to Yagu, scrutinizing the child who stood merely over a meter tall, unable to reconcile how he could have brought down a youth who towered over him by nearly a head. 2 officers were assisting the man in the black jacket who lay on the ground, while another stood by, dialing for an ambulance. The leader among the police was the mustachioed officer before Yagu, accompanied by a young man with tousled black hair, exuding an air of competence. "Little one, it is not befitting for a good child to lie," the young officer remarked to Yagu in an urgent tone. In the days since his arrival on Earth, Yagu had often grappled with the burdens of his age. Unlike Vegeta, who would simply strike anyone who crossed him, Yagu, having come from a world of emotional detachment, found it difficult to respond coldly to those who were genuinely concerned, a sentiment all too rare. It was akin to a friendship where a single word could wound. Yet years might be needed to mend the rift. "Uncle, I am no longer a child. You should not regard me with such eyes." Suddenly, a thought struck Yagu, recalling a document entrusted to him when he was brought to West City by a general standing beside the king. He had stored it within his multifunctional capsule. "Please wait. I have something for you," Yagu addressed the officers. The 2 policemen confronting him exchanged glances, bewildered by Yagu's intentions. It was hard for them to accept that a 3 or 4-year-old child could topple an adult. Indeed, Yagu's demeanor was anything but childish. Yet the world was replete with prodigious children, even if they possessed intellect surpassing their years. They lacked the time to develop the worldview and values necessary to fully grasp their extraordinary capabilities. Yagu retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, an action that astonished the surrounding police officers, for the universal capsule has greatly aided humanity. However, not everyone can afford such a remarkable device. Some individuals have transformed mobile homes into universal capsules, others have modified vehicles, and some have even converted various weapons into these capsules. Regardless of the form, it signifies that these individuals are exceedingly wealthy. In contemporary society, the universal capsule, though seemingly commonplace, is not an object that ordinary people can possess. It is akin to an Audi in modern times. There are both affordable second-hand options and expensive models, yet none are within the reach of the typical working class. How do you possess a universal capsule? Is it your father's? The police officers were on high alert, much like a 4-year-old child brandishing a piece of gold, easily attracting the scrutiny of passers-by. Given Yagu's youth, the young officer quickly deduced the truth. Yagu was walking down the street when someone discovered the capsule concealed on him and attempted to seize it, only to be thwarted by a bodyguard secretly tasked with protecting the child. Indeed, that must be the case. The young officer nodded in affirmation, satisfied with his conjecture. Suddenly, with a loud bang, white smoke erupted and the capsule transformed into a box. The box was quite sizable, and a few police officers, along with curious pedestrians, gathered around to inspect it. Yagu opened the box and extracted a conspicuously apparent brown paper bag. He unfolded the bag and retrieved the documents within. "Officer, please take a look at this," he said. The mustachioed policeman glanced at Yagu and took the documents from his hand. Upon merely catching sight of the contents, he gasped in astonishment, a reaction that piqued the curiosity of the 5 officers nearby, who pondered what could possibly astound their captain. Could it be that this child possesses an extraordinary background? Indeed, it seemed likely. The young officer closest to the mustachioed man leaned in, extending his neck to catch a glimpse. Yet, just as he was about to do so, the mustachioed officer pushed him aside and solemnly returned the documents to Yagu. "All right. Young man, I understand. However, you must still report to the police station to provide a statement. Rest assured, it will not take much of your time." Yagu shrugged and said, "No problem. However, I would like to visit the Universal Capsule Company. After completing the statement, could you take me there?" The man with the mustache smiled and replied, "Rest assured, my child, this shall serve as compensation for the inconvenience caused. Let us take you along. We shall be on our way." After organizing the documents and placing the capsule at his waist, Yagu boarded the police vehicle, his gaze wandering restlessly. He was curious as to why his single shout had summoned 3 police cars. He, along with the mustachioed officer and the young policeman, occupied the same vehicle, with the latter at the wheel and the former in the passenger seat. Upon reviewing the documents signed by the general, the mustachioed officer deemed it unnecessary to provide Yagu with special protection, suspecting that the dark-clad individuals were covert operatives of the state assigned to guard him. The car moved at a leisurely pace, the scenes along the street gradually receding. Noticing Yagu gazing about in the back seat, seemingly burdened by some concern, the mustachioed officer inquired, "Yagu, what are you searching for?" He had learned Yagu's name from the document and did not turn his head while asking. Ignoring the rudeness directed at him, Yagu inquired, "Do you typically drive this slowly?" The speaker was not the mustache man, but rather a young officer, who attentively focused on the road ahead. They were approaching the bustling city center, and excessive speed could indeed lead to mishaps. "Drive carefully," the mustached man advised, before turning to Yagu to add, "In the event of an emergency, we will proceed at maximum speed." Before he could finish, the police radio crackled to life. "Attention, everyone. The Belly's Bank on No. 1 Street in Shidu is under robbery. Nearby officers are requested to assist immediately." The message was repeated twice, and the mustached man exchanged a knowing glance with the young officer, their silence communicating urgency. The young officer swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and simultaneously, the police sirens blared. He pressed the accelerator firmly, and the engine roared to life, pushing Yagu back into his seat. The force was not overwhelming, yet it was evident that the young officer had propelled the vehicle to its utmost speed. "Aren't you concerned about a collision?" Yagu pondered, observing the throngs of pedestrians and numerous cars lining the streets, contemplating the potential for disaster. Yet, there was no calamity. Yagu's keen eyesight quickly discerned that all individuals and vehicles ahead had cleared the way, as if a dedicated lane had been designated for the police's rapid passage. At the intersection, the traffic lights flickered brightly, signaling to pedestrians and drivers alike to exercise patience. This reality challenged Yagu's previous understanding. They were approximately 3 kilometers from No. 1 Street, yet the two had covered the distance in under a minute. Just moments earlier, he had been cautioned that speeding through the city center could result in accidents. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the vehicle had surged to a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Moreover, Yagu had observed with extraordinary clarity that 2 vehicles, previously blocking the road, were swiftly cleared away by bystanders. Truly remarkable. At this moment, Yagu could only express his astonishment with that simple exclamation, unable to find the words to adequately convey the efficiency he had just witnessed. Chapter 16. Yagu's disposition. When Yagu and his companions arrived, they observed that a dozen police cars were already stationed at the entrance of the bank. They could only park their vehicle further back. As soon as the car came to a halt, Officer Xiao Huzi and the young officer nearly leaped out, leaving the door ajar as they drew their weapons and rushed ahead, eager to gather first-hand information about the situation. Just then, Xiao Huzi recalled something. He turned to glance at Yagu in the car and shouted, "Yagu, stay inside the vehicle and do not come out." Without leaving anything behind, he swiftly dashed forward. Yagu remained quietly inside the car, descending from the police vehicle and gradually advancing forward. Not far ahead, a cordon had been hastily established by the police, with a throng of people gathered around, predominantly journalists. Progress straight ahead was obstructed, thus, he opted to detour. Casting a glance to either side, he observed that both the front and side entrances of the bank were guarded by officers, making a peaceful entry seem quite challenging. Realizing the lack of opportunity, Yagu relinquished his thoughts and approached a nearby police car. With a powerful push of his legs, he effortlessly leapt onto the vehicle, sitting cross-legged. He gazed at the unfolding scene between the police and the robbers. "You were surrounded. Surrender immediately and release the hostages." In a hushed tone, Yagu murmured to himself. Once again, these words, can't they be altered? If mere words could compel the robbers to surrender, they would have chosen a different path. As Yagu anticipated, a window of the bank suddenly shattered with a resounding crash. A burly man then raised a rocket launcher and shouted menacingly at the police outside, "Die." With a swift motion, he fired the rocket. The officer wielding the megaphone was so startled that he jumped, losing grip of the horn in the process. Fortunately, the officer beside him managed to evade the attack just in time. Despite the man's hefty build, he displayed remarkable agility, vacating the scene in a flash as the rocket hurtled toward them. The explosion reverberated with a thunderous roar, shattering the windows of several police cars nearby, rendering them likely beyond repair. Fragments from the rocket sent 2 officers crashing to the ground, and in the aftermath of the blast, their anguished cries echoed in the air. As Yagu observed the policemen dragging away the 2 fallen individuals, he pondered why there was no sniper present. With their efficiency, such an oversight seemed improbable. The 2 officers on the ground were bleeding profusely. Yagu had previously eliminated members of the Red Silk Army, yet in his recollection, they were merely villains, an antiquated notion that evil must be punished. In this straightforward world, discerning good from evil was effortless. Complexities of morality were absent. Resting his chin on his hand, Yagu contemplated the idea of intervening. Perhaps it would serve as an opportunity to elevate his notoriety. With fame comes attention, and with attention, the prospect of gain. The gold acquired from the Red Silk Army and the shares obtained from the omnipotent Capsule Corporation already ensured that Yagu would never face financial struggles in his lifetime. However, as a traveler from the 21st century, who would ever be dissatisfied with their wealth? Before Yagu's time travel, some pursued beauty, others sought power, and still others desired wealth. Yet for him, he was the one who would forsake beauty for money and relinquish riches for authority. Unfortunately, the intricacies of political maneuvering were too profound for him to grasp. Thus money remained the most tangible pursuit for Yagu. He could not decipher the hearts of others, leading him to maintain a distance from women. When it came to addressing physical needs, there were ample avenues available. As for love, he deemed it inconsequential, dismissing any notion of its worth. Strength equated to wealth, a formula Yagu formulated upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. Just contemplating the profits of Satan made it clear that Yagu had no faith in his ability to thrive solely through genuine skill. Thus, it was resolved. In a surge of excitement, Yagu rose from his meditative posture, the diminutive figure standing atop a police vehicle, blending inconspicuously into the surroundings. At that moment, the smoke from the explosion obscured the visibility of the bandits, presenting an opportune moment to act. However, Yagu harbored concerns about potential hostages in the hands of the criminals. Should he rush in to rescue, he feared it might lead to the loss of innocent lives, leaving him with a troubled conscience. Yagu harbors a fondness for wealth, yet his aspirations do not ascend to the divine heights that would allow him to enter the political arena. While surveying the entire edifice, he unexpectedly discovered a passageway inaccessible to others, the ventilation shaft. Indeed, why not infiltrate through here to neutralize adversaries from within, thereby ensuring the safety of the majority? Resolute in his decision, he leapt from the rooftop and unleashed his utmost velocity, completing a 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds. For a child of merely 3 or 4 years, achieving such a fearsome speed is remarkable. Although this pace may not impress the future generations of Super Saiyans, it is worth noting that during his training with Master Roshi, Goku demonstrated a 100-meter sprint in 5 seconds. By comparison, Yagu's achievement of 9 seconds at the tender age of 2 marks a significant advancement. His diminutive stature lends itself to stealth. He adopts a frog-like leap, dashing forward, then halting to conceal himself, before sprinting again and pausing to evade detection. In less than a minute, he arrived at the side ventilation shaft of the bank without arousing any suspicion. The wall presented an unbroken surface, with few footholds available. Yagu propelled himself forward, quickly scaling the wall with rapid steps. With a series of deft movements, he reached the barrier at the entrance of the ventilation shaft. Employing all his strength, he ensured his body could remain suspended for the briefest moment, as he had yet to master the art of flight. Although Yagu had seen the scene where Sun Wukong called Biddy Li's technique the dance of the void, his strength had yet to reach such heights. At that time, Biddy Li was, apart from the Dragon Ball warriors and Master Roshi, the strongest being on Earth. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he removed the grill from the ventilation duct. In this narrow alcove, Yagu extended his hand and, with a surge of effort, squeezed himself inside. This place is certainly no abode for humans. I am a martial artist. Yet I find myself amidst the local heroes. Complaints aside, for someone like Yagu, who has a slight penchant for cleanliness, the current situation was tolerable. He needed to swiftly resolve the issue with the robbers. It seems that upon my first arrival here, I witnessed a robbery. Could these be the same culprits? Suddenly, Yagu recalled witnessing a robbery upon his arrival in the western capital. At the time, he had paid little attention, but now, upon reflection, it seemed indeed to be the same group. As he cautiously crawled towards the other end of the corridor, he thought to himself, "You scoundrels, robbers are despicable. Your actions warrant execution, and your crimes are unforgivable. Now, while the divine may be powerless, I shall act." The notion of killing bore no weight upon Yagu. Not only had he taken lives before, but those who fervently worshipped money, valuing wealth over life, would scarcely regard human life, let alone their own. For Yagu, his affection for money was nothing to be ashamed of. The funds he acquired were legitimate, far more honorable than theft or robbery. What did it matter? Brother, these wretched police have cordoned off the area. Our comrades outside cannot breach the perimeter. What shall we do? A coarse voice reached Yagu's ears, momentarily startling him. Were there truly more brothers outside? How meticulous, how organized, how cunning. After a brief pause, he continued to maneuver his body. It matters not. We have over 30 hostages. From this moment forth, we shall execute one every 5 minutes. If the police injure one of our brothers, we will take 5 lives. Let us see how these fellows choose. Another voice, seemingly that of the leader, resonated with a somber tone. This time I was hasty. My apologies, brothers. Brother, what do you mean? It is all this scoundrel's fault. Following this, Yagu heard the sound of boots striking flesh, the rhythmic thud indicating a brutal assault. At this moment, Yagu climbed to an observation point and peered down, observing a slender young man brandishing an unfamiliar automatic rifle, who was violently kicking a corpse on the ground. Judging by the attire of the deceased, it appeared to be the bank president. With a disdainful pout, Yagu continued his search for an escape route. After all, he was directly above the bandits. Venturing down there would be courting disaster. In the original text, sniper rifles were ineffective against Sun Wukong. Yet even bullets striking him caused considerable pain. This illustrates that, even in the absence of formidable combat prowess, bullets can still pose a significant threat to Saiyans. Chapter 17. Experience. In less than 2 minutes, Yagu emerged from the passage, finally entering the bank. He found himself in a corner adorned with several lush plants, which provided ample cover for him to conceal his presence. From Yagu's perspective, the view was quite advantageous, allowing him to observe a considerable number of individuals, among whom were 2 men engaged in discussion. Stealthily surveying the layout of the bank, Yagu understood that his time was limited. Although this location provided some concealment, it was inherently unreliable, making it easy for him to be discovered. After all, in the vast expanse of the hall, a cluster of greenery would inevitably attract attention. With little time to spare, Yagu conducted a cursory observation and identified 4 robbers. Including the leader, 2 men stood in the center of the bank, their voices familiar to Yagu. Additionally, 1 thug guarded the hostages, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed ready to execute all nearby hostages at the slightest hint of trouble. Another burly individual, the one who had previously carried the rocket launcher, was resting in a corner. The lean man beside the robber leader continued to desecrate the corpse of the deceased bank president, while Yagu rolled his eyes, searching for a potential escape route. In such a situation, rushing out could likely lead to being surrounded by all 4 men, presenting a significant danger. However, if someone could reach his position, leveraging the advantage of speed to incapacitate 1 or 2 robbers in an instant, the ensuing events would become considerably more manageable. The placement of the precious pearl was somewhat precarious. If the robbers became aware of his location, the risk would escalate. Although Yagu worried that remaining here for too long could lead to peril, he lacked the confidence to act rashly. The lean man, having finished with the corpse, brandished an automatic rifle and approached the entrance, only to be halted by the robber leader's commanding voice. "Everything is fine. We have plenty of hostages. Do they dare to act?" The leader disregarded the man's comment, firmly instructing him to return and remain calm. "Stay here and do not stir trouble. Today, as circumstances have deviated from my expectations, do not create situations beyond my control." Seeing his leader's resolute demeanor, the lean man acquiesced with a grunt, retreating to a position not far from the hostages. "Robbers, you are completely surrounded. Surrender immediately," the leader commanded the slender man. "Understood," he replied, aiming his weapon at one of the white-collar workers, who appeared to be a bank employee. "Please, spare me." "Oh, please." The bank employee, feeling the cold steel pressed against him, trembled uncontrollably, his legs nearly giving way. Observing this man's desperate plight, Yagu could only sigh. Those lacking strength, when confronted with such dire circumstances, often reacted in this manner. Only individuals of extraordinary capability and vision could stand resolutely and advocate for resistance in such moments, asserting that if death were inevitable, it would be wiser to confront their captors rather than surrender. As Yagu organized his thoughts, the previous reflections evoked a myriad of memories. Though they bore no relevance to the current predicament, the lean bandit pressed the gun against the man's head, commanding him to rise and move slowly towards the door, urging him with an impatient tone. With a sharp crack, 3 bullets ricocheted near the man's feet, sending debris striking against him and eliciting anguished cries. Regrettably, no matter how demonstrative the man was in expressing his physical suffering, the robber remained unmoved. Observing the bandit's dwindling patience, the man, with a sorrowful countenance, inched his way towards the exit, fully aware that reaching that threshold would herald his demise. The bank employee trembled, silently beseeching, "Oh God, I implore you, save me, please." Just as the man approached a vantage point to behold the outside world, a thunderous sound erupted within the bank. It turned out that the individual wielding the rocket launcher was advancing towards Yagu, seemingly intent on peering through the window to assess the external situation. As the imposing figure of the rocket launcher bearer obscured the view of both the bandit leader and the lean thug, Yagu swiftly deduced their positions and sprang forth from his hiding place. With a precise kick, his small foot connected with the chest of the man wielding the rocket launcher. A brilliant white shockwave emanated from the point of impact, as the robust body of the rocket launcher man was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling towards the bandit leader. In that fleeting moment of descent, Yagu's right foot made contact with the ground, causing a shattering rupture beneath him. The earth fractured as he appeared, like a specter born of the wind, beside the lean thug, who stood bewildered by the sudden presence of a child. His mouth agape in astonishment, he uttered, "You." Yagu would speak to him, and with a swift kick, his foot struck between the legs of the slender man below. Upon being hit, the man emitted a sound reminiscent of a wolf's howl, a cry that only such a creature could produce. The gun he had been gripping since the beginning slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. The slender man clutched his groin with both hands, his eyes wide with shock, revealing only the whites, while his mouth frothily bubbled forth white foam. Yagu had not forgotten that there was still one individual he had yet to deal with. He swiftly caught the falling automatic rifle, turned, and hurled it towards the robber who was observing him amidst the hostages. As the weapon was released, a sense of foreboding washed over Yagu. He did not pause, but rather surged forward towards the assailant. The reason for his apprehension was clear. His throw had veered slightly off course. The robber, upon realizing that the one who had felled his comrade was merely a child, was momentarily taken aback, resembling a lean and wiry figure. However, he reacted with remarkable swiftness, particularly when he saw Yagu directing the gun towards him, prompting him to immediately crouch down. Bang! The firearm whizzed past the robber's head, crashing into the wall behind him, which instantly bore a gaping hole, with bricks and debris cascading outward. Infuriated, he thought to himself that neither he nor his comrades would survive this. Each robber had been assigned a specific task, and this particular one was responsible for dealing with the hostages, regardless of what transpired among the 3 outside. His aim remained fixed on them. In a mere instant, a dark shadow descended above the robber's head. Although he was reminded of his mission, the primal instinct for self-preservation was inescapable. Faced with the imminent peril from above, the robber clutched his gun and rolled inward with urgency. As Yagu landed, he swiftly realized that his adversary had evaded his assault. In a moment of resolve, he seized a fragment of broken tile from the ground and hurled it with great force towards the robber positioned a few meters ahead. Simultaneously, the robber, having adjusted the muzzle of his weapon during his roll, squeezed the trigger. The sharp report of the gunfire echoed in front, followed by the resounding thud of the brick striking the robber's forehead, splitting it open. Yagu's body was rigid as he beheld the robber collapsing before him, his head a gruesome mess. Yet, he found himself unable to move. Oh, the agony! A piercing pain radiated from his waist, leaving him perplexed as to why the robber had struck him in that particular spot. In a mere span of less than 5 seconds, Yagu executed his actions from start to finish. The bank employees and clients, still frozen in their positions, and the man at the bank entrance, whose legs had turned to jelly, all stared vacantly at the unfolding scene. The formidable figure of the gang leader, hurled to the ground by Yagu, struck his head against a metal chair, rendering him unconscious. As Yagu's experience gauge began to rise, it only increased slightly from 0.66 to 0.70. Gripping his waist where the bullet had struck, Yagu cursed under his breath, lamenting the inadequacies of the system designed by some dim-witted individual. Despite having fought valiantly in 2 consecutive battles, he was still at level 0. Yagu found himself perplexed. In a conventional game system, an increase in strength would correlate with a rise in level. Yet, he remained at level 0, raising the question of how he could possibly defeat the game's monsters. Furthermore, he pondered the meanings of combat activation and burst activation. Observing the combat system interface, he noted, level 0, current experience, 0.70, name, Yagu combat power activation, 10 burst activation, 15 combat level, beginner. It appeared that the elevation of his level bore no relation to his attack power. This contemplation led Yagu to a deeper understanding of his situation. "Ah, young man, are you all right?" A woman's voice broke through his thoughts as he intended to inspect his wound. It was one of the hostages taken by the robbers. After a brief moment of shock, the group quickly regained composure. Initially inclined to flee, they hesitated upon seeing the robbers incapacitated. Despite their anxiety, they remembered Yagu's bravery. The nearest bank employee was the first to react. "Quick, everyone, call for an ambulance." "Right, I'll make the call." Consequently, a flurry of activity ensued. Yagu examined his wound. The bullet had embedded itself in his skin but had not penetrated entirely. Indeed, the enhancement of his combat prowess proved beneficial, as the bullet had failed to breach his skin, much to his relief. The commotion within the bank inevitably attracted the police, who arrived in droves, armed and ready. Upon witnessing the fallen robbers, they were momentarily taken aback before swiftly subduing them. The officers, hearing that it was Yagu who had subdued 4 adult criminals, were left agape. "Wait, it's you?" exclaimed a mustachioed officer pushing through the crowd, his jaw nearly dropping. 3 hours later, Yagu departed from the hospital after completing his statements. Although he could have requested a police escort to the Universal Adhesive Company, he recognized the officers were occupied due to the recent resolution of the robbery case in West City. Understanding their busyness, he refrained from insisting on their assistance. He strolled leisurely through the streets for 3 hours, arriving at the Universal Adhesive Company, home of Dr. Breves, at 2 in the afternoon. Although journalists were present for interviews, Yagu, mindful of the formidable adversary still lurking on Earth, implored the police and bank personnel to keep his identity concealed. The police, dedicated to safeguarding the lives and property of citizens, and the grateful hostages, who owed their lives to Yagu, readily agreed to his request. However, the ever-persistent journalists, with their keen instincts, soon caught wind that the resolution of the crisis had been attributed to someone other than the police. "Oh, the Earth today? The Red Silk Army alone is enough to keep me on my toes. When will I be able to disregard such threats?" Yagu yearned for strength, greater strength. With a system dubbed Combat System embedded within him, although the correlation between its level advancement and his own prowess remained unclear, he was determined to seek out the Red Silk Army for experience once he had gained sufficient strength. Attention, citizens. We interrupt this broadcast with an important announcement. The police have confirmed the specifics of the recent robbery gang, with 3 individuals apprehended, 1 deceased, and 3 still at large. As Yagu gazed at the news broadcast on the large screen across the street, he mused upon the remarkable efficiency displayed. It seemed that this city was devoid of the ubiquitous surveillance cameras. Despite the scarcity of monitoring devices, the authorities were able to swiftly identify the remaining assailants after apprehending 3 criminals. Filled with admiration, Yagu pressed the doorbell of Dr. Briff's residence. "Hello, who may I assist you?" The voice was monotonous, lacking the fluctuations characteristic of human speech. Recognizing it was a robot, Yagu replied, "I am Yagu, here to see Dr. Briffs. Please, come in." The door opened, and Yagu entered, the door closing behind him. As he was about to proceed further into the house, the robot he had encountered previously maneuvered towards him from the corner of the lawn. "Greetings, Mr. Yagu. Please follow me." Yagu followed closely behind the robot, observing as it led into the rear yard of Dr. Breves' residence. He inquired, "Has the doctor completed my gravity chamber?" The robot, constructed entirely of tin, displayed no expression as it succinctly replied, "It is finished. You were summoned." Nodding in acknowledgement, it offered no further elaboration. The robot's responses were straightforward, offering no insights into more intricate matters. Yagu, suppressing his impatience, proceeded to the rear yard of the Universal Capsule Company. "Ah, there it is, the gravity chamber." Upon passing through the archway into the garden, Yagu beheld a circular instrument exuding a modern aura, its surface distinctly different from the surrounding structures. Adorned with black and white rings, prominently featuring the emblem of the Universal Capsule Company, Yagu swiftly arrived before the imposing structure, exclaiming in awe at its sheer magnitude. It was truly colossal. He recalled the gravity chamber of Sun Wukong, which was no larger than an ordinary room. Yet, the gravity chamber that now loomed before him was as grand as 3 towering 3-story buildings, an absolute behemoth. "Ah, Yagu, you've arrived," came the voice of Dr. Briefs, whose head poked out from the entrance of the gravity chamber. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he held an instrument designed to measure a certain variable in his hand. Yagu humbly lowered his demeanor, respectfully standing outside the gravity chamber, responding with a shy smile. "Yes, doctor. Is this the gravity chamber? It is quite large. Indeed, this is the gravity chamber. Despite my efforts to reduce its dimensions, it remains at this size. Moreover, I have incorporated numerous enhancements to achieve a capsule form," Dr. Brevis explained, elaborating on some technical aspects before concluding with a persuasive tone. "The chamber's limit is set at 100 times Earth's gravity. This is the best data achievable under current conditions." "Why?" Yagu inquired, puzzled. "It should be feasible to force an increase, considering there are still over a decade until the Namekian conflict. However, Dr. Brevis, having acquired alien technology, the spacecraft, managed to manufacture a vessel of terrestrial design in just a few years. With his intellect, how could he be stymied by such a minor issue?" Dr. Brevis responded. "Current components suffer significant damage under conditions exceeding 100 times gravity. Mishandling could jeopardize lives. My advice is to avoid activating the chamber at 80 times gravity. However, you likely won't need it. Remember this information, all right?" "I understand, Doctor." Yagu nodded decisively, trusting that anything produced by Brevis would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. He firmly believed that Bulma's genius was inherited from him, not her mother. Dr. Brevis took a puff from his cigarette, then retrieved cat food from his work attire to feed a small black cat sitting nearby. Yagu found it difficult to articulate his admiration for this compassionate yet eccentric scientist. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Doctor, may I inquire if the gravity chamber is complete? I would like to take it." While conversing with the cat, Dr. Brevis turned to Yagu and replied, "Not yet. The restroom, sound system, and bedroom have yet to be designed. Please be patient for another 5 days." Although Yagu was aware of Dr. Brevis's meticulous nature regarding trivial details, he was surprised at the thoroughness of his considerations. After all, he viewed the gravity chamber merely as a training facility, not as a place to reside like Sun Wukong, who could spend days inside without concern for basic necessities. "That won't be necessary, Doctor. I believe it will suffice as is. Could you teach me how to operate it?" Dr. Brevis asked, puzzled. "You wish to use it now? The most fundamental living facilities are incomplete. While it can be used in a makeshift manner, it will be quite inconvenient." Waving his hand, Yagu feigned innocence, saying, "Doctor, rest assured, I do not intend to treat the gravity chamber as a home." Dr. Brevis approached Yagu, gently patting his head, and nodded, "You have a point. This apparatus is quite dangerous. It is best to maintain a safe distance. I truly hesitate to entrust it to you." "No, I must take it back, Doctor. Please, expedite the instruction on its operation." Yagu was keen to avoid any complications from Dr. Brevis. "Very well, follow me inside." As Dr. Brevis led the way, he suddenly remarked, "Your timing is unfortunate. If you had come this morning, you could have met Bulma and her mother. They went to the amusement park for lunch. Would you like to wait for their return and join us for dinner? Bulma and her mother would surely enjoy your company." What a ridiculous notion, Yagu thought, inwardly cursing. He had no desire to involve himself in such chaotic affairs. "No, that's not necessary. I have matters at home. Doctor, please come in swiftly." "All right." Dr. Brevis paused, somewhat regretful for not having the opportunity to invite Yagu to dinner with his family. Dr. Brevis's explanation lasted 15 minutes, and after Yagu confirmed the absence of errors, the two exited the gravity chamber. At the chamber's exit, they found a button. Upon pressing it, the massive gravity chamber transformed into a capsule amidst a resounding thud and a cloud of white smoke. Yagu effortlessly grasped it in his hand. "Doctor," Brevis observed Yagu and asked, "Are you truly not going to join us for dinner? The culinary skills of Bulma's mother are exceptional. Plus, little Bulma would surely take a liking to you." Yagu harbors little affection for Bulma, while simultaneously fearing that a closer relationship with her might disturb his peace for various reasons. This is not an exaggeration. Yagu has never doubted Bulma's propensity for trouble. He possesses a clear understanding of his own limitations. In terms of willpower, resilience, and the pursuit of martial arts. He is far from being a match for the likes of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Such disparities cannot be bridged merely by proclaiming one's fate as self-determined. If it were that simple, he would have declared it long before his journey began. Yet the reality is stark. He is merely a graduate of a mediocre university, toiling in a low-paying job, a far cry from the exceptional individuals earning six-figure salaries. The differences between individuals are indeed palpable. Some possess innate talent but lack perseverance, while others exhibit tenacity devoid of natural ability. In this realm, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exemplify those who are both talented and determined, whereas Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, and Trunks represent those with talent but little resolve. Conversely, characters like Piccolo and Tien Shinhan illustrate the archetype of individuals who possess determination yet lack inherent gifts. From the perspective of combat in Dragon Ball and the quest for martial excellence, Sun Wukong unquestionably stands as the foremost figure, followed closely by Vegeta, who is not far behind. Next in line are the likes of Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, followed subsequently by Krillin and others. Yagu believed that his pursuit of martial arts was only at the level of Klin, and he felt he could not even reach the dedication of Tianjin Fan. Therefore, if he did not lay a solid foundation now, he feared he might follow the path of those who have succumbed to mediocrity, completely withdrawing from high-level combat. Half an hour later, Yagu left the Universal Adhesive Company, hailed a taxi, and headed home. Chapter 19. The journey begins. Mogulai, are you speaking the truth? In a hotel room in the heart of West City, a bearded man questioned the man before him. The man seated on the sofa had a broad forehead, gaunt cheeks, and drooping eyelids, as if he had not slept for many days. Indeed, I have located the bank's hostages. They were sabotaged by that wretched child, he replied. Beside him stood a long-haired man clutching a bottle, wearing a floral bandana, who took several hearty swigs from the bottle. Laden, we must avenge our brother. That little brat must learn the consequences of his actions, he exclaimed vehemently. Once I find him, I will make him pay dearly. Fuss, calm down. We cannot act recklessly if we wish to rescue our leader, the bearded man warned with a grim expression. The gaunt man beside him nodded in agreement. Laden, I believe Fuss has a point. It is far too difficult to save our brother in such a short time, especially since he has already killed our third brother. Even if our leader is here, we must first pay our respects to the spirit of the third brother. Laden, the bearded man, replied, I will avenge this wrong. But our foremost priority is to remain calm. That child is not going to escape. Why the rush? Also, refrain from gathering information again. The police will undoubtedly investigate the hostages first, and we will be implicated. After some time, when the heat dies down, I will ensure he suffers beyond imagination. At this moment, Yagu stood beside the factory, the gravity chamber having reverted from its capsule state. Ah, splendid. With this, I can train within, he thought. However, his burgeoning enthusiasm quickly waned as he recalled that Sun Wukong adapted to 100 times gravity in just 6 days, largely due to the miraculous recovery effects of the divine beings. Lacking such resources, he wondered if he could similarly acclimate in a mere 6 days. Furthermore, training like Sun Wukong could easily exhaust one's vital essence. Alas, I must be prudent and progress steadily. Once my strength is sufficient, I will seek out the immortal Kalen. Though these individuals may not capture the attention of others in the later stages, their insight is unparalleled. On his way back, Yagu purchased an abundance of food from the supermarket, enough to last him for half a month. He decided not to touch the exercise equipment in the factory for now, prioritizing his adaptation to the gravity chamber's weight. Running, push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps, many simple exercises requiring no additional equipment, would aid him. Yagu was not interested in sculpting his muscles for aesthetic appeal. He merely sought to enhance his combat prowess. Just look at the later version of Fat Buu, who, despite his bulk, could easily overpower both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. In the following days, Yagu immersed himself in training. The bank robbery incident had granted him some notoriety at the police station, but through military connections, any lingering effects had been erased. Each day, he engaged in repetitive movements, running with weights in the gravity chamber, continuously performing push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps. Occasionally, Yagu would devise challenging maneuvers, such as flipping forward and landing on one hand, using sheer strength to execute another flip purely with his arms. Time passed unnoticed as Yagu diligently trained. As the years rolled by, some training equipment was gradually relocated to the gravity chamber. Its spaciousness allowed for an abundance of items without crowding the area. 3 years later, Yagu was 5 years old. On a sweltering summer day, the city felt oppressive. A few kilometers from the West City soda ash manufacturing plant, Several construction teams worked amidst the ruins of a demolished factory. During the peak heat of noon, everyone retreated to the shade, waiting for the sun to descend before resuming work. Old Juan, all the nearby factories have been torn down. Why has that one remained? A middle-aged man asked, taking a swig of beer. The foreman glanced in the direction indicated, recognizing the West City soda ash manufacturing plant, which had been around for many years. He recalled visiting it before, noting a newer building adjacent to it, seemingly marked with the emblem of the Universal Adhesive Company. That site has already been purchased. They just haven't begun demolition yet. I suspect they are deliberating what to construct once it is cleared, since it is destined for demolition. Why leave it standing? Such places left to decay can attract all sorts of trouble. Abandoned factories often become havens for delinquent youths, leading to numerous heinous crimes, the foreman observed. However, the foreman chuckled. You are mistaken. That area has never hosted any severe crimes. In fact, it has become a nightmare for those who dare enter. Any ruffians or villains that venture there are swiftly apprehended by the police. Some are skeptical. Is it truly that remarkable? It couldn't possibly be a gathering place for criminals. No, I have been there, and it seemed only a child was present, he replied. A child? The onlookers expressed their astonishment. The foreman, recalling his brief conversation with the child, was at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, a very unique child. At that moment, the foreman's unique child was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a large puddle of sweat. His bare body glistened with perspiration, beads forming on his forehead, cheeks, and back, pooling beneath him. Huff, huff, huff. This is no ordinary feat. I can't believe after 3 years, I still haven't acclimated to 40 times gravity. Yagu muttered, both exhausted and frustrated. The gravity of planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, which meant you should have adapted to 10 times gravity. Hence, over the 3 years, as a Saiyan, he needed only to adjust to the levels of 20, 30, and 40 times gravity. Yet, it was only 2 months ago that he had barely managed to adapt to 30 times gravity, and now, the sudden leap to 40 times proved overwhelming. Yagu exerted himself to lift his body, turning over to lie on the ground, careful to avoid letting his form be drenched by the moisture beneath him. Nevertheless, adapting to 30 times the gravitational force at the tender age of 5 is quite commendable. Although he had not tested his current capabilities, he believed he should be able to ascend the Karin Tower. His thoughts wandered to the formidable Yajirobe, who was certainly impressive in strength, yet, Yagu mused. He could not possibly be inferior to the version of Yajirobe who crossed paths with Goku. After pondering for some time, Yagu remained uncertain, suspecting he might still fall short. He found it challenging to gauge his own prowess. After 3 years of rigorous training, Yagu felt confident enough to challenge the Karin Tower. Yet, he still struggled to assess his own strength accurately. With Kalin's guidance, he anticipated that the endeavor would be significantly less daunting. Furthermore, the abundance of Senza beans at Kalin's disposal had long piqued Yagu's interest. The thought of bringing some back for Dr. Briefs to study and subsequently mass-produce filled him with excitement. After lying on the ground for an hour, Yagu rose to deactivate the gravity chamber. He then exited the room and, upon stepping outside, pressed the compression button to convert the gravity chamber into a capsule. A loud bang erupted as a cloud of white smoke ascended, and Yagu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he deftly caught the capsule in his right hand. Resolved, he determined to set forth the following day. With a fierce grip, he clenched his fist, the momentum radiating from him igniting like a blazing flame. As for the location of the Karin Tower, while it may not be the tallest peak in the world, with a little inquiry, one could certainly discern its direction, much like how, in the 21st century, one might ask which mountain holds the title of the highest in the world. Yagu returned to his personal cabin, entered the bathroom, attended to his essential physiological needs, and subsequently took a refreshing shower. He then contacted the military station near West City, informing them of his impending departure for an indefinite period, possibly lasting months or years, and requested them to look after his affairs, without mentioning the expletive-laden tirade directed at him by the person on the other end of the line. Yagu tidied up his belongings before settling in the living room on the ground floor. There, he activated the air conditioning, savored some fruit, and leisurely watched television, quietly relishing the rare tranquility of the moment. Coincidentally, 6 days prior, 3 prisoners had escaped from a penitentiary located 10 kilometers outside West City. These individuals were part of a gang that had committed a bank robbery 3 years earlier. Consequently, a manhunt had been issued across all territories governed by the planetary government. Regrettably, this news, which had also made headlines, went unnoticed by Yagu. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what further knowledge he could acquire from the Dragon Ball world and how he could enhance his strength. Chapter 20. Outing as the sun reached its zenith, Yagu, clad lightly, sprinted along the mountain path. He had chosen the direction of the Karin Tower and proceeded in a straight line, continuously increasing his speed. Over the years, he had not neglected his training in the flying technique, yet for reasons unknown, its effectiveness remained limited. Although he could soar into the air, it lacked grace. Thus, in combat or travel, he refrained from showcasing his half-hearted flying skills. It had been half a month since Yagu departed from West City, and he encountered no incidents along the way. The mountain inhabitants were quite hospitable, often approaching the young Yagu to inquire if he had lost his way, with some even offering to help him find his parents. However, after running for a while today, he sensed something amiss. He halted and surveyed the ground around him. There were signs of cultivated land and numerous channels bearing the marks of human construction, yet for some inexplicable reason, not a soul was in sight. Moreover, Yagu's eyes beheld a desolate landscape, characterized simply by a severe lack of water. He crouched down, scooping a handful of earth, crumbling the dry clumps in his palm, and pondered. Just yesterday, those areas appeared to be thriving. How has the drought become so dire here? Rising to his feet, he brushed off the adhering dirt and continued on his journey. With no one in sight, under the blazing sun, and devoid of any shade indeed. Even the visible trees stood bare of leaves. Yagu resumed his rhythmic calling as he dashed along the mountain path. Stop right there. Suddenly, a bald man wielding a cleaver leapt out from the side of the path, shouting menacingly at Yagu. As Yagu observed the actions of the other party, he was nonetheless taken aback by the strikingly oriental appearance of the individual before him. Not only was he bald, but he also sported a goatee on his chin. This man possessed a broad, hefty face adorned with a tuft of dark chest hair protruding from his open, short jacket. He wore a fabric belt to secure his dark trousers and donned straw sandals, presenting an incongruous sight, particularly with the menacing knife he carried. The robust figure before him was of an extraordinary height, easily towering at 3 meters, while Yagu himself stood merely at 1 meter 23, rendering him a diminutive presence in comparison. Hey, why are you such a little one? The intimidating man seemed poised to utter something, but upon noticing Yagu's youthful stature, his bravado diminished. Casting a glance around the mountain path, he found no trace of anyone else besides the two of them. Yagu found the situation somewhat amusing. As for the robber, Yagu was uncertain how to judge him. At least in this world, dominated by the Red Silk Army, many robbers were not driven by choice, but rather by the dire circumstances of survival. Of course, those involved in the bank heist in West City 3 years ago were a different matter. They acted out of malice and deserved not only punishment, but also death. Yagu was unaware that the adversary had already escaped from prison. Observing the large man, who whimsically turned his head from side to side, as if searching for his parents amidst the crevices of stone, Yagu couldn't help but chuckle. Big fellow, it's just me here. Are you planning to rob me? The robber, though appearing somewhat foolish, gave off an impression of inherent goodness despite it being their first encounter. As Yagu pondered the desolate landscape devoid of rain, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. What? Just you alone, little one, mustn't tell lies. The towering figure clearly expressed disbelief. Setting aside his formidable sword upon the adjacent mountain path, the hefty blade clanged against the rocks, creating a resounding echo, and a small chink appeared in the stone where it struck. Squatting down, he rested his hands upon his knees, his fierce demeanor dissipating, and with a seemingly simple expression, he addressed Yagu. Tell big brother, where are your parents? Before he could finish his sentence, the giant's body was propelled backward with the force of a cannonball. As Yagu extended his right fist, his expression resembled that of someone suffering from a toothache, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a layer of goosebumps rising upon his skin. How revolting. He thought to himself, you call yourself an elder brother? And seeking your father? I'm about to hurl. At that moment, he spotted a stout man with a round face, particularly marked by a tuft of goatee on his chin, who, in an exceedingly earnest tone, proclaimed himself as the elder brother. Yagu felt as if his heart was being reeled in by the sheer impact of those words. The potency of his declaration was overwhelming. A chill swept through Yagu, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The large man, who had been flung several meters away, emitted a sound, prompting Yagu to wear a peculiar expression. Logically, it shouldn't have happened so swiftly. Yet, it dawned on him that in this era of Earth, many individuals possessed formidable strength and remarkable physiques. Thus, it was not surprising for this fellow to awaken so quickly after receiving a punch. The hefty man twitched a few times before leaping up with a sudden swiftness, only to embarrassingly crouch down, covering his face with his hands and letting out a loud wail. Ah, it hurts like hell. It's so painful. Oh, it's killing me. Yagu's lips quivered as he pondered whether to inquire about the reason this place had become so infused with the yellow butterfly's essence. Wait a moment. It seems I've forgotten something. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ah, that's it. With a clap of his palms, he recalled the battle system. Just moments ago, he had vanquished the giant. It is worth noting that he had not engaged in combat for the past 3 years and was entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of the battle system. What puzzled him was that the battle system still displayed level 0, current experience 0, 70, name, Yagu combat power activation, 10 burst activation, 15 combat level, beginner low tier. What was going on? Having defeated this foe, why did his experience remain at merely 0, 70? Confused, Yagu glanced at the giant who was currently massaging his head, wondering if the man needed to lose consciousness for him to gain experience. No, that didn't seem right. It should suffice for the opponent to simply surrender. Perhaps a few more strikes would clarify the matter. Resolute, Yagu swiftly maneuvered behind the giant and leapt, delivering a rapid elbow strike to the back of the giant's neck. The giant let out a grunt of pain, his massive frame swaying before finally collapsing in defeat. Stirring up a cloud of dust, once again focusing on the battle system, he noted that his experience remained at 0, 70. But there was now a green upward arrow beside it. The green arrow signified an increase, yet 3 years ago, defeating a mere soldier of the Red Silk Army had granted him an experience boost of 0, 10. Why then, after besting a formidable opponent, was he receiving nothing more than a fraction of that? Frustration welled within him. Who can explain what assistance this battle system is meant to provide me? His angry voice echoed along the mountain path. Suddenly, he sensed an ambush. Despite his displeasure, Yagu remained vigilant, noticing several stones being hurled at him from a distance. He quickly braced himself. The assailants were mere commoners, posing no threat to him, thus he effortlessly dodged their projectiles. Who dares? Show yourselves. Although he knew their physical prowess could not match his own, he was aware that if they wielded firearms, they could pose a serious threat. No response came, and more stones tumbled down from the hillside. Carefully evading them, Yagu felt his anger rise. He glanced at the path and then at the fallen giant. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could these attackers be children? Based on the earlier antics of the giant, Yagu surmised that those on the hillside were indeed youths. However, he could not allow this to continue. Approaching the unconscious giant, he called out loudly to the unseen assailants on the slope, "Cease at once, or I shall not hold back." As anticipated, the barrage of stones came to an abrupt halt. Yagu effectively utilized the large fool as bait for intimidation. Thus he resolved to continue this tactic. "Come out. Do you wish to test my patience? Step forward." His voice was clear, albeit not very loud, yet sufficient for those hidden behind the hillside to hear. However, they remained motionless, seemingly engaged in a discussion of some sort. Yagu, wishing to avoid further complications, retrieved a knife from his backpack, intending to peel some fruit. "If you do not emerge soon, I shall take action." "Wait, we will come out. Just do not resort to violence." Chapter 21. Inquisition of Reasons S. The audience is sparse, hence I intend to decelerate its pace. My sincerest apologies to those who have consistently supported this book. Yagu gazed at the two boys before him, both taller than himself, and at that moment, they resembled mice confronted by a cat. Their faces were smeared with dirt, not in a disheveled manner, but rather as if they had deliberately applied a light coating of mud, believing it would lend them an air of bravado as they attempted to emulate a robbery. His eyes shifted to the large figure lying nearby, raising an eyebrow in recognition. Indeed, they were fledglings. Alas, it was acceptable, though the specific numbers were obscured. His experience had undeniably increased. Fixating on the two children standing beside the large figure, they seemed to be attempting to shield one another. Yet they understood that their strength was no match for Yagu, leaving them standing there with awkward expressions. Yagu inquired, "What are your names and where do you reside?" He did not ask about their origins, for he had no intention of traveling, and thus could not possibly remember the villages nestled within the mountains. Even if they divulged such information, he would remain oblivious to the locations of these hamlets. The two children were of similar height. One sported a buzz cut, his freshly shorn hair barely beginning to grow back, while the other had disheveled locks, matted together due to a lack of water for washing, appearing greasy and dull, which was rather unsettling to behold. Upon hearing Yagu's question, they exchanged glances, after which the child with the buzz cut spoke. I am Ali, and he is Gumai. He is Greensmuller. Our village is not far from here. We are the only village in this vicinity. Although nearing 10 years of age, he remained but a child, with limited coping abilities and in a position of vulnerability, readily revealing his own information. Does Ali refer to a giant, Greensmuller? What a peculiar name, one child remarked, wrinkling their nose at the mention. Upon hearing Ager's comment about the oddness of the name, the two children exchanged glances, their thoughts steeped in silent mockery. What is so strange? You, who are younger than us, display such prowess. Now that is truly unusual. No, it would be more accurate to label you as a prodigy. What is the matter with you? Is this your first time robbing someone? Such a lack of finesse, came the retort from Gumai. How did you know? This exchange, if witnessed by outsiders, might leave them utterly astounded. Ager, wishing to avoid dwelling on such trivial antics, diverted the conversation. Have you been waiting here for several days? Ali cast a glance at Gumai, who reciprocated with a look of inquiry. After a moment of silent understanding, Ali, with a bemused expression, inquired. How did you know we have been waiting for quite some time? Yaga chuckled helplessly and remarked, Isn't that obvious? One glance and it's clear that fellow is a novice. Moreover, when it comes to robbing, one must consider the surroundings in this desolate wilderness. How many would venture here? If bandits and outlaws were as inept as you, they would have perished from hunger long ago. Elia lowered his head in frustration, uncertain whether to advise caution for next time or to wait until they became more adept. Greensmuller, having been knocked unconscious by Au, would take quite a while to regain consciousness. Au turned to the two youths before him, who were both significantly shorter, and with a serious expression inquired. Let us return to the matter at hand. You ought to explain to me why you resorted to robbery on the road. Although this may be your first offense, do you believe it is comforting for those who travel to have their belongings stolen? What if the money was intended for saving a life? We will clarify this. If it truly is for life-saving purposes, we shall not take it. Gumai responded without hesitation, gazing with amusement at the boy before him. A playful expression emerged on his face as he remarked, You are robbers, yet you speak of morals? The youth was momentarily taken aback by Au's words. The situation was indeed paradoxical. Nonetheless, he mustered the courage to reply, If they are villains, we will rob them. If they are good people, we will let them pass. Enough, Au interrupted, gesturing dismissively. In any case, you have no business here. Returning to the previous question, why engage in robbery? Gumai then turned to Aliu, who continued. Our village is suffering from a lack of water, and crops are failing. The food stores in our village are dwindling. Thus, we resorted to this method. Why not leave the village? The world outside is vast, Au suggested, gesturing towards the lying Greensmuller. With his physique, even if he is not a soldier, he could serve as a bodyguard, earning several thousand each month. A brother like Greensmuller would never abandon us to fend for ourselves, Aliu retorted vehemently, only to lower his head under Au's piercing gaze. Agu exhibited no interest in engaging with the juvenile, casting a glance at Greensmuller before shaking his head. This gesture, perceived by the two children as a blatant affront to their elder brother Greensmuller, filled them with indignation. Yet, they found themselves powerless against Agu, and thus, they puffed their cheeks in fury, glaring at him. It was a pity such a fine physique wasted. Gumai glared at Agu, momentarily disregarding their disparity, and demanded, What do you mean pity? If it weren't for your sneak attack, Greensmuller would have easily brought you down already. Yaga remarked, his abilities are rather lacking, given his impressive physique. He should participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The two children exclaimed in unison. Nodding his head, Yagu elucidated, indeed. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 4 years, and the champion is awarded a staggering prize of 500,000. 500,000. Their voices suddenly escalated. Yes, 500,000. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament occurs every 4 years. When Sun Wukong was 12, he participated, while Krillin was 13. Since then, the tournament has gained immense influence and has transitioned from being held every 4 years to every 3 years. Observing the gleeful expressions on the children's faces, Yaga chuckled. There are many formidable individuals in this world. Aside from the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, various fighting competitions are held globally, offering substantial prizes for champions. Those with strength can challenge one after another. We will definitely go. Brother Greensmuller is so formidable, he is bound to claim the championship. Yagu was somewhat at a loss for words regarding the two children, unable to comprehend the source of their confidence, especially when the individual named Greensmuller was evidently so feeble. Take me to your village. Upon hearing Yagu's words, Ali and Guma were taken aback, their hearts filled with apprehension at the thought that Yagu might be seeking their family. Yagu approached Greensmuller, lifting him effortlessly with one hand, though the latter's limbs remained sprawled on the ground. It would likely take some time for him to recover. Well, it would be best to wait until he regains consciousness. What a nuisance. Had I known, I would have learned how to rouse someone from unconsciousness. Yagu mused as he gently placed Greensmuller back on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had firmly convinced Aleyu that he was indeed a creature of extraordinary prowess, while simultaneously giving the impression that Yagu was displaying his strength before them. After several exchanges, the two children realized that Yagu was not a malevolent figure, which alleviated their concerns significantly. May I inquire when Brother Greensmuller will awaken? They had checked and confirmed that Greensmuller had merely fainted. Yagu cast a glance at him, rubbing his palms together as he replied, I do not know. By the way, you have turned to banditry due to the village's water scarcity. Was it always like this here? No, he responded. The lack of water began abruptly last year, and everyone has been quite anxious, contemplating the dire situation facing their village. Both Yali and Gyun felt a heavy gloom descend upon them. They could not fathom why the river had inexplicably vanished. A group from the village had ventured to seek the river's source, only to discover a mere trickle of water at the mouth of the Devil's Valley. And what lies beyond? Did you dare to enter? That is the Devil's Mountain. How could one possibly go in? Yali exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. After contemplating for a moment, Yagu resolved to assist them by venturing into the so-called Demon Mountain. The essence of the combat system lies in battle, and moreover, such an endeavor aligns with his character. After all, he hails from a modern society. Were he still in that contemporary world, Yagu would undoubtedly have remained an observer, regardless of his capabilities. Merely envisioning the aftermath of entangling oneself in trouble is enough to evoke a sense of revulsion. Most individuals, having experienced and witnessed such situations firsthand, would develop a form of immunity upon encountering similar circumstances again. This reflects a societal issue as well as the government's efficacy in educating its citizens. There are no students who cannot learn, only teachers who fail to instruct, albeit this may be an extreme assertion. However, when such incidents occur in rapid succession, he finds himself astonished and occasionally ponders what he would do if such events transpired in his vicinity. The combat system is of paramount importance. Since it has manifested alongside him in the Dragon Ball universe, it must possess unique attributes. Furthermore, given the existence of the two-dimensional world, why should he not explore other realms through the lens of the combat system? These thoughts may be mere fantasies, yet they represent a noble aspiration. Chapter 22, demonstrating strength. An hour passed, and Greensmuller gradually awoke. As he lingered in a state between slumber and consciousness, a hand suddenly slapped against his face, accompanied by a youthful voice ringing in his ears. Hey, wake up, wake up! Greensmuller felt utterly miserable. He yearned to drift back into slumber and mumbled sleepily. Don't forget the wheat, let me sleep a little longer. In his dazed state, his words were quite indistinct, yet those around him understood clearly. Yagu cast a glance at the embarrassed expressions on the faces of Gumai and Yali, shrugged, and decided to proceed with my method. The other child regarded him with a peculiar gaze, curious about what this method entailed. Clenching his fist and applying a bit more force, he swiftly struck Greensmuller in the chest. Gumai and Yali were taken aback by Yagu's approach, immediately shouting, What are you doing, you jerk? After their outburst, both rushed to Greensmuller's side to shield him from further blows from Yagu. In truth, Yagu's strike had already roused Greensmuller from his stupor. He coughed violently a few times, the towering figure of Greensmuller sitting up while clutching his chest where Yagu had struck. Oh my Maya! Who hit me? That hurts. Big brother Greensmuller, it was him. Gumai promptly pointed the finger at Yagu. In contrast, the more composed Yali calmly addressed Greensmuller, saying, Big brother. He has heard about the situation in our village and wishes to visit. As Greensmuller rubbed his chest, his gaze shifted towards Yagu. There was a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, as if he were recalling something. After a moment, he suddenly pointed at Yagu in astonishment and exclaimed, Was it you who knocked me down just now? This is impossible. You are so small. How could that be? The sluggish Yagu turned to the familiar Ali and exclaimed, He has awakened and can walk now. Take me to your village. What? You wish to go to our village? What business do you have there? I have not taken anything from you, Ali retorted, casting a glance at the towering figure before him. Yagu could not help but wonder if this individual was lacking in intellect and sarcastically inquired, How old are you? Why do you ask that? Nonetheless, Greensmuller revealed his age, stating, I am 13 years old. What? 13 years old. Yagu stared in disbelief, utterly astonished. Is this a joke? 13 years old, with a completely bald head, and is that a comical goatee I see? And standing at an impressive 3 meters tall. Is it really possible for you to be just 13? The incredulity was palpable as he grappled with the astonishing revelation. After a moment of contemplation, Yagu finally reacted and, without casting another glance at Grinsmuller, said to Ollie, "Take me to your village." Indeed, the world of Dragon Ball is filled with extraordinary characters. At merely 13 years of age, one can reach a height of 3 meters. How tall might they grow in the future? In fact, the early stages of Dragon Ball introduce a myriad of peculiar figures, not to mention the overarching king who weaves through the narrative. Blue Cat. No wonder Dragon Ball is so popular in China. It turns out he ascended to kingship and the president of the prestigious martial arts tournament. A Shar-Pei dog, along with flying dinosaurs, werewolves, panda people, and, of course, Yagurin's current travel objective, the cat sage of Karin Tower. In summary, there is no shortage of strange beings, so encountering one who grew up on Sanlu milk powder is hardly surprising. While Grinsmuller remained wary of Yagurin, he could not withstand the other's presence. He picked up the ghostly-headed knife he had dropped, and the four of them proceeded along a narrow path beside the mountain trail. Initially, the children, accustomed to traversing the mountainous terrain, hastened their pace, but upon noticing Yagurin keeping up effortlessly, they quickened their speed further. However, Yagurin still managed to match their pace, leading to a frenzied sprint along the mountain path, resembling four monkeys leaping from a tropical rainforest as they bounded over the hills. This continued for an hour, and Yagurin concluded that the three companions beside him were either not fools or, more likely, indeed fools. After crossing 3 ridges, they stumbled upon a broad dirt road. Although it could not compare to a proper highway, it was certainly superior to a woodland path. Astonishingly, Grinsmuller and his companions ignored such an ideal spot for robbery and chose to return to the previous mountain trail. Yagurin found himself at a loss for words to describe their folly. After another half-hour of travel, they left the dirt road and entered a valley. After navigating through some terrain, Yagurin finally glimpsed the village that Ollie had mentioned. Since earlier, the entire area had been suffering from a severe water shortage. The trees on the ridges were mostly withered and yellowed, indicating a dire lack of water. This observation alerted Yagurin that something was amiss, as regional water scarcity does not manifest in such a glaring manner. The places he had passed through the day before were still thriving, yet here, the water shortage was unmistakably severe, indicating that Ali's village and the surrounding region were grappling with a critical water crisis. Ali pointed at the mounds before him and said to Yagu, "This is our village. The valley we just traversed was, in fact, the river that has flowed here for generations. Alas, it is now completely dry." "What? That was a riverbed?" Yagu gazed at Ali in astonishment. The revelation left him utterly flabbergasted. As they passed through that riverbed, he had merely admired the view, considering it a glimpse of the sky. The valley, winding and rugged, extended into the depths, making it hard to conceive that it had once been a watercourse. Turning back to the path they had taken, he pondered how such a wide channel could have once been a river. It seemed that the so-called Demon Valley, as Ali had described it, harbored some significant mysteries. Excitement coursed through Yagu's veins, though he could not discern whether it stemmed from his inherent nature or the Saiyan blood that now coursed through him after his transformation. "Let us proceed ahead. We have been out for some time now. Mother and father must be worried," Ali said, his green spikes bristling as he addressed Grinsmuller and Gume. Upon hearing his words, the other two displayed signs of anxiety. "Grinsmuller, you have taken them out for so long. Do you have any idea how worried we are?" An elderly man, holding a makeshift pipe, approached them at the village entrance and scolded Grinsmuller loudly. "Hey, who is this child?" After reprimanding the trio, the elderly gentleman finally noticed Yagu standing among them. Yagu stated, "My name is Yagu, a martial artist passing through this area. I heard that you were facing difficulties, so I came to see if I could offer assistance." "What? You wish to help us?" The elderly man was taken aback, followed by a wry smile. "Child, where do you reside? What of your parents?" Once again, he was underestimated due to his age. Though merely 5 years old, Yagu had spent 3 years in training. Despite not perceiving any significant changes within himself, adapting to 30 times the normal gravitational force was no trivial feat. Yagu turned his head and surveyed the surroundings, declaring with satisfaction, "Excellent, it shall be you." His gaze fixated on a prominent rock formation not far away. The portion of the rock exposed above the ground stood 4 meters high and 6 meters wide, a colossal sight for Yagu. Fixing his eyes on the elderly man, Yagu announced, "Old sir, I am a martial artist. Watch closely. Without waiting for a response, he took off running towards the rock, drawing astonished gazes as he approached. With a powerful push from his right leg, he leaped into the air. In that fleeting moment before reaching the rock, Yagu unleashed a tremendous force upon it. He had never demonstrated his destructive capabilities in such a manner before, and thus was uncertain of the outcome. Nevertheless, he harbored hopes that a single strike would leave a lasting impression on the old man and the three others present. With a resounding thud, his fist penetrated the rock, first the entire fist, then the arm, and eventually, even his shoulder vanished into the crumbling stone. A thunderous roar erupted as the rock shattered, a significant portion breaking away under the impact of Yagu's blow, leaving behind a crater-like impression. The old man, along with Greensmuller, Yali, and Gume, stood agape, their jaws nearly grazing the ground, and their spectacles dislodged and lying several meters away. Upon landing, Yagu exhaled deeply, observing the 6-meter-wide rock that had been affected within a 4-meter radius. Although somewhat dissatisfied, the astonishment etched on the faces of Greenmuller and the others instilled a modest sense of accomplishment within him. I do not need to be the strongest in the universe. Merely getting by is sufficient. Chapter 23. Shaking off the followers. Yagu, are you truly intent on venturing into Demon Valley? The old man's name was Anti-Fan, and since witnessing Yagu obliterate the large rock with a single punch, he had treated Yagu as an esteemed guest. Upon learning that Yagu intended to investigate the situation in Demon Valley for the sake of the village, Antifan's excitement led him to summon the entire village, offering abundant food and drink in hospitality. Now, Yagu prepared to advance towards Demon Valley, following the course of a dried-up riverbed. Antifan's apprehension was palpable, hence his inquiry. What if this young man decided to flee? During the feast, the magnitude of the meal had gone unnoticed, only to later discover that Yagu had consumed a tenth of the village's food supply. Anti-Fan scrutinized Yagu's abdomen, perplexed by how such a slender figure could contain such vast quantities. Everyone, please return. I shall ascertain the truth. Old man Anti-Fan, with Greensmuller accompanying me. I shall not stray from the path, Yagu reassured him before turning to continue onward. Behind him, Greensmuller waved repeatedly to Anti-Fan and the villagers. As the journey ahead promised to be lengthy and took place in the remote mountains, far from civilization, the riverbed lay within a grand canyon. From their standing position, one could see only a slender ribbon of sky above. After walking for half an hour, Yagu suddenly halted. Curious, Greensmuller inquired, what is the matter? Yagu cast a glance toward a direction behind him and called out loudly, come out, I have seen you. The echo reverberated through the canyon, the final syllable lingering in the valley for 4 to 5 seconds. A look of vigilance immediately appeared on Greensmuller's face as he tightly gripped his sinister knife, gazing intently behind him. However, despite his scrutiny, he could discern nothing amiss. After a brief interval of 5 seconds, he hesitantly inquired, Yagu, there's no one here. Have you made a mistake? It's nearly dusk. Let us seek refuge in the house ahead. The house he referred to had been explained to Yagu by the venerable Anti-Fan. These homes were constructed by the villagers. The river was of paramount significance to the villagers, not only for irrigation and drinking water, but also as a source of aquatic sustenance. For Anti-Fan, this river was their lifeline. With this river flowing, they had food to eat, fish to catch, and the surplus goods could be bartered for essential items or currency from the outside world. Conversely, at the river's ominous end lay Demon Valley, a source of deep-seated dread among the villagers. Decades prior, strange demons had emerged from within to devour the unsuspecting. Anti-Fan had recounted that 6 villages once thrived in the vicinity, yet over the years, those deeper settlements had either perished or scattered, leaving only their village to endure. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the man-eating demons had vanished, allowing their village to survive. There were accounts of others who ventured into Demon Valley but never returned, leading to the grim conclusion that they likely met with misfortune. Greensmuller's persuasion proved futile. Yagu's gaze remained fixed on a protruding rock face behind him. After a considerable pause, he spoke, How long do you intend to hide, you little rascals? Since I am already aware of your presence, I must insist you return. What right do you have to command us to go back? A child emerged from behind the rocky outcrop, boldly challenging Yagu. He was none other than Gume, followed closely by another child, none other than Yali, whom Yagu recognized. You, how did you two come to be here? Greensmuller exclaimed in astonishment, his face marked by panic. Anti-Fan had cautioned him. Yali and Gume were prone to mischief. Their expedition to Demon Valley was a matter of life and death, and if the two children ventured inside out of curiosity, it would pose great peril. Yagu, harboring ulterior motives, elucidated the actions of Ali and Gume, of course. They followed us out of sheer curiosity. Green's Muller, reflect carefully on Lord Antifan's words. Do not let these two youngsters deceive you. Green's Muller, in agreement with Yagu, nodded thoughtfully and then addressed Ali and Gume. What brings you here? Return at once. This is no place for you. Ignoring Green's expression, Ali strode confidently before him, casting no glance at Yagu, and proclaimed, Brother Greensamler, whatever we undertake, we do it together. Are you contemplating excluding us? I assure you, such thoughts are futile. We are indeed steadfast companions. Have you forgotten? As he approached, Gumai joined in, adding to the commotion. In terms of verbal prowess, Greensamler was undoubtedly no match for the two smaller individuals. The towering figure of 3 meters stood there, bewildered, slowly nodding his head. Yagu let out a sigh, for he least desired the involvement of children. Whether in novels or films, the presence of young ones inevitably complicates matters. Although the resolution often hinges on the assistance of these children, the initial turmoil is invariably instigated by them. Yagu was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Should his safety be at stake, he would certainly not intervene to rescue them. Moreover, he was troubled by the personalities of Yali and Gume. Antifan had cautioned Grinsmuller against entering the Demon Valley, stating that it sufficed for Yagu to venture there alone. Yet, the two variables before him introduced uncertainty. Who could predict what circumstances awaited them upon arrival at the Demon Valley? I care not for your relations, Grinsmuller. You are to escort them both back at once. Yagu declared, his voice resonant and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent from those before him. Gume, unwilling to concede, shouted defiantly, Why should we? We aren't hindering you in any way. Besides, you are but a child yourself. What right do you have to dictate to us? Humph. Although Ali acts with greater composure than Gumai, he remains a child. His tone lacks Gumai's bluntness. Yagu, we are here to accompany Brother Grinsmuller. We shall depart once we reach the entrance of Demon Valley. Ali's expression was sincere as he spoke slowly, word by word. However, Yagu shook his head and replied, No. It won't work. With you here, there will surely be trouble. When he glanced at the disapproving Gumai, whom he had sensed disapproval from since their first meeting, Yagu smiled lightly and continued, It's simply because your presence makes me uneasy. He added, We do not have time to linger with you. It is best you return. He turned to Grinsmuller, instructing, Take them back. I can manage the rest of the journey alone. Yes, hand over the burden to me. Grinsmuller, a straightforward individual, though tall in stature, had always collaborated with Ali and Gumai. Decisions were invariably made by the two of them. He understood that he ought to heed Lord Anavan's command, yet he did not wish to disappoint his two companions. Moreover, Lord Antivan had tasked him with escorting Yagu to the entrance of the Demon Valley, making it difficult to justify turning back midway to the villagers. Before Grinsmuller could further converse with Yagu, Ali pulled Gumai aside, suggesting, Let us seek shelter in the house ahead for the night. The village is quiet, and it presents an opportunity for us to explore the riverbank for anything of value. He spoke loudly enough for Yagu to overhear, deliberately making his intentions clear. Without waiting for Yagu's objections, the two of them advanced towards the house ahead. Yagu turned to glance at the two children, furrowing his brow. Bringing them along would ultimately be a source of trouble. It seemed he would have to embark on the journey alone. Initially, he had wished to meander leisurely, engaging in conversation with Grinsmuller, as he had not encountered another soul for quite some time, leaving him feeling quite lonely. Moreover, Grinsmuller was a simple-minded fellow, a suitable confidant for his musings. Grinsmuller, Yagu called out to the towering figure beside him. Upon hearing Yagu's voice, he halted, gazing at him with a somewhat dazed expression. What is it? Yagu pointed to the burden upon him and said, Allow me to carry the load. We must hasten our pace. Grinsmuller, slightly perplexed and hesitant, ultimately decided to relinquish the burden, recalling that Yagu came to aid his village. Are you truly certain? This is quite heavy. If it becomes too much, please let me know. Rest assured, I am not a mere novice, Yagu replied, hoisting the immense package above his head with his right hand, his legs quickening their stride. Grinsmuller, taken aback, found himself several meters behind as Yagu surged ahead. He grasped his ghostly blade and hurried to catch up, exclaiming, Hey, wait for me. Ignoring the situation, Yagu sought to distance himself from Ali and Gumi, gradually increasing his pace. As he surpassed them, the two children paused momentarily, only to be swept by a sudden gust of wind. Grinsmuller had arrived. Exchanging glances, they comprehended Yagu's intentions, and despite their discontent, they quickened their steps to keep up. For Yagu, as long as he did not enter the Demon Valley alongside Gumi and Ali, the misfortunes that befell them would not concern him. However, if calamity were to strike before his eyes, he knew that no matter the justification, his conscience would be troubled. In the rugged, winding canyon, the four raced swiftly, and after a mere 15 minutes, they split into two teams. The first team comprised Yagu and Grinsmuller, while the second team included Gumi and Ollie, who could no longer see Yagu and Grinsmuller ahead of them. Chapter 24. The call. Yagu ran with considerable speed, and Grinsmuller was no slouch either. Yet he could not quite match Yagu's pace. By the time darkness fell, the two had already reached the second wooden cabin encampment. According to Grinsmuller, an ordinary person would require half a day's journey to reach the entrance of Demon Valley, but with their swift strides, they could arrive in approximately an hour. Estimating based on Grinsmuller's words, Yagu surmised that it would take about 2 hours to traverse from the village entrance to Demon Valley at a regular pace. Shall we not wait for them? Grinsmuller expressed his concern for Ollie and Gumai, casting a worried glance back at the pitch-black canyon behind them. What if something unforeseen occurs? I should go take a look. Ayu nodded and said, all right, it is good for you to go and take a look. If possible, return them. This way, Grandpa Anti-Fan can rest easy. The two of them have run out, and the village must be quite anxious. Grinsmuller agreed with his words and replied, you wait here. I shall return shortly. Very well, Ayu assured him, as Grinsmuller's figure disappeared into the night. Ayu divided a portion of the food and water from his bundle, subsequently packing the remaining items into the versatile capsule he carried. Without looking back, he seized the powerful flashlight he had brought from the western city and hastened toward the direction of the Demon Valley. Wishing to avoid any encounter with Eli and Gumai, he ran swiftly, the sound of his footsteps echoing rhythmically against the ground, and as he sped past, gusts of wind swirled around him, whipping up the yellow earth into whirling eddies, leaving a distinct trace in his wake. In less than half an hour, Ayu arrived at the entrance of the dried-up riverbed. It was indeed a gorge, markedly different from the previous river channel, narrower, with towering, steadfast cliffs. Illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, he observed the steep rock walls on either side of the valley, adorned with sharp, jagged peaks. Every crevice resembled a blade's edge. Standing at the mouth of the gorge, Ayu felt a cool breeze emanating from within. Although it was labeled a breeze, he could sense its chilling essence. As summer approached, the daytime temperatures soared, despite the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night in the inland regions. The wind blowing from the gorge felt as though it were flowing from an ice cellar, cold enough to make one's teeth chatter. Indeed, this is quite extraordinary, Ayu thought. Initially planning to enter during the day, he reconsidered upon realizing that even the powerful flashlight could barely illuminate the towering rocks. He understood that if he ventured inside during daylight, once at the entrance of the cave, he would be unable to rely on sunlight. Thus, he promptly changed his mind and took immediate action. Yagu possesses a measure of confidence, despite his current strength being inferior to that of the future Dragon Ball warriors. At this early stage of the Dragon Ball saga, his combat prowess is commendable. The terrain at the entrance to the Devil's Valley exhibits a 4-meter drop, with stones above having become exceedingly smooth over the years due to the relentless flow of the river. As Yagu steps forward, he can still discern traces of lichen and other ferns, with a trickle of water meandering through, yet this meager flow hardly nourishes the area beneath the river. It appears that the true issue lies within the Devil's Valley. However, what could Anti-Fan mean by claiming that demons consume humans? The gravest peril faced by Earth was likely during the era of Master Potato, specifically the incident involving the demon King Piccolo. Yagu leaps forward to peer into the depths of the Devil's Valley. The surroundings are eerily silent, devoid of the calls of insects or birds, a silence that feels unsettling, amplified by the occasional gusts of chilling wind that envelop the canyon, fostering a palpable atmosphere of dread. Within the Dragon Ball universe, many techniques defy conventional understanding. For instance, Son Goku once encountered a rabbit capable of transforming individuals into carrots. And the demonic technique employed by the 5 subordinates of a fortune teller would cause those with even a hint of malice to self-destruct. Moreover, the red gourd wielded by the golden and silver horns could draw people in, combined with the sealing wave created by Master Potato, though later unraveled by Piccolo. It remains a formidable challenge to counter. Should Yagu fall victim to such techniques, no amount of ability could save him. Steeling himself, Yagu cautiously ventures inside. Viewed from above, the Devil's Valley resembles a trumpet's bell, widening at the entrance where Yagu treads, only to narrow increasingly as he progresses deeper, ultimately culminating in a small opening that serves as the source of a subterranean river. After walking carefully for 5 minutes, Yagu suddenly hears a rustling sound. sending a chill down his spine and raising the hairs on his body. In a state of alarm, he hunches over and adopts a defensive posture, ready to confront whatever may come. In the dimly lit corridors of the ancient underground, Yagu reflected on the folly of his evening escapade. However, retreating in such a disheartened manner lacked dignity. After all, he was a Saiyan. His thoughts drifted to the hidden tail, cleverly concealed beneath the fabric of his waist. A detail that had evaded suspicion even in the presence of the king. Yagu was acutely aware that lower-tier warriors often succumb to madness upon transforming into great apes. True mastery over this transformation necessitated acclimatization to the change. Take Vegeta, for instance. Even in his great ape form, he retained a composed demeanor. Then there was Bardock, Goku's father, who led a team of lower-tier warriors. Yet each member was capable of rationally controlling their transformed states. Bardock's battle prowess approached 10,000. An impressive feat for a low-class Saiyan. His esteemed reputation on planet Vegeta stemmed not only from his extensive combat experience, but also from his formidable strength. The evidence was clear from the conflict when Vegeta invaded Earth. Dazzler boasted a battle power exceeding 1,000, while Nappa, a common warrior, reached 4,000. With his maximum destructive capability hitting 7,000 with a single strike. Nappa, being of noble descent among the Saiyans, demonstrated his elevated status by serving under the royal lineage of Vegeta. Yet, astonishingly, 2 decades later, his battle power still failed to surpass that of Bardock. This underscores the alarming potential of Bardock, a low-class warrior, achieving nearly 10,000 in battle capability, while sustaining critical injuries can significantly augment one's combat effectiveness. One must ponder how many lower-tier warriors were actually revived after sustaining such severe wounds with the technology of the time. Contemplating the potential extinction of the Saiyans, Yagu couldn't help but feel a sense of indignation when reminded of Goku. When exactly had planet Vegeta been destroyed? This pivotal moment, intricately linked to the historical events of the Dragon Ball universe, was of great significance. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. It was not his concern. After all, Dragon Ball warriors had the power to rectify any calamity, and he was merely a bystander in this grand narrative, utterly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Although Yagu held a rather low opinion of his own status, his actions belied this perception. Unbeknownst to him, a faint desire lingered in his heart to surpass Sun Wukong and become the supreme being of the universe. Yet, due to the influences of his past life, he had grown accustomed to perceiving himself as inferior. Are traversers truly formidable? Yagu did not think so. Analyzing the myriad outcomes of traversing novels, abruptly abandoned plots, unsatisfactory conclusions, and those that simply ended, he noted the alarming mortality rate among traversers. In his previous life, he categorized the narratives that began with promise but faltered into 3 types. Protagonists perishing within the vortex of time and space, abrupt cessation due to sudden illness, and unsatisfactory endings caused by the chaotic effects of temporal forces, leading to madness in both the protagonist and those around them. In any of these scenarios, protagonists were destined to suffer. Hence, Yagu remained exceedingly cautious. Adhering to the maxim he had learned in his former life, maintain a low profile in life while undertaking grand endeavors. Once again, as Yagu remained alert and focused, he was startled by a rustling sound nearby, causing his heart to race. Grasping his flashlight, he scanned the surroundings, straining to hear any further disturbances, prepared to swiftly confront any anomaly. The night was dark. Through the narrow crevices of the canyon above, he could glimpse a few stars. Yet the celestial light offered little solace to Yagu, ensnared in the depths of the gorge. There were bizarre mountains and strange stones, and in the wicked valleys lurked demons. Though not philosophical, such phenomena were indeed real. Another sound emerged, and Yagu had been acutely aware of it since the onset. In an instant, he arrived at the source of the noise. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the creature, and before he could fully comprehend what lay before him, he was taken aback by its voice. The entity, caught in the harsh light, emitted a chilling scream, one that resonated with a sorrowful timbre, akin to countless fingernails scraping against glass. The moment the cry echoed, Yagu felt as if a nail had pierced his heart, overwhelming him with nausea and dizziness. He recognized that this creature wielded its sound as a weapon, and judging by its current display of power, a mere glance could incapacitate an ordinary person. Without the luxury of further observation, he swiftly kicked the creature, sending it careening like a rubber ball against the nearby rock wall, abruptly silencing its cries. Chapter 25. New discoveries. As the brilliant beam of his flashlight fell upon the peculiar creature, Yagu realized that the fright he had just experienced was caused by an ugly being reminiscent of goblins from his previous Life-S games. It possessed grotesque, grayish-green skin, disheveled hair resembling dry grass, and ears that drooped without any semblance of allure, riddled with wrinkles akin to withered bark. Its eyes bulged like ping-pong balls, and its elongated, pointed nose was gaunt and lined with creases, paired with a diminutive stature and a skeletal frame that was almost unfathomably hideous. However, Yagu quickly discerned the distinctions that set this goblin-like creature apart. Two elongated canine teeth protruded sharply from its lips. A vampire. Yagu stared incredulously at the entity before him, a thought igniting within him. Well, what would happen if it were exposed to sunlight? Suddenly, Yagu checked his combat system and, indeed, he noticed a 0.1 increase in his abilities. The experience points had not diminished, granting him a more intuitive sense of his progress. Particularly noteworthy were the 3 categories of battle levels: sparring battle, 50, competitive battle, 80, life and death battle, 100. This indicated that the battle level was not determined solely by his own considerations, but rather by the attitude of his opponent towards him. The battle experience he could accrue depended on how his adversary perceived him. The formidable Grinsmuller was indeed stronger than the creature before him. Yet because he had no genuine desire to engage in combat, perhaps merely wishing to bully Yagu slightly, the battle level hovered at the sparring level, resulting in minimal experience points. Conversely, the being before him, while lacking in strength, sought his demise, thereby categorizing their encounter as a life and death battle. Yagu acknowledged his reasoning, nodding repeatedly. If this were indeed the case, to elevate his rank, he must continuously engage in battles of higher caliber, particularly life and death confrontations. As for the battle 3 years prior against the Red Silk Army, Yagu was aware that the combat system did not recognize his victory through weaponry. Even though that artificial being far surpassed Yagu's level, the fact that he had used a grenade to defeat his opponent resulted in a mere 0.5 experience gain, despite the system categorizing it as a life and death struggle. Of course, Yagu did not claim to fully understand the intricacies of the combat system, as his time observing it was limited, primarily due to the monotonous interface and the scarcity of encounters over the past 3 years. Ordinary thugs, lacking both the strength and the resolve to engage Yagu in a true life and death battle, would fall to him with a single strike. It is noteworthy that even the armed members of the Red Silk Army contributed a meager 0.1 of his experience points. As for Grinsmuller, a 13-year-old towering at 3 meters, armed with a fearsome blade, he merely added a few plus signs to Yagu's experience bar. Finding worthy opponents proved to be a challenge. However, upon entering the Demon Valley, Yagu believed that through combat, the true nature of the combat system would gradually reveal itself before him. After a moment of quiet contemplation, with no further sounds echoing around him, he shifted his focus to the small creature before him, uncertain if it was a vampire. He found himself in a quandary, deliberating whether to eliminate it. Hesitant, he nervously tapped his toes against the ground to alleviate his inner turmoil. The little creature had sustained considerable injuries and would take some time to regain consciousness. Aware of the vampire's formidable recovery abilities, Yagu, unsure of how to proceed, bound it tightly with rope, treating it like a pig. Having encountered such an unusual being so soon, Yagu felt apprehensive about delving deeper into the valley. After much contemplation, he lifted the small creature and hurried toward the valley's entrance. The atmosphere here was dark and foreboding. The outside world offered him a sense of security. While he was unafraid of direct confrontation, he was wary of potential underhanded tactics from unseen foes. Initially, Yagu believed this world to be relatively innocuous, with only a handful of entities truly instilling fear in him. Yet, gazing at the small creature before him instigated doubt. Attacking an enemy through sound, wasn't that a form of cheating? If your master fought in such a manner, I might find myself at a loss against you. Yagu had not anticipated the presence of sound wave attacks, a miscalculation on his part. However, now that he was on guard, he was in no rush to venture deeper into the valley. It seemed prudent to prepare some tools and ascertain whether sunlight would affect this creature. Lost in thought, he arrived at the dried-up riverbed outside, carelessly discarding the tightly bound creature aside. Although he had left the Demon Valley, unease lingered in his heart as he lingered at the entrance. A chilling wind swept from the valley, causing a tremor within him. Yagu is an atheist, however. Given that the phenomenon of traversing into a parallel universe is indeed possible, he wonders what else might unfold. Even the sudden emergence of a Voldemort would not astonish him. As he releases his own tail and observes its incessant writhing, casting several shadows behind him, Yagu muses, "This is the world of Dragon Ball." How could creatures from the continent of Azeroth possibly appear? Could it be that the Demon Valley is, in fact, a gateway to the realm of Azeroth? Yagu solemnly nodded, his expression earnest and resolute. Indeed, it must be so. There exists a portal through time and space. Throughout the night, amidst the desolate mountains, he remained vigilant, unable to sleep due to the fear of creatures emerging from the Demon Valley to launch a surprise attack. The surrounding area was flanked by two towering rock formations, devoid of trees or dry branches, rendering even the slightest campfire impossible. As the cold wind swept through, Yagu conversed with himself, mustering the courage to endure what felt like an interminable night. It is not uncommon for those of lesser combat prowess to be vanquished by skilled warriors. Many such instances occurred in the early saga of Dragon Ball. For example, Master Roshi successfully sealed away King Piccolo, despite the vast disparity in their fighting abilities. Likewise, had the Golden Horn and Silver Horn not indulged in their libations and prematurely released Sun Wukong from the gourd, he might have been reduced to mere dregs of wine. Furthermore, possessing formidable strength does not necessarily equate to mastery of martial arts. After defeating King Piccolo, Sun Wukong encountered Bobo in the temple, where Bobo remarked, "Are you truly the one who vanquished Piccolo? Your power is impressive, yet you have yet to learn how to wield it effectively." These reflections occupied Yagu's mind, but suddenly, they illuminated a pathway for him. Harnessing power? Indeed, harnessing power. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he rummaged through his thoughts for relevant knowledge. Moments later, he struck his thigh in realization. How could I have overlooked this? The activation levels of the combat system, ordinary strength and explosive potential, represent the power typically accessible and that which can be unleashed in moments of urgency. As Yagu contemplated further, he increasingly believed in this principle. His combat power activation level stood at 10, while his explosive activation level reached 15. The mention of a combat rank of beginner low tier starkly highlighted his poor grasp of his own strength. The average human brain has only developed 5% of its potential, with only a select few surpassing 10%. However, should an ordinary individual experience a certain stimulus, their developmental capacity could potentially exceed that of many prodigies. This pertains to the brain, but what of the body? The essence of battle lies in the contest between physical prowess and intellect. The intellect is confined to the brain, while the physical aspect speaks for itself. Viewed through a holistic lens, if my actual combat power is quantified at 100 points, I can typically exert only 10 points, with a maximum potential of 15. This calculation indicates that a vast reservoir of potential remains unexploited within the body. The inability to unleash such potential is undoubtedly linked to one's lifespan. Yet, Yagu was convinced that since this was the Dragon Ball universe, there must exist various peculiar methods to aid in the release of substantial potential while ensuring the integrity of his physique. Moreover, with knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative, particularly the classification of Saiyan levels, Yagu mused, what if I were to create a manga about Dragon Ball, illustrating the forms from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 10? I wonder if it would become a bestseller. Understanding the purpose of the combat system's hierarchy brought Yagu immense joy. With the remaining time at his disposal, he indulged in whimsical thoughts. In Dragon Ball, the pinnacle form of Super Saiyan is the Great Ape Super Saiyan, also known as Super Saiyan 4. The various forms that followed were contributions from another individual. Nonetheless, he genuinely wished to test whether he could reach Super Saiyan 10. Reflecting on this, Yagu chuckled at himself. Aware of his own limitations, his aspirations were not as resolute as those of Goku. His reliance lay solely on his comprehension of the Super Saiyan path. In the original narrative, Gohan's strength did not ascend to the level of Goku during the battle against Frieza on Namek, yet through Goku's gradual guidance, he ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, such transformations lacked a stable foundation. Yagu sighed inwardly. If a shortcut existed, given his nature, he would undoubtedly seek it out. The saga of the Super Android 17 illustrated that even in a diminished form, Goku could confound Frieza and Cell without assuming the Super Saiyan mantle, underscoring the paramount importance of foundational training in one's natural state. It was common in the manga to witness Goku and Vegeta intensifying their practice in their base forms. Leaning against the rock wall, Yagu bit his lip and murmured softly, Foundation, foundation. It is imperative to establish a solid foundation before all else transpires. Chapter 26. Seeking the reason as dawn broke, Yagu waited patiently, yet the small creature he had captured did not disintegrate into ash under the sunlight. Instead, it awoke groggily, its eyes squinting against the morning light. Upon realizing it was bound, the little being panicked, leaping and bouncing in a desperate attempt to free itself from the ropes that constrained it. Fear elicited a sound from the creature that struck Yagu as both sorrowful and somewhat irksome. With a conflicted demeanor, he stuffed his ears to muffle the cries, quietly observing the creature's futile struggles. The harshness of reality became evident as the creature exerted every ounce of effort, yet the bonds remained unyielding, leaving marks of restraint upon its delicate wrists. The pain only intensified its frantic attempts to escape, until, 5 minutes later, it lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, tongue lolling out. Seeing its pitiful state, Yagu removed the makeshift earplugs and approached the peculiar being step by step. The creature, hearing his movements, opened its eyes to look at Yagu. Standing nearly at the same height, perhaps slightly taller, Yagu still perceived it as diminutive, much like how he regarded Gumai and Ali, despite their older ages. "What is your name?" he pondered. "In this world, where everything exists, even pigs roam. What could possibly be deemed impossible?" Yagu regarded the creature as an enigma. The small being fixed its gaze upon Yagu, yet remained silent, not uttering a word. Yagu revealed a smile, tilting his head as he stared at the other party. "Do you not comprehend my words?" Yagu was utterly incredulous. Even Frisia spoke the language of Earth, and the Namekians were proficient in this universal tongue. Surely, these diminutive beings could understand human speech. Yet, the silence persisted, though the gaze became increasingly fierce. "It seemed you indeed grasped my meaning." Yagu chuckled, advancing with purposeful steps. Before the other could react to his intentions, he firmly placed his foot upon the small creature's back. Struck by the sudden assault, the small being's body stiffened, its curled form abruptly unfurling with a cry of dismay. The sound did not evoke a sense of revulsion in Yagu, rather, an ominous glint sparked in his eyes. He raised his foot and brought it down with force, eliciting another anguished cry from the creature. Again, he lifted his foot and brought it crashing down, prompting yet another wail of despair. "Please, stop. Don't hit me anymore. I beg you." The smile on Yagu's face remained, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly, imbued with a hint of mischief. "So you finally know how to speak like a human? Splendid," he remarked. "Now, introduce yourself. Who are you?" With a slight withdrawal, Yagu crouched down, fixating his gaze upon the other. However, the little creature remained silent, its bulbous eyes merely observing him. "Speak," Yagu exclaimed in frustration, fearful of further retaliation from Yagu. The small creature stammered, "I am Dabi." "Dabi?" Yagu echoed. The little one nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at rice, bound and lying on the ground. Each enthusiastic nod caused his head to collide forcefully with the earth, leaving a bruise forming on the side of his forehead. Yet, Dabi seemed utterly unconcerned. His eyes locked onto Yagu, filled with trepidation at his every movement. Yagu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the next question. "Very well, let us maintain this momentum. Now, why have you been following me? Surely you have not forgotten the events of last night. Additionally, could you kindly explain your presence in this valley?" I longed to respond, yet fear crept into my eyes, and my body curled in on itself as I began to choke back tears. It felt as though uttering the truth to Yagu would invoke a tremendous punishment upon him. Yagu remained silent as he stood up and approached Dobi, swiftly delivering a kick to his abdomen. The shock of the impact caused Dobi's eyes to widen to an unprecedented degree, resembling two bulging light bulbs. Bloodshot and filled with agony, the pain radiating from his midsection contorted his entire visage. After a prolonged moment, Dobi, unable to produce sound, finally emitted a desperate wail. Before the lament could fully escape his lips, Yagu's elevated right leg came crashing down upon Dobi's back, expelling all air from his chest, rendering him mute. With a smile, Yagu crouched before Dobi, observing the anguish etched on his face. He articulated each word with deliberate precision. "You may choose to remain silent, and I assure you, I will compel you to experience sensations you have never encountered before. However, I prefer simplicity. I ask, and you answer. Do you understand? It appears you do. Let us begin anew. Why were you following me last night? What were you doing in the valley?" With a raised eyebrow, Yagu beckoned for a response. Aware of the consequences of silence, Dobi whimpered, "I was sent by the king to gather information. When I saw you alone last night, I intended merely to frighten you. To drive you away." Yagu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "Simply to scare me away?" Dobi nodded vigorously, asserting, "I have never killed anyone. All the killings were done by Bisto. I swear, I am not deceiving you." "Bisto?" Yagu prompted. "Yes, he accompanied me. He is quite fierce, and I dare not defy him." Yagu inquired, "Did you witness him committing murder?" Dobi nodded in response. Yagu chose to set aside that topic and continued. "What is the situation with the water here? Why has it vanished? Bisto explained that this was the only way to allow outsiders to enter, thus enabling the consumption of human flesh. As Dobi uttered these words, he lowered his head to his small chest, unable to meet Yagu's gaze. Yaguan murmured to himself, contemplating cannibalism. He recalled the moment when Vegeta and his companions had descended upon them, seated upon the corpses of those alien beings, feasting upon their flesh, an act that could indeed be deemed as consuming human flesh. A sense of despondency washed over him, lamenting the absence of Bistor, whom he had hoped to encounter alongside Dobi. Since Bistor was last seen with Dobi, where could he possibly have wandered off to now? When he posed this inquiry to Dobi, the response revealed a grim reality. Following a recent death, no one dared to venture into the valley, prompting Bistor to leave in search of human prey beyond its confines. When had he departed? It had already been 2 days, and Yaguan had been eagerly awaiting his return. Yagu nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "From where have you emerged, and can you return?" Dobi nodded in response, saying, "We can return, but we have not gathered sufficient information. If we go back now, the Great King will scold us, so we have yet to return. Then let us proceed to the place where the water source is blocked," Yagu declared, releasing the ropes binding Dobi's feet and lifting him up. Aware of his own limitations, Dobi realized he was no match for Yagu. Nor was he adept at confrontations. As they journeyed, Yagu asked him why he had ventured out with Bishuo. Dobi explained, "The monsters crossing the sealed gate cannot possess excessive strength, and external issues cannot be resolved from the outside. Furthermore, the number of monsters that can emerge is limited. The Monster King deemed my peculiar sound wave attacks to be unexpectedly effective, thus pairing me with Bishuo to seek a method of unsealing the gate once we were outside. Should we fail to find a solution, we were to gather sufficient information about the exterior and report back." However, the Monster King had not anticipated that Bishuo, having tasted human flesh, would part ways with Dobi, neglecting the tasks of gathering intelligence and unsealing the gate altogether. Dobi led Yagu into the depths of Demon Valley. Within a mere 15 minutes of traversing the valley, they descended into an underground cavern, which had once served as a river outlet, now reduced to a mere trickle of water. After navigating the rugged terrain adorned with peculiar rocks, Yagu activated a powerful flashlight to illuminate their path. The cavern presented numerous forks, yet based on the flow of the stream, it was evident that these were merely branches of the main river, with deeper waters diverging here before continuing to flow out of Demon Valley. The cave was extensive, and it was not until an hour later that Yagu and Dobi ceased their advance. "This is the spot," Dobi stated, his hands still bound, tilting his head towards Yagu. After examining the area with the flashlight, Yagu slowly nodded, acknowledging Bishuo's fortune in discovering this particular section among so many pathways. Before him lay a narrow stretch, nearly 5 meters wide, flanked by impenetrable rock formations, obstructed by several massive elongated boulders, with a considerable amount of rubble accumulated in between, effectively damming the water. Due to the multitude of passageways within the cave, the pressure of the water had not intensified enough to dislodge the stones. After surveying the surroundings, Yagu lifted Dobi onto a higher rocky platform, a malevolent vantage point. Dobi, unsure of Yagu's intentions, hesitated to voice his concerns, ultimately choosing silence in the face of Yagu's formidable presence. Taking a deep breath and focusing his energy, Yagu gazed at the miniature dam before him. He advanced 10 meters closer, adopting a stance, bending at the waist, and gradually raising his fist. With narrowed eyes, aided by the flashlight in his left hand, he identified a point of entry. With a fierce shout, Yagu propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, and aimed his raised fist at the designated point on the dam. Like chopsticks piercing tofu, Yagu's fist plunged into the rock that constituted the dam. Once again, Yagu let out a mighty roar, his legs bracing against the dam as he withdrew his body. The area struck by his fist bore a gaping hole the size of his own body, surrounded by a multitude of intricate cracks. Beyond this, there was an eerie stillness, and just as Yagu began to doubt the efficacy of his assault, a resounding crack echoed as the fissures on the dam widened. The sound resonated clearly within the hollow, startling Yagu into alertness as he hastily leaped to Dobi's side. Standing still as if anticipating something, Dobi, with his mouth agape, exhibited the unique vision of a creature of the dark. As the cracking and splintering sounds continued, the dam's cracks spread like a spider's web across its surface. Ultimately, the fractured rock could no longer withstand the pressure of the water and succumbed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 27. Reflection and clarity. Observing the once-blocked river flowing freely, Yagu erupted into laughter. Though Dobi's hands were bound behind him and he was not aligned with Yagu's cause, he couldn't help but display a smile at the sight of the rushing waters. "This is splendid," Now I have something to report back to the village, Yagu chuckled. Then added, fortunately, that fellow named Bistuo is absent. Otherwise, I would rather he show up. Realizing that his words might imply fear, he quickly amended his statement, adding that he still had a combat system to upgrade. I am eager to see the power I will possess when my combat readiness reaches 100%, he thought, clenching his fists in determination. The man had no dreams of battlefield glory, yet not everyone possesses the opportunity or capability for such endeavors. Ultimately, solitary struggles are but a minor path. However, this was the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where individual strength could dominate the entire universe. How could he not feel exhilarated? Turning to Dobi, Yagu declared, "Let us venture forth, see how the waters are beginning to calm." As he spoke, the river no longer roared with the ferocity it once had, revealing many protruding rocks that had previously been submerged. Without waiting for Dobi's consent, Yagu grasped him and prepared to depart, but suddenly halted his movements, fixing his gaze on Dobi with an intriguing glint in his eyes. Dobi felt a tightening in his core and timidly inquired, "Master, do you have any commands? Is the so-called Great King powerful?" Yagu remarked, "Do not feign ignorance when you are well aware. I ask you, is your Great King truly formidable?" Upon hearing the inquiry regarding his king's prowess, Dobi nodded vigorously and proclaimed, "Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. No one can vanquish him." Truth be told, Yagu harbored a keen desire to encounter the formidable king that Dobi spoke of, yet he hesitated, wary of acting impulsively. "Take me to witness this for myself. Reveal the location of your seal." Dobi did not refuse, for he was eager to return to his homeland, but was hindered by the lack of useful information and the approval of Bisto. Reluctantly, he followed Yagu deeper into the unknown. The Dragon Ball universe is replete with myriad realms: heaven, hell, King Kai's realm, and the divine domain of the Kaishin. Not to mention the peculiar spaces of the hyperbolic time chamber and the six-dimensional space. Yet, it remained a mystery whether Dobi's homeland was the subterranean world of Earth or a diminutive dimension of its own. In his mind, Yagu contemplated everything around him. In this otherworldly dimension, a single year equated to merely a day in the outside world. Should he encounter formidable foes, entering this realm for training would undoubtedly yield remarkable results upon his return. However, if one were to remain within the temple for more than 48 hours, the exit would vanish. Yet, if he could attain the status of Super Saiyan 3, it might be possible to disrupt the very fabric of that space and escape from the otherworldly dimension. Nevertheless, even among Super Saiyans, there exists a hierarchy of strength, and it stands to reason that Super Saiyan 3 would also possess its own tiers of power. The battle with the synthetic warrior, Android 17, left an indelible impression, as he was able to vanquish Cell and Frieza in his base form. The importance of a solid foundation cannot be overstated. Rather than retracing one's steps in training later in life, it is far more prudent to hone one's fundamental skills while still young. Though the martial techniques in the Dragon Ball universe may appear limited, many are exceedingly useful. Techniques such as Oolong's transformation spell, the 4 demon fists that manifest 4 arms, the 4-symbol split that divides the user into 4, and the lingering techniques that permeate the Dragon Ball realm, such as the Solar Flare, Kamehameha, and Ki Blast, are all noteworthy. Additionally, there are the Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, and Instant Transmission, the latter of which Goku learned from extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, there exist fusion techniques in the Spirit Slice. However, the Spirit Slice is not particularly effective. Anyone who understands its principles and possesses strength can utilize it, much like the Solar Flare. Krillin, who employed it against Demon King Piccolo, met his demise once, and later on Namek, he perished again, though it seems there was yet another instance. The only other individual who comes to mind as a user of this technique is Frieza, who was bisected by his own Spirit Slice. Furthermore, the speed of this technique is notoriously difficult to enhance. Cell, endowed with the cells of Dragon Ball warriors, could certainly learn both the Solar Flare and Frieza's techniques. It is inconceivable that he would not master the Spirit Slice. Yet, he refrained from using it, which surely speaks volumes. In this world, there are no useless techniques. Only those who lack the skill to wield them. Seizing the opportunity to employ such techniques can undoubtedly lead to extraordinary feats. If possible, he must venture to the planet once visited by Son Goku in the future, but he sincerely hopes that the narrative surrounding Namek remains unchanged, given his mindset. Earning the recognition of the KO is an exceedingly daunting task before setting foot on that distant world. Yagu does not perceive the likes of Karin, the deities, or the King of the Worlds as easily deceived beings. These divine entities harbor a disdain for humanity's malevolent thoughts. To ascend as a successor to divinity, one must relinquish their own wicked inclinations. It is well known that the Namekians are a gentle race. The fleeting corruption they experienced in their youth, influenced by humanity, was discerned by the deities of their time. This reveals that while these beings may not possess the prowess to be deemed the pinnacle of the universe, they exhibit an extraordinary insight into human nature. However, the concepts surrounding the fusion of Namekians and the circumstances under which Piccolo was divided into two entities in pursuit of divinity, resulting in diminished combat power, remain somewhat perplexing. Before the arrival of Brother Goku on Earth, the combined combat power of Piccolo and the deity did not even reach 1,000. Yet, I recall that upon learning of Piccolo's demise, the Grand Elder of the Namekians attributed it to the deeds of a Super Saiyan. Although the Grand Elder may not have encountered a Super Saiyan, how could he be so certain that Piccolo, divided into two, could only have met his end at the hands of a Super Saiyan? Alternatively, one might ponder whether innate combat talent is not calculated in multiples. When the deity splits into two, the talent is equally divided. If we consider talent as exponential, the undivided Piccolo possesses a power level of 10 to the 10th power, equating to 100 billion. Once divided, the value is halved, resulting in 5 to the 5th power, or a combat power of 3,125. The disparity is indeed vast. As Yagu immersed himself in his contemplative realm, Dobi suddenly halted, turning to Yagu with a sense of urgency. Slightly taken aback, Yagu directed his flashlight forward, and indeed, there lay a mysterious seal array etched upon the rocky wall ahead. The engraving, while lacking in exquisite detail, imparted a profound impact on the psyche of anyone who dared to venture here for the first time. After surveying the surroundings, Yagu discovered that aside from a ceiling array, there was nothing else present. The arrangement of the area suggested that the architect of the ceiling array had deliberately chosen this location. Although the walls inscribed with the seal appeared similar to the surrounding rock formations, Yagu discerned subtle differences. They had been expertly disguised to resemble the natural stone after their construction. Is it true that you can return simply by passing through this ceiling array? Yagu inquired. Dobi nodded, replying, Indeed, it functions akin to a door, permitting my entry and exit, albeit with a limitation on the number of uses. Each creature that emerges from within is granted only 3 opportunities to traverse back and forth. Moreover, entities of considerable strength are unable to use this passage. Lord Bistow's power is precisely at the threshold. Any creature possessing even slightly greater strength than Lord Bistow is barred from passage. Understanding the fundamental principles of the ceiling array, Yagu posed an additional question. If I were to enter and my strength surpassed the critical threshold, would I be unable to exit as well? Dobi regarded Yagu with a puzzled expression before quickly regaining composure, shaking his head. I do not know. I have never heard of anyone from the outside venturing in. I see. So, do you wish to return? Huh? You intend to send me back? Yagu shrugged and remarked, Why not? If you wish to continue being tethered to me and venture forth together, then follow closely. With that said, Yagu turned and strode in the direction from which he had come, already aware of the location of the ceiling array. In due time, once he had acquired sufficient strength, he would invite the knowledgeable beings like St. Kylan to witness the portal of the seal and its destination. Dobi stared vacantly at the departing Yagu, a joyful expression illuminating his wrinkled visage, before he cheerfully turned towards the seal, hands clasped behind his back as he ascended. As his form made contact with the seal, the entire array shimmered with a faint ripple, and Dobi's body seemed to dissolve as if submerged in water, completely vanishing within. Chapter 28, Tactical Ambush Freed from Dobi's Encumbrance. Yagu employed a rudimentary form of aerial maneuvering, leaping energetically until, after 30 minutes, he arrived at the outskirts of the Demon Valley, now inundated with water. It appeared that this mission had been executed rather well. The only lamentable aspect was the meager increase of a mere 0.1 in combat proficiency. While contemplating this, he approached the valley's edge when suddenly the sky darkened. Yagu instinctively sensed impending danger and swiftly leapt to the right, his arm straining as he grasped the protruding rocks, using their resistance to hasten his escape. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted beside him, followed by a wave of force that swept outward, sending mud and debris crashing down upon Yagu, who lay prone on the ground. Ego lay on the ground, adjusting his position to curl his body and evade the impact wave generated by the tumbling rocks. After 1 or 2 breaths, the wave dissipated, and Ego rose to his feet. Upon recognizing the source of his impending danger, Ego was struck with shock. Who was responsible for this? The darkness he had sensed moments ago was caused by a massive boulder plummeting from above. Estimating with his keen eyesight, Yagu surmised that it was a large rock, approximately 2 meters in height and 3 meters in length. At that moment, nearly half of the boulder was buried in the earth, its surroundings slightly indented, resembling a crater left in the wake of the earlier impact. Suddenly, as he looked up at the sky, a towering figure rushed towards him from above. Due to the angle, Yagu could not clearly discern its features, yet he observed that the entity's limbs were repeatedly thrust into the rock face, utilizing this method to counteract the tremendous inertia caused by its descent. With a series of thuds, the shadow came within 10 meters of the ground. And with a single leap, devoid of any unnecessary movement, it landed directly before Yagu. The figure's feet struck the earth with a force akin to a heavy bulldozer falling from a height of 2 or 3 meters, resonating with a deep rumble. Yagu regarded the figure before him with a sense of wariness, keenly observing the creature that stood in front of him. The being was adorned with azure skin, but what stood out most were the menacing fangs protruding from its jaw. The creature bore an intimidating expression, with blue tufts of fur sprouting from its chin, temples, chest, wrists, and ankles, all emphasizing its ferocity. Upon seeing this grotesque visage, Yagu instantly recognized the entity as Bisto, the man-eating monster spoken of by Dobby. Ha ha ha. What a diminutive creature. I was just contemplating turning you into a meat pie. Heh, where has Dobby gone? As Yagu had anticipated, the repugnant figure before him was indeed Bisto, who regarded Yagu with utter disdain, perceiving him merely as a dish on his platter, unconcerned about any possibility of escape. Yagu is not a martial artist driven by notions of martial valor. Observing that his opponent dismisses him, he secretly rejoices. This is indeed preferable. However, it is regrettable that he cannot draw upon his weapon. Seizing the opportunity to render his adversary incapacitated or to diminish their combat effectiveness by half is his aim. With narrowed eyes, he fixates on the towering Bistuo, who remains irate over Dobby's failure to visit him, vociferously lamenting, utterly disregarding the diminutive figure of Yagu, who stands just over a meter tall. In truth, Yagu's head barely reaches Bistuo's calf, and with his childlike visage, he appears to pose no threat whatsoever. Yagu has already examined the internal combat system, which defines the battle as one of life and death. This implies that winning this confrontation will grant him a full 100% experience. His body is rife with vulnerabilities. His fists are clenched, yet not tightly. He brings his index and middle fingers together, augmenting their grip by pressing his thumb against the index finger. As Bisto turns to shout into the depths of the Demon Valley, Yagu seizes the moment, swiftly maneuvering around the corner that Bisto's peripheral vision might catch. The sound of his rapid movement is considerable. The faster he runs, the greater the force his legs exert on the ground, amplifying the noise he generates. Upon hearing this commotion, Bisto instinctively turns his head, only to find Yagu has vanished, a look of astonishment immediately crossing his face. Where has he gone? Before he can finish his thought, a shadowy figure appears beside him. This figure moves with remarkable speed, aiming directly at his head. Instinctively, Bisto swings his right hand to strike. The shadowy figure is Yagu. Although his speed is impressive, it is relative to his individual capacity. It is akin to a bullet traveling swiftly, yet when placed within a spacecraft attempting to exceed the first cosmic velocity, it is hardly remarkable. The bullet's trajectory remains unseen to many, creating a visual illusion of its swiftness. Although Yagu's speed was indeed remarkable, Bisto was able to obstruct his path with a mere wave of his hand. However, the 3 years spent in the gravity chamber had not been in vain. Yagu propelled his limbs forward, instantly decelerating, while simultaneously positioning his hands and feet on Bisto's forearm. The movements were fluid and decisive. As he grasped the mane on his opponent's wrist, twisting his body to maneuver past the obstruction and landing half-kneeling on Bisto's shoulder. Throughout this entire sequence, Yagu maintained the tension in his index and middle fingers, which remained tightly interlocked. To Yagu, Bisto's broad shoulder felt as solid as the ground beneath him. Noticing Bisto's gaze fixated upon him, he leaned forward in his half-kneeling stance, launching his arms fiercely towards Bisto's face. Concurrently, his previously charged index and middle fingers shot forth, aiming directly at his opponent's eyes. Sensing the imminent threat, Bisto shouted, his right hand sweeping towards his shoulder, while he tilted his head back, eyes tightly shut. Unwilling to relent, even slightly, with his eyes closed, he found himself enveloped in darkness, yet he could still perceive the murderous intent directed at him. Akin to a beacon in the night, an awareness that persisted even in blindness, when a sharp pain pricked at the corner of his eye, indicating an object had made contact with his eyeball. Panic surged within Bisto. He cried out, slapping both hands forcefully against his own face. At that moment, He could think of nothing else. Should he be blinded by this human before him, his only escape would be to flee back to his own world. For he could not fathom the alternative, being slain by these outside beings. A resounding crack echoed as Bisto struck his own face, reddening his skin in the process. His blow, delivered with great force, was accompanied by a cry of anguish. Yet, his cry soon faded, as Yagu deftly evaded an attack from behind, positioning himself at Bisto's chest, delivering a fierce strike to his Adam's apple. In an instinctive attempt to avoid Yagu's assault aimed at his eyes, Bisto not only shut his eyes tightly but also tilted his neck backward, revealing a critical opening to Yagu. Consequently, though Yagu's fingers grazed Bisto's eyelid, and he could feel the presence of the opponent's eyeball, he resolutely abandoned any intention of targeting Bisto's eyes further. Despite being a creature of extraordinary strength, Bisto's anatomical structure resembled that of a human. Regrettably, no matter how powerful one's physique, the internal body was difficult to fortify. The strike to his Adam's apple caused Bisto to cough up crimson blood. With a gasp, a stream of blue blood spilled from his mouth, his body staggered backward, trembling as he fell to his knees. Yagu would not wait for his opponent to regain their composure before striking. Although this was their first encounter, he understood that Bisto's strength surpassed his own. A punch from Bisto would likely inflict significant damage, while Yagu's blow, though painful, would not have a catastrophic impact, save for the vital areas. With a swift motion, Yagu positioned himself above the half-kneeling Bisto, extending his body backward and raising both arms above his head, nearly touching his heels. Harnessing the momentum from above, he aimed for the back of Bisto's head and delivered a powerful downward strike in a wide arc. The moment Yagu's fist connected with Bisto's skull, the colossal figure, towering at 4 meters, collapsed like a crumbling building, crashing to the ground amidst a resounding roar. Particularly striking was the sight of his head, which was entirely embedded in the earth. With a forceful strike, Yagu delivered a blow to the opponent's head, the recoil causing him to momentarily pause in midair before descending only after Bisto's head had sunk into the muddy ground. As he neared the ground, Yagu refrained from employing any unnecessary maneuvers. Instead, he gracefully adopted a sideline position while raising his elbow. Just as his body fell, he landed another strike to the back of Bisto's head. The sound that resonated from the impact was identical, whether it was his fist or elbow. Bisto's head sank slightly into the earth, yet it still remained elevated above Yagu's waist. The experience of the 2 strikes provided Yagu insight into Bisto's overall resilience to blows. Consequently, he decided against continuing to confront a formidable opponent. With a surge of power in his legs, he swiftly maneuvered to Bisto's side in the blink of an eye. This time, Yagu clenched his fingers tightly, raising his right fist, and unleashed a powerful punch against Bisto's waist, who was still sprawled on the ground. Oh! The force of Yagu's blow was tremendous. It propelled the 4-meter-tall Bisto sideways by an astonishing 65 centimeters. However, Yagu felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Having read numerous novels, he had often encountered characters who, after suffering severe blows, would seize any opportunity to retaliate, sometimes even feigning weakness to gain the upper hand. Thus, Yagu resolutely refused to show any mercy in combat, especially against someone he was familiar with. Yagu unleashed a flurry of 7 punches aimed at Bisto's lower back, then leaped over his body. Harnessing his own strength, he ascended the rock wall with agility, using hands and feet to climb rapidly. In mere moments, through jumping, rolling, and twisting, he scaled to a height of 20 meters above the ground beside the riverbed of the Demon Valley. Gazing down at Bisto, who remained prone, Yagu leaped into the air, adjusting his posture mid-flight with legs together and knees bent, preparing to deliver a devastating knee strike to the vulnerable area of Bisto's neck. This time, Yagu refrained from shouting. He understood the peril of missing this crucial blow. Recalling how many protagonists in novels and films often squander their finest opportunities by either excessive chatter or boisterous cries. Although the absence of a battle cry might leave him feeling constricted in his chest, it paled in comparison to the stakes of either vanquishing an enemy or facing defeat himself. Yagu is a pragmatist who utilizes what benefits him and abandons what hinders him, even if it is something he cherishes. P.S. From the 6th of May until today, my collection has increased by 9, yet disappointingly, there have been no recommendations this week. How lamentable. Chapter 29. The turbulence of the heart descending from a height. My knees collided swiftly with the neck of Bisto, producing a sharp crack. In an instant, Bisto's massive form began to convulse, followed by a slight twitching of his limbs, yet his figure remained immobilized. Yagu was utterly unconcerned about his sneaky assault. observing the battle system's sudden increase of 1% in experience, bringing it to a commendable 171, filled him with an immense sense of relief, akin to the long-burdened frustration that had been stifling his chest dissipating at last. It's not such a big deal after all, he thought. However, the notion of attempting to ambush him made Yagu's expression abruptly shift. His eyes narrowed. He realized he could not afford to be so careless. Not only was this adversary a monster, but recalling the events from the future Bu saga, where two humans transformed by an evil sorcerer could revive even after their cervical vertebrae were shattered, he understood that the current foe might similarly possess extraordinary resilience. The memory of being harmed by a serpent left alive lingered in his mind, prompting Yagu to abandon his leisurely observation. The opponent appeared on the verge of death, yet still exerted every effort to dislocate the joints of his limbs. Consequently, even if he were not to perish, he would be rendered incapable of standing to confront Yagu. Unlike Yagu's apprehensions, Bistu did not possess such formidable vitality. Within 2 minutes of having his limbs dismantled, he succumbed to death. Upon witnessing Bistu's lifeless form, Yagu felt no trepidation. Rather, a sense of nostalgic familiarity surged through his veins. It was akin to a person from the 21st century, who had been steeped in the digital age, suddenly finding themselves in a place devoid of electricity and the internet for years, only to encounter these elements once more without feeling alienated or afraid, even if they had undergone technological advancements that rendered them somewhat unfamiliar. Ha! I am indeed a Saiyan, truly formidable, he exclaimed, laughing heartily, his pride swelling as he longed to boast, hindered only by his limited vocabulary. After the laughter subsided, Yagu's excitement gradually waned. With his hands on his hips, he gazed down at the deceased Bistu, contemplating the gains and losses. Bistu's strength surpassed his own. According to Dobie's assessment, Bistu was classified as a high-level being among lower-tier entities, possessing might beyond that of other monsters he had encountered. Although intervening had consumed considerable time, gaining 1% in experience was an exceptional achievement. Yet, he recalled the red silk-clad cyborg he had encountered 3 years prior, whose combat level was likely superior to Bistu's, yielding a pitiful 0.5%. The notion that utilizing weapons could drastically diminish combat experience left him pondering whether he would be unable to wield even cold weapons in the future. Yagu harbored a desire to equip himself with a sword, much like the future Trunks, envisioning a moment when he would confront his foes. Deftly drawing the blade from its sheath with a flick of his wrist, followed by the execution of a phantom fist, akin to an otherworldly celestial leap. The flair and elegance of such a display would undoubtedly resonate with both the young and the old. However, upon realizing the prohibition against wielding weapons, Yagu lamented the lost opportunity. Nonetheless, he resolutely grasped the fangs of the deceased Bistu and maneuvered the body towards the riverbank. Never mind, he thought. Once we reach the village, the locals can come and take care of it. The corpse, shrouded in a bluish hue, raised concerns about potential toxicity, prompting him to exercise caution. Contemplating the promising prospects of an exhilarating dungeon map for leveling up, Yagu felt a surge of delight. The journey back proved to be a challenge, as the canyons they had traversed earlier were now inundated with water. With no other option, Yagu leaped into the river and swam downstream. After 2 hours, he arrived at the cabin where he had left provisions for Grinsmuller the previous night. To his astonishment, Grinsmuller had neither returned with the grains nor departed. Instead, the 3 of them stood there, panting and motionless. Only upon Yagu's arrival did their expressions brighten, and they erupted into jubilant celebration. Hey, Yagu. We're here. Hey, Yagu. Thank you, Yagu. Yagu had no intention of lingering here. He proceeded directly downward. Among the 3, only Ollie discerned this, while the other 2 believed Yagu had overlooked them, hence their nonchalant departure. The following day, after placing the food prepared by the villagers into his universal capsule, Yagu resumed his journey. Like Kylan, he advanced while simultaneously honing his skills. In this world, as combat prowess escalated, the art of flight had long surpassed that of most human aircraft. However, for Yagu, his speed was undoubtedly inferior to that of a sports car. In his previous life as an Earthling, his inertia was greater than that of Klin, who clearly cultivated martial arts to attract the affections of more women. Yet, after a series of actions since arriving on Earth, he had not observed this tendency in himself. It had been previously stated that Yagu understood his weaknesses. Human inertia was excessive. Therefore, under no circumstances would he allow himself to make excuses for failing to complete his training tasks from years past. Each day's training regimen must be fulfilled in its entirety, regardless of any circumstances. Over the past few days, as he had grown lax, Yagu sensed a burgeoning desire for rest. As the saying goes, a day without practice dulls the skills, 2 days leads to a loss of half, and 3 days renders one a novice. He feared that amidst the exhaustion of his training, he might fall prey to a sneak attack by enemies. Yet he had indeed failed to meet the training quota during those days. Regular practice is vital for urgent situations. Neglect in times of ease leads to poverty in times of need. Yagu was deeply concerned that, having grown fond of a comfortable life, he might become complacent like Liu Ping, neglecting his training. In the original Dragon Ball series, Clint became lax in his practice after marrying Android 18, who, being an artificial human, Yagu found it hard to believe would enhance her strength through diligent training. Moreover, from Clint's penchant for casual attire and slippers, it was evident that he had come to relish a lifestyle akin to that of Master Roshi when not engaged in battle. In Yagu's perspective, Gohan, the most gifted among them, had been rendered ineffectual by Chi-Chi. Naturally, no mother wishes for her son to frequently partake in perilous battles. Furthermore, a crucial point is that while Goku is powerful, like Vegeta, he has never known the concept of work, nor do they harbor intentions of opening a dojo. Without a source of income, the burden naturally falls upon the wife. Bulma, being the daughter of the Capsule Corporation and a brilliant scientist, is not significantly affected by Vegeta's lack of employment. However, Chi-Chi's situation is markedly different. With Ox King not being a wealthy man and the substantial appetites of Goku and Gohan demanding considerable financial resources, it becomes evident why she vehemently opposed Gohan's martial arts training. Yagu, unencumbered by familial influences, dispatched a military representative and acquired shares in a universal capsule, ensuring his future was devoid of financial worries. Additionally, he possessed over a ton of unused gold. After a fortnight, Yagu departed from the hilly terrain and ventured into the vast expanse of the grasslands. Yagu bore a burden of 20 kilograms. Raising above his head with both hands a rock nearly 1 meter high, 2 meters long, and 1.5 meters thick. The weight was considerable. This stone, chosen after 3 attempts, served as a long-term training tool accompanying him. On the grasslands, herds of cattle and sheep could occasionally be seen, yet Yagu kept his distance. This world was far from peaceful. Although it was a government-occupied zone, the Red Silk Army moved in and out of this area with ease, sometimes deploying a small elite squad to garrison specific locations. 3 years prior, an assault on the Red Silk Army had resulted in the plundering of substantial supplies, and Yagu could scarcely believe that the Red Silk Army would remain unresponsive, with the Earth government forces comparable to the Nationalist Army during World War II. It was certain that someone had relayed news of his audience with the king. It was possible that he had already become a figure on the Red Silk Army's blacklist. As an organization with the ambition of world domination, the Red Silk Army would show no mercy to any adversary. Yagu understood that despite his youth, he would be dealt with ruthlessly when the time came. After running for 10 consecutive days, on this particular day, as Yagu ascended a dirt slope, he noticed 2 single-pilot aircraft of the Red Silk Army approaching from the distance. The aircraft moved swiftly, disappearing into the sky within moments. At the base of the slope, a family was migrating, surrounded by lively herds of cattle and sheep moving across the grassland. However, at that moment, the 2 departing aircraft returned without hesitation. As they neared the family, 2 machine gun barrels emerged from the front of the aircraft, and then, with a rapid succession of sounds, bullets began to rain down. In an instant, cattle and sheep fell to the ground, and a mounted herdsman was struck, erupting in a brilliant spray of blood midair. Startled, the cattle and sheep scattered in panic, while the 2 aircraft, seemingly satisfied with their grim display, swaggered away into the distance. As Yagu hoisted a boulder far larger than his own frame, he remained undetected by the 2 aerial vessels. Watching the vanishing aircraft of the Red Silk Army, Yagu found himself consumed by an unprecedented rage, their actions evoking memories of the transgressions committed by the nation of the Eastern Isles against Huaxia in his past life. Although Earth was under the dominion of a king, it posed no threat to the Red Silk Army. On the contrary, it allowed insurgent forces to continually encroach upon territories controlled by the government troops. The Red Silk Army employed brutal policies against the common folk. Any act of defiance would result in a gruesome demise. Yagu was acutely aware that the scene before him was neither the first nor the last of its kind. While he harbored a desire to bring down the 2 aircraft and deliver a thorough lesson, he understood that without the magic staff and the cloud somersault, his rudimentary aerial techniques would have no bearing on those soaring figures above. Furthermore, the military bases of the Red Silk Army were scattered across the globe, and his current strength was insufficient to engage them in battle. Chapter 30. Inviting trouble to his astonishment. By Tuesday, he had garnered 30 recommendations, a significant improvement compared to the previous week's complete lack thereof. Thank you, everyone. As the massive rock tumbled beside him, Yagu fixed his gaze on the direction in which the aircraft had departed, his fists clenched tightly. I shall ensure you receive your due reckoning, an indelible lesson for all, he declared, devoid of any gritted teeth fury, for he preferred to wear his convictions openly, both on his face and in his heart. The resentment constricting within Yagu serves as a powerful impetus for his desire to grow stronger. Although this may subject him to the detrimental effects of negativity, Yagu has grown accustomed to the accumulation of adverse emotions, as if this turmoil embodies his true essence. At the foot of the hill, a family of herdsmen gathers around the man who had just been struck by gunfire. Though the distance is considerable, Yagu can still faintly hear the sound of weeping. The wails resonate across the prairie, while sorrow lingers in the clouds above. Yagu departed without approaching that family. He lacked the means to offer comfort and possessed no ability to avenge the two murderers. All he could do was leave quietly. However, this scene solidified Yagu's future resolve to confront the Red Ribbon Army, planning to discreetly retrieve some items when Wukong stormed their stronghold. As Yagu contemplated, he suddenly recalled the future android cell, but he quickly dismissed the thought, chuckling to himself. Time and space are not continuous. If this world mirrors the original Dragon Ball universe, then Trunks would inevitably exist in the future. Yet, if it does not, it implies that Wukong might succumb to heart disease. This is a matter I must heed. Furthermore, I must ensure that the cell-collecting machines do not approach me. Caution is paramount. There is no need to rush. Dr. Gero's creation of Cell is still far off, and to ponder such matters now would be a futile worry. I must become stronger, ever stronger. Yagu's purpose for entering this world remains unclear. Super Saiyans are commonplace in Dragon Ball, and even the younger Goten and Trunks eventually achieved that transformation. Yet, Yagu is acutely aware that throughout Saiyan history, a Super Saiyan emerges only once every 1,000 years. Vegeta's battle power exceeding 20,000 astonished other warriors across the universe, underscoring the rarity of millions in battle power in the Super Saiyan transformation. Of course, Yagu also understands that those under Frieza's command have never pursued training. They rely on gaining experience through combat to enhance their strength. However, the unfortunate reality is that they can only prey on weaker races. When faced with higher-powered races, they dispatch warriors of a different caliber. This indicates that, aside from a select few, Frieza's minions lack the ambition to transcend their limits. In stark contrast stand the Dragon Ball warriors. Aside from the Saiyans and Namekians, the Earthlings, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin have surpassed their limits through relentless training. Particularly in the final chapters of the original manga, even when confronted by the formidable Majin Buu, Tien Shinhan displayed no signs of cowardice. Yagu could not fathom how he would react when formidable adversaries appeared before him. The mere thought of confronting Frieza was beyond his imagination. He knew he could not engage Frieza as Tien Shinhan did with Majin Buu. In Yagu's own words, he would opt for a strategic retreat, choosing to linger in Frieza's vicinity, biding his time before making a move. Ultimately, he believed that refraining from action was preferable to striking without effect. After all, one must preserve the foundation to ensure future endeavors. The scene unfolding on the grasslands served as a source of motivation for Yagu, yet he remained acutely aware of the paramount importance of adopting the correct approach to training. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the notion of excessive training adversely affecting one's lifespan did not exist. However, the longevity of masters like Master Roshi and Karin, who lived for over 300 years, was indeed astonishing. Yagu wished to avoid provoking the Red Silk Army. However, 6 days later, he unexpectedly encountered a region under their dominion. How infuriating. Their presence is indeed relentless. Yagu cast aside a massive boulder and stood atop a high mountain, gazing at the imposing military fortress below, adorned with the fluttering banners of the Red Silk Army. At this moment, he was acutely aware that his combat prowess was insufficient for a direct confrontation with them. Though accustomed to a gravitational force 30 times that of Earth, it did not equate to possessing the formidable strength of Goku, who had mastered the Kaioken technique to adapt to such an environment. In the same gravitational conditions, the disparities in the combat capabilities of warriors like Goku, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan were stark, illustrating that training in a gravity chamber merely amplifies the effects of training rather than guaranteeing rapid enhancement of one's abilities. as Yagu gazed at the patrolling troops of the Red Silk Army traversing the road below, accompanied by the sight of two surveillance aircraft that appeared in the skies every half hour. He suppressed the unease swelling within him. To circumvent this path would likely extend his journey by a month. Thus, it seemed wiser to stealthily navigate through, ensuring that he did not provoke any unnecessary trouble along the way, which would allow him to pass swiftly. Deep down, he was aware that should he encounter any egregious wrongdoing, he would undoubtedly intervene, unless faced with an adversary whose strength far surpassed his own, leaving him powerless. He would inevitably rise to halt any injustice. Indeed, as Yagu had anticipated, half a day later, while quietly traversing a village, he witnessed 3 members of the Red Silk Army executing a family, apparently for the possession of a valuable antique. In a secluded corner, Yagu observed the approaching vehicles of the Red Silk Army, and an ingenious idea struck him. He gazed around, contemplating the path leading to their stronghold, envisioning an ambush that could yield significant results if executed with surprise. Yet, he pondered with a hint of trepidation, hoping that fortune would favor him. For entanglement with the Red Silk Army would spell dire consequences. Turning swiftly, Yagu dashed towards the route to the Red Silk base, intent on selecting the perfect site for his ambush. 5 minutes later, he found himself dismayed. The terrain was entirely flat, devoid of any suitable hiding spots. In a fit of urgency, he resorted to covering himself with grass and branches, concealing himself within the underbrush. The surrounding trees had been ruthlessly felled. What could the Red Silk Army possibly intend in this barren landscape? Regardless, he resolved to deal with the 3 scoundrels of the Red Silk Army and then make his swift exit. Lingering here was not an option. The notorious retribution of the Red Silk Army, coupled with their extensive global military presence, rendered them a formidable force that even the 2 government armies dared not confront lightly. Yagu was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and his adversaries. 7 minutes passed, and the distant road stirred with a cloud of dust. At last, they were here, he thought to himself as he observed the scene unfold, although there remained a considerable distance between them. The raucous laughter accompanying the rumble of engines grated on Yagu's nerves. As the open-top jeep traversed the vicinity of his hiding place, he seized the moment and leaped onto the vehicle with the agility of a coiled spring. What on earth? Though the soldiers of the Red Silk Army lacked formal training, their years of suppressing the government forces had honed their military prowess. Coupled with the stringent disciplinary measures within their ranks, each soldier possessed commendable skills. As Yagu leapt onto the vehicle, both the driver and the Red Silk soldier immediately sensed something was amiss. With a clatter, the 2 Red Silk soldiers swiftly pulled back their gun bolts. But before they could raise their firearms, a resounding crack echoed as both of their noses were struck with brutal force. Hit directly, the 2 soldiers slumped back into their seats, their hands weakly clutching their faces, unable to emit even a groan. Having effortlessly dealt with the 2 soldiers, Yagu cast a glance at the driver, who displayed remarkable courage. Despite witnessing his comrades being dispatched with ease, he refused to relent. One hand remained on the wheel while the other fished out a red M12 series pistol. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted. Yet the soldier soon found himself staring into the void where his enemies had been. Where had they disappeared? Just then, a youthful voice chimed in front of him. I am right here. Before he could react, Yagu delivered a powerful punch to the soldier's chest. With a grunt, the soldier expelled a copious amount of saliva, his eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets. Losing control, the jeep's tires screeched as it swerved left and right. Realizing the vehicle was on the verge of crashing into a rock, Yagu exerted all his strength to leap high into the air, performing 2 flips before landing in a horse stance. That was rather easy. The combat system awarded Yagu a meager 0.3 experience points, compared to 3 years prior. His strength had significantly increased, yet he still only earned 0.1 experience points just as he had back then. This modest gain left Yagu quite pleased, although he was dissatisfied with the slow accumulation of experience. A mere 1.74 would take an eternity to level up. Boom! Just as Yagu contemplated his experience bar, the jeep collided with the rock and exploded, startling him. As military machinery, such vehicles should not explode so easily. The towering flames and billowing smoke ascended into the sky, leaving Yagu alarmed. Dread filled him. Would this not attract the Red Silk soldiers? Realizing the urgency, he dared not linger and sprinted swiftly into the distance. He had to find a hiding spot before the aircraft arrived for reconnaissance. Chapter 31. The unaware A-Day brought forth 14 recommendations. Thank you all. While I do not wish to dampen spirits, I must admit that I am not particularly suited for crafting lighthearted and humorous tales. I had attempted to design several comedic segments within the narrative, yet they fell flat. Nest to Mountain Eagle 1. We have detected a situation. Nest acknowledges. Signal is strong. We have discovered the bodies of our personnel located at CH-7805. I request to investigate on the ground, with Mountain Eagle 2 assigned to secure the perimeter. Understood. Nest will dispatch support as swiftly as possible. In the fortress nestled within the mountains, a young commander silently listened to the communications relayed from outside the control room, where the staff worked methodically, refraining from burdening the commander with queries. At that moment, a civilian official approached the commander, who glanced at him briefly before closing his eyes and irritably inquired, "What is it?" The official picked up a report that, by his rank, he should not have been privy to. However, the commander, having been stationed in the area for years, had noticed discrepancies between minor details and the orders issued by the High Command of the Red Silk Soldiers. General Dapu. The headquarters has issued orders for our forces to withdraw from this region within 2 years and redirect to the XD 5402 area for mineral operations. Moreover, we are instructed to avoid any confrontations with the government forces, ensuring the safety of all soldiers during the withdrawal. Before the official could finish reading the orders, General Dappa snatched the document from his hands, scanning it rapidly. With a derisive snort, he muttered, "Nonsense. This order surely stems from Blockia leveraging the commander's authority. What an idiot. Expanding on one hand while expecting the government forces to remain complacent. Does he think everyone is a fool?" With a flick of his wrist, a flame erupted from Dapu's palm, instantly reducing the thick stack of documents to ashes. The civilian official, standing beside him, watched in horror as the charred remnants smoldered on the ground, trembling slightly. Dappa contemptuously remarked, "Tell your superior not to trouble me. We are now worlds apart. And since the governing ideology of the Red Silk Soldiers aligns with his faction, I have no intention of returning to vie for position. He can rest easy. Of course. The most crucial point is to avoid any tricks. I do not wish to sever ties completely." Within the control room, aside from a few who glared venomously at the civilian official, the others remained focused on their instruments, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. The official nodded, mustering the strength to stand tall as he exited, while Dappa remained silent, eyes closed. He understood that over half of the forces under his command had been appointed by Blocku. In this control room, only a handful were his loyal subordinates. He advocated for a soft approach to control the occupied territories, yet the efficacy was dismal, yielding slow results, especially in comparison to the rising radical factions. It became increasingly difficult to maintain a foothold within the Red Silk Army. Those generals who once shared his faction had either perished or been demoted. Only he, with his formidable prowess, retained the title of general, though his ideals had fallen out of favor. Even within his ranks, many middle-tier officers were radical, and faced with the prevailing tide, he felt powerless to counteract their influence. While the mid-level personnel began investigating the deaths of the 3 Red Silk Soldiers, Yagu, having put some distance between himself and the incident, noticed that no aircraft were pursuing him. He quickened his pace, forging ahead, in preparation for future endeavors towards the temple. Yagu commenced experimenting with the technique of flight. It baffled him why, in the Bu saga, even Biddy could master this technique swiftly, yet he found it so arduous. Yagu felt a sense of injustice. After all, by the later stages, even 7- or 8-year-old Goten and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans with ease. How unfair could the heavens be? Not to mention the immense effort Goku expended to achieve his transformation into a Super Saiyan, or the arduous training Vegeta undertook. Consider Gohan, who only succeeded in transforming under the direct guidance of his father in the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, Goten and Trunks managed to transform almost unconsciously, even burying their loved ones in the process. Given all these factors, Yagu could not believe that merely possessing anger within his heart would suffice to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta had broken through his limits to achieve that transformation. It was indeed a grueling period. Without any substantial power boosts, the arduous struggle felt relentless. Although he understood that training in the gravity chamber merely indicated effective training and did not guarantee an increase in combat power, Yagu found himself at a loss for words. How many of the current Earthlings could operate normally under 30 times Earth's gravity? From 1 times to 10 times, Yagu had taken a considerable amount of time to adapt. When the gravity increased to 20 times, he decided to begin training at 12 to 13 times. However, after just 1 day, he abandoned that approach. While gradual progression seemed sensible, in reality, it was merely an excuse for his inability to endure rigorous training. After the gravity chamber was converted into a capsule, Yagu wore it daily, spending 3 hours within. A month later, Yagu arrived at a small town, having gone nearly 3 months without human interaction. He felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and deeply missed life in West City. In that place, although one would not actively engage with others, the daily symphony of mechanical clamor and the ebb and flow of people instilled a sense of tranquility within the heart. This sensation was utterly distinct from the rare glimpse of smoke curling from a mountain village nestled deep within the woods. The streets of the town were bustling with a throng of visitors. Yagu quickly discerned that this was a marketplace spontaneously formed by nearby villagers. After subsisting on canned provisions for several days, it was time to indulge in the culinary artistry of humanity. Possessing ample funds, he inquired with the locals and made his way directly to the finest establishment in town. Like the grand eateries of ordinary cities, the entrance of this town's restaurant was graced by a hostess clad in a qipao, a sight familiar to Yagu. It is noteworthy that Dragon Ball, a Japanese manga, is interspersed with numerous classical Chinese elements, such as the Ox King, the banana fan, and the three-eyed figure representing Erlangshun. Even the dragon that binds the entire narrative exudes an Eastern essence. It is evident that the dragon from planet Namek bears no resemblance to this. Clearly, the celestial beings responsible for creating Dragon Ball were influenced by this world, resulting in the emergence of such a dragon. Upon seeing a patron enter, the hostess bowed gracefully, her face adorned with a welcoming smile. Welcome. Although taken aback by Yaga's youthful appearance, she maintained her composure and poise. The restaurant's lavish decor was far from what one would expect in a town of this size. Under the dim, golden lighting, an air of suggestiveness enveloped the space. With Yagu's keen eye, he quickly surveyed the surroundings. At the corner of the staircase, a portly gentleman was brazenly placing his hand upon the posterior of a strikingly beautiful woman, illuminating the peculiar expression that had graced the face of the local when he inquired about the town's best hotel. Regardless, having entered this establishment, he resolved to savor a hearty meal. Yagu entered the hall and swiftly captured everyone's attention. The hall manager was on the verge of instructing the security to escort Yagu out when he noticed Yagu pulling out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. The currency in the Dragon Ball world remains uncertain, with no definitive answer in the Dragon Ball community. This action drew the gaze of all present. A child of 7 or 8 years possessing such a substantial sum of money was indeed intriguing. Is the manager here? Yagu shouted towards several elegantly dressed individuals. The hall manager, realizing the situation, hurried to Yagu's side, glanced at the money in his hand, and inquired, "Little one, what is it that you desire?" Yagu spoke without any preamble. "The money is to inform you that I am affluent. Prepare the finest dishes your hotel has to offer, as much as you have, quickly." The hall manager, taken aback, looked at Yagu with a bewildered expression. "What is the hold-up? Hurry and prepare the food. Is this not a hotel?" The hall manager nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. Would you like a private room?" "Certainly. Make haste, for I am on the verge of starving." "Very well. Please follow me this way," said the hall manager, as he guided Yagu toward a private chamber while instructing the kitchen staff to prepare the meals. 30 minutes later, many guests in the hall stared blankly at the room where Yagu resided. The sound of clattering dishes persisted, punctuated by the occasional youthful voice exclaiming, "Not enough, bring more." Quickly, a few portly men who had just entered the hotel observed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the gathered crowd and inquired with a woman dressed as a secretary. Shortly thereafter, the secretary returned with information. The men exchanged glances, and one of them chuckled. "What an odd child. Perhaps he could fetch a handsome price, gentlemen. Consider this business opportunity. Boss Pulinal, this is your establishment. While we share a curiosity about such a child, we defer to your judgment," remarked a tall man, in stark contrast to the rotund individuals beside him. Upon hearing this, Pulinal, who had not faced any opposition, laughed heartily and responded, "I must extend my gratitude to Major Dachi. Over the years, I have been collecting peculiar creatures and have managed to tame quite a few. Thank you indeed." "Haha. You are too modest, Boss Pulinal. Who in this vicinity is unaware of your esteemed reputation?" Meanwhile, Yagu, blissfully unaware of the attention he had attracted, was solely focused on one thought. Indeed, money holds great importance. Without such resources, one could hardly dream of indulging in such a feast throughout their lifetime. Chapter 32. The unaware entity in the private room where Yagu resided. A flurry of activity had transformed it into the hotel's most bustling locale. A multitude of servers entered, laden with dishes, while others exited, bearing empty plates. This relentless stream left the youthful floor manager astounded, as he silently calculated whether the funds Yagu possessed would suffice to cover the extravagant feast. It was well known that Yagu had ordered the establishment's signature dishes. For an average patron, the stack of cash he wielded could easily last a month. Yet, after a brief count, the manager felt a surge of unease. What if Yagu intended to dine and dash, resulting in a financial loss for the hotel? Though it was possible to pursue Yagu for restitution, the manager would ultimately bear the brunt of the responsibility. Suddenly, he noticed a sharply dressed young man approaching. Someone the floor manager recognized as a subordinate to his own superior. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to cultivate a favorable rapport with this individual, whether for professional reasons or to avoid offense. "Ah, Secretary Bai, you've arrived. Where is the boss?" he inquired, with an air of superiority. Secretary Bai regarded the floor manager disdainfully, noticing his intent to approach his superior. He frowned slightly and remarked, "You needn't concern yourself with the boss's affairs. Focus on your own responsibilities. Do you understand?" The floor manager, sensing the secretary's displeasure, nodded repeatedly, nearly succumbing to the urge to prostrate himself. For him, the attainment of power rendered dignity irrelevant. Particularly after acquiring authority, it mattered little if those above him looked down upon him. However, should any subordinate dare to dismiss him, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. "Indeed, you are quite right. I wonder what brings you here, Secretary Bai?" Ignoring his inquiry, Secretary Bai pointed toward Yagu's private room and said, "I've heard this child possesses an appetite capable of consuming meals meant for hundreds. Is that true? Surely he hasn't deceived you all with some clever ruse." The floor manager's mind raced as he recalled a pertinent detail. It was rumored that their boss had a penchant for collecting individuals with extraordinary abilities, be they beautiful, unattractive, or otherwise unique. Could it be that the boss had taken a liking to this peculiar child? The child with the greatest appetite in the world could indeed be a captivating notion. Understanding this, the floor manager reassured, "Rest assured, Secretary Bai, our staff is inside. We've ensured everything is in order." He gestured humbly while bowing his head, adopting a posture of utmost deference, aware that individuals like Secretary Bai, given the boss's temperament, were little more than dogs in the presence of their superior. The floor manager knew that such people would exhibit extreme humility near influential figures. Yet, once distanced from their powerful boss, they would employ a multitude of methods to assert dominance over those beneath them. Therefore, it was crucial to appease their vanity. Failing to do so would lead to dire repercussions unless one possessed formidable backing. Handle it as you see fit, but remember to act decisively. And do not tarnish the hotel's reputation, understood? After delivering this admonition, Secretary Bai arrogantly turned to leave, immediately adopting a posture of humility upon approaching his boss, Pulinal, the previous arrogance vanishing without a trace. The floor manager pondered Secretary Bai's words, "Do not tarnish the hotel's reputation," and quickly deduced the implication. There could be no tampering with the food. Yet, a glimmer of inspiration sparked within him. If the boss desired this child, others would inevitably seek to act. Thus, it was imperative to ensure Yagu remained at the hotel. Seizing a moment when the entrance was bustling with patrons, he entered the room, greeted by a mountain of empty plates. What astonished him most was Yagu's astonishing speed in consuming food. His mouth resembled a pulverizing machine, effortlessly devouring everything placed before him after just a few chews, while his slightly protruding belly seemed utterly incongruous. How can such a person exist? The floor manager, well-versed and experienced, had encountered many competitive eaters in the past, but none compared to the spectacle before him. Some individuals collect stamps, others gather paintings of specific artists. But Pulinal delighted in amassing an array of bizarre entities, including humans. The floor manager had witnessed some of these peculiar collections. Yet they paled in comparison to the extraordinary child before him. With a smile, the floor manager approached Yagu, deftly avoiding the clattering utensils that flew about him. Standing beside Yagu, he found it remarkable that the child seemed oblivious to his presence and continued to feast. The floor manager stifled his awkwardness and, donning a friendly expression, greeted, "Hello, esteemed guest." Yagu grasped the colossal leg of an unknown creature, perfectly roasted to a golden crisp by the chef, devoid of any greasiness and emanating a delightful fragrance. It was reminiscent of a tantalizing surprise for someone accustomed to sumptuous feasts of fish and meat, suddenly presented with the fresh allure of apples and oranges. Despite having savored this dish for the 6th time, Yagu felt an insatiable desire for more. Annoyed by the manager's interruption, he absent-mindedly tore off a piece of meat while muttering, "What is it?" The hall manager, an adept individual, maintained his composure. Despite Yagu's internal disdain for being treated as mere fodder for the metaphorical chopping block, he continued to smile, inquiring whether the guest was satisfied with the hotel service. Yagu paused, his inherent wariness piqued. Why was the manager approaching him? Was it for market research? Surely he was not the one to be questioned about such matters. Moreover, the hotel's primary income likely stemmed from more than just dining. Perhaps it was derived from more intimate services. Did the manager intend to offer him something special? As this thought crossed his mind, Yagu's gaze darted around, taking in the sight of a nearby waitress in her professional attire. Her figure, curvaceous and taut, stirred within him an urge to gauge the elasticity of her form. Shaking his head, he quickly dispelled such thoughts. What nonsense! I am, after all, destined to be a martial arts master replacing Satan. Calm down. I must not tarnish my reputation. Closing his eyes, Yagu feigned tranquility while attempting to soothe his restless heart. He turned to the hall manager, inquiring, "What is it? Are you concerned about my finances?" He glared at the manager, knowing full well the hotel's involvement in dubious dealings. In such an industry, coercion, murder, and deceit were inevitable, as it inherently corroded human nature, extending far beyond mere illicit pleasures. Strangely, the world of Dragon Ball did not seem to harbor such chaos. Was it the presence of the Red Ribbon Army that diminished governmental influence? This notion crossed Yagu's mind, contemplating whether to act as a force of justice against the observed powers. However, recalling that he had already offended the Red Ribbon Army, he recognized that provoking further trouble with his current strength would only invite disaster. This is a strategic retreat, not a genuine fear of you, he reassured himself. Sir, your current expenditure has reached a threshold that allows us to offer you a complimentary room for one night. Would you care to stay with us? The hall manager thought it unlikely anyone would refuse such an offer. Who would turn down a free benefit? Regrettably, Yagu shook his head, replying, "No need. You may leave and continue serving. I wish to indulge fully." The hall manager contemplated saying more but found himself at a loss for words. Resentfully, he shot a glance at Yagu before departing. Once outside, he hurried to the kitchen, instructing his staff to tamper with Yagu's food. 10 minutes later, as Yagu continued to eat, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His consciousness began to blur, and being naturally distrustful, he quickly realized he had been betrayed. Chewing on the morsel in his mouth, Yagu's mind raced through various thoughts. Ultimately, he decided that given his current weakness, it would be prudent to feign submission. If he revealed his true strength while incapacitated, it would only serve to prepare his adversaries for a confrontation. Considering this, Yagu closed his eyes, his head growing heavy and collapsing onto the table. Chapter 33. The unaware entity. The hall manager, stealthily approaching the private room, witnessed Yagu's collapse and chuckled softly, his demeanor unchanged, betraying no hint of concern. He stepped forward, gently nudging Yagu, calling out, "Sir, sir?" Yagu's eyes remained closed as he squirmed slightly, muttering, "Do not disturb me." Observing that the individual had not yet fully succumbed to slumber, the hall manager chuckled to himself. The potency of the drug he administered was formidable. In Yagu's current state, this condition would persist for 2 days. During this period, he would only be provided with water, and upon awakening, he would find himself too weak from hunger to resist, thus effectively incapacitating him. This would facilitate the completion of the boss's directives. As for how the boss would handle the individual thereafter, it was of no concern to the hall manager. After dismissing those in the private room, the hall manager summoned the hotel security, instructing them to transport the individual in a box. He emphasized the need for discretion, ensuring that no outsiders bore witness to their actions. Furthermore, he cautioned everyone who had been present in the private room to maintain silence. The security personnel, clad in military uniforms and armed, were akin to local warlords in this area. The captain of the security team responded affirmatively. "Understood, manager. I am fully aware of the situation. Rest assured, no traces will be left behind." The captain, bearing a sinister grin, elicited a nod of satisfaction from the hall manager, who said nothing further as he exited the private room. With his eyes closed, Yagu, despite feeling groggy, remained acutely aware of his surroundings. His strength had yet to return, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. 2 individuals approached, placing him inside a box. Yagu remained oblivious to whether he had given any signs of awakening or exposed any vulnerabilities. Content to feign slumber as a means of concealment, he felt a sense of relief that they did not immediately search his person, as several versatile capsules still lay hidden upon him. Yagu spent several hours confined within the black box, enduring the jolts of the journey. He surmised that his captors had transported him to their clandestine base. Upon Yagu's departure, the hall manager swiftly approached Secretary Bai, who stood outside the large boss's private room. Noticing the manager's arrival, she glanced at him and inquired, "Is it done? No mistakes, I hope?" The hall manager, bowing slightly, lowered his voice. Despite the soundproofing of the room, he reassured her that the individual had been handed over to the boss's designated personnel, avoiding any disturbances in the hall. Secretary Bai huffed. "It better be fine. Do you know why your predecessors vanished?" The hall manager nodded repeatedly, a smile plastered on his face as he responded. "That's precisely why we need your keen oversight, Secretary Bai. Recently, I've come across some intriguing goods. Perhaps I could arrange for them to be delivered to your residence for your selection?" With a cold expression, Secretary Bai retorted, "Manager, you must understand that we serve Boss Puliner. Do not create any mishaps in this regard, comprehend?" The hall manager, feeling rejected despite his flattery, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He managed to maintain a humble demeanor, saying, "You're absolutely right, Secretary Bai. I greatly admire your dedication by the boss's side." Secretary Bai, unperturbed, directly informed him, "Your predecessors expressed similar sentiments, and I always caution them against thinking too highly of themselves. They ought to conduct themselves with humility and diligence. Do you understand? I have conveyed this to your predecessors, and you can guess the outcome. I hope your tenure before me lasts longer than those foolish individuals. Do you understand?" "Understood," the hall manager replied, cold sweat trickling down his back, his legs trembling slightly. Secretary Bai, dismissive, turned away and waved him off. Once the hall manager had departed, she turned back, a faint smirk gracing her lips. A cold laugh escaped her. "Fools abound," she mused. "I have remained by the boss's side for 7 years precisely because I have fulfilled my duties without overreaching. Whatever the boss provides, I accept. What he does not entrust me with, I will not touch. Humph. If you simpletons lack this discernment, how could the boss reign supreme in this territory?" During his 7 years with Puliner, Secretary Bai knew that before him, there had been over a dozen secretaries, each meeting their end in less than 2 years. He acknowledged his own opportunistic nature, his shamelessness, and his subservience, yet he believed these traits aligned with the boss's desires. For 7 years, Puliner had not allowed him to indulge in women, and thus he had abstained entirely. He recognized himself as Puliner's loyal dog, trained rigorously. And even when the dog was in heat, it must remain obedient. Secretary Bai had maintained this attitude, serving Puliner for 7 uninterrupted years. Fortunately, these years had not been without reward. Puliner seemed to have grown accustomed to his presence, gradually loosening the leash. 3 years prior, during a moment of leisure, Puliner had asked if he drank alcohol. Secretary Bai declined, to which Puliner remarked that enjoying a drink occasionally when work was light was acceptable. Now, Secretary Bai was permitted to subtly assert his influence as Puliner's favored aide before others. These permissions were granted by Puliner himself. In Secretary Bai's eyes, those who labeled him a base sycophant were merely foolish. The history of Puliner replacing secretaries every couple of years demonstrated that those who sought to seize what was not theirs were courting disaster. As Secretary Bai stood quietly at the door, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He believed it prudent to share his instincts with Puliner, which was another reason for his prolonged service. His intuition had saved the boss on 2 occasions. He knocked on the door, and a servant opened it. A woman stood before him. Secretary Bai was acutely aware of Puliner's obsessive control over his subordinates to last long in his service. One must navigate the constraints of the metaphorical leash. With a subtle smile, he sidestepped the woman, avoiding any physical contact. The room was dimly lit, filled with an air of chaos, as several individuals of equal or higher status than Puliner were present, daring not to disturb the atmosphere. Puliner had long noticed Secretary Bai's respectful distance from the woman and smiled faintly. Truthfully, he did not relish controlling others, but his innate distrust of people made him wary. He believed that the longer someone was by his side, the more they would learn about him and potentially exploit that knowledge. Thus, he found it safer to eliminate potential threats early on. However, this particular secretary was different. He was self-disciplined. It took Puliner 2 years to realize this. Following some subtle tests, he found that the secretary could execute his commands flawlessly and refrained from meddling in matters that were not his to address. Moreover, the secretary's private life was strictly under Puliner's scrutiny. He did not indulge in alcohol, tobacco, or women, and even his meals consisted of nutritious options that many of Puliner's bodyguards would shy away from. This peculiar behavior amused Puliner. It was akin to having a prized pet. He had a penchant for collecting all things unusual, and Secretary Bai fit that mold. As for Bai's keen intuition, Puliner had long forgotten it. When Secretary Bai cautiously approached from behind, Puliner greeted him with a smile. "Bai Luasi, what do you think of that woman over there?" As Bai turned to glance, He recognized the woman who had opened the door for him earlier. A normal man, having endured 7 years of restraint, might have lost his sanity, yet he remained steadfast. His determination bordering on madness in the eyes of others. Very beautiful, I replied, refraining from overstepping. Since the boss had spoken, he would wait for Puliner to finish before addressing his own matters. Puliner continued, "You're not a child anymore. She's still a virgin. Why not take her home?" "Very well. I shall marry her tomorrow," I responded with a steady voice and a humble smile. "Agreed," Puliner nodded, approving by Luasi's decision. "Is there anything else?" In a soft voice, I replied, "Boss, I've sensed something amiss again. Should we not review our recent affairs? What if it's another sixth sense?" Puliner inquired softly, indeed. Bai, bowing his head, stood behind Puliner, who was reclining on the sofa. Puliner furrowed his brow. He knew he ought to heed Bai's intuition. However, he was currently embroiled in a precarious scheme with several powerful allies. If danger loomed, even if it was genuine, he would have to persist. "I'm uncertain if this pertains to my plans, but do investigate. However, if it involves anyone present, cease immediately and ensure they remain unaware." Bai lowered his head even further. "Understood. I shall take my leave." "Go on," Puliner waved his hand. After stepping back a few paces, Secretary Bai approached the door, turning to glance at the naked woman who had just opened it for him. The young lady was fresh and exquisite, her innate allure irresistible, evoking an urge to embrace and caress her. Secretary Bai gazed at her, and as he drew closer, he softly instructed, "Put on some clothes and wait for me in the lobby downstairs. We are to be wed tomorrow. Do not squander time." Having said this, Bai Luasi departed, considering his own affairs trivial in comparison to the matters entrusted by his employer. Chapter 34. The Ignorant Ones. The recommendation from Zhou has increased once more. My gratitude to all. Soon, Secretary Bai had his subordinates review the recent activities of his faction, reaffirming the identities of their targets. Whether they were spies or not was meticulously re-examined. Those who had offended his people were investigated again, as were those who had inadvertently crossed paths with them. In essence, every angle was scrutinized to avoid oversight. Among these considerations was naturally the matter of Yagu, yet the intelligence gathered had been hastily dismissed, as the individual was confined within a box, rendering escape impossible. However, having spent 7 years by Puliner's side, Secretary Bai possessed remarkable capabilities. After a fruitless search, he began to actively investigate Yagu's origins. At that moment, Yagu was imprisoned within an iron cage. His captivity was not in a dark, damp dungeon. Rather, it boasted a pristine mattress, a bathroom, and an assortment of toys specifically arranged for children, including a train set occupying nearly 1/5 of the confined space, complete with tracks laid upon the ground. The effects of the drugs within his system had yet to dissipate, preventing him from fully harnessing his strength. In his prime, these iron bars would have been inconsequential, yet now, escaping without significant effort was utterly impossible. Yagu felt a flicker of anger within, like a dragon in shallow waters, mocked by shrimp, or a tiger fallen upon hard times, bullied by dogs. These wretched beings, I had intended to spare you my wrath, yet you have provoked me instead. Humph, I suppose I shall have to play the role of a superhero with my underwear worn inside out. Yagu was acutely aware of his limited strength. If assessed by the current cosmic detectors, his combat prowess would undoubtedly not exceed 50. However, when juxtaposed against the ordinary human's combat score of 5, with the exceptionally robust merely reaching 10, he perceived others before him as mere fodder. The latter stages of Dragon Ball were undeniably disheartening. As the number of Earth warriors dwindled, and the few who sincerely aspired to transcend in martial arts were exceedingly rare. Upon finishing the manga years ago, Yagu had sensed this disparity. Whether it was Trunks or Goten, neither possessed the fervor for martial training that characterized Goku and Vegeta. Their inclinations leaned more towards romantic pursuits than martial breakthroughs. The enthusiasm for combat displayed by these young men paled in comparison to that of the youthful Xiao Fang. During the Bu saga, the formidable Mr. Satan, upon being struck by a bullet, nearly met his demise. Such a level of strength was starkly inferior to Goku's audacious infiltration of the Red Ribbon Army, where he withstood sniper fire with aplomb. From the moment Goku first encountered Bulma, he exhibited abilities that transcended human limits, initially being struck by a vehicle and subsequently shot by Bulma, only to briefly collapse before resuming his stance. Having slumbered for an extended period in his own world, Yagu sensed the presence of individuals nearby. Pondering the contents that the young man possessed, a few universal capsules, untouched for the moment, were to be extracted once the lad acquiesced. Bring them forth. I must ascertain his identity, he commanded. Soon after, Yagu heard the creak of a door and the sound of footsteps entering. The time for inaction had passed. Despite not having fully regained his strength, it would be remiss to allow their disdain to go unchallenged. As someone approached, Yagu's body sprang from the ground, propelling him swiftly towards the entrance. Should the individuals outside prove ruthless, witnessing his swift incapacitation of their comrade and subsequently closing the door would spell disaster. Realizing that those sent to capture him were no ordinary foes, Yagu felt a jolt of urgency as he sensed their superior prowess looming behind him. He swiftly turned and launched himself into action, albeit a fraction too late, as he had already reached the outside. Noticing the assailant pursuing him, Yagu exerted his legs and accelerated once more, deftly avoiding their grasp. Without a glance at the individuals before him, he charged forward with reckless abandon. Among them was Secretary Bai, who, sensing something amiss, attempted to retreat. Yagu, however, was relentless, closing the distance with fervor. Yet, two burly men in military attire interposed themselves. Launching their fists towards him, Yagu executed a deft maneuver, rolling sideways to evade their strikes. As he rolled, the fists of his adversaries narrowly missed him, an exhilarating experience akin to gliding over their outstretched arms. Their frustration mounted as they prepared to retaliate, but Yagu had already reached their ears. His body contracted, hands forming fists at his chest, and with a brief accumulation of energy, he unleashed a rapid assault. The twin strikes landed squarely on their temples, eliciting a violent reaction as their heads jerked in opposite directions before gradually returning to their original positions, their eyes now suffused with blood. In the moment following the strikes, Yagu soared like a great eagle, landing behind Secretary Bai. Without warning or proclamation, he delivered a decisive blow to Bai's back. The secretary was no seasoned warrior. Yagu was capable of operating under 30 times Earth's gravity, his punch powerful enough to shatter boulders. As his fist connected with Bai's back, the secretary felt a sharp pain, followed by an overwhelming sensation of numbness. As he collapsed to the ground, his body tingled momentarily before he lost all control over his limbs. With Bai incapacitated, Yagu redirected his attention to the remaining two adversaries, who had drawn their M12 series pistols from the Red Ribbon Army. The sight of the weapons only intensified Yagu's resolve. He accelerated once more, though his strength had not fully returned. To the ordinary eye, he appeared as a fleeting shadow. The two assailants fired, but their shots went wide, failing to find their mark. After their futile attempts, they realized the futility of continuing. In the confined space, Yagu's speed rendered them immobile. Die, he shouted, his form materializing behind them as he leapt into the air, aiming precise blows at the back of their heads. To prevent catastrophic injury, he tempered his strength. The thuds echoed as they fell to the ground, unresponsive, as though they had simply drifted into slumber. Foolish to challenge me, Yagu mused, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the last remaining individual, the one who had sought to search him moments ago, now ensnared in a cage. Witnessing Yagu's prowess, the man dared not resist. He was a robust figure, with a square face, thick brows, large eyes, and a substantial nose, exuding an air of honest simplicity. Upon realizing that Yagu had set his sights on him, the square-faced man trembled involuntarily. He had observed Yagu dispatch one opponent in a single breath and defeat 5 others in a mere 5 seconds. A monster. You are a monster, he stammered. He had long heard tales of his employer's penchant for collecting peculiar beings, from stunningly beautiful women to strikingly handsome men. And even the smallest of humans, some who transformed into grotesque forms under the full moon. Yet, he had never encountered anything that instilled fear until today. Facing an unassuming child who wielded such overwhelming power, Yagu harbored suspicions regarding the white-collar man at the entrance, fearing deceit akin to that depicted in novels and films. Such negligence often leads to dire consequences. Thus, he cast a cold glance at the still-living man before turning to the 5 lifeless bodies, delivering a final blow to ensure they were irrevocably deceased. How ruthless, thought the square-faced man. Yagu seemed to have discerned his thoughts. With a light laugh, he remarked, I merely act with caution, after all. I am but a child. Exercising prudence in my endeavors is hardly a fault. Would you not agree? The square-faced man appeared lost in thought, failing to catch Yagu's words. Noticing the other's blank gaze upon him, he hurriedly responded, Yes, of course. Yagu continued to smile, saying, Elder brother, your understanding of matters is so profound. I, your younger brother, am truly grateful. The square-faced man, feeling unworthy, shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, exclaiming, No, young brother, Your strength is extraordinary. How could I possibly accept such a grand gesture from you? As Yagu approached the iron cage, the square-faced man retreated to the farthest corner, feeling an immense pressure as Yagu drew near. Chapter 35, Martial Sovereign. With over 120 recommendations, Sun Gon was quite pleased. If you find this book worth reading, please continue your support. Last week's 0 recommendations took me by surprise. Hey. The square-faced giant watched as Yagu pried open the iron cage with both hands, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, and his mouth agape in a manner that suggested it would never close again. Why you? As Yagu approached him, he said, You. What is it? You can't even form a complete sentence. What do you wish to convey? The square-faced man then realized how close the little demon was. His back pressed against the wall. I don't wish to say anything. Ah, so you have nothing to say, do you? Well then, I have plenty to express. Yagu drew closer, seizing the man's collar. Come with me. The square-faced man, feeling helpless, was pulled along by Yagu. If anyone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly wonder why the square-faced man did not rise to his feet. For, from any angle, should he stand, Yagu would surely cling to him, or his grip would loosen, causing him to fall as he stood. If there were indeed such an observer who approached the square-faced man and inquired, at that very moment, the unfortunate soul would undoubtedly face the wrath of the square-faced man, who would make it clear that one blow is far more potent than another. By heavens, if you dare, try it. The little one's grip seemed gentle upon the back of his neck, yet should the other inadvertently grasp the wrong area, it would cost him a piece of flesh. Setting aside the square-faced man's thoughts, Yagu had no time to concern himself with someone who lacked the will to resist. It was somewhat believable, knowing that the object in his hand would undoubtedly be cursing him inwardly, yet unable to voice it. How wonderful it would be if he could learn the art of telepathy from Master Rashi, though the prerequisites for such mastery are quite demanding. At the very least, Krillin, who had been in Master Rashi's company for an extended period, had not acquired this skill. When Goku was on Namek, a mere touch on Krillin's head would reveal recent events. Of course, such abilities pale in comparison to those possessed by deities in the Dragon Ball universe. However, Goku and his companions are pure warriors. They are fueled by blood, not magic. Imagine selecting a warrior adorned with a sorcerer's gear to traverse the battlefield. They would be a prime target, ripe for the taking. Within less than 2 minutes, Yagu could hear the bustling crowd outside. If he were an ordinary person, or even a soldier in the conventional sense, the square-faced man would undoubtedly have screamed and then exerted all his strength to flee. However, having just witnessed the extraordinary speed of his adversary, evading bullets, no less, he realized that even if he were to utilize all his limbs, or if his parents were to bestow upon him an additional pair of hands and feet, escape would be futile. Initially, Yagu felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift reaction from the people outside. He had observed that there were no cameras in the vicinity. Turning his gaze towards the square-faced man he had dragged along, he remarked with a smile, Indeed, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Though you have squandered the essence of talent, I shall nonetheless apply this phrase to you. Well done, young man, you possess great potential. The smirk at the corner of the square-faced man's mouth nearly froze, and the wounds he had sustained from being dragged along had begun to ooze blood. Yet he refrained from covering them out of fear of the child. Yagu scrutinized him carefully and inquired, Are you literate? Can you write? Yes, indeed, my young friend. What would you like me to do? The square-faced man felt a surge of relief, for reinforcements had arrived. However, he remained cautious, as one must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The villains depicted in films, who, upon being cornered by their adversaries, boastfully declare their intentions, exhibit nothing but folly. Such bravado is only suitable for the astute, for they possess clarity of mind and a knack for survival. To incessantly threaten an individual with a fragile psyche, one who struggles to think clearly, may lead to their mental collapse. In such a state, they might recklessly harm themselves. The square-faced man could not ascertain Yagu's true nature. Yet he had witnessed the latter's deftness in dodging bullets, and, recognizing genuine skill, understood that he must tread carefully in his words and actions. Yagu expressed his satisfaction with the response, nodding slowly before continuing, I can read and write. How wonderful. This way, I can offer you another choice. What choice? Yagu presented him with a mischievous, childlike grin, saying, You must have heard that sound by now. If I were to suddenly flee while dealing with you, how would you ever find me? The round-faced man, recalling the other's ruthless nature, capable of taking a life with a mere flick of the wrist, shook his head fervently, assuring, "I will not run, absolutely not. Even if it costs me my life, I shall remain." Yet, indeed, he would not flee if it meant death. If spared, he would surely escape. Yagu, naturally skeptical, extended his hand and pressed it in midair, silencing his interlocutor. "Let me make myself clear. I do not believe a single word you say. Therefore, I present you with two choices. Pay careful attention. First, I could sever your tongue, and you would have to communicate through writing henceforth. This would undoubtedly affect your daily life, yet considering your complicity in wrongdoing, it would serve as a fitting punishment. The second option is to retain your tongue while I remove both of your arms. Now, I shall count to 3. 1, 2. Before he could finish, the square-faced man exclaimed, "Enough." Who in their right mind would choose the first option over the second? Quite astute, Yagu remarked, and in that instant, he seized the man's arms with both hands, applying force. A piercing cry escaped the square-faced man as his arms dangled limply, akin to sausages hanging from a rooftop. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the square-faced man was drawn to the commotion caused by the earlier shout, knowing full well that the other party had intentionally amplified their voice. Yet, what did it matter? The room before him led to several directions, resembling a crossroads on the streets, and he was determined to ensnare that gang of rascals here. The first of them appeared, and indeed, these ruffians had ties to the Red Silk Army, each wielding a red L09 rifle. However, in stark contrast to his past self, he felt no fear towards these miscreants. A powerful punch landed in the abdomen of the emerging adversary, and as the man doubled over and fell, he swiftly maneuvered between the second and third foes. With a synchronized assault, one fist struck the back of one, while the other found its mark on the chest of the other. The impact sent both adversaries soaring into the air, crashing to the ground 3 meters away. "Ah, shoot," exclaimed the fifth man, but alas, darkness enveloped him as he too succumbed to the ground, his vision fading as the figure before him trembled violently before collapsing. The square-faced man stared in astonishment at the performance unfolding before him. In his eyes, it was indeed a display of formidable power and dominating presence, deftly evading bullets and close-range skirmishes. In no time, the ground was littered with the fallen. The battle progressed with remarkable swiftness, and within a mere 10 minutes, the scene was devoid of any trace of him. He was no fool. The orchestrator behind this chaotic affair would undoubtedly mobilize reinforcements. Observing the connections these individuals had with the Red Silk Army, he directed the square-faced brute, now disarmed, to lead the way as they made their hasty exit. Along the route, he liberated a few imprisoned souls. The peculiarities of their circumstances were of no concern to him. During a moment of respite, he glanced at the battle system, astonished to discover that his experience points had surged to 528, amassed from over 300 adversaries. Quite splendid indeed, he mused contentedly. However, it seemed that his previous doubts were validated. The battle system was designed to cultivate a higher combat will, unlike in games where defeating lower-level foes yielded no experience. But what of the plus sign? The village he had aided previously, where he had felled that giant, had granted him an additional experience point, yet now it was absent. Did this imply that the experience garnered from these defeated foes was less than a mere fraction of 1%? Yagu let out a sigh. For as a traveler from another realm, he naturally yearned for some distinguishing trait that set him apart from others. Ideally, he wished to relish in his strength while simultaneously experiencing rapid enhancement. However, after several years, he had yet to perceive such advancements. At times, Yagu felt a sense of relief that he had not neglected his training upon discovering the combat system. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been left far behind by the likes of Sun Wukong and his companions. One could discern this from the conclusion of the Bu saga, where, despite the formidable strength of Goten and Trunks, their lack of the pressure that Gohan faced in his youth led to their complacency in training. Had they, at the tender ages of 6 or 7, managed to achieve Super Saiyan transformations, they would have already ascended to Super Saiyan level 2. If they had adhered to Goku's rigorous training regimen, level 3 might not have been beyond their reach either. After all, as a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling heritage, Gohan possessed the greatest potential among them. From the narratives known in the Dragon Ball saga, Yagu comprehends that possessing immense potential alone does not guarantee becoming the strongest. It is the harmonious union of both attributes that truly cultivates strength. At times, Yagu reflects on the parallels between martial arts cultivation and national power. Individuals who rely solely on a handful of techniques to confront their adversaries resemble nations that depend on a limited array of advanced weaponry. While such entities may easily overpower weaker nations, they inevitably falter when faced with a militarily advanced superpower, left only to endure relentless assaults. Techniques such as the Spirit Bomb, Spirit Slice, and Demon Seal Wave, if relied upon from the outset to vanquish foes, would yield disheartening outcomes. Authentic strength, coupled with relentless personal endeavor, is what propels a comprehensive enhancement of power. Just like Goku and Vegeta, even as their fathers become grandfathers, they remain steadfast in their training, embodying individuals who have ingrained the pursuit of strength into their very essence. Resorting to cunning tactics and unconventional methods may yield temporary victories, yet they fail to usher in genuine triumph. Understanding these concepts, Yagu grasps why, during the Cell games, Goku and Gohan refrained from utilizing the additional year they could have spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. They had accomplished what needed to be done, and the next step was to conserve their energy and adjust their mindset. Contemplating these realizations, Yagu lets out a deep sigh, acknowledging, "I truly am no match for Goku." Chapter 36, Unsuitable for What Each Day garners 24 recommendations. Thank you for your support, and my gratitude extends to Feng Linbuyu for their attention to this work. If what you say is true, the influence of this Pulinal is not only solid within the Red Ribbon Army but also quite formidable against the government forces. The name of the square-faced man eludes Yagu, who seems to have forgotten to inquire about it, allowing it to slide. After escorting the man to a location that would take Pulinal a considerable time to find, Yagu interrogates the extent of Pulinal's influence. Surprised by the man's words, Yagu learns that Pulinal's reach is remarkably extensive, akin to the arms dealers of his past life, who interacted with various factions on Earth. The two principal powers are the government forces and the Red Ribbon Army. It is noteworthy that the Red Ribbon Army's ability to dominate the government forces is largely attributed to the presence of individuals like Pulinal. They understand that should one faction unify the Earth, their space for existence would vanish, which is why they predominantly support one side while suppressing the other. Given the government force's respectable standing among the populace, numerous factions have chosen to invest heavily in the Red Ribbon Army. Although Yagu is not a virtuous individual, a chaotic world undoubtedly lacks the tranquility and unity that provides a sense of security. After all, those who cultivate their spirits should ideally be free from worldly attachments. As Yagu moved back and forth before the square-faced man, he suddenly inquired, "What is today's date?" Oh, it should be the 13th, I suppose." Yagu suddenly turned to face him and continued to inquire, "So, the day after tomorrow marks the full moon?" "Full moon?" The square-faced man responded with a hint of bewilderment. Yet he answered earnestly, "Indeed, the day after tomorrow will be the full moon." Yagu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "This is good, indeed." Upon transforming into a great ape, Wukong loses control over his consciousness, while Gohan retains only a faint semblance of judgment in his transformed state. In contrast, Vegeta possesses the remarkable ability to govern his thoughts even after transforming into a great ape. If we consider the narrative of Goku's father, we can conclude that even lower-class warriors are capable of maintaining consciousness after their transformation into great apes. In truth, Yagu harbors a profound discontent with the animated series and films of Dragon Ball, as many narratives within the films fail to seamlessly integrate with the main storyline. Take, for instance, the arc involving Frieza's brother, Cooler, invading Earth. Goku returns to Earth to train for the battle against the androids 3 years later. Yet the opening scenes depict Chi-Chi and others relocating to Kame House, while Goku is shown training outside. In the manga, Goku, along with Piccolo, is clearly depicted leaving the Pausa Mountains to engage in intensive training elsewhere. Furthermore, the narratives surrounding androids 13, 14, and 15 exist entirely within a different realm from the main Dragon Ball storyline. Goku dies following the battle with Cell, and the Cell games possess an exceptionally tight narrative structure. The saga concerning the Super Namekians and the Tale of the Tree of Might, as well as the Saiyan Legend of Alex, share similar discrepancies. Only a handful of films can be considered as fitting into the Dragon Ball main storyline without causing temporal dislocation or causal inversion. The rest distinctly isolate the characters from Dragon Ball and contrive separate plots for them. Yagu is uncertain whether to incorporate the information gleaned from these theatrical adaptations into his future endeavors. However, one fact remains immutable: once a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, even the lower-ranked warriors possess the potential to engage in combat with consciousness. He is inclined to test whether he can retain his thematic awareness in such a transformation. Upon acquiring intelligence regarding Pulinar, Yagu resolved to eliminate any thoughts of allowing his influence to persist. He is incredulous that, in the current state of Earth, Anyone could contend with him after he has transformed into a great ape. When Vegeta dispatched Goku to Earth, he had envisioned this planet with its moon. Knowing that if Goku successfully transformed, it would only take a decade or so to annihilate all life on Earth. However, this scenario necessitates a critical consideration. He must ensure that Puliner does not escape. This individual wields a formidable force, and failing to eradicate such a threat could lead to future peril. Yagu is unwilling to harbor such a liability in the shadows. Suddenly turning to the square-faced man, he inquired, "Where is your armament stash?" Several hours later, Yagu found himself 50 miles from his previous location, in a flat expanse where a military fortress stood at the center. According to the information provided by the square-faced man, this was indeed the site for the armament storage, along with 3 munitions factories, all belonging to Puliner. However, the distance posed a challenge, and Yagu felt reassured only after binding the square-faced man like a pig before hastening toward this destination. From atop a hill, he surveyed the landscape. From this vantage point, the fortress designated for weaponry was exceedingly well fortified. The plain stretched out before him, while their observation points were perched upon the surrounding mountains, capable of relaying reports via radio concerning their observations. This indicated that Yagu's initial strategy of eliminating them one by one was no longer feasible. As dusk descended, the fortress employed spotlights around its perimeter, prepared for any potential incursions. It appeared that infiltration was the only viable option. As for what would transpire post-infiltration, that would be left to fate. Lacking extraordinary intellect or meticulous planning, Yagu's strategy could only unfold one step at a time. The impetus driving him to act was quite tangible: strength. Without it, even with a vast army at his back, he would be unable to advance even a single step. Yagu harbored no intention of jesting with his own life. Lacking a solid foundation, he would never act recklessly. His speed was such that the individuals before him could not keep pace, allowing him to effortlessly approach the munitions depot of Planel. To gain entry, however, he needed to traverse the network of barriers. In a nearby corner, the sound of footsteps emerged, prompting Yagu to glance briefly before witnessing a figure vault over the barrier and swiftly dash further inside. It was not until a dozen seconds later that a squad of uniformed security personnel passed by. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the government forces, yet their colors echoed those of the Red Army, conveying a clear message: neither would assist the other. Although these individuals could be transformed into a mere experience for Yagu, he had already made a decision. Thus, he harbored no intention of confronting them one by one. The munitions lay concealed in the basement, with designated passages for transporting such supplies, allowing multiple trucks to navigate side by side. However, under ordinary circumstances, such routes were not permitted for use. As Yagu contemplated his descent, he resolved to proceed cautiously from the upper levels downwards. After 30 minutes of careful navigation, he finally reached the 3rd underground level. The armory was equipped with an abundance of surveillance cameras, compelling Yagu to hold his breath and unleash his utmost speed whenever he traversed these areas. His velocity reached its zenith, rendering his figure merely a fleeting shadow before the cameras. In the dimly lit surroundings, these silhouettes were virtually undetectable, for current technology had yet to decipher such subtle details and imagery. Numerous encounters with patrols and sentinels occurred, yet these individuals were hardly elite soldiers. Their prolonged hours of duty under the cloak of night had dulled their cognitive responses, and even when Yagu slipped past them, they merely sensed a gust of wind. Admittedly, this approach bore its own risks, but Yagu disregarded such concerns, adhering to his initial mindset of taking one step at a time. He had anticipated detection midway, envisioning a fierce struggle to breach their defenses. To his astonishment, he reached the armory without a hitch, rendering his earlier emotional turmoil futile and leaving him momentarily speechless. Gazing upon the towering heaps of weaponry, Yagu's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not expected such ease. He had braced himself for a series of arduous trials. A grin spread across his face. If he were to detonate these munitions, it could potentially obliterate the entire area. Contemplating this in his mind, he began to search for explosives capable of annihilating the armory entirely. Navigating with caution, Yagu unexpectedly relaxed upon arriving at the armory, neglecting to observe the cameras set around him. Barely had he made an appearance when a red alert blared from the underground plaza ceiling, the cacophony of alarms galvanizing the soldiers throughout the base. The suddenness of the alarms startled Yagu. He chuckled, astonished that he had been detected at this juncture. Indeed, he had been rather careless. Yet, what did it matter? Holding several grenades in hand, he tossed them back into a wooden crate, removed its lid, retrieved a few more. opened them, and returned them to the crate before sprinting swiftly towards the exit, racing against the countdown to detonation. In the ensuing years, Yagu would often berate himself for his foolishness whenever he recalled the incident. What if there had been something akin to a nuclear device within the armory? What if, in a moment of carelessness, he had obliterated the entire fortress? Would he have been able to escape? His lack of meticulous planning and overestimation of his own speed and strength led him to a precarious situation. Although he managed to flee the fortress after dispatching 25 individuals without inflicting harm upon himself, it was undeniably the most perilous encounter he had faced since arriving in this era. Feeling a searing heat radiating from behind, as if death itself were breathing down his neck, he sensed the Grim Reaper's scythe poised to claim him should he falter even for an instant. Gasping, he glanced back at the fortress, now unrecognizable amidst the chaos of the explosion, while the pain in his back intensified. Yagu trembled internally. The sensation of being suspended between life and death evoked a surreal lightness, making him feel as though he were running on air, detached from reality. Chapter 37. Surviving the aftermath. Casting a glance at the remnants of the armory following the violent explosion, Yagu was filled with trepidation. He resolutely vowed never to engage in such reckless endeavors again. Despite sustaining injuries, he knew he could not linger in that place. The vast plains and sky were illuminated by various lights, given the magnitude of the incident. It would be long before the government forces caught wind of what had transpired. With all his might, he vanished into the expansive wilderness. A crystal wine glass shattered upon the ground, spilling red wine that resembled blood. What was happening? Planel, who should have been reveling in a lucrative deal with several factions, now appeared ominously grim, reclining on a sofa adorned with white fox fur, eyes closed in contemplation. Before him stood a man in military uniform, unfazed by Planel's oppressive aura, calmly stating, "The reasons behind the attack on the base remain unclear. However, we have ascertained the cause of the disturbance in your collection room. It was a child we brought back today, and all our guards there were slain by him, including Barlow's. It is possible that the attack on the armory was also instigated by him." That child? The encounter was still fresh in Planel's mind, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Excellent. After so many years, this was quite delightful. Do you know what must be done? He inquired. The soldier stood tall, responding with a chilling resolve. Understood. He then turned to depart. The anger in Planel's eyes swiftly dissipated. After so many years, he had weathered countless storms. Understanding that anger was the harbinger of defeat, it clouded one's judgment. While some might harness their fury to amplify their strength in the face of a metallic tempest, even the most fervent rage would prove futile. A mere child who has slain hundreds and destroyed his armory, could this truly be plausible? Planel refrained from questioning his subordinate directly. Since they have provided this information, they must possess evidence. Let them pursue this lead. I will dispatch others to continue the investigation. Meanwhile, Yagu lay wrapped in a blanket, observing the square-faced man he had bound, who occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction. With a smirk, he remarked, "What's the matter? Do you think I'm injured and wish to take advantage? By all means, if you dare." The square-faced man, unaware of Yagu's exploits, was paralyzed by fear. Despite Yagu's youth and injuries, he dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion against him. "Planel, is it? Tomorrow night, I shall send you to your demise," Yagu silently vowed. Suddenly recalling he did not know Planel's whereabouts, he turned to the square-faced man and inquired, "Hey, do you know where Planel resides? You seek to find the boss, Planel?" "Of course, I will not let my injuries go unpunished." Although the square-faced man was disarmed and bound, in his mind, Planel loomed as an insurmountable mountain, impervious to threats. "Huh, do you truly wish to court death? To be frank, I sincerely hope you do not pursue such folly." Aguchi gazed at him with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Why? If I perish, wouldn't you be saved?" The square-faced man averted his gaze, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Indeed, I would be liberated. But given the temperament of Boss Pulinal, I would not survive." Understanding dawned upon him. After all, unless you possess a means to capture me, the true culprit, in the eyes of that old scoundrel Pulinal, you and I are but two sides of the same coin, both deserving of condemnation, are we not? The square-faced man nodded, acknowledging that having served under the boss for so long, he had gleaned this much. Pulinal exerted profound control over those around him. He trusted only those who valued family. His most favored subordinates had their families firmly under his influence. Conversely, those who lived merely for themselves, lacking familial ties or disregardful of such bonds, regardless of their exceptional talents, would never be entrusted with matters of true significance by Pulinal. The square-faced man was one such individual, though he possessed considerable ability. His familial circumstances precluded him from being favored by Pulinal. Their conversation did not persist, as dawn approached swiftly. Yagu remained motionless. Today, he forewent training and simply lay within the chamber of 40 times Earth's gravity, acclimatizing himself to the oppressive force. His notion of acclimatization merely entailed ensuring that he could move as a typical martial artist within that environment, throwing punches and delivering kicks, distinctly different from the feats of energy manipulation exhibited by Goku later on. To draw a vivid analogy, one might consider the swift yet uncombatable baboon, Baburus, on the North Kai's planet. The situation that Yagu currently faces is precisely this. It is merely that he remains oblivious to it, or perhaps he deliberately chooses to overlook this fact, for the combat system distinctly indicates his battle level, novice low tier. If Yagu were to engage in a sincere calculation, it would not be difficult to discern the coarseness of his martial skills. The classifications of beginner, intermediate, and advanced are standard, and should one delve further, there exists a pinnacle level. Additionally, there are distinctions among low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier stages. Yagu resides in the lowest tier of the Joduan, and it is evident that, despite having adapted to 30 times the gravity of Earth, his combat prowess has yet to breach the 100 mark. Numerous beings inhabit planets with 10 times Earth's gravity, yet this does not imply they possess exceptional fighting capabilities. The gravity chamber serves merely as a means to enhance training effectiveness, providing a tangible goal to surpass. Take, for instance, football athletes who engage in targeted leg muscle training day in and day out for years, yet the results are often negligible. Nevertheless, they persist. For such efforts bolster their confidence and continuously elevate their self-assurance. Yagu's greatest regret lies in the absence of a proficient mentor. It is this very reason that propels him toward Kylan. He is under no illusion that merely consuming comic books and animations grants him insight into the true essence of cultivation. While adapting to increased gravity can indeed augment combat strength, he realizes that in the unfolding narrative leading to the Namek saga, his advantages will dissipate, leaving him trailing far behind Goku and his companions. The thought of receiving martial teachings from the esteemed Kylan, followed by a journey to the temple and then to the Underworld, remains a consideration that Yagu has yet to fully contemplate. On this particular day, Yagu frequently observed orderly formations of single-person spacecraft soaring across the sky. A square-faced man maintained a stoic silence, his gaze fixed on the house concealed by Yagu's ruse. A cold smirk playing on his lips as he muttered, "Kid, if you don't leave soon, your chance will slip away." Although he knew that Yagu within the house could not hear him, the square-faced man seized the moment to speak. Yagu, however, did not desire to perish. He yearned for survival. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the night of the full moon arrived. Yagu was no longer with the square-faced man, possessing a small physique and swift agility. The sole challenge he faced was locating the residence of Pulinal. Fortunately, the square-faced man ultimately provided Yagu with 5 potential locations. Indeed, there were other areas where Pulinal might reside, but in this vicinity, he would only rest at these 5 places. That old rascal had the audacity to hide here, causing me to traverse over half the region. Half the region, which is equivalent to 10 times the size of Shanghai. And I had to meticulously discern whether the person I sought was actually within those walls. At that moment, Yagu lamented his meager strength. If he possessed 1,000 points of combat power, he would have no need to concern himself with such trivialities, boldly advancing through a hail of bullets without a care. After all, the ancient demon king, Bick, could stride into the palace of the king without a second thought. At this moment, I should not have to fear bullets. Suddenly, Yagu realized this truth. When Mukong first encountered Bulma, she was unable to kill him with a gun, despite it being merely a low-caliber handgun, which could not compare to the bullets fired from rifles or sniper guns. Nonetheless, it indicated that even then, Mukong possessed the strength to contend with such projectiles. However, despite these reflections, Yagu had no intention of standing before others and allowing them to shoot at him. Surrounding Pulinal's residence were numerous soldiers, with hidden sentinels occupying the neighboring houses. The pressure of approaching the target under such rigorous surveillance weighed heavily on Yagu. Damn it, once I become successful in the future, I shall display an even grander spectacle than yours. Yet, to be fair, even the future universe's most shameless Satan does not exude such an imposing presence. It is ridiculous. Do you not think? A mere gangster exhibiting such extravagance in the world of Dragon Ball, he should return to his role as a tutor. Chapter 38. Infiltration that never goes as planned. 48 recommendations, double that of yesterday. It seems the same individuals are supporting me. Thank you. I hope those who find this book worthy of reading will lend their support. Yagu remained in anticipation, yet he did not lift his gaze to the heavens. Even if he were to transform into a colossal ape, it would be imperative to do so near the vicinity of Pulinar. For only then could he maximize the devastation wrought upon these individuals. He did not wait long. Despite the distance, he soon discerned a considerable group moving about their dwelling. Aha! This was the moment he had been waiting for. Yagu silently proclaimed within himself, crouching low as he channeled his strength into his legs, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. His diminutive frame possessed incredible power, and in that instant, Yagu seemed to metamorphose into a cheetah in the eyes of the beasts. Swift and fierce in his intent. Behind him, the force of his feet against the ground stirred up a cloud of yellow dust, trailing along the path of his rapid progress. Yagu's speed was astonishing, surpassing that of a cheetah by several folds. His diminutive physique rendered him nearly invisible against the backdrop of the night, even under the glow of the full moon. However, the instrument set up nearby by Pulinar's men betrayed Yagu's presence. Adjacent to Pulinar's estate stood a 10-story clock tower, which had never welcomed visitors since its completion. On the top floor, various instruments and dozens of screens were meticulously monitored by a group of dedicated technicians. Upon detecting a heat source, they struggled to ascertain its precise shape, hastily checking the analysis, which indicated the target was in Zone 6. Suddenly, a soldier spotted a red heat source moving at an extraordinary speed within his designated area, manifesting as a long red line on the screen. Being a technician, he understood that only missiles could create such phenomena. However, this heat source was not as hot as a missile, resembling more the swift movement of an animal. Yet, to his knowledge, no creature could achieve such velocity. Despite his confusion, the soldier promptly reported the anomaly up the chain of command. Upon hearing of the situation, the surrounding soldiers immediately focused their efforts on resolving the issue, while those without assigned tasks diligently scrutinized their own areas, fearful of any oversight. Meanwhile, the report reached the concealed sentinels below. However, the analysts in the control room were taken aback to learn that no one had detected this entity. After a brief analysis, they concluded that a biological entity was moving with incredible speed. How could this be? To date, they had never encountered someone of such remarkable capability. The world's most renowned assassin, Tao Bai, was famed across the globe, yet few had come into contact with him. While he had taken many lives, the majority of humanity still believed that firearms were far superior to hand-to-hand combat. This notion was not new. For instance, in the Dragon Ball Bu saga, Satan resorted to using a handgun against the absorbed Gotenks Bu, illustrating that public perception on this matter was unlikely to change. Suddenly, alarm bells blared, causing Yagu to furrow his brow in frustration. Why was it that he could never achieve his goals? It seemed that forceful entry was the only path he could take. Without further ado, he closed the distance to Pulinar, now merely a few hundred meters away. At his speed, he could cover this ground in mere breaths. Having received a description of Pulinar from the square-faced man, Yagu quickly identified the man surrounded by a panicked crowd as Pulinar himself. At that moment, Pulinar, reclining on his sofa, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Having often relied on other sixth senses to evade danger, he had developed a strong belief in such instincts. "Prepare the car. We are leaving tonight," he commanded, and no one dared to defy him. The newly assigned secretary, trembling with trepidation, hurriedly went to arrange for the vehicle. As Pulinar was escorted out of the room by his guards, a sudden message pierced the tension. There had been an intrusion. This news startled Pulinar even further. Intensifying his unease, he understood that failure to evade this threat could lead to grave danger. Just then, as he raised his head in agitation, he spotted a diminutive figure standing on the wall a few dozen meters ahead. Pulinar's bodyguard also noticed Yagu, and the team leader raised his weapon, firing shots while instructing his team to swiftly usher their employer into the armored vehicle. As Yagu beheld Pulinar racing towards the armored vehicle in the distance, a sinister smile curled upon his lips. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the air. Ascending to great heights, his velocity gradually diminished with altitude. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the moon, which illuminated the vast expanse beneath. The comic had depicted Goku transforming into a giant ape on numerous occasions. And now Yagu experienced a similar sensation. It felt as if a formidable current surged through his chest, rendering his mind blank in an instant. If one were to gaze into Yagu's eyes, they would observe a vacant stare. He appeared suspended in midair, plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity. The rhythm of his heartbeat intensified, and gradually, Yagu's consciousness emerged from the void, yet what he perceived was an eruption of chaotic thoughts flooding his memory. It was as though a wild beast resided within him, demanding to be subdued with greater offerings of blood and flesh to satiate its hunger. He yearned to unleash the turmoil within his chest. In that fleeting moment, Yagu's physique began to expand. His garments tore apart, revealing dark, simian fur. And the visage of a colossal ape gradually manifested upon him. A roar erupted. Yagu leapt exceedingly high, thus those on the ground remained oblivious to his target. They had just secured Planel inside the armored vehicle when suddenly the sky darkened. With a resounding boom, the bodyguards, positioned some distance away, noticed that the car their boss had just entered had vanished from sight, replaced by the looming figure of a colossal ape-like monster. The bodyguard, unable to continue, was cut short as the giant ape surveyed its surroundings and unleashed a deafening roar towards the moon. Following this, it brought down a massive hand, crushing several nearby humans into a bloody pulp. The thrill of the kill invigorated the giant, who pounded its chest with both fists. At that moment, piercing sounds echoed nearby. The giant turned to see missiles hurtling towards him at great speed. Despite his ferocity, he possessed the sense to evade, his large frame surprisingly agile as he leaped high to dodge the incoming attack. However, he was taken aback when the missiles suddenly veered, relentlessly pursuing him. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of missiles struck, enveloping the area in thick smoke. A short distance away, soldiers stationed by the missile vehicle observed the explosions, pondering how such a creature had appeared, yet they presumed it must surely be dead. A blinding light, resembling a rocket, burst forth from the smoke. And before the soldiers could utter a word, the beam landed right where they stood. Boom. The giant ape emerged from the cloud of smoke, landing with a thud. Without hesitation, it opened its enormous mouth and began to unleash energy blasts in every direction. The ground shook with continuous explosions as the town, painstakingly constructed by Planel, was reduced to ruins in less than 5 minutes. The clock tower, the most prominent landmark, was obliterated by a powerful energy sphere, disappearing in the blast. Survivors frantically fled in their vehicles, those closest already acknowledging with their rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades that such weapons were futile against the monster before them. With each energy blast, punch, and kick, the giant ape found delight in its destructive spree, methodically demolishing the small town. Within an hour, the area transformed into a landscape of craters, leaving little chance for survival unless one sought refuge deep underground. Though the town lay in ruins, the giant ape remained unsatisfied. Choosing a direction, it began to sprint wildly. Minutes later, it encountered a village, and with ecstatic roars, it unleashed 3 energy blasts. In the wake of 3 tremendous explosions, there was no trace of the village left, save for 3 nearly contiguous craters, each nearly 100 meters in diameter. The carnage and bloodshed did not appease the giant ape. It charged through the remnants of the village, continuing its rampage. Chapter 39. The Dojo, a Shift in the System. 72 Recommendations. I am deeply grateful for everyone's support. Yagu awoke, feeling weary, in the early morning. Stretching, he noted that he had slept in the gravity chamber, and from the window, the bright morning sun greeted him. Adjusting the gravity multiplier to 1, Yagu stepped outside. A month had passed since the incident involving his transformation into a giant ape. Upon awakening the following day, he found himself far from Planel's town, and despite his efforts, he could not recall his actions, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Why was it that Bakura, Son Goku's father, could retain his consciousness despite being a lower-tier warrior? Ultimately, Yagu rationalized this as a fabrication of the theatrical anime, a convenient explanation, though it left him feeling profoundly disappointed. The inability to control such immense power weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, his combat experience had not increased, leading him to wonder if it was due to the elevation of his combat level that rendered him incapable of gaining experience points. Upon waking that day, he discovered a significant presence of government troops around him, prompting an urgent retreat. On his way, he spotted members of the Red Ribbon Army. Fortunate that they did not notice him. Later, he returned to release the square-faced man, whose name was Xylong Bayo. Yagu was taken aback by the name for a moment, but then considered that the Dragon Ball world featured Tien Shin'an and dumplings, so why not Xylong Bayo? Still, the name conjured images of something unpleasant, which he found awkward. After releasing him, Yagu provided Xylong Bayo with some money, encouraging him to establish a media company in West City, perhaps to publish a newspaper. Xylong Bayo, puzzled, inquired why Yagu was not concerned he might abscond with the money. Yagu, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that as long as one does not harbor regrets, one should run freely if that is their desire. He then disregarded the other party and resumed his journey towards Kailanta. It is said that a martial arts dojo exists in the city ahead, and he was eager to visit. Curious to see how his current prowess would measure against the locals. After such an extended stay on Earth, Yagu was finally encountering a martial arts dojo. His ultimate goal in reaching Kailanta was twofold. First, to acquire the magical beans, and second, to receive the guidance of the cat sage. Systematic training, undoubtedly, proves more effective than mere arduous practice. With the aid of the magical beans, Goku had adapted to 100-fold gravity in just a few days. As the enhancement of his physical strength allowed him to significantly elevate his combat power through the Kaioken technique. This phenomenon is akin to the exchange of bodies between Jinyu and Goku, where Jinyu could only exhibit a combat power exceeding 20,000. The amalgamation of mental and physical strength transcends a mere additive or multiplicative effect. It is an elevation of energy to the power of 10. Upon his arrival on Namek, Goku demonstrated a combat power exceeding 180,000, with ample room for further enhancement. Yagu harbored a profound desire to learn the Kaioken technique from King Kai. Given the formidable combat prowess displayed by Son Goku during his battles with Vegeta, Yagu believed that mastering the Kaioken would undoubtedly elevate his fighting power beyond 20,000. This realization weighed heavily upon him, for he was acutely aware of his potential to attain an astonishing level of strength, yet felt utterly powerless to achieve it. It was akin to the plight of the Saiyans, who, when confronted by adversaries, found themselves restricted from transforming, a privilege that could significantly enhance their abilities. Despite knowing that ascending to Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, or 3 would result in a meteoric surge in power, they remained unable to do so. For instance, during Goku's conflict with Frieza, had he not employed the Kaioken, Frieza would have undoubtedly obliterated him if he fought earnestly. Even with the tenfold Kaioken, he was still overwhelmed by Frieza, who was only using 30% of his strength. However, once Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surpassed that of Frieza. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was a superior technique to the Kaioken, yet, much like Yaga's current predicament, he found himself at a loss for direction. In Yaga's perspective, the Kaioken was indeed formidable, but he speculated that there might exist similar martial arts on Earth. Even a modest increase of 1,000 in combat power could suffice to dominate this era on Earth. After inquiring along the way, Yaga soon arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall, Tianhong Martial Arts Hall. The name suggested it was a mere facade. Yet he thought it prudent to enter, for it could also serve to enhance his battle system experience. With that thought in mind, Yaga strode confidently inside. "Hey, young one. Are you here to learn martial arts?" A guard clad in black attire inquired as he intercepted Yagu's path. Yagu was reluctant to squander time on these individuals. It had been 4 to 5 months since his departure from the western capital, nearly half a year. Although he had practiced while journeying, the efficacy of his training could not compare to that of a focused and tranquil regimen. "I have come to challenge your master." "Pardon?" the man responded, a smile gracing his face, his eyes mocking Yagu's audacity. Aga sidled past him and remarked, "Indeed." "Hey, wait a moment," the man called out while pursuing Yagu. Yet for reasons unknown, he could never catch up. The dojo's architecture was unadorned, and upon entering through the main gate, Yagu immediately beheld the center of the dojo. There stood a strikingly handsome man on a raised platform, his gaze sharp and piercing like a sword, fixated upon the numerous young men clad in training attire below, honing their martial skills. Sensing the commotion outside, he lifted his head to find one of his disciples chasing a young boy, and he bellowed, "Jualai, what are you doing?" The man trailing Yagu hastily halted, and at that moment, Yagu had already entered the dojo, prompting him to cease his pursuit as well. The man named Jualai bowed deeply to the figure on the platform and explained, "Master, this child suddenly barged in and claimed he wishes to challenge you, stating he desires to battle." Ha. The surrounding individuals erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Moments before, they had halted their training to witness who might be unfortunate enough to face the master's wrath. Their instructor was notoriously strict, his severity evident not only in his relentless push for their martial practice but also in their everyday conduct. "What are you laughing at? Shouldn't you be focusing on your training?" The austere man was particularly stern with his disciples, who held a palpable fear of him, and upon hearing his words, they resumed their interrupted training. "Jualai, you may leave." "Yes, master," Jualai replied, turning to exit. At this juncture, the stern man finally directed his attention towards Yagu and inquired, "Child, have you come to learn martial arts?" Yagu could discern a subtle shift in the expression of the stern man as he faced him, as if striving to conjure a semblance of a smile. However, one could easily imagine the challenge for someone who had maintained an icy demeanor for several years to suddenly adopt a countenance of warmth. Not so, esteemed master, Yagu asserted. Echoing the words of his elder brother Zhuoli, I have come to engage in combat with you. He glanced around and noticed a sandbag in the corner, prompting him to stride over. The stern man stationed on the elevated platform did not intervene. Rather, upon hearing Yagu's declaration of intent, his interest was piqued. Approaching the sandbag, Yagu turned to the imposing figure and inquired, Master, would it be acceptable if I were to destroy the sandbag? The master, perceiving the seriousness in Yagu's demeanor, replied affirmatively. It is permissible. Gradually, the practitioners within the dojo ceased their training, curiosity gripping them as they wondered what Yagu was about to undertake. Yagu positioned himself squarely before the sandbag, and without a moment's hesitation or any preparatory stance, unleashed a powerful punch. The impact reverberated through the air with a resounding boom. As the sandbag burst apart, sending a plume of yellow dust swirling and settling onto the dojo floor. What appeared to be an ordinary punch had unleashed an extraordinary spectacle, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, their previous amusement replaced by awe. After a prolonged moment, hushed murmurs began to circulate through the dojo. How is this possible? Who is this individual? Such an astonishingly powerful child. A flicker of astonishment and admiration danced in the eyes of the stern master, as Yagu turned to regard him. The master proclaimed with a booming voice, Indeed, your strength warrants a duel with me. Please. With that, the master sprang lightly from one foot, his body soaring gracefully like a swallow to the center of the dojo's elevated ring. The ring, composed of pristine white mats, stood 10 centimeters taller than its surroundings, measuring 10 meters in both length and width, considerably larger than standard rings. At that moment, although Yagu's gaze remained fixed on the stern master, his focus was predominantly on the combat system, which had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Originally, the combat system displayed Level 0 Current Experience 5. 28. Name Yagu Combat Power Activation 10 Explosion Activation 15 Combat Level Beginner Low Tier. Beneath the combat level, distinctions such as sparring, conquest, and life and death battles were present, but had remained static. However, now it read, Level 0 Current Experience 5. 28. Name Yagu Combat Power Activation 10 Explosion Activation 15 Combat Level Beginner Low Tier. Beginner High Tier. Sparring 50 Conquest 80, highlighted in red, Life and Death 100 in the Combat Level section. A new designation, Beginner High Tier, had emerged, while the previously illuminated Life and Death battle slot now shone with the brilliance of the Conquest battle. Yagu found it peculiar. Not only for these reasons, but also for the fact that what he perceived as a friendly sparring match had escalated into a contest for supremacy. A mere dojo seemed an overly grand stage for such an affair. After all, he was a Saiyan, and the opponent, lacking any notable identity, was akin to a mere supporting character, just like the dojo's name suggested. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts, considering that as long as the outcome did not pertain to life and death, it mattered little. The stoic man observed as Yagu approached slowly, shedding his cloak. Once Yagu stood upon the arena, he held his head high, initially intending to introduce himself. However, he quickly recalled that his opponent was likely to be Tower. Strong though he may be, was engaging in combat with outsiders for the first time. Thus, he took the initiative to clasp his fists in greeting. I am the master of Tianhongwa Dojo, Takeda Hiro. Upon hearing this, Yagu was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure and, clasping his fists together, declared, Wandering Warrior, Yagu. Chapter 40. Intermediate Advanced Martial Arts. Yagu gazed intently at Takeda Hiroshi before him, pondering to himself, could it be that his martial arts proficiency is at the intermediate level rather than the basic? How intriguing. I shall observe closely what the intermediate entails. Takeda Hiroshi, noting Yagu's movements, assumed an offensive stance as well. The earlier demonstration of prowess, when he shattered the sandbag with a single punch, was a clear testament to his opponent's strength. Thus, Takeda Hiroshi dared not allow his focus to wane. Let us commence, he declared. Yagu declared. Then I shall not hold back. With that, he surged forward at an astonishing speed, closing the distance to Takeda Hiroshi with remarkable swiftness. What? Takeda Hiroshi was taken aback, never anticipating that his opponent could move with such alacrity. His glasses barely captured a fleeting shadow. The speed was astounding. However, Takeda Hiroshi did not falter. He lowered his body, pivoting on his left foot while rapidly extending his right leg outward, simultaneously raising his arms to conjure an impenetrable wall of fists around him. The speed of Yagu was remarkable, and Takeda Hiroshi was not slow either. As he charged towards his opponent, Takeda's fist net was already formed. Just as Yagu was about to collide with the fist net, he swiftly planted his right leg on the ground, and with tremendous force, leaped into the air, deftly avoiding an embarrassing impact. Little did he expect that upon seeing Yagu soar into the air, Takeda's heart filled with joy, a splendid opportunity. He retracted his fist to his waist, aligned his legs, and exerted powerful force. Takeda shot upward like an arrow released from a bow. It was only then that Yagu, suspended in midair, realized the precariousness of his situation. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he remained undaunted, for he had come to the dojo to seek challenges. He swung his fist downwards, aiming to strike the ascending Takeda. As the two neared each other, they simultaneously launched their attacks. Yet, Takeda had already discerned Yagu's remarkable speed, and thus he raised his left hand in a defensive posture to meet Yagu's right punch. In the heat of battle, it is often challenging to analyze the trajectory of an incoming fist, but with considerable experience, Takeda gleaned Yagu's punch trajectory from the movements of his shoulders and waist. Bam! Takeda's arm successfully deflected Yagu's powerful punch, but he too felt the impact, as Yagu's strength rendered his arm numb. Indeed, formidable. However, with an open opportunity, Yagu prepared to retract his right hand and respond with his left fist. But Takeda would not allow Yagu to fulfill his intention. He unleashed a powerful left punch from his waist while simultaneously advancing. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Yagu's abdomen, forcing the air from his chest in a violent expulsion. The power that had been coiled in his left hand seemed to be siphoned away, causing the trajectory of his punch to falter, leaving him unable to deliver a follow-through. Yagu was merely a child, while Takeda Hiroshi was an adult, his physique considerably larger than that of Yagu. Thus, as he struck, his body surged forward, delivering a straightforward punch that lifted Yagu's descending form by half a meter. Though Yagu curled into a defensive position midair, Takeda Hiroshi persisted in his assault. As he soared through the air, he coiled his legs, and just as both he and Yagu began their descent, executed a grand windmill maneuver, transforming his position from head over heels to upside down. His legs, having completed a significant rotation, collided with Yagu. The impact of the kick against Yagu's chest, already in pain and struggling for breath, intensified his discomfort, as if an array of stars danced before his eyes. In the next moment, everything flipped. Yagu found himself bewildered, with Takeda Hiroshi looming above him, the latter's knee pressing into Yagu's chest as they both plummeted toward the ground. As Yagu failed to discern the unfolding scene, those around him perceived it with clarity. Takeda Hiro, spinning gracefully, did not cease his motion after delivering a kick to Yagu's body. Instead, he ensnared his opponent with his leg, reversing their positions once more. Following the trajectory of his descent, he re-emerged above Yagu. Boom! Falling to the ground. Yagu felt no injury to his chest, yet he clutched it, while his abdomen bore the brunt of 2 blows. Struggling to rise, he noticed Takeda Hiro bowing towards him. How absurd, he thought. You win, yet you resort to such pompous theatrics. The impact of Takeda Hiro's attack was such that even Yagu, with his remarkably conditioned physique, found it overwhelming. It was as if a force penetrated his skin and struck deep within his body. No matter how resilient his training had made him, he could not fend off the onslaught of his opponent's power. Despite his defeat, none present dared to underestimate Yagu. The speed he had just displayed left everyone astounded. Takeda Hiro was known for his rigorous instruction, which kept the students of Takeda Dojo humble. And his keen perception revealed to him that even his own abilities could not match the swiftness possessed by the young man before him. Observing Yagu struggle to rise despite his severe injuries, Takeda's expression grew more admiring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Young man, you are formidable. You merely lack the skill to harness your own strength. What say you? Would you consider becoming my disciple and training at the dojo to enhance your abilities? Takeda Hiro admired the youth before him, recognizing the latent potential that was unparalleled, even surpassing what he had seen in others throughout his life. Yagu, grimacing in pain, hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. The brutal blows to his abdomen and chest made it difficult for him to catch his breath. Unperturbed, Takeda instructed his nearby disciple. Take this young man to the back courtyard to rest and prepare some medicinal broth to aid his recovery. Yes, sensei. One of the disciples approached Yagu, assisting him as he struggled to stand, and guided him towards the back courtyard. Watching Yagu depart, Takeda Hiro assessed his own left arm, still aching from the encounter. A testament to the immense power Yagu possessed. This was merely a physical strike, untempered by the ability to wield his strength, had he mastered such control. Even the protective layer of resilience he had built could not have spared him from injury. How is this possible? Yagu thought, bewildered. I have been defeated by a mere background character. It cannot be. His mindset was a stark contrast to that of Takeda Hero. Having acclimated to 30 times the gravitational force, he found it absurd that he had been bested by someone of such inconsequential standing on Earth. This is Dragon Ball. Not a comedic farce. This is not a scenario where dozens of missiles can be shrugged off in a single breath, leaving behind only a pristine outfit. No matter what, Yagu could not come to terms with the reality of his failure. After all, he had adapted to a gravitational force 30 times that of Earth. One would expect his combat prowess to be at least 1,000, if not 10,000, yet he found himself vanquished. Why did this happen? Even as he was escorted to the resting chamber, Yagu continued to ponder this perplexing matter. This defeat marked his first since arriving in this world, and it was particularly decisive. What troubled him further was the fact that his opponent was not one of the renowned masters from the early Dragon Ball series, such as Master Roshi or Master Shin, but rather an inconsequential character who had never even appeared in the Dragon Ball universe. Although Yagu felt he could never rival the likes of Sun Wukong, he was perplexed by the identity of Takeda Hiroshi, the one who had just defeated him. After all, Takeda was merely a human from Earth, while Yagu was a Saiyan, one of the elite warriors responsible for the later battles in the Dragon Ball saga. For 3 years, he had tirelessly trained in the gravity chamber, and yet he had been effortlessly vanquished by his opponent. With a single move, Takeda had rendered him defenseless, leaving Yagu unable to forgive himself. Was it possible that his training intensity had been insufficient? Filled with indignation and trepidation, Yagu pondered the uncertainty of his own power level. He had always believed that, regardless of any shortcomings, his strength would surely exceed 200, if not reach 500. Yet, given the current circumstances, such notions seemed utterly far-fetched. Suddenly, Yagu discerned a peculiar aspect of the battle system. His experience points, which had originally stood at 528, had now surged to 628, marking a full 1% increase. This was remarkable, considering that he had only attained such experience after ambushing and defeating the demon Bistu. To his astonishment, the experience gained from a life-or-death battle, 100%, was equivalent to that from a conquest battle, 80%, even in the wake of his own defeat. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Yagu pondered. Could he then seek out Takeda Hero for dueling on a daily basis? Would this not enable him to swiftly elevate his level? He was genuinely curious about the transformations that would accompany such an ascension. Lying in bed for an hour, Yagu still felt a lingering, profound pain in his abdomen and chest. What could be the cause of such enduring discomfort from such a seemingly trivial strike? He vividly recalled the sensation of Takeda Hero's blow impacting his abdomen, the overwhelming force penetrating his being and leaving him utterly feeble. This martial technique resembled the striking from afar style of his previous life, yet this was the realm of Dragon Ball. Whether it be the King of Worlds or the Kaishin, they had immersed themselves in this domain for countless years, possessing the ability to observe the entirety of the universe. If even they were unaware of internal energy in martial arts, it underscored the absence of such fantastical elements within the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that this explained why the opponent's combat level was classified as advanced beginner? Was this fighting methodology perhaps the most fundamental aspect of martial arts? The fact that Takeda Hero's combat level was deemed advanced beginner indicated that the fighting techniques he mastered were indeed the most rudimentary of martial arts. As Yagu reminisced about his past battles, it seemed that victory was solely reliant on his swiftness, striking down foes with punches and kicks, akin to brawling with street thugs. With this reflection, Yagu's heart gradually found tranquility. It was not a matter of our army's incompetence, but rather the cunning nature of the enemy. Chapter 41. The Dilemma of Martial Arts in Just 3 Days. I have garnered 114 recommendations, surpassing my expectations. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. After resting for 2 days in the room of Tian Hongwu's dojo, Yagu received a visit from Wu Tianhong that evening. He subtly expressed his desire to take Yagu as his disciple. However, Yagu declined the offer, leaving Wu Tianhong with a sense of regret but no further pressure on Yagu. Due to his injuries, Wu Tianhong arranged for one of his disciples to attend to Yagu. This disciple, named Tian Shan, introduced himself as a student of Wu Tianhong from 2 years prior. The door creaked open, and Yagu turned his head to see Tian Shan. "Ah, it's time for dinner," Tian Shan informed him, and then he began to step back out. Yagu called out to him, saying, "Brother Tian Shan, I would like to inquire about something. It pertains to Master Tian Hong." Tian Shan halted his steps, turned to look at him, and asked, "What is it?" Yagu inquired, "Is Master Tianhong's technique of his own invention? How many years has he been in this vicinity?" He chuckled. "Oh, are you feeling discontented after your defeat? Let me enlighten you. The local populace relies heavily on Master Tianhong. Are you acquainted with the Red Silk Army? A few years ago, they attempted to infiltrate our city, only to be repelled by Master Tianhong. Did you know? He possesses the extraordinary ability to catch bullets with his bare hands." Tian Shan proudly recounted the exploits of Wu Tianhong. Master Wu Tian's martial arts were cultivated in the secluded mountains. He began training at the tender age of 13 and did not emerge until he was 34. Subsequently, he established the Tianhong Martial Arts Academy to safeguard the city. Although the Red Silk Army harbors underground forces here, they dare not brazenly oppress the citizens, due to Master Wu Tian's formidable prowess and his unwavering protection of the people. The locals willingly allow their children to learn martial arts from him. However, Master Wu Tian imposes exceedingly stringent conditions for accepting disciples, even among registered students. There are merely a handful, with only 4 truly receiving his teachings. Tian Shan is one of them. Yagu posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. Why did the single punch from Master Tianhong cause such excruciating pain, far surpassing the weight of a large stone pressing upon me? In response, Tian Shan, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Of course. That is precisely the remarkable prowess of Master Tianhong. Most martial artists can only concentrate their strength superficially, augmenting their muscle density and the resilience of their bones to enhance their offensive capabilities. However, Master Tianhong possesses the extraordinary ability to deliver the cultivated strength directly to the innermost core of his target through ingenious techniques. He once struck a stone slab with such force that it shattered a chicken egg positioned merely 1 centimeter behind it, all while leaving the slab entirely unscathed." The idiom "striking a cow across a mountain" emerged in Yagu's mind, as the scene described by Tian Shan bore a striking resemblance to the legendary exploits of martial artists in his previous life. Were it him, a single punch could easily obliterate not just the stone slab, but even a rock several meters thick. Yet, achieving the level of mastery that Master Tianhong exhibited remained beyond his grasp. Noticing Yagu deep in thought, Tian Shan announced, "I shall take my leave now." By the time Yagu attempted to call him back, his companion had already departed. This revelation elucidated why Master Tianhong was classified as a high-level beginner in combat. Yet, such concepts seemed absent from the world of Dragon Ball. Surely, I have not traversed to the wrong realm. Yagu pondered, recalling how these elements were depicted in both the Dragon Ball manga and anime. Nevertheless, the impact of such techniques was indeed formidable. If his attacks operated on the internal mechanisms of the body, then as long as I could evade his strikes, the prospect of defeating him remained within reach. Oh, if only I could master the art of flight, the outcome might well be different. With that in mind, what level of combat prowess could I attain should I succeed in learning the technique of flight? At no other moment has Yagu desired to master the art of flight more fervently. It is evident to his peers that Takeda Hiro intends to take him as his disciple. However, Yagu harbors no desire to be his apprentice. Instead, he yearns to learn his martial techniques, which necessitates a form of exchange. With this thought in mind, Yagu begins to employ his rudimentary flight technique. After a brief period, his body ascends into the air. As he opens his eyes and spreads his arms, a sigh escapes him. What is the matter? I possess the ability to fly. Yet I cannot maneuver with the same agility as the Z warriors from Dragon Ball. This is truly disheartening. He floats slowly around the room, contrasting sharply with the freedom of movement that Goku and others exhibit while soaring through the skies. Yagu must expend considerable focus to maintain a steady flight, much like the moment in the Buu saga when Bulla barely hovers above the ground, only to realize that her classmate Goten is already moving with ease. Yagu feels a profound sense of discouragement. The art of flight is one of the fundamental skills for future battles. It expands the realm of combat, elevating it from the ground to the skies, akin to transitioning from a 2-dimensional world to a 3-dimensional one. Truly an extraordinary martial skill. Yagu practiced diligently here for half a day, yet mastery is not achieved overnight. This also proves that he is not exceptionally brilliant, at least not in the realm of martial arts. By the end of the day, his body was not weary. Although he bore injuries, they did not hinder his shins. What truly exhausted Yagu was the turmoil within his heart. Faced with his current predicament, he felt utterly helpless. For 3 years, or rather, since his arrival in this world, he did not believe his cultivation level was inferior to that of Sun Wukong. He could now move effortlessly under 30 times the gravity of Earth. He was convinced that if the arena were to be changed, even with extraordinary abilities, Takeda Hiroshi would not prevail against him and might even face dire consequences. However, a question arose. Why was it that his opponent defeated him instead of the other way around? That evening, Yagu calmed his mind and began to reflect deeply on the scene from that day. For the past 2 days, he had refrained from contemplating this matter until now, when emotions of lamentation and regret surged, prompting a serious consideration of their confrontation. Upon careful recollection, Yagu concluded that his misstep lay in his leap into the air. His speed and strength were undoubtedly superior to Takeda Hiroshi's, yet in midair, his advantage in speed was rendered ineffective. His opponent, possessing abundant combat experience, seized the initiative, landing blow after blow without any means to counter the onslaught, leading to his downfall. The reason was straightforward, yet Yagu remained dissatisfied. Combat experience and fighting techniques require the accumulation of experience. Yet, in the world of Dragon Ball, did not Goku and Krillin, participating in the martial arts tournament for the first time, defeat their rivals solely through their exceptional physical prowess? Why, then, was he unable to achieve the same? Yagu came to this martial arts dojo to gain experience. Now, although he has acquired it, he is disheartened by his defeat in battle. Throughout the night, Yagu tirelessly simulated various combat techniques in his mind, analyzing each move and the potential variations that could arise. The crux of his contemplation centered on the principle of evading his opponent's attacks. Consequently, as I do not possess the ability to perform aerial techniques, I must rely on my speed to engage him on solid ground. Clenching his fists, Yagu narrowed his eyes in determination. In the morning, Yagu emerged from his room. The wounds on his body still ached slightly, yet they were no longer a hindrance. As he passed through the courtyard, Tianshan noticed Yagu and expressed mild surprise, saying, "Young Yagu, you bear wounds. Shouldn't you rest?" Yagu gazed at him and stated, "Brother Tianshan, I wish to meet Master Takeda Hiroshi. Let us engage in a comparison once more." "What?" Tianshan exclaimed in astonishment. "You still wish to spar with the master? However, if your injuries are not meticulously cared for, they may leave lasting repercussions. Moreover, you cannot possibly prevail against my master. I will not be deterred. I have prepared myself, and this time, I shall surely triumph. Brother Tianshan, please take me to meet Master Takeda Hiroshi." Casting a glance at the confidently determined Yagu, Tianshan chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. "I truly do not comprehend the source of your confidence. That day, you could not withstand even a single move from my master. And this is your first encounter in martial arts with another practitioner, is it not?" Yagu nodded and said, "Indeed. Yet I am determined to engage in combat with Master Takeda. I firmly believe that my skills surpass those of Master Takeda." Tianshan opened his mouth, momentarily stunned, pondering the source of the child's unwavering confidence. The audacity of youth knows no fear. After a few days of conversation, he had learned that Yagu was merely 5 years old. Such a young child would typically remain at home, yet here he was, embarking on a journey. Truly, there are always greater heights to attain in this world. "Very well, I shall take you to meet the master," Tianshan remarked with a shake of his head. Addressing Yagu, "Follow me. I hope the master will fulfill your aspirations." Chapter 42. The Exchange of Martial Arts Techniques. Thank you all for your support. We have received 133 recommendations, 20 more than yesterday, Tianhong announced. The backyard of the Tianhong Martial Arts School was expansive. As the guardian of the city, Takeda Hiroshi may not have been the wealthiest, yet his influence was unparalleled, with numerous merchants and affluent individuals seeking his association. Had he not chosen to associate only with conscientious merchants, his wealth would likely be unfathomably greater. Despite this, as Yagu trailed behind Tianshan, he found himself enchanted by the surrounding scenery. Unlike the modern ambience of Bulma's warm little courtyard, this place exuded an aura of tranquility, meticulously crafted to cultivate a serene environment for martial artists. With rockeries, ponds, courtyards, pavilions, huabiao, and maple trees, one might easily mistake the locale for a rural village, were it not for the distant skyscrapers in view. Not far away, Yagu spotted Takeda Hiroshi seated on a mat. "Master, I have brought Yagu," Tianshan respectfully announced upon reaching his teacher. Takeda Hiroshi opened his eyes, casting a glance at Yagu, his gaze reflecting admiration. He did not rush to speak to Yagu, but instead instructed his disciple, "Please bring breakfast here." Tianshan glanced back at Yagu, and Takeda's voice resonated again. "Do bring some for our young friend as well." "Understood," Tianshan replied, clasping his fists together and bowing as he stepped back. This left Takeda Hiroshi and Yagu standing together, their gazes locked, each emanating the spirit of a warrior. As a gentle breeze approached them, it was met with an invisible force, transforming its refreshing chill into an intangible essence. The warm sunlight cascaded from the sky, illuminating the shimmering surface of the pond, which sparkled with boundless brilliance as a gentle breeze danced across its clear waters. After a prolonged silence, Takeda Hiroshi spoke. I once harbored concerns over your reluctance to become my disciple, but that is no longer the case. Your strength likely surpasses my own. You simply have yet to grasp the essence of martial arts. Once you truly comprehend the techniques, you will soar to extraordinary heights, becoming a martial artist far exceeding my own prowess, perhaps even surpassing the legendary master Wu Tian. Yagu's heart was filled with astonishment, as he had not anticipated that the other party was also aware of the existence of Master Roshi. Though the renowned name of Master Roshi echoed throughout the world, many regarded him with disdain. By the time of the Bu saga, humanity had entirely forgotten the existence of the god of martial arts. This was one of the most regrettable aspects of Yagu's former life. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tien Shinhan initially obliterated the entire arena with his Kikaho, followed by Piccolo's devastation of the entire city. Yet, such spectacular battles faded into obscurity, their remarkable fighters seemingly erased from history, perhaps profoundly influenced by the contemporary environment. Yagu wished for these heroes to be remembered not only after their demise, particularly Goku, who, even in death, remained unrecognized by the people of Earth. The king, upon seeing Goku on television, remarked that this individual resembled the young man who faced Piccolo, illustrating the swift forgetfulness of humanity towards its heroes. In modern times, Yagu had watched an interview with Akira Toriyama, who expressed that if he were to craft a story, it would center around Satan and Bu. This aligned perfectly with his character, akin to Dr. IQ, whose essence was rooted in humor and ease. However, Yagu felt a sense of discomfort. Much like his desire upon arriving in this world, he aspired to be a man akin to Satan, not merely through words, but through his own strength. Above all, he yearned to impart genuine history to the people of the world. Yet, all of this hinged upon one critical premise, his own power. Without it, even the gusts generated by a clash could send him flying away. The man seated before him was Yagu's true, formidable opponent in this lifetime. Unlike a life-and-death battle, this individual could not only enrich Yagu's combat system with experience, but also inspire him in martial techniques. Hiroshi Takeda, I wish to spar with you once more, Yagu declared after the other had finished speaking. It seemed that Hiroshi Takeda had anticipated Yagu's words, raising his eyebrows in response. Oh, Yaga nodded and said, indeed. In recent days, I have been meticulously recalling certain matters, wishing to validate them in combat. Furthermore, I would like to request that you impart your martial arts techniques to me, Master. I am willing to exchange one of my skills in return. This is not a mere transaction. Rather, it is my hope that you will disseminate these techniques, allowing more individuals to pursue the path of martial arts. Takeda Ko narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked up at him with a smile and inquired, what makes you so certain that I will teach you? Yagu remained silent, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he gradually gathered his energy, enveloping his entire being in a controlled manner. Then, to Takeda Hiroshi's astonishment, Yagu ascended into the air, reaching a height of 10 meters. Takeda's gaze followed Yagu's descent. Before Yagu could utter a word, Takeda furrowed his brow and inquired, is Crane Sage your master? How do you know of the Crane School? It seemed evident that in an era devoid of Satan's presence, the standing of these traditional martial arts masters was quite elevated. Reflecting on this, Yagu hesitated not in his response. Crane Sage's reputation was far from commendable, especially with a notorious assassin for a brother. Anyone who was privy to the truth and harbored a sense of justice would steer clear of him. No, Yagu replied succinctly. At that moment, Teshima entered from the west side of the courtyard, carrying a plate that held breakfast for both Takeda and Yagu. Teacher, young Yagu, please enjoy, he said. The breakfast setup was modest, lacking even a table, yet neither Yagu nor Takeda seemed to mind. After finishing their meal, once Teshima had exited, Takeda spoke. Very well. I shall spar with you. However, let us first discuss the fundamentals of martial arts. He continued, the technique of sky dance should involve distributing power throughout the body, then controlling it. Given your understanding of sky dance, why do you not know copper skin? Copper skin? Yagu looked at him in surprise. Takeda clarified. Copper skin is merely my term, intended to facilitate understanding among my disciples. In essence, it is a technique for distributing our strength throughout the body. Allow me to illustrate. Consider two muscular men, both striking at two individuals before them. One is an ordinary person, while the other is a martial artist. The first man, upon being struck, may be propelled 3 meters away. The martial artist, however, would fly 5 to 6 meters. Yet, the injuries sustained are drastically different. The ordinary individual may suffer shattered bones, while the martial artist typically endures only superficial wounds. The disparity in distance traveled, 3 meters versus 5, illustrates the martial artist's mastery over their body. At the moment of impact, they immediately channel the incoming force throughout their physique, allowing their body to absorb the punch's power as if a strongman were forcefully pushing them away. Thus, the martial artist can be propelled further. For an ordinary person, they cannot distribute the force. It concentrates on a minuscule area, resulting in significant harm. You must have heard the saying, "It is better to lose a finger than to injure all 10. The principle is the same, but it must be inverted. When others gather their strength for a powerful strike, the damage inflicted upon impact is profound. However, utilizing copper skin as a means of force transmission can mitigate personal injury. At this juncture, Takeda rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a bruise that Yagu noticed with curiosity. "What is this?" he asked. "This is the result of our bout the other day when you struck me," Takeda replied, unashamed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "You possess remarkable talent. Even with such rudimentary attacks, you have caused me substantial harm. Let me put it this way, should you land a blow on me? Even with my copper skin, I doubt I would withstand it." Yagu felt a twinge of urgency, sensing that Takeda was reluctant to engage in a match with him. Takeda raised his right palm, halting Yagu's words, while pulling down his sleeve with a smile. "Do not worry, since I have already stated my intention. I shall not go back on my word. From this, one can discern the strength of your physique. Once you learn to harness your physical capabilities through martial arts, you are bound to achieve remarkable breakthroughs. This is precisely why I wish to take you as my disciple. As for the other attack methods, they are techniques I have developed specifically to counter copper skin, which, like copper skin, involves the control of power." Subsequently, Yagu recounted the learning process for Sky Dance, while Takeda explained copper skin and the methods he had devised to counter it. The technique to break copper skin proved somewhat challenging. Yagu grasped the principle but, like Sky Dance, could not yet wield it freely. However, he quickly mastered copper skin, as it merely required an understanding of the characteristics of Sky Dance. Essentially, the concept was straightforward: distribute energy throughout the body, akin to the golden bell shield in traditional martial arts, albeit with different applications. Indeed, this is quite astonishing. Suddenly, Yagu noticed a transformation in the battle system after he mastered the technique of copper skin. Battle system. Level 0. Current experience 6. 28. Name: Yagu. Combat power activation 10. Burst activation 15. Combat level: primary intermediate sparring battle 50. Dominion battle 80. Life and death battle 100. His combat level had progressed from primary low to primary intermediate. He chuckled, finally breaking free from the constraints of being a novice. A seemingly simple combat technique, one that could be conceived with just a thought, had never crossed Yagu's mind before. He was initially inclined to lament his own shortcomings, but then a realization eased his heart. As the senior disciple of Master Rashi, the Turtle Hermit, his combat prowess surpassed that of Rashi himself, despite knowing that his opponent could utilize the flight technique to elevate individuals into the air. It was not something he had created. This illustrates that even techniques which appear straightforward are not easily devised. Much like modern science, as one delves deeper into a field, ideas born from fantastical thinking are unlikely to succeed. In the early stages of any system, one may achieve decisive results through various imaginative notions. However, relying solely on such ideas for success later on would lead to a dead end. "Professor Takeda, let us engage in battle once more." Yagu reiterated his request. Chapter 43. The second encounter. Thank you all for your support. I appreciate the attention from Wind and Rain. This was indeed my oversight. I intended to design the significance of martial arts to be more challenging. Mastering each martial technique significantly enhances the protagonist's strength, allowing the latent energy within to be unleashed. Much like Gohan, who possesses only a modicum of combat power in his normal state, but can unleash a formidable strength that surpasses both his father and Piccolo when enraged. The process of learning martial arts serves as an alternative form of training. Without inheriting the combat instincts of a Saiyan, the protagonist must learn independently. Setting down his teacup, Takeda Hiroshi fixed his gaze upon Yagu. Only when he noticed a flicker of emotion on Yagu's face did he speak. "Very well, let us proceed to the main hall." I wish to demonstrate to my disciples the physical prowess required for advanced martial arts. You are a rare talent, appearing once in a millennium. I do not expect my disciples to attain your level of strength. Even if they can grasp your spirit, that would be a remarkable achievement. Upon hearing his words, Yagu felt a sense of admiration. Considering Takeda's earlier comments, it was likely he anticipated his own defeat. Nevertheless, he wished to lose before his disciples to impart a crucial lesson. There are always individuals who surpass others, and even a teacher is not invincible. The two exited the courtyard, and Tianshan, who was stationed at the entrance, noticed them. He hesitated several times, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Takeda cast a few discreet glances at him, noticing his reticence, and chose to ignore it. A warrior must possess not only physical strength, but also a robust spirit. Takeda understood his own shortcomings. He could only impart rigorous training to his disciples, but could not teach them how to fortify their minds. Despite being aware of this flaw, he had never contemplated change, for he was still on the path of martial arts. Perhaps one day, when he ceases his pursuit of martial arts and finds tranquility, he will seek to transform his spirit. Before even entering the Takeda dojo, the sounds of vigorous training could be heard within. Upon entering, he discovered a multitude of Takeda's disciples practicing their fundamentals, some assuming stances while others engaged in movements reminiscent of boxing. Yagu struggled to comprehend the myriad and chaotic training methods presented before him. Sensing Yagu's confusion, Takeda Hiroshi elucidated. These are merely techniques that the youth believe to be effective in extending their concentration spans. He chuckled. Today's children are quite discerning. They are nothing like the past, when one could diligently practice before a single tree for half a year. Now, let us ascend. The two had arrived at a distinct white area of the arena, set apart from the other sections of the hall. Ah, it's that young lad again. He wishes to spar with the teacher. Scoffed someone. How presumptuous. Had the teacher not gone easy on him that day, he would not have been able to rise. Indeed, I must admit, the boy possesses remarkable speed. Surely, you haven't forgotten how he obliterated a sandbag that day? Another chimed in. And yet, what does that matter? He still cannot match the teacher. Came a retort laced with envy. The hall was filled with a diverse array of individuals, each harboring their own opinions about Yagu. Excluding those who were typically lackadaisical in their training, anyone with a modicum of insight recognized that Yagu was inherently a formidable individual, certainly far beyond their own capabilities. As before, Takeda Hiroshi clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and invited. Please. Yagu stood poised, declaring, please. Both parties assumed their stances, gazing intently at one another, each striving to uncover a flaw. Takeda Hiroshi was indeed searching for Yagu's weaknesses. However, Yagu had no comprehension of what a flaw truly was. To him, no matter how formidable the opponent's defense appeared, it was not without its vulnerabilities. Having perused the Dragon Ball manga, particularly the arcs of Cell and Bu, Yagu firmly believed that as long as one possessed strength, a single punch could reduce any opponent to mere pulp, irrespective of any perceived weaknesses. Lacking profound combat experience, Yagu quickly succumbed to impatience. While there exists a principle of countering an attack in martial arts, to Yagu, it was mere nonsense. Having been knocked down by a single blow and left gasping on the ground, he saw no opportunity for a counterattack. Yagu noted the changes in the combat system. Aside from the transformation of the battle for supremacy from 80 to 50, his initial low-level proficiency had advanced to a beginner-intermediate level, while everything else remained unchanged. With a soft whoosh, Yagu abruptly departed from his stationary position, springing into action. Takeda Hiro's mind raced as he concentrated, keenly observing the alterations in his surroundings. The onlookers could merely perceive a dark shadow swirling around their mentor, a figure that could vaguely be discerned as Yagu. Though this was not the first time they had witnessed such speed. It was an extraordinary sensation for those who believed that the advent of firearms had diminished the stature of martial arts. Indeed, while Takeda Hiro could catch bullets with his bare hands, there were individuals around the globe showcasing similar feats. To the uninformed, Takeda Hiro appeared merely as a buffoon. And for the majority of the city's populace, his ability to contend with the Red Scarf Army was attributed solely to the existence of the Takeda Martial Arts School. Humanity is forgetful. They scarcely recalled how Takeda Hiro had single-handedly forged his path upon first arriving in this city. Back in the arena, Yagu dashed rapidly around Takeda Hiro, his incredible speed rendering his form nearly indistinguishable to those nearby, including Takeda Hiro himself, who could only glimpse a blurred outline. With a shout, the assault commenced as Yagu lunged forward. Takeda Hiro, realizing his intent in an instant, pivoted to face Yagu, and as the confrontation loomed, he leaped into the air. As Yagu directed a punch towards Takeda Hiroshi's chest, he observed his opponent leap into the air, leaving his fist to strike nothing but empty space. Despite this failed ambush, Yagu remained undeterred. He understood that being airborne would inevitably compromise Takeda's agility. However, at this moment, Takeda initiated an attack, and Yagu recognized the urgency of evading the blow. Although he had mastered the technique of copper skin, the manner of Takeda's assault could penetrate deeply into the body. Thus, he resolved to evade whenever possible. And should evasion prove impossible, to block, minimizing direct confrontation with Takeda's strikes. Grounded, Yagu's speed, though diminished, still surpassed that of Takeda. As he noticed a fist descending towards his head, he sidestepped while simultaneously repositioning himself to where he deduced Takeda would land. Realizing Yagu's intentions, Takeda harnessed the strength of his waist, twisting his body and astonishingly adjusting his posture midair, despite lacking any leverage. He transformed from a landing stance into a direct charge towards Yagu. Witnessing this, Yagu, though an adversary, could not suppress his admiration. Such an action demanded extraordinary control over one's body, something he too could achieve, but not with the same seamless grace exhibited by Takeda. The opportunity for a calculated strike had evaporated, prompting Yagu to slide backward, creating distance between himself and Takeda. He then unleashed his utmost speed, vanishing into a blur. In a mere heartbeat, Takeda had recalibrated his stance to amalgamate both attack and defense, preparing for Yagu's imminent strike. At that moment, an epiphany struck Yagu. There was no mandate to engage in direct confrontation. With this realization, a smirk graced his lips as he clenched his fist, turning his body towards Takeda. He forcefully struck the ground before him. The white surface of the elevated arena, crafted from resilient padding, reverberated with a thunderous sound under the impact of his fist. The padding ruptured, eliciting surprise not only from Takeda but also from the onlooking disciples, who were perplexed by the spectacle. Yet, Yagu swiftly provided them with an explanation. He grasped the torn section of the padding and yanked it upwards, producing a sharp tearing noise as the breach widened. He then hurled the ragged remnants towards Takeda and closed the distance between them. The spectators quickly grasped his strategy. It was akin to a common tactic employed in street fights, where one might throw a handful of dirt to obscure an opponent's vision. Although Yagu was now wielding a piece of padding, the principle remained the same. The disciples, upon understanding, chuckled softly, their laughter muted by the notorious severity of Takeda's demeanor. On the platform, having discerned Yagu's intentions, Takeda began to move, his legs propelling him forward. Although his speed did not match Yagu's, it surpassed that of an ordinary individual, creating an ephemeral afterimage in his wake. The two engaged in a dance of offense and defense, yet they had yet to truly clash. Yagu, lacking in patience, found himself frustrated when his techniques proved ineffective. In a moment of impulsiveness, he contemplated exchanging injuries with his opponent. However, at that moment, Takeda Hiro's stamina was waning, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead and temples, while Yagu appeared to be unaffected. If this continued, Takeda Hiro's defeat was inevitable. Yagu remained oblivious to Takeda's predicament, yet even if he had noticed, he would have sought to alter the situation. He was unwilling to rely solely on physical prowess to vanquish his opponent. He aspired to grow stronger and triumph over him in a direct confrontation. Contemplating this, Yagu halted his steps, inwardly lamenting, "How foolish of me to be clouded by my emotions and resort to such despicable tactics." As Yagu came to a halt, Takeda Hiroshi naturally ceased his sprint. Upon witnessing Yagu discard the item in his grasp, an enigmatic glimmer flickered in the eyes of the stern man. The atmosphere lingered in a moment of silence before, suddenly, the two stationary figures sprang into action, akin to a cheetah and a cunning rabbit. Swiftly closing the distance between them, the energy swirling around them coalesced into an invisible wall of force. Chapter 44. The tipping point of victory and defeat. Just a few hours have passed, yet the recommendations have surged beyond 200. My heartfelt gratitude to all who have supported this endeavor. I also aspire to transcend cliches, ensuring that the narrative continues to captivate your interest. As the confrontation commenced, Takeda, Hiroshi, and Yagu intertwined, their figures flickering like ephemeral sparks in the night. Their speed altered, rendering their forms nearly indistinguishable to the onlookers. However, at the moment of their clash, the fleeting shadows solidified, and their silhouettes became vivid. A soft sound emerged, subtle yet resonant within the hearts of all present, as their arms converged, unleashing a profound echo from the depths of their souls. Both Takeda, Hiroshi, and Yagu sought to launch direct assaults upon one another. Yet upon discerning their opponent's targeted areas, they instinctively opted for a defensive stance, ultimately blocking each other's strikes. Yagu's left hand seized Takeda Hiroshi's right wrist, while Takeda's left arm deflected Yagu's incoming right fist. As their arms made contact, both exerted force towards the point of contact, attempting to dislodge one another. Yagu, being smaller in stature, launched his power from below, placing him at a disadvantage. However, his physical prowess far surpassed that of Takeda, being several times stronger. After 3 breaths, Yagu let out a powerful shout, and Takeda felt an immense force emanating from the contact point of their arms, crashing upon him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted between the two, creating a shock wave that was visible to the onlookers around them. Takeda was propelled 6 meters into the air by this force. Logically, this would be the perfect moment for an attack, but Yagu was acutely aware that his ability to control his body was inferior to Takeda's, and he had not mastered aerial techniques. Thus, he would only be subjected to Takeda's assault if he ascended into the sky. As Takeda descended straight down, his body abruptly halted and then began to descend at a steady pace. This astonishing spectacle left the onlookers agape, akin to witnessing a stone falling from the sky that suddenly paused and then gradually descended at a constant speed. Whispers of magic and sorcery circulated within the dojo of Takeda. In his heart, Yagu praised the impressive display of skill. He had not anticipated that the principles of the void dance technique, which he had just explained, could be so effortlessly executed. However, he pondered the enigma of such a remarkable individual. His heart felt aged. Observing the disciples of Takeda Hiroshi around the arena, Yagu's thoughts lingered. As the battle ensued, time pressed on, leaving no room for distractions. The moment Takeda Hiroshi landed, Yagu surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. Had they been evenly matched, Takeda would have blocked Yagu's strike with both hands. Yet, the strength Yagu possessed was unparalleled, a force he had never before encountered in his life. Most crucially, his opponent was merely 5 years old, brimming with boundless potential. Resistance was futile. As Yagu's fist hurtled toward him, Takeda Hiroshi sidestepped while leaning back. The art of defense intertwined with offense was a classic maneuver for warriors like them, seeking to turn the tide and deliver a fatal blow. Observing Takeda narrowly evade his punch, with their bodies merely inches apart, Yagu lifted his fist to strike at the other's chest. However, as Takeda leaned back, his retracted foot swiftly propelled towards Yagu, akin to a whip aiming at his waist. In that fleeting moment, hesitation flickered in Yagu's mind, yet he steeled himself. Gritting his teeth, he positioned his left arm defensively to intercept the incoming attack, while his right hand subtly rose, elbow poised to descend with force. Bang! Thud! Yagu's elbow collided with Takeda Hiroshi's abdomen, while Takeda's whip-like leg struck Yagu's arm. One's body felt as though it had been struck by a colossal weight, plummeting towards the ground at an astonishing speed. Even though the arena was cushioned, Takeda, after receiving a blow from Yagu, turned pale from the pain. Despite possessing tough skin, the immense force from Yagu left little capacity for the impact to disperse throughout his body, and those residual forces reverberated through him, rendering him as fragile as if he were about to disassemble. This was reminiscent of the scene on Namek, where Krillin, after sustaining a mere kick from Raikum, found himself utterly incapacitated. On the other side, Yagu had landed a kick on Takeda. Even with his toughened skin, he could feel the vibrations of his bones beneath his muscles. He was propelled 3 meters away by that force. Standing there, he clenched his right fist, dragging his left hand, and fixed his gaze intently on Takeda, apprehensive that his opponent might rise and deliver a decisive blow. With great difficulty, Takeda managed to rise, trembling. To any observer, it was evident that he was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, as he crouched, he removed his arm support and fell backward once more. Witnessing this, Yagu's mouth fell agape, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Could it be that he was on the verge of victory? To assess the situation of the battle, he accessed the combat system, and indeed, his experience points had risen from 6.28 to 8.28 what? An actual 2% increase in experience from a sparring match. At this moment, Yagu was more astonished than elated, yet it was not the time for him to be dazed. His opponent, Takeda, still lay on the ground. Before the disciples of Takeda could crowd around, Yagu hastened to his side. Master Takeda, how are you? Teacher, what has happened? Quickly, fetch the stretcher. You all, go find a doctor and bring the medicine for the master. Takeda's most devoted disciple instructed the other students of the dojo as they squeezed in from outside. Takeda, with eyes half closed, soon opened them fully, and at that moment, his complexion appeared significantly improved. Yagu, you truly are formidable. A true monster. However, you must learn to wield your power wisely. Do you understand? Yaga nodded in affirmation, saying, Indeed, Teacher Tianhong, I intend to stay here for a few more days. You must impart more knowledge to me. Oh, I heard from Tianshan that you were eager to embark on a journey? Wishenhong wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fixing Yagu with a peculiar gaze. Yagu remained unfazed, stating, That was in the past. Quickly, bring the stretcher and carry Master Tianhong to the backyard. Takeda Hiroshi was taken inside, and Yagu followed suit. After 2 hours, Yagu emerged. His left hand bandaged and slung over his shoulder. Although he had triumphed over Takeda Hiroshi, it came at a cost. He overheard the doctor mention that his internal injuries required at least another 2 weeks of rest. As for his arm, while not as severely affected, it too would need a fortnight to heal. The disciples in the martial arts hall regarded Yagu with astonishment, speculating whether he was truly human. Neither his exhibited speed nor his ability to obliterate a sandbag with a single punch days prior bore semblance to that of an ordinary human. Paying no heed to their scrutinizing gazes, Yagu resolved to remain here for over 20 days, knowing that Takeda Hiroshi only required a month of recuperation for a full recovery. This city had been spared from the invasion of the Red Silk Army solely due to Takeda Hiroshi's presence, should he depart. What would happen if the Red Silk Army launched a sudden attack? Though he feared an early enmity with them, Yagu was equally unwilling to see anyone suffer because of him. At this moment, Yagu's thoughts were not occupied with his own injuries or the possibility of encountering the Red Silk Army, but rather with the purpose of the battle system. Since its inception, he had yet to partake in any of its benefits. There were no attribute enhancements, no skills available for use. It seemed to function merely as an auxiliary system, detailing the user's physical condition to keep him informed about his body. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why could he not perform the key explosion? He recalled the warriors in Dragon Ball, who, upon making a certain posture, would unleash a fiery aura, significantly augmenting their combat power. Why was he unable to do the same? Could that be a form of martial technique? Contemplating the seemingly simple act of condensing energy at the surface of one's body, he pondered that such a remarkable increase in strength might indeed be a type of martial skill. Yagu sat in the corner of the martial arts arena, his mind reminiscing about scenes from Dragon Ball. Indeed, among the androids, number 20 absorbed Piccolo's energy. And later Piccolo remarked that such energy could be unleashed in a single breath to its fullest potential. Yet, is it truly so simple to release such power? Yagu felt a tumult of thoughts within. While watching Dragon Ball, these abilities seemed almost innate to every fighter, requiring no arduous study. Even techniques like the Kamehameha, Solar Flare, and Spirit Sword were merely borrowed concepts, unlike his own frustrating experiences. Could it be that I have traversed into the wrong world? With a weary sigh, Yagu resolved to retire to the room prepared for him by Takeda Hiroshi and the others for a brief respite. Chapter 45. Karin Tower. If this book can still be read, I hope everyone continues to support it. Skill is a rather enigmatic concept, particularly for Yagu. In his previous life, having perused the Dragon Ball manga and watched the animations, he perceived their battles as straightforward. As long as one diligently trained and continually surpassed their limits, they could conquer formidable foes. However, the events at the Takeda Dojo served as a wake-up call for Yagu. The reality was far more complex. If one were to employ a metaphor, it would be akin to a competitive game where both characters possess identical skills, health points, magic, and levels, equipped with the same amount of currency to procure items and gear, and then thrust into a fierce battle. The novice is invariably at a disadvantage, while the adept can leverage subtle maneuvers during combat to gradually seize the upper hand and ultimately vanquish their opponent. Some even manage to defeat 2 fully armed combatants while merely on the brink of defeat themselves. Once or twice may be attributed to luck, but encountering such situations repeatedly is another matter altogether. The prowess of Yagu, as observed by Hiroshi Takeda, is undeniable. However, the challenge lies in harnessing the latent power within. It is akin to the phenomenon observed in Son Gohan, whose battle power typically rests at a mere 1 but surges 1,000-fold in moments of explosive energy. Yet, this eruption occurs in a state of unconsciousness, when the mind is devoid of thought, allowing the hidden strength within the body to break free. Yagu does not consider himself as formidable as Gohan, who harbors an immense power within, potentially hundreds to thousands of times greater. Yet, his current display of combat prowess leaves him profoundly dissatisfied. Despite the arduous training he has undergone, his fighting capabilities remain woefully inadequate. During the period of Takeda Hiroshi's recovery, the Red Ribbon Army refrained from causing disturbances in the city, which provided Yagu with a sense of relief. Tianshan informed him that, in fact, The Red Ribbon Army had established contact points within the city, and the local gangs had their own beneficiaries supported by them. However, due to the absence of military personnel, the general populace was willing to tolerate such matters as long as they did not involve the military directly. This situation reminded Yagu of the citizens of the Celestial Empire, who, unless utterly cornered with no escape, would endure their circumstances. The notion of a hard-working and resilient people is one he finds tiresome. Such endurance should not merely manifest as passive acceptance of oppression or as mere frustration in the face of authority, leading to a life squandered. The promotion of such rhetoric was tolerable during his high school and university years, yet in the real world, it has become increasingly irksome. The society he once inhabited was already a stark embodiment of a ruthless power and money-driven system, so why continue to propagate such ideals? While there are many benevolent individuals, they are vastly outnumbered by the unscrupulous and corrupt, lacking a solid economic and social foundation. The reckless application of the sacred virtue of kindness may unwittingly offend the undead clan. After all, in reality, the undead do not reveal themselves as they might in a game. The necromancers appear upright and are often adorned in opulent attire with a polished exterior. Even those who have known them for over a decade may remain oblivious to their true nature, for once a mask is worn too long, it may become impossible to remove. The citizens of this city feel gratitude towards Takeda Hiroshi, yet there exists a palpable disdain, for he cannot possibly manage all the vested interests within the urban landscape. After residing at the Tianhong Wu Dojo for merely 20 days, Yagu observed that Wu Tianhong had sufficiently recovered to engage in martial training, prompting his departure. Throughout these 20 days, Yagu did not return empty-handed. Aside from acquiring various combat techniques, he gained a profound understanding of the battle system and how to allocate experience points. He discerned that previously, defeating a red scarf soldier yielded a mere 0.1 experience, while vanquishing an ordinary adversary like the hulking Greensmuller only granted a solitary plus sign, amounting to less than 0.1. However, his encounters with Wu Tianhong resulted in a substantial gain of 3 experience. Subsequently, Yagu faced off against 4 disciples of Wu Tianhong, all of whom possessed intermediate-level combat skills, collectively contributing an additional 2.3 experience from their sparring matches. From these experiences, Yagu began to suspect that the experience awarded by the battle system increased in accordance with the elevation of his own combat level. Moreover, he realized that repeated confrontations with the same opponent yielded no experience. Only when an adversary achieved a breakthrough in martial prowess would subsequent battles yield experience. As was the case with Tianshan, on the 3rd day of his sparring with the 4 disciples, Yagu engaged them once more but received no experience points. It was not until 13 days later, when Tianshan claimed to have experienced a breakthrough and sought Yagu for a match, that Yagu triumphed once again, this time earning experience. He then approached the other 3 disciples, but unfortunately, no experience was gained from those encounters. From this, Yagu deduced that the combat system was designed to compel him to continually pursue the footsteps of martial arts masters. Engaging in the slaughter of insignificant characters like the Red Ribbon Army soldiers to upgrade the combat system was a complete deviation from its essence. Reflecting on this, Yagu recalled why, despite transforming into a giant ape and slaying countless adversaries, he had not garnered even a modicum of experience. Firstly, the combat prowess of the giant ape was so formidable that there was no longer any possibility for comparison. This was a common design within all gaming systems. Once a certain level is attained, killing weaker enemies yields no experience. Secondly, although the levels were the same, the calculation of combat strength differed. After Yagu transformed into the giant ape, his Saiyan instinct surged, causing his combat level to ascend rapidly from a lowly beginner to potentially the highest tier. In such circumstances, dispatching those foes would provide no assistance in his martial arts journey. Regardless of the situation, Yagu was convinced that once his power reached a certain threshold, feeble creatures would no longer yield experience points. As Yagu continued his days of running and training, he purposefully made his way towards the martial arts schools in the bustling metropolis. Along the journey, he engaged in numerous challenges, honing his skills through each encounter. He vanquished many schoolmasters, though most lacked the formidable prowess of Takeda Hiroshi, whose combat level reached the advanced beginner stage, and who, along with his 3 companions, were significantly older. Some adversaries possessed remarkable strength, relying on physical attributes that transcended the ordinary, yet their combat levels peaked at the intermediate beginner stage. Yagu relished these confrontations, for he shared their reliance on physical prowess. When struck by his opponents, he employed his mastery over chi to harden his skin, combined with his adaptation to 30-fold gravity, rendering their blows less painful than those delivered by Takeda Hiroshi's disciples. Despite the martial arts masters he encountered being less powerful, they provided Yagu with substantial combat experience. As he gradually honed the techniques taught by Takeda Hiroshi, his combat level finally ascended to the advanced beginner stage. Now, even a mere flick of his finger could propel an individual several meters away. However, this also presented a dilemma for Yagu. He pondered why Takeda Hiroshi had swiftly mastered the sky dance technique while he still struggled with it. It was only when confronted with deep ravines that he could not traverse by leaping that Yagu resorted to the energy-draining sky dance technique. Arriving at the peak of the forested mountain, Yagu beheld the undulating hills and drifting mists surrounding him. He lifted his gaze towards the towering edifice that pierced the heavens, the Karin Tower, his intended destination. At last, I have arrived at Karin Tower, home of the cat immortal. Should I prepare some fish? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him as he pondered an important consideration, setting aside the novels he had previously read. Surely the notion that cats have an affinity for fish would hold true. To lure the immortal with fish seemed a plausible strategy, despite being an immortal. The essence of the being should not fundamentally change. After a moment's contemplation, Yagu resolved to gather an ample supply of fish before ascending Karin Tower. It appeared that a father and son were situated nearby. Intrigued, he decided to approach them. The father seemed to possess considerable strength. With a leap from his standing position, Yagu descended swiftly along a graceful arc, landing deftly on a nearby ledge. Utilizing the momentum, he propelled himself upward once more, landing again in a new spot. As he drew near to Karin Tower, a tall man emerged before him. Having seen Dragon Ball, Yagu recognized him as a guardian of Karin Tower, a character who had previously appeared in the original series, only to meet his demise at the hands of the Crane Hermit's disciple, Tao Pai Pai. Although Yagu had yet to adeptly master the sensor techniques, upon the arrival of the towering figure before him, he instantaneously perceived that this individual was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. As for the man's name, it had slipped Yagu's mind. Many years had passed since he had last engaged with the captivating narrative of Dragon Ball. He could only recall that the man's son was named UPA. Greetings, sir. I am a traveler on this continent, here to ascend the Karin Tower. Since the man posed no threat, Yagu saw no reason to adopt a scowling demeanor. Chapter 46. Preparation of Gifts with 266 Recommendations. I hope those who find this book worthy will lend their support. Thank you. Furthermore, while the Saiyans possess remarkable combat prowess, the protagonist, being an interloper, has inherited the lineage but has not acquired the Saiyans' fighting talent, rendering him inferior to many Dragon Ball warriors. Bulla, noticing that Yagu was merely a youth, slightly older than her own son, kindly remarked, "Young man, you are still too young to attempt the ascent of Karin Tower." Upon hearing the rejection, Yagu felt no anger, although the man may have looked down upon him. He could easily imagine the absurdity of a young child announcing on television that he was capable of hosting a show. Aside from those who might be intrigued, the rest would undoubtedly regard him as a madman. Yagu inquired of Bra, "I have heard that there is a guardian beneath the Karin Tower, and it seems that it is you, uncle. Therefore, uncle, I would like to ask once more, may I ascend the Karin Tower? Oh, and by the way, my name is Yagu. What is yours?" For those with pure hearts, Bra felt no obligation to prevent them from climbing the Karin Tower. "I am Bra. If you are determined, I can accompany you. However, you must not disturb the tranquility surrounding the sacred site." "That is only right," Yagu responded, "but uncle, you must be a formidable warrior, for I wish to engage in a duel with you." Bra fixed his gaze upon Yagu. "A duel?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Yagu continued, "I climbed the Karin Tower to meet the one above and seek his guidance in martial arts. Since you possess exceptional skills, let us first test our abilities against one another." The surroundings of the Karin Tower, as Bra had described, were indeed peaceful and serene, perhaps untouched by war for millennia. Bra remained silent for a moment, contemplating, before he replied, "Very well, when do you wish to begin?" Seeing the ease with which Bra acquiesced, Yagu joyfully exclaimed, "We can start now." He then assumed a combat stance, his eyes fixed intently on Bra. Bra, possessing keen insight, noticed that as Yagu lowered his body, his garments began to swell, indicating that this young lad's strength should not be underestimated. "Child, you may attack first, regardless of the opponent's youth." Bra was fully prepared to engage, for as the chief guardian of the sacred site, he approached every matter with utmost dedication. Whoosh! As Yagu's form vanished, He reappeared beside Bra, poised to unleash a powerful kick with his right leg. Bra swiftly sensed the impending danger and raised his robust right arm to intercept Yagu's assault. The impact of the attack was indeed deflected by Bra, yet the force transmitted through his arm propelled him several meters to the left. Fortunately, the ample space allowed him to absorb the violent blow without suffering a fracture. Observing Bra, who guarded his arm with a wary expression, Yagu contemplated, "My strength surpasses his. Yet he is the first mid-level low-tier warrior I have encountered. I must carefully observe what martial skills the system has classified as mid-tier in him." Recognizing Yagu's formidable power, Bra relinquished his earlier restraint and began to confront Yagu on equal footing. He dashed towards Yagu with remarkable speed, which appeared slow in Yagu's eyes, yet he chose not to evade, instead meeting Bra head-on. Just as he approached, Bra unexpectedly launched a punch, catching Yagu off guard. The speed of the punch was swifter than anyone he had witnessed before. Yagu sidestepped to evade the strike, tempering his own strength as he retaliated with a swift jab aimed at Bra's abdomen. The punch landed with a resounding thud, yet Bra remained unfazed, retaliating with his left fist. In a moment of surprise, Yagu was sent flying to the right for several meters by the force of the blow. As he adjusted his body midair and landed safely, Yagu turned to face Bra again, only to find him charging forward once more. "What is happening? I distinctly employed chi energy just now. Why did it not inflict any damage?" Although the previous punch lacked significant force, Yagu had utilized a technique designed to transfer energy into the flesh. Yet, the reality was that Bra emerged unscathed, leaving Yagu momentarily astonished. Bra, however, remained undeterred. While Yagu gradually regained his composure, Yagu's combat experience has reached 59, with nearly half remaining before a potential upgrade. However, as these battles progress, he perceives little promise in advancing his combat system level. He regards it merely as an auxiliary tool, useful for gauging his opponent's battle rank. Approaching once more, Yagu reduced his power and engaged in combat with Bra. Their fists clashed, each deflecting the other's strikes. Yagu, leveraging his superior speed, managed to land several blows on Bra. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Bra consistently evaded Yagu's attacks aimed at his vulnerable spots, countering with strikes to Yagu's head. How could this be? Once again, Yagu was sent flying by Bra, landing half-kneeling on the ground, astonishment filling his eyes. Since mastering chi energy, no one had been able to withstand his attacks. Why was this happening? Bra, panting heavily, noticed Yagu's determination to continue the fight and raised his hand in a gesture of pause. "All right, I concede." Yagu, reluctant to accept the diminished power of his chi, was about to charge at him when he heard Bra acknowledge his defeat, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. Staring at him with a sense of helplessness. "Uncle Bra, we haven't determined a victor yet." He had not expended much strength, and from their recent exchanges, Yagu inferred that Bra might not even be a match for Takeda Hiroshi. Yet, the opponent possessed martial skills that surpassed those of Takeda Hiroshi. This reminded Yagu of a peculiar phenomenon depicted in traditional martial arts novels from his past life, where individuals who learned the nine-yang divine art were still weaker than those practicing ordinary techniques. Advanced martial arts skills, if not accompanied by commensurate strength, only serve to render one inelegant and out of place. The situation with Yagu is quite the opposite. He possesses formidable energy and a physical prowess that surpasses others by several folds, yet he struggles to harness this power effectively. Bra, having caught her breath, looked up at him and remarked, "Have you already discerned the outcome? Your strength far exceeds mine. What is the matter? Are you beginning to doubt your own combat style?" Uncle, do you know about chi energy?" Upon hearing this, Yagu inquired with palpable excitement. "Are you aware of how to evade the harm that chi energy can inflict upon one's body?" Bra rubbed the spot where Yagu had struck, acknowledging that despite his efforts to control his strength, he still hit rather hard. "I must catch some fish for my son. Let us converse further after lunch." Yagu was impatient. However, he could not refuse the conversation initiated by the other party's son. "Very well, uncle. I shall accompany you to fish as well," he replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. The two made their way to the riverbank, where Yagu first observed Bra's fishing technique. After noticing that Bra had stood by the river for quite some time before finally catching a fish, Yagu lost interest. He sought the fish not for his own consumption, but to present to the cat immortal. "Perhaps it would be better for me to purchase some fish instead." In his encounter with Bra, Yagu gained a mere 2% in experience points. Their duel was of a competitive nature, leaving Yagu with a sense of substantial achievement. At least he realized that the energy technique was not merely as he had imagined, but rather an advanced martial art. He had only grasped the rudimentary aspects of the energy technique, while Bra possessed a martial skill that prevented harm from energy attacks, placing him at a mid-level proficiency. It was evident to both which of them was more skilled. Noticing Yagu's astonishment upon seeing his catch, Bra inquired, "Yagu, why don't you give it a try?" "Ah. Well, I think I shall pass. I lack the patience for such endeavors. By the way, uncle, which city is closest to here?" Yagu asked. Bra pondered for a moment before responding, "I have not ventured far, but my tribe lies 10 kilometers to the south. You might inquire with the elders there. They can guide you on how to reach the city." After speaking, he appeared somewhat puzzled and asked, "Did you not mention your intention to climb the Karin Tower? What happened?" Yagu smiled and remarked, "Before ascending Kalinta, I must gather some supplies, hence my visit to the city. However, since you are the chieftain of the tribe, I shall see if I can exchange some items within your domain." Bora, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless accompanied Yagu, indicating the direction. Upon witnessing Yagu swiftly dart towards it, he seized the fish and made his way back to his dwelling. Yagu sprinted with remarkable speed, heading directly towards the destination indicated by Bra, the serene sanctuary of Karin. With its lush forests and verdant flora, seemed to have been meticulously arranged, devoid of the chaotic disarray characteristic of wilderness. Everything exuded an air of order and simplicity. In less than an hour, Yagu arrived at the village Bra had mentioned. His purpose in the city was to procure fish, however. Fishing constituted a third of the village's income, so he willingly spent his money to purchase some. What delighted Yagu further was the existence of a dedicated ice cellar for food storage within the village. He took some crushed ice, combined it with the fish, and placed them in a box, which he then transformed into a versatile capsule, securely fastened at his waist. After expressing his gratitude to the villagers, Yagu set off towards Karin Tower, eagerly anticipating his long-awaited encounter with the enigmatic Karin, whom he had yearned to meet for over 6 months. His heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement, for Karin was one of the few pivotal characters in Dragon Ball, especially renowned for the magical beings that played a crucial role in the battles of the Dragon Ball warriors. Chapter 47, The Cat Sage. Over 300 recommendations received. I hope everyone continues to support us. Karin Tower stood tall, and upon seeing Bra once more, Yagu also caught sight of his son, UPA. However, the child was quite young and babbled incoherently, and he did not see Bra's wife, who might have already been seen in the village. Instead of immediately climbing up, Yagu inquired of Bra about why the martial arts techniques he had mastered had not inflicted internal damage upon his body. "The energy you speak of should be regarded as an adjustable explosive force." After contemplating Yagu's words for a moment, Bra provided his response. "Are you not capable of distributing your strength throughout your entire body? By mobilizing your internal power in this manner, you can render your body considerably more resilient, impervious even to bullets. However, this approach cannot shield against forces capable of penetrating the body internally. Thus, this method of utilizing power is merely the initial step. To counter the technique you utilized earlier, one must continuously engage in physical movement, allowing this force to accompany the body's motions. The energy is a martial arts skill governed by certain principles. By disrupting the speed of the power gathered at the surface of the body, one can prevent it from solidifying within. However, a martial arts master can swiftly discern the weaknesses in another's energy mobilization through observation of their actions, and in an instant, strike that penetrating force into the vulnerable areas. This ability requires exceptional observational skills, particularly when the combatants are evenly matched, necessitating a level of martial talent that surpasses that of the average individual. As Bra spoke, he reflected for a considerable time, clearly not regarding Yagu as one possessing such qualities. To employ techniques capable of delivering internal blows against a highly skilled warrior is a challenge that far exceeds simply overpowering an opponent with brute force. Inflicting damage from the outside in, Yagu began to grasp the concept, akin to a collaborative effort within a studio where individuals collectively create 3D animations, with each task meticulously delegated among the team. It would be both unreasonable and implausible to assign all responsibilities to a single individual, expecting them to accomplish the entire project alone. Should this individual indeed manage to complete the entire task solely through personal effort, it would signify their expertise in the field, warranting their elevation from a mere employee to a managerial role, where they could orchestrate and coordinate the efforts of their subordinates. In Bra's eyes, if Yagu could identify the weaknesses in his own capacity for power allocation, he would have surpassed even the likes of martial arts masters such as the Turtle Hermit. This feat demands not only exceptional perception, but also an extraordinary breadth of combat experience. enabling one to discern the nuances of another's movements. Achieving this level of understanding necessitates an extensive array of skills and attributes. Yagu learned the application techniques of this martial art from Bra. This skill was more profound than the copper skin technique he had acquired from Takeda Hiroshi, yet not by much. After a brief study, he began to grasp some understanding. Subsequently, he took his leave, intent on advancing towards the Tower of Kylan. Bra made no move to accompany Yagu. He was genuinely curious to see how such a young child would ascend the Tower of Kylan, a structure so lofty that even after guarding it for most of his life, he remained unaware of its true height. As Yagu ascended the tower, he found himself at the Temple of Kylan, a place said to be reachable only by the legendary Golden Staff. However, by the latter part of the Dragon Ball saga, all Dragon Ball warriors had established their presence there. Even Bulma's aircraft could safely land within the temple, rendering the earlier claims of the Cat Sage somewhat exaggerated. For Yagu, the challenge of climbing the Kylan Tower was not much greater than his training in the gravity chamber, having trained for an extended period under intense gravity. Transitioning to the normal gravitational environment of Earth significantly enhanced Yagu's endurance. For 3 consecutive days, he persevered on the Kylan Tower. His petite frame made it impossible to encircle the tower with outstretched arms. Compared to the teenage Goku, Yagu had to exert more strength to secure his grip on the tower, while also finding the optimal points of leverage, which considerably hampered both his climbing speed and ease. Otherwise, he estimated he could have completed the ascent in just a couple of hours. The most arduous part for Yagu was sleep, after 3 days without rest. His controlled strength began to wane, and as fatigue set in, his limbs grew weak. Looking skyward, the azure expanse seemed limitless, gazing downward. The earth lay beneath layers of clouds, a blend of blue, white, green, and yellow. Strangely, the contours of the land had vanished, rendering it indistinguishable from the sky. After half an hour of continued effort, Yagu finally spotted a small black dot above. Ah, there it is, the Kylan Tower. Elated, Yagu nearly lost his balance and fell, exclaiming, "What a close call. It would have been a disaster to fall at this moment." For over 6 months, he had seized every opportunity to practice the art of flight, though the reasons for his struggles remained unclear, much like when Goku had come to Earth, where he had learned the same technique yet still relied on the flying nimbus for travel. Yagu pondered, "Am I a warrior, not a mage?" Shaking his head, he dismissed such unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Upon spotting the Kylan Tower, Yagu felt a resurgence of strength. His goal was in sight, and he quickened his pace to ensure a proper rest upon arrival. Minutes later, he reached the summit, traversing from the base to the pinnacle. It was hard to fathom that the seemingly simple external structure concealed such vast internal space. Yet, the person he sought was nowhere to be found. Thus, Yagu called out loudly, "Hey, Kylan Sage, where are you?" Kylan Sage. After several minutes of shouting, Yagu muttered in disbelief. Could he have gone on vacation? That's impossible. A hermit for a millennium would never leave this place. He then opened a capsule filled with fish, the icy aroma wafting through the air, overwhelming his senses with an unbearable fishy scent. Contemplating whether this would summon the sage, Yagu suddenly blurted out, "Hey, little brat, why are you leaving so many fish here?" Astonished at first, Yagu's surprise swiftly transformed into delight as he turned to discover a chubby little white cat standing behind him, clutching a wooden staff. The cat was roughly his height, perhaps a centimeter or 2 taller. "Ah, you must be Master Karin," Yagu exclaimed joyfully, before the feline sage could respond. He eagerly approached and seized him, dragging him to a box of fish. "Master Karin, I humbly present these offerings to you, a mere token of my esteem. I sincerely hope you might bestow upon me some guidance in my martial pursuits." The cat sage's forehead furrowed with a few dark lines. In his 8 centuries of existence, no one had ever attempted to bribe him with fish. Though Tao Bai Bai had once climbed up here, he ultimately fell victim to deception. Yagu, being well acquainted with the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, understood the significant aid the sage later provided to the Dragon Ball warriors, thus he refrained from being overly presumptuous. Moreover, he recognized the importance of first impressions. Should he leave a bad taste during their initial encounter, it could prove detrimental to his martial training. With a delicate tap of his toes, the cat sage seemed to spring into action, as if propelled by a hidden mechanism, swiftly leaping to the edge of the box. He hooked a fish from within using his staff, inhaling its scent deeply before licking its body and grooming his fur with one paw. "Little imp, are you suggesting that you wish for me to guide your training?" Yagurin promptly nodded and said, "Indeed, O immortal. It is for this very purpose that I journeyed from the city of the West to this place. I aspire to possess greater strength and to continuously transcend my own limits." "Ah, But why do you seek to surpass your own boundaries? The cat immortal inquired, tossing a fish into the box and then licking the hand that had caught it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yagu replied, I have no particular aim. I simply relish the sensation of transcending my own limits. It is, in essence, a continual pursuit of surpassing my own aspirations. To exist in this world is to establish a few goals for oneself, is it not? I delight in the experience of breaking through what has long been a bottleneck. Only through this can I truly appreciate the significance of my existence and feel exhilarated by that very significance. The cat sage, peering at Yagu with eyes that seemed devoid of pupils, remarked, So, you train in martial arts without a specific objective, merely for the sake of breaking through. Is that correct? Not quite. There is also the pursuit of transcending martial arts itself. Every form of martial discipline presents its own limitations. I aspire to stand at the pinnacle and continuously seek out individuals of great strength, from whom I can glean the wisdom I require. In truth, this reflects your lack of understanding regarding the meaning of your existence. The manner in which you practice martial arts lacks purity of intent. As Yagu fell silent, he conversed with the millennia-old cat demon, realizing that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. Choosing to refrain from discussing the matter further, Yagu implored, Celestial Kylan, could you train me? The cat sage glanced at the box of fish, a gesture that did not escape Yagu's notice. He promptly declared, Esteemed sage, I shall bring a box of fish annually henceforth. Lines of displeasure etched themselves across the sage's forehead as she regarded Yagu, who remained oblivious to her discontent. He continued, 2 boxes, that is all I can manage, for coming here consumes considerable time. Very well, the cat sage conceded, since you have managed to ascend to this point. It signifies that your martial prowess has passed the assessment. Let us commence. She did not grant Yagu the opportunity to interject further. Pointing to the kettle at the center of the hall, contained within is the pilgrimage water. Consuming it will enhance your strength. Although fully aware that the holy water was counterfeit, Yagu was resolute in his pursuit, understanding that the act of seizing it itself was a form of training. Though he was uncertain of the specific skills this training would cultivate, he was inspired by the thought that even Goku, who had received guidance from Sun Wukong in his youth and later from Master Roshi, had greatly benefited from such experiences. His heart kindled with enthusiasm. Chapter 48, The Struggle for the Holy Water. If you find this book to your liking, please do not hesitate to leave a token of appreciation. Thank you. Yagu directed his gaze towards the kettle situated in the center of the hall, casting a glance at the cat sage, who remained still. He then shifted his attention to the adjacent box containing fish, stating, Sage, I believe it would be prudent to arrange these fish before proceeding. The cat sage also noticed the box of fish and nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed, that would be wise. Please assist me in storing them. At your service, Yagu replied, approaching the box and closing it. He then pressed a button, and with a sudden pop, a capsule emerged from the cloud of smoke. Turning to the fairy Kaylin, he remarked, This is a universal capsule. It will allow you to store it effectively. Yagu executed his actions with impeccable courtesy. Hence, even though the cat sage sensed his impure intentions at first glance, he found it difficult to decline. Very well, hand it to me, he said. Accepting the capsule from Yagu, the cat sage took the kettle and descended the stairs, while Yagu remained in the hall, observing his surroundings. Before long, the cat sage returned, holding up the kettle and informing Yagu, Now, as long as you can retrieve the kettle from my grasp, you shall be able to partake of the water within. Yagu gazed at the cat sage and nodded, saying, My martial arts skills are rather modest, yet my speed is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. The cat sage replied, Well then, let us give it a try. Yagu declared, I have arrived. Upon uttering these words, his form swiftly vanished, leaving behind a few shadowy remnants that signified his previous presence, illustrated in the comic as several horizontal black lines. The cat sage, witnessing this spectacle, was evidently taken aback. He was unaware that Yagu's greatest pride lay in his speed on the ground, although his velocity diminished during attacks due to a lack of bodily coordination for him. Seizing the opportunity to strike the enemy first was a distinct advantage. In an instant, Yagu appeared beside the cat sage. He refrained from attacking the mystical feline, instead directing his gaze towards the water jug in the sage's possession. Just as he was about to seize it, the cat sage interposed his staff before the jug, deftly repositioning it to a location where Yagu could not retrieve it without circumventing him. Recognizing this as a test from the sage, Yagu approached the challenge with utmost seriousness, eschewing any superfluous dialogue and sprinting directly towards his objective. The cat sage exhibited remarkable agility, demonstrating an exceptional mastery over his own body. With each leap and movement, Though his speed was unhurried, he skillfully maneuvered Yagu, who seemed to vanish from his sight, rendering him utterly bewildered. Yagu circled around him, employing his extraordinary speed to continuously dart in and out, seizing every opportunity to dash in front of him and splash the holy water against the wall. After half an hour, Yagu felt he had gained no advantage from this training. However, as his opponent persisted, he was unwilling to concede. Yagu was confident that in a contest of endurance, his adversary would certainly not prove to be his equal. As the training continued, Yagu shifted his focus away from the water bottle, instead preparing to pounce like a cat in order to seize the water bottle from his opponent. Aha! I've caught you. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the feline figure before him suddenly fragmented into several shadows. The Phantom Fist? This was a remarkably renowned martial technique, one that he had seen in animations and comics in his previous life, yet upon arriving in this world, he had no understanding of how to wield the Phantom Fist. Initially, he had thought it to be a straightforward technique, but he found himself utterly at a loss. Yagu had yet to master the art of sensing life through chi. Thus, he was compelled to resort to the most rudimentary and foolish method of dismantling the Cat Sage's clones one by one. Time swiftly passed, and Yagu once again felt the frustration of being inherently more powerful than his opponent yet unable to prevail. The Cat Sage was now slightly breathless, yet Yagu, who was several times more agile, remained inactive. Upon realizing this, Yagu understood that in order to elevate his strength, he must continually amalgamate various martial techniques, prompting him to cease his actions. Hey, why have you stopped? The Cat Sage inquired, gazing at him with a curious expression. Yagu did not conceal his thoughts, stating, I can see you are weary, and I do not wish to obtain the holy water in such a state. The Cat Sage paused for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter, then remarked, Young one, you seek to learn martial arts from me, do you not? Surprised that the other could discern his intentions so swiftly, much like the Turtle Sage in the original text, Yagu feigned nonchalance and candidly replied, Indeed, I aspire to become stronger. However, you are already fatigued, and should I manage to seize the holy water, it would be an unfair advantage. The Cat Sage held the water flask in his hand and inquired, So, you have realized that the super holy water is a fabrication? Yagu found himself vexed by those who could penetrate the depths of another's heart, yet felt powerless to resist, nodding in affirmation. Fortunately, the Cat Sage did not press for further explanation, simply stating, Well then, since you are taking care of the elder, I shall take a nap. By the way, you may handle dinner on your own. Yagu still hoped that the other party would offer him some magical beans, and then he would seize the opportunity to request a few more. Had he already discerned my intentions? How infuriating. I detest dealing with individuals who can peer into my thoughts so easily. Yagu mused gloomily to himself. Nevertheless, each character in the Dragon Ball universe possesses unique abilities, such as the general from the Red Ribbon Army who fought against Goku in the early episodes, endowed with extraordinary powers. Similarly, the long-established Topai Pai, along with Master Rashi and Master Crane, are all remarkable figures in their own right. Yagu was unaware that Takeda Hiroshi, the martial artist he had just encountered at the Tianhanwu Dojo, had once defeated the formidable Tao Bai Bai. However, he found himself trapped within the confines of the city, surrounded on three sides by the territory occupied by the Red Silk Army. Should he venture beyond the city limits, the residents would face dire consequences. If one were to rank the martial prowess of various fighters, Takeda Hiroshi would undoubtedly be positioned above Tao Bai Bai, despite his limited repertoire of techniques compared to the latter. In fact, he had even succumbed to a single strike from the powerful Burakyo, yet the innate potential within him remained untapped in the heat of battle, which was Yagu's greatest frustration. Were a global weightlifting competition to take place, Yagu believed he would surely emerge victorious, regardless of the opponent. Even if it were the esteemed Master Rashi, his confidence extended to speed, high jumps, and various other physical contests where he felt assured of clinching the top spot. Yet, when it came to actual combat, his abilities fell short. A multitude of factors coalesced to diminish the strength he could exert. It was akin to the disparity between individuals who could harness 70 to 80% of their cerebral capacity while others managed to tap into 20% or even more. This phenomenon mirrored those who consistently outperformed their peers in training but faltered when faced with the pressures of a formal competition, the frustration of which is easily imagined. Yagu was oblivious to the essence of what he lacked, much like Vegeta, who, despite enduring grueling training that bordered on self-abuse, could not surpass Goku. Despite being on par with him in terms of training intensity, Vegeta perpetually trailed behind Goku. If Yagu failed to grasp this pivotal aspect, he would become utterly lost. just as Vegeta did while ceaselessly pursuing Goku. At least during the battle on King Kai's planet in the Buu saga, Vegeta discerned the distinction between himself and Goku, understanding why he could never catch up. However, Yagu, endowed with the innate advantages of a transcender, subconsciously believed himself to be superior to others, influenced by the novels of his past life. Yet, in reality, in terms of battlefield reading skills, he might not even rival Tien Shinhan. He retrieved a universal capsule containing his meal, and as he prepared to eat, a thought suddenly struck him. Wasn't it the case that the cat sage could traverse vertical surfaces on 2 feet? What sort of ability was that? Yagu had also forgotten that in the future, the combatant Tao Bai would be able to run along the pillars while battling with Wukong. Their mastery over combat techniques had reached an exceptionally profound level. Some possessed innate abilities, others had honed their skills over time, and some achieved sudden enlightenment. Yagu, who inherited the Saiyan bloodline yet failed to grasp their combat awareness, was indeed unfortunate. His analytical skills regarding the battlefield's dynamics were inferior to those he possessed after transforming into a great ape. At least then, instinct governed his consciousness, allowing his body to act before his thoughts could catch up. In contrast, without the transformation, he often missed crucial opportunities. Different individuals define combat in various ways. Some seek merely the thrill that combat brings, while others aspire to grow stronger through it. There are those who wish to validate their existence through battle, and even more who crave the chaos of slaughter to satisfy their twisted hearts. The following day, Yagu continued to engage in a playful competition for the water bottle with the demon cat. Chapter 1. The Impure Heart at Noon, for reasons unknown. The cat sage bestowed upon Yagu the mystical Sinza beans and enlightened him on their wondrous properties. "Ah, this is the Sinza bean," Yagu exclaimed, showing no signs of fatigue. He pinched the bean between his thumb and forefinger, examining it with curiosity, his intrigue unabated. The full name of the Sinza bean is Sage's bean, clearly intended for those reclusive hermits who prefer to avoid the outside world and human interaction. Otherwise, a simple phone call for takeout, with sufficient payment, would suffice to have someone deliver it right to him. He never underestimated the motivation money could inspire in others. In truth, the cat sage primarily subsisted on fish, and the fish Yagu brought merely supplemented his reserves. Of course, Yagu also discerned the sage's limited stock from the absence of fish-based offerings prepared for him. "Sage, what exactly am I lacking? Why do I feel stronger than you, yet cannot articulate the subsequent thoughts?" Yagu inquired. The cat sage replied, "You exhibit an excess of meaningless gestures. While your physical prowess is impressive, your efficiency in utilizing it is alarmingly low. You do not appear to be born of a martial lineage, do you?" At this remark, Yagu's expression soured. "I have challenged numerous martial arts schools to enhance my skills." The cat sage responded, "Martial arts serve to elevate one's abilities. However, what is of greater importance is the spiritual insight gained. What have you derived from those competitions? When I inquired about your purpose in strengthening yourself yesterday, you could not articulate it. This is not a question a true martial artist would overlook. How is it that I have not encountered you posing such questions to Sun Wukong in the original text? Are you deliberately challenging me because you perceive my heart as impure?" In his heart, Yagu felt indignant. He yearned to swiftly enhance his martial skills under the tutelage of the cat immortal, diligently practice the art of void movement, ascend to the divine temple, undergo the training imparted by Bobo, the deity, and ultimately aspire to journey to the netherworld to seek out the King of Realms for further cultivation. He saw nothing amiss in his aspirations. However, he was greatly vexed by the cat immortal's demeanor. "All I need is for you to teach me the martial techniques. Why must you prattle on incessantly? I have no desire to listen to such frivolities." Yet, the cat immortal was his senior, and future training would necessitate interaction with him. Regardless of his inner discontent, Yagu knew he must maintain a semblance of respect. Hesitantly, he approached the cat immortal, who stood at a similar height, and fawningly remarked, "Immortal, you see, you have already received so many fish from me, and you have consumed them as well. How embarrassing this is. What do you think?" The white cat immortal, upon hearing Yagu's words, displayed a frown upon his brow and chose to ignore him, walking away with a dismissive air. Yagu found himself in a state of helplessness. For the cat sage, since the other party was aware that the super holy water was a mere illusion, there was no need to continue such a charade. He merely wished to observe the youth's character, to discern the nature of one whose heart was not pure. Noticing the cat sage seated in silence, detached from worldly affairs, Yagu felt a pang of concern. He was genuinely frustrated with his own physical condition, longing for someone to illuminate his uncertainties. This sentiment resembled Vegeta's reaction upon witnessing Goku and Trunks transforming into Super Saiyans. His innate pride forbade him from remaining in a state of inferiority. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he could not discover the means to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. The arduous training indeed allowed his strength to gradually increase, but it paled in comparison to the power attained post-transformation, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. In a fit of resignation, Yagu approached the cat sage, who remained as indifferent as ever. Having exhausted all flattery, Yagu resolved to engage in a battle of endurance. He climbed atop the Karin Tower, retrieved the gravity chamber, and secured it with several suction-like supports, wary of the cunning nature of the mischievous cat that might attempt to push him off the tower. The gravity multiplier of the chamber was set to 40 times that of Earth. Yagu engaged in basic exercises within, and although he had acclimatized to the 30-fold gravity, he could not replicate Goku's initial leap on King Kai's planet, where, despite being unaccustomed to the gravitational pull, he managed to soar to great heights with sheer determination. For Yagu, adaptation merely allowed him to move with the freedom of an ordinary person in such conditions. The ensuing days unfolded in stark contrast to Yagu's prior expectations. The cat sage seemed oblivious to Yagu's presence, engrossed in his own endeavors within the Karin Tower, while Yagu diligently trained in the gravity chamber above. Adjusting to 40 times Earth's gravity was no trivial undertaking. In addition to refining the skills he had learned from others, he also specifically practiced the instant transmission technique. Yet the results remained less than satisfactory. Yagu felt a sense of frustration, whether he desired to learn from his counterpart or not. All he could do was review what he had mastered and the knowledge he had acquired on his journey here. Occasionally, he would venture to Kalinta, either climbing or employing his aerial techniques to bring fresh fish back to the cat sage. Although the cat sage found this rather embarrassing and at times even infuriating. Once erupting in anger to question Yagu, "Do you truly believe I am a cat?" Yagu managed to pacify him with the retort, "But you are indeed a cat." For months later, for reasons unknown, the cat sage took a liking to Yagu. One morning, he announced his willingness to teach Yagu the art of cultivation. Having spent 3 years alongside the turtle sage, Yagu was confident that with the guidance of the cat sage, his achievements in the early stages would surely surpass those of Wukong and his companions. A solid foundation made every endeavor more manageable. This principle, applicable in his previous life, held influence in many facets of existence. The cat sage gazed at the young man standing before him. Over the course of more than half a year, Yagu had grown taller, surpassing him by a full 4 centimeters, having only been a mere 1 or 2 centimeters taller previously. Yagu pays meticulous attention to the moon of Earth, equipped with a reminder device, and he has completely abandoned the sleep patterns of his past life, retiring to bed punctually at 8 each evening. You have acquired a plethora of martial arts techniques, yet your mastery remains rudimentary. The cat sage began to critique Yagu's martial prowess, noting that while many can learn martial arts skills, the efficacy exhibited by some surpasses that of others. Moreover, there are individuals who, despite lacking profound mastery of advanced techniques, can still defeat those who have attained such mastery. The underlying reason for these discrepancies lies in the degree of bodily control each person possesses. He paused, shifting his gaze towards Yagu, who nodded in acknowledgement, and continued, 6 months ago, when we vied for the water bottle, your speed and strength were several times greater than mine. However, why were you unable to seize it from my grasp? Have you pondered this question thoroughly? After a moment of contemplation, Yagu realized he had not given the matter much thought. To him, it seemed that these were lessons a cat sage ought to impart. His comprehension was rather poor. He found that grappling with the concepts himself took far longer than simply receiving guidance from others. Thus, he responded with a phrase once uttered by the cat sage, "I have far too many trivial distractions." The cat sage paused, lifting his gaze to meet Yagu's. Noticing the look on his face, Yagu grew anxious, fearing that the sage might become disillusioned with him and cease to engage. He confessed, "I truly haven't pondered these questions. I can accomplish whatever rigorous training you set before me, but contemplating such nonsensical matters is simply not my forte. If one wishes to surpass their own limits, why neglect the most fundamental concepts?" The cat sage's words struck a chord, bluntly revealing that Yagu's pursuit of martial arts was not genuinely aimed at transcending his limits. He was being dishonest. With a sense of discomfort, Yagu averted his gaze, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I have heard tales of your kind. It seems there are even higher beings atop Kalinta. I aspire to learn everything from you first before ascending there. After all, I possess the ability to manipulate the void, albeit it is of no use at present." However, I firmly believe that, in the future, I shall wield it effectively. The cat sage provided a succinct clarification. You still do not comprehend your true purpose. Do not interrupt. I have more to convey. In truth, I ought to have taught you certain things long ago, yet I am more intrigued by your character. Upon hearing this, Yagu felt a surge of joy and remarked, Does this mean I have passed your test? However, the words of the cat immortal struck Yagu deeply. Do not be disheartened, the cat immortal continued. Your heart is not pure. The truly formidable techniques can only be grasped through personal enlightenment. Seldom will anyone be willing to impart such knowledge to you. Do you understand? Yaga nodded and said, I understand. Just like when Piccolo and the others arrived at King Kai's for training, the old master never mentioned his other technique, the spirit bomb. Consequently, within the Dragon Ball series, Goku became the sole user of this technique, leaving one to ponder why King Kai himself did not gather energy. With just a command, could not King Enma refuse, and then contact the beings in the celestial realm, similarly to how the deities on Earth would allow their planetary inhabitants to contribute energy? Surely, he could amass as much, if not more, than what Goku could collect. It appears that deities cannot intervene directly. The cat sage paid no heed to Yagu's wandering thoughts and continued, I am quite pleased with your temperament. However, there remains a trial you must undergo. Should you fail this test, I shall not impart my teachings to you. What kind of trial? Yagu asked, slightly disheartened, having thought that the agreement was already in place, only to discover that another hurdle lay ahead. Upon reaching the staircase, the cat sage turned to him and said, Follow me down. Chapter 2. The Return of Mastery. If this book is still worth a read, please do not hesitate to show your support. Thank you. The cat sage led Yagu to a lower level, where numerous jars and containers were arranged. The Senza beans must be here as well, Yaga thought. Although he could discreetly conceal some like Mijai's bee, he was aware that he needed to continue his training here. And he certainly did not wish to jeopardize his opportunities over such matters. Go and take a look over there, the cat sage directed, pointing to 3 jars in a corner. Yagu gazed at the cracked porcelain jar, which was topped with a wooden lid. Intriguingly, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this object in the original text, yet its purpose eluded him. Navigating around the entrance that spiraled up the central pillar, Yagu found himself before the jar. His stature was rather diminutive, necessitating a leap to grasp the rim of the jar in order to glimpse its contents. Upon lifting the first lid, he discovered a pool of water. Just as he pondered its significance, the surface of the water rippled unexpectedly. Subsequently, the reflection of his visage vanished, and through the watery expanse, Yagu beheld an alternate version of himself training within a gravity chamber. This scene was one he recognized as a moment from his past training. With a sudden spark of realization, Yagu turned his gaze toward the 2 adjacent jars. Through these 3 vessels, he could glimpse the threads of the past, present, and future. As the vision faded, the water in the jar settled, revealing a desiccated bottom, as if it had remained parched for many years. Yaga ceased his lingering hesitation and swiftly opened the other 2 portals. In this present realm, he beheld Dr. Briefs diligently repairing a machine. Upon opening the vessel from the future, an enormous centipede suddenly emerged, its speed astonishing. No. It would be more accurate to say that Yagu felt as though his own movements had been infinitely decelerated. It coiled around him, and simultaneously, he glimpsed a myriad of scenes, the renowned martial arts tournament, and the formidable demon King Piccolo, among others. When he regained consciousness, all was gone. What you just witnessed was your past, present, and future. Excellent. In that case, follow me. I shall impart all that I know to you, proclaimed the cat sage, uttering words that ignited excitement within Yagu. In the days that followed, Yagu shadowed the cat sage, learning the most fundamental combat techniques, as well as how to eliminate unnecessary movements, significantly enhancing his efficiency in battle. It was akin to an athlete possessing remarkable physical prowess, yet lacking refinement, despite being extraordinary. There remained a considerable journey ahead to win a championship in boxing. Now, with a dedicated coach by his side, he received targeted training. As the adage goes, the participant is confused, while the observer sees clearly. Yagu had not inherited the Saiyan's instinct for combat. He merely had a penchant for fighting influenced by his bloodline. Arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he harbored aspirations of standing alongside the protagonists, yet he could not claim to possess any innate talent for battle. The cat sage gradually guided Yagu in his training. For reasons unknown, 3 months later, although Yagu had not mastered the instant transmission technique, he had elevated his combat level to the intermediate stage. It is noteworthy that Bra's combat level was only at the beginner stage, despite not having acquired significantly more knowledge. Yagu had surpassed him by an entire level, which thrilled him but also revealed the existence of a bottleneck. In Dragon Ball, there are numerous techniques, yet the extent to which they can elevate one's combat level is uncertain. Combat level is not merely a reflection of strength, rather, it serves as an evaluation of one's combat awareness and instinct. Just 2 months prior, the cat sage had declared that he had little left to teach Yagu, instead offering guidance in his training and correcting minor oversights. The cat sage's combat level was at the advanced beginner stage. Over the past few months, whenever Yagu felt he had made progress, he would engage in friendly duels with the cat sage, all of which were recognized by the combat system. These encounters had collectively provided Yagu with nearly 10% of the experience he required, but now he could no longer gain experience from sparring with the cat sage. Yagu regularly visits the area beneath the tower to procure fish for the cat sage. He has had several encounters with Bra, and even the young UPA occasionally attempts to mimic the pronunciation of Yagu's name. Time passes swiftly, and after 6 months, the cat sage suddenly addresses Yagu, stating, "Continuing your studies here will only hinder your progress. It is time for you to seek cultivation elsewhere." Yagu, having sensed this shift during his recent days, inquires, "May I ascend to the higher realms?" The cat sage, understanding his intent, shakes his head and replies, "No, a mortal cannot casually meet with the divine." Yagu subtly pursed his lips. If one were to discuss the narrative of Dragon Ball, indeed, the deities within the temple are of unparalleled status. However, once we delve into Dragon Ball Z, the dynamics shift entirely. "Very well, the eternal Karin, shall take my leave now," he declared, preparing to leap down. "Wait." At that moment, the cat sage called out to Yagu, who halted in his tracks. He then witnessed the sage wave his staff, summoning a dark cloud that soared in from outside, halting before Yagu. Yagu gazed at the ominous black clouds, a sense of familiarity washing over him as if he had encountered such a scene in his memories. "What does it mean?" he inquired. "A gift for you," replied the cat sage. "A gift?" The mere utterance of the word triggered a recollection that Yagu had nearly overlooked. "Karin sage, could you perhaps share with me the cultivation method for the celestial beans?" The cat sage glanced at him and asked, "You wish to learn the method for cultivating the celestial beans?" "Indeed," Yagu affirmed. The cat sage responded, "That is impossible." Yagu felt disheartened and somewhat despondent. "Why?" asked the cat sage. "Cultivating it is exceedingly challenging. However, if you desire, I can offer you some. Over there, feel free to take as much as you wish." Yagu glanced at the jar placed in the corner, unwilling to accept the reality. "Master Karin, is it truly impossible for ordinary individuals to cultivate these miraculous beans?" He locked eyes with the cat immortal, who returned his gaze. A silence enveloped them. Their mutual understanding assured that no sparks would fly. "Very well." The cat immortal approached, retrieving a jar from a nearby box and placing it before Yagu. "You may attempt to plant the celestial beans in this jar. Be sure to nourish them regularly with your vital energy. Furthermore, it is imperative that you harbor no malevolent thoughts while nurturing them. Otherwise, they will perish. This is the fundamental requirement. Whether they can thrive or not, I have never entrusted this task to anyone else, so I am uncertain." "Thank you, Master Karin." Yagu responded with elation as he took a small portion of the celestial beans. The cat immortal nearly jumped at the sight, yet Yagu wore an unabashed expression, leaving the cat immortal feeling exasperated. He placed the jar capable of growing celestial beans and the beans themselves into the universal capsule before mounting a black cloud. "Farewell, Master Karin." The cat immortal remained silent as the black cloud soared away in an instant, its speed remarkable, with a direct course towards the West City. "This insufferable brat. He shall be taught a lesson," the cat immortal thought, feeling indignation at the thought of Yagu absconding with so many celestial beans. These beans were exceedingly precious. Though they lacked flavor, they held immense value for martial artists and for someone like him, a recluse for millennia. The black cloud, resembling a somersault cloud, moved swiftly. From the original text, it was evident that even when Goku returned from training with King Kai, he still called upon the somersault cloud. Perhaps at that time, his flying skills had surpassed the cloud's speed, but Goku was pressed for time, indicating that the somersault cloud's speed was still commendable prior to the Namek saga. In under an hour, the West City appeared before him. However, as the black somersault cloud hovered over the land he had purchased, it suddenly malfunctioned, causing him to plummet like a punctured cotton ball. Only then did Yagu recall that in the original narrative, Tao Pai Pai had experienced a similar misfortune. "Damn it. You wretched feline spirit," he could only mutter inwardly. After a moment of cursing, Yagu climbed out of the pit. sighing in resignation as he began to survey the land he had acquired. Having been away for a year, he noticed that many new structures had been erected nearby. Suddenly, Yagu detected an unsettling commotion emanating from his factory. Could it be? Have they turned my factory into a gathering place? I specifically hired military personnel to supervise the premises. Chapter 3. The show begins 60 recommendation votes in 2 days. Thank you all. Truly. The cacophony of voices within his factory irritated Yagu. While he did not possess a particular obsession with cleanliness, he held a strong sense of ownership over his belongings and would not tolerate others tampering with them. Swiftly approaching the factory, Yagu propelled himself upward, landing silently atop the building with remarkable control over his strength. Creeping toward the window, he peered through a transparent glass pane, now dulled by exposure to the elements. Yet, he still discerned the unfolding scene within. 5 individuals occupied the factory. A stocky youth with short hair was assaulting another timid-looking young man. The 3 others, one somewhat plump, another with an unruly afro and darker skin, and the last with dyed green hair, were clad in haphazard, hippie attire. Their faces bore amused expressions as they watched the short-haired youth kick the boy dressed in a school uniform. Yagu estimated that these individuals were merely 16 or 17 years of age. Haha, Rinshang, how do you feel? A robust man with short hair, having knocked down the youth clad in a school uniform, wiped his nose with his right thumb and inquired. The youth sprawled on the ground endured several blows from his opponent, however, from his vantage point atop the roof. Yagu could not see the details clearly, yet was aware that the youth had skillfully evaded several fierce strikes. Had he not done so, a direct hit to a vital area would have left him not merely gasping helplessly on the ground, but rather unconscious. A dark-skinned individual with a voluminous afro approached the muscular youth and said, "Huilong, that's enough. There will be other opportunities to teach this brat a lesson. Let us go." Huilong cast a disdainful glance at the prostrate Rinsheng, spat on him, and turned to his 2 companions, saying, "Let us move." A slightly portly man with a belly and another with green-dyed hair followed suit. As the 4 departed the factory, Huilong even delivered a parting kick to the fallen Rinsheng. Yagu gazed at the 4 individuals departing from the factory, harboring a fervent desire to sever their heads from their bodies. He held these individuals in disdain, perceiving them as those who seldom contemplated the well-being of their families or reflected on their parents. For them, such matters appeared inconsequential. They were akin to shattered vessels, relying on the wielding of firearms to satiate the void within their hearts. Many powerful factions manipulate individuals by holding their families hostage, for it is only those with emotional ties who can be truly controlled. Yet, the 4 individuals Yagu observed, regardless of their achievements, remain mere pawns. Of course, exceptions exist. Perhaps in the future, they may carve out their own destinies. It seems I must take measures to cleanse the environment of the Western City. The world of Dragon Ball represents an exceptionally rare sanctuary from Yagu's childhood, one that must not be tarnished by anyone. Yagu yearns to uphold justice. Yet how can he stabilize the tumultuous situation when the world's most egregious evil, the Red Silk Army, remains unvanquished? In many territories under government control, there exist organized crime syndicates backed by the Red Silk Army. Even if one faction is eradicated, another swiftly emerges within days. As 4 delinquent youths departed, Yagu gazed upon the lifeless figure still sprawled in his abode, feeling compelled to rouse the individual from his slumber. His desire to assist was not merely a solitary endeavor. There are countless souls suffering far worse fates than his own, many of whom have sacrificed their lives in the process. Yagu harbored no wish for the misfortunes of others to overshadow this individual's plight, nor did he seek to juxtapose the sorrows of humanity against the afflictions of one. A farmer in a remote valley, with a meager income of 1,000 yuan each month, should find joy in his modest fortune. Yet, in the grand city of Shiji, such earnings might only afford a shelter beneath a bridge to alleviate the burdens of existence. As Yagu leapt from the rooftop of the factory, he suddenly perceived an anomaly. Turning to concentrate his gaze, he spotted a figure 1 kilometer away, peering through binoculars into his world. The observer was startled upon realizing Yagu had locked eyes with him, unable to fathom how he had been detected. Instinctively, he recoiled under Yagu's piercing stare. Brother, that kid has returned, and he has spotted me." The man with the binoculars exclaimed into the phone. "What? That kid is back," came the vicious response from the other end. "No matter. I've endured for quite some time. This fellow, having played the coward for over a year, has finally shown his face. Humph, tonight, I shall ensure he is utterly crushed." The voice on the phone dripped with malice. "Just keep your eyes on him and report his movements at all times." Understood. Yagu was unaware of these matters. He merely found it peculiar that someone would observe this place with a telescope. Humph, never mind. Is there truly anyone who poses a threat to me? Unless they employ tactics akin to the magic wind wave, what could possibly be frightening? With an air of arrogance bolstered by his strength, Yagu had significantly enhanced his abilities during the months spent with the immortal Karin. His combat prowess had progressed almost exponentially. Yagu was not surprised by his own progress. He had already acclimated to 30 times the normal gravity, and what he lacked was the ability to harness that power effectively. Much like Sun Wukong, who, despite possessing a combat power of less than 500 when he defeated his brother, spent over 100 days training with King Kai, subsequently managing to contend with Vegeta, who boasted a combat power nearing 20,000. Presently, Yagu did not believe there were many who could rival him. The only one capable of pushing him to his limits was the figure residing in the temple. Unfortunately, Master Karin forbade him from ascending, prompting Yagu to seek out the fortune teller, hoping that through her assistance, he might journey to the Underworld and learn the King Kai Fist from King Kai himself. The King Kai Fist, an advanced martial arts technique capable of instantly augmenting one's overall combat power, was a profound discipline developed over countless years by the North Kai. The method by which the King Kai Fist enhances combat power bears a striking resemblance to the transformation techniques employed by the Saiyans. In truth, there exist numerous methods to elevate one's combat prowess, some rudimentary, others sophisticated. Techniques such as Master Roshi's muscle expansion to push the moon away, notably. Master Roshi once obliterated the moon in Dragon Ball, and later in Z, he seemingly destroyed it again, leaving the count of moons uncertain, and the dramatic muscle inflation exhibited by Trunks during his battles are but a few examples. As a Saiyan, continual transformation is the most logical path. However, Yagu harbored concerns about his ability to achieve Super Saiyan status. Thus, he resolved to venture into the other world to cultivate connections with King Kai. Upon reaching the factory entrance, he surveyed the area he had once meticulously organized, now disheveled and in disarray, though thankfully, the essential equipment had been secured in the basement by military personnel, locked away with chains. Bloodstains marred the ground, and Yagu approached the prostrate figure, inquiring, "How long do you intend to lie there?" Rensheng was a student at Huayong High School. His father a detective in the West City Police Department. This connection led many children of those apprehended by his father to seek a form of balance through him. With divorced parents, Rensheng believed his father was more at fault than his mother. Thus, he would not turn to his father for help, even when bullied by classmates. He sought to exact revenge in this manner. Slowly regaining his strength while lying on the ground, he suddenly heard the voice of a child. Looking up, he beheld a boy of about 10, slightly chubby, his skin pale from prolonged exposure to the gravity chamber. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Rensheng struggled to rise. After all, he was a high school student, and in front of the little one, he felt it necessary to maintain at least a semblance of dignity. Yagu finally discerned the individual before him. The man possessed a tall and slender physique, and although the school uniform rendered him somewhat constrained, coupled with a gaze lacking in vitality, he appeared rather disheveled. However, Yagu believed that with a touch of grooming and a dash of self-assurance, he could undoubtedly transform into a handsome figure. Why is it that even those bullied by their peers in the world of Dragon Ball are handsome? Yagu felt a sense of indignation. The individual named Rensheng clutched his abdomen and made a laborious attempt to reach the door. But he could proceed no further and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Hey, what is wrong? Should I call an ambulance?" Yagu inquired as he approached him. Rensheng shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Yagu chuckled softly and remarked, "You are quite stubborn, aren't you?" "Not bad at all. However, although your injuries are not severe, a few days of rest are essential for your recovery. What is your home phone number? I will have your parents come to pick you up." Noticing that the other party seemed indifferent to his words, Yagu's irritation began to rise. He spread his hands in resignation, acknowledging the stubbornness of his counterpart. "Well then, you may continue to lie there. I must inform you that this place is mine. To my surprise, over the course of a year, it has transformed into your gathering spot. While you may not hold fond memories of this place, your actions have contributed to the disruption of its peace." He sensed an imminent danger, a palpable aura of hostility directed towards him. Yagu chose not to continue the conversation with Rensheng and stepped outside. In the distance, several business vehicles were parked along the road, and a group of men in black, armed with guns, emerged from the cars, clearly targeting him. What do they want? I don't know them, Yagu thought. Suddenly turning to Rensheng, who lay in the corner. "Hey, are they here to cause you trouble?" Rensheng squinted at the 6 armed men and, with great difficulty, shook his head. "I don't know them. You should call the police." Who am I to call the police? Yagu scoffed. Since you dare to be so audacious. It seems I must make them aware of how to write my name. Chapter 4. Prologue. Still looking for 60 recommendations. I hope everyone continues to support. If you find this book worth reading, please do not hesitate to show your support. Yagu was unconcerned about machine guns, but the young men, merely 16 or 17 years of age, were in grave danger. Thus, he seized Rinxing, who lay incapacitated at the door, and swiftly dashed into the factory. Upon witnessing Yagu's actions, the man leading the group bellowed, "Everyone, pursue him. Do not let him escape. You too, flank him from behind." "Yes," the two named responded, brandishing their firearms as they maneuvered around the factory to ensure Yagu did not slip away unnoticed. "Quickly, let us resolve this and avoid attracting the police." The speaker, the imposing figure who had just stood at the center, was evidently the mastermind behind this group. Had Yagu's memory been clearer, he would have recognized him. In fact, his likeness still adorned the wanted posters on the streets. This man was Mowgli, the notorious bank robber who had escaped years ago. It is said that enemies are fated to meet, and Mowgli would never forget Yagu's role in the death of his brother. Even after aligning himself with a formidable new power, he yearned to personally settle the score with this man. Yagu cast Rinxing aside into a corner, where goods obstructed the view, rendering any potential harm between them improbable unless they ventured closer. As Yagu prepared to exit, Rinxing, clutching his abdomen in pain, managed to utter, "You should call the police swiftly, though it may be too late. Just lie there and don't exert yourself." Yagu, without turning to face him, delivered his words and proceeded toward Mowgli and the others. Rinxing endured a beating for 7 or 8 minutes. The assailant's strikes were indiscriminate. Although he managed to evade many critical blows, any movement brought searing pain to his injuries, compelling him to curl up in agony. When Mowgli and his companions entered the factory, they were taken aback to find Yagu standing there with an air of defiance. Regaining his composure, Mowgli burst into laughter. "Kid, you've got guts to stick around. I had intended to turn you into pulp, but since you've shown such bravery, I must commend you for your fortitude. How about a proper dismemberment instead?" The other two men flanking Yagu entered through a side door, securing their positions while aiming their firearms menacingly. Yagu cast several curious glances at the other individual and inquired, "I seem to not recognize you. Have we perhaps had some past grievances?" Mowgli, lowering his raised firearm slowly, replied, "You truly have a forgetful mind." He did not continue his sentence, as one of his subordinates interjected, "Boss, be mindful of the time. We might attract the attention of the police." Without hesitation, Mowgli retorted, "Let us not waste words. You are the leader, and so am I. Understood?" Yagu extended his hand to interrupt them, saying, "Gentlemen, cease your quarrel. There will be ample opportunities for that." At that moment, a burly man with a bushy beard shouted at Mowgli, "You little brat, it has been 4 years, and we have not forgotten about you." "For years? For years ago? I was barely over 2 years old," Yagu thought. With a smile on his face and an air of calmness, he suddenly found this exchange rather tedious. Thus, in a swift motion, he vanished from the sight of Mowgli and his companions. In an instant, Yagu reappeared, standing alongside Mowgli. Each of the 3 individuals, including Mowgli, received a punch from Yagu, sending them soaring into the air and crashing to the ground several meters away. The 2 guards at the entrance had yet to react when Yagu picked up 2 guns and hurled them at the duo. The weapons struck them, eliciting low groans of pain as they collapsed to the ground. "Ah, splendid, I have gained a minuscule 0.6 experience points. Is it truly possible for these individuals to inflict harm upon me? Or perhaps, in a state of life and death combat, experience points are invariably awarded?" Yagu pondered, recalling how, a year prior, he had transformed into a giant ape and taken countless lives without gaining a single point of experience. In truth, Yagu had failed to grasp the essence of the combat system, which was designed to elevate his fighting level by compelling him to engage with formidable adversaries. Its primary objective was to bolster his combat spirit. When he transformed into a giant ape, his will to fight dissipated, and consequently, the system ceased to assist him. For Yagu, whether in his own form or as a giant ape, his body remained his own. There was no distinction. This divergence from the system's intended purpose led to his inability to comprehend the underlying reasons. In a swift resolution, Yagu deftly subdued the 6 individuals surrounding Mowgli, leaving Rinxing wide-eyed in astonishment. He could hardly contain his awe as he witnessed Yagu's rapid assault, dispatching adversaries with remarkable efficiency in mere moments. Binding Mowgli and his companions with ropes akin to zongzi, Yagu first contacted the police, then proceeded to rouse the weakest among them. Upon awakening, the man trembled uncontrollably, clearly having lost consciousness from pain. Now, with the agony still unabated, he was on the verge of crying out had he not been gagged. After the individual named Yagu had vented his frustrations, he finally removed the cloth from the man's mouth. As soon as the fabric was liberated, the man spat out, "Hey, kid, how does it feel? Is my fist delicious? If you're nostalgic for it, I have plenty more to offer." Just as he finished speaking, Yagu landed a powerful punch on the man's abdomen, causing him to retch painfully. Observing the agony etched on the man's face, Yagu feigned concern, gently patting his back while inquiring, "How are you feeling now? Any better?" The man, now rendered speechless by Yagu's demeanor, could no longer maintain his bravado. Although still a child, the reality of the preceding events weighed heavily upon him, especially with the haunting memory of a brother who had perished by Yagu's hands, instilling a sense of dread within him. "What do you wish to know?" Yagu eagerly awaited this moment, smiling as he addressed him. "Isn't this just splendid?" Struggling to maintain his composure, he questioned, "Are you not aware that a wise bird selects a sturdy tree to perch upon?" Without further ado, he continued, "Let us be frank. Why have you come to confront me?" The man, resigned, cast a glance at Yagu before lowering his head and, with a heavy tone, replied, "For years ago, during a bank heist, one of my comrades lost his life because of you. Thus, we have been watching you all these years." Yagu meticulously recalled the incident. Indeed, it had transpired, yet he soon found it perplexing. "Is your elder brother not incarcerated? It appears he has escaped from prison. However, for all these years, have you not feared the police pursuing you in Shidu?" The man appeared somewhat troubled, and upon observing his expression, Yagu clenched his fists and gestured. The man, seemingly honest, began to speak. His elder brother had allied with a formidable force known as the Red Silk Army. The Red Silk Army. How intriguing it is that they would dare extend their influence into Shidu. Yagu inquired whether there were any contacts for the Red Silk Army in Shidu. The man shook his head, denying it. "That individual merely contacts us periodically. We are unable to reach him. Nevertheless, after each communication, he supplies us at designated locations in Shidu. Over the years, we have aided him in consolidating the underground forces of Shidu. However, it appears they harbored doubts about us. After we had unified the forces, they seized power from our hands. But what about it? 6 months ago, those underground factions were caught off guard by the government troops and have since disbanded. Following that, for 2 months, the individual re-established contact with us." Yagu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not aware of each other's identities? Is it impossible to discern from the phone number?" "It is indeed impossible," replied the man in a low voice, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. "That is a special line of communication, permitting only one-way contact. Apart from the boss, none of us have ever encountered one another." At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, several officers entered, their eyes widening upon discovering 6 individuals lying beside Yagu, while several scattered firearms lay strewn about. They instinctively drew their pistols, aiming at Yagu and the tightly bound individual beside him. Yagu stood up and addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, these individuals were once notorious bank robbers. You must be aware of that. Ah, you are the one who was associated with the officer with the little mustache, are you not?" He gestured towards one of the vaguely familiar policemen. The officer, upon being singled out, appeared somewhat perplexed. For the reference to the officer with the little mustache served as a metaphor for both his former and current superior. After a moment of contemplation, the fair-skinned policeman quickly grasped the connection to the bank robbers. "Oh, you were the young rascal from back then? Is it true that you were the one who brought them down?" Yagu shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. "I told you not to leak my information back then. Yet you did, and now they have come looking for me. TSK, it's truly disappointing, especially considering the trust one placed in you." The young policeman, somewhat speechless, recalled the image of Yagu as a small child and remarked, "It seems you have never shown us any trust, have you? But let us set aside idle chatter. These individuals are indeed fugitives. Thank you for assisting us once again. However, I must trouble you to come to the police station to provide a statement." "Not a problem," Yagu replied. "Oh, by the way, please take this young man to the hospital." Upon saying this, Yagu could not help but frown. He had been brought here to fight by a classmate from school. "Look, this is my factory. As police officers, it's one thing not to curb the misbehavior of these troublesome minors, but how could you neglect to protect my property?" As Yagu continued to express his grievances, the officer remained unfazed, smiling and nodding as he led Yagu to his police car, where arrangements were made to call an ambulance. Headquarters, headquarters. Headquarters receiving, please respond. This is the Shidu soda manufacturing plant. We have located a fugitive from a year ago, along with 3 accomplices, who have been subdued. Please dispatch assistance promptly. Understood. Personnel are being mobilized. In less than 2 minutes, 5 police vehicles arrived. Knowing the efficiency of the Shidu police, Yagu was not surprised. Chapter 5. Learning martial arts over the course of a day, I received 33 more recommendations. Thank you all for your support. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the humor I previously mentioned has dissipated entirely. It's somewhat embarrassing. After leaving the police station, Yagu made his way to the headquarters of Universal Capsule. Perhaps by some divine intervention, he did not encounter Bulma or her mother, but instead met with Dr. Briefs. They exchanged a few words before Yagu departed. He had initially intended to visit the next day. But since he was already out of the police station, and it was not far to Universal Capsule, he decided to drop by. Upon returning to his factory and preparing to begin his training for the day, he discovered a young man at the door. Bandaged and adorned with several medicinal patches, this was Ren Sheng, the young man who had been beaten. Ren Sheng was frequently bullied and beaten by his classmates. Yet he never wished to burden his father with the truth. He had always aspired to become stronger. He had studied various disciplines. But when faced with those who had long been entrenched in the streets, he could only manage a few strikes, particularly when confronted by groups wielding steel pipes and knives. Even the most skilled coach would find themselves crying out for their mothers in such situations. Despite this, Ren Sheng never abandoned his quest to learn combat skills. If there were a theoretical examination for martial arts knowledge in this world, he would not dare claim the top spot. Yet he was certainly capable of securing a place within the top 10. His father was exceedingly generous with his living expenses, and Ren Sheng would often hand over this money to martial arts instructors to treat them to cigarettes and meals. He harbored a disdain for delinquent groups and had never considered using money to hire outsiders to confront Hu Long and his ilk. Is there something you need? Yagu inquired, observing the tall young man before him. Ren Sheng, timid and downcast, responded, Teacher, I wish to learn martial arts from you. Yagu's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. It was the first time he had ever been addressed as teacher. Although in his previous life, clients were often referred to as teachers, there was an inherent distinction. It was akin to the disparity between modern-day, so-called experts and the esteemed professors of the 1960s and 70s. Likewise, in the world of Dragon Ball, the title of teacher was not casually bestowed. Recalling the moments when he had witnessed his classmates being bullied, Yagu inquired, Do you wish to learn how to fight and teach those bullies a lesson? Ren Sheng lowered his gaze, gradually shifting his attention to Yagu, and replied, Yes, teacher. Please impart to me the skills of combat. Yagu paid him no heed, yet Ren Sheng clung to him like an adhesive plaster, trailing closely in his wake. As he retrieved the gravity chamber from the versatile capsule, he turned to Ren Sheng and declared, I am about to commence my training. Do not disturb me. And keep your distance. Teacher, please impart to me the skills of combat, someone insisted, their tone and pace unwavering. As Yagu stepped into the gravity chamber, he continued to acclimatize himself to the 40-fold gravity. His adaptation to such elevated gravity was markedly different from that of the future Son Goku and Vegeta, who could leap, punch, and kick at speeds surpassing that of ordinary individuals even under 100-fold gravity. Yagu, however, could merely withstand this degree of pressure as any common person would. Since returning from Karin Tower, Yagu had begun to revisit his training regimen, which had been ongoing for over a year. Yet he had not fully mastered the 40-fold gravity chamber. His foundational training persisted. As Yagu aspired to establish a solid base to ensure he would not fall too far behind Son Goku and Vegeta in the future. Training was a monotonous and tedious endeavor, a sentiment Yagu deeply resonated with after years of practice. Nonetheless, it remained the most fundamental assurance for a warrior's continual self-improvement. Except for a select few capable of enduring such drudgery, the vast majority would gradually cease to progress after reaching certain milestones. Take, for instance, Lepin, who, in the latter stages, not only withdrew from the main storyline of Dragon Ball, but also ceased training altogether, or Krillin, who, after marrying Android 18 and fulfilling his childhood aspiration of martial arts, no longer immersed himself in the discipline. Even Piccolo, after merging with Kami, shifted his focus away from merely enhancing physical strength. As for Gohan, Goten, and the Peace-Raised Trunks, they too exhibited a similar trend. The formidable talent for combat is indeed a fearsome thing, as evidenced by future Trunks from the Cell Saga. He underwent rigorous training under Gohan in a dystopian world, ultimately transforming into a Super Saiyan only after Gohan's tragic demise. Yet upon returning to the main Dragon Ball timeline, he found himself incapable of withstanding even a single blow from Android 18. Despite enduring years of arduous training in the future, Future Trunks experienced a significant surge in strength merely by spending 1 year in the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta. Gohan, guided by Goku, gradually reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, achieving the Super Saiyan 2 state after his notable actions against Cell. Such developments, however, did not manifest in the present-day Gohan and Trunks. Gohan possesses potential that exceeds that of Goku, a fact made evident during the Buu saga. Yet within the context of the Dragon Ball main storyline, he consistently lagged behind Vegeta, lacking the relentless desire for self-improvement that characterized both his father and Vegeta. This phenomenon mirrors the discussions between Krillin and Tien. Since the Android saga, Krillin has rarely taken action, with subsequent scenes revolving around his warm family life. Maintaining a warrior's heart that relentlessly pursues personal limits is the foundation for survival in the Dragon Ball universe. After 3 hours, Yagu emerged from the gravity chamber. Drenched in sweat, his steps slightly trembling, and his eyelids drooping with fatigue. Noticing the absence of the irritating Rinxing, he felt a flicker of joy. He retrieved a capsule, conjuring a room beside the gravity chamber, while simultaneously storing the chamber itself in his pocket. He did not enter the room immediately. Instead, he connected water pipes and other utilities to the capsule home before stepping inside. After bathing and dining, Yagu reclined on the sofa, contentedly watching television. He had risen early and had less than 2 hours before he would retire for the night. Could ordinary individuals cultivate the mystical senzu beans? He planned to experiment the following day, pondering how best to nurture them. He hoped for success. Moreover, in a few days, he intended to visit Dr. Briefs to present the senzu beans and inquire if he possessed any means of cultivation. As Master Karin had stated, cultivating senzu beans was exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, the entire Earth would not be limited to a single source. Even on King Kai's planet and in the Kaishan realm, such a rarity was absent. This underscores their preciousness. Although Master Karin had claimed he could not cultivate them, Yagu was determined to try, vowing never to concede. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Though the sun still shone, the area around him, despite numerous new constructions, remained sparsely populated. Few in West City were acquainted with him. Aside from Dr. Briefs and the police, who else could it be? Rising, he approached the door, and the monitor beside it displayed the familiar visage of the young man Renxing, who had been beaten earlier in the day. Ah, what a stubborn fellow, Yagu mused. Intrigued. Well, I too am one who does not turn back until I hit a wall. I shall see who will yield first. Besides, I am not your buddy. If you seek companionship, look elsewhere. Yagu did not open the door, but spoke directly to him. If there's nothing of importance, do not appear before me. After saying this, he ignored the television and began to concentrate on gathering his energy, honing his aerial dance technique. Renxing stood outside for a long while, until the sun had completely set and the surrounding streetlights began to illuminate the darkness, before he departed. However, he did not venture far, carrying a large bag. He entered a nearby factory, and half an hour later, he had erected a simple tent, having resolved to follow Yagu. At the break of dawn the next day, Yagu awoke, donned a weighted vest, and commenced his morning long run, followed by swimming. Upon his return, he was taken aback to find a table placed in front of his door, upon which lay a perfectly cooked steak, a glass of milk, and a plate of chocolates. What caught Yaga's attention most was the presence of Rinxing, who had prepared breakfast for him. You truly are persistent. Yaga chuckled, addressing him. Even so, do not expect to learn anything from me. Without further ado, he sat down and began to eat, though Rinxing, unaware of Yaga's appetite, had prepared far too little. In Yaga's eyes, it was scarcely a tenth of what he usually consumed. After finishing his meal, he produced a capsule and conjured a large box before Rinxing, saying, Young man, if you think to win me over with food, you are sorely mistaken. Ignoring Rinxing's astonishment, Yagu continued to devour the food voraciously. After witnessing Yagu demolish half a box of provisions and pat his belly in satisfaction, Rinxing found himself at a loss for words to describe the spectacle. Chapter 6. Immersed in History 126 Recommendations. The more, the merrier. I hope everyone continues to support. Rinxing stared blankly at Yagu as he observed him produce a universal capsule, transforming it into a gravity chamber, and then jog around the vicinity to digest his meal. After a while, Rinxing began to jog alongside him, quietly requesting, "Master, please teach me the art of combat." One can discern at a glance that Yagu is ideally suited to be Tang Xing. It would be a grave oversight by the heavens should he not assume that role. Subsequently, Yagu continued his training in the gravity chamber, while Ren Xing remained by his side. Yet, during mealtimes, Yagu engaged him in conversation for over the years. He had encountered few who would converse with him, and he longed for companionship. Ren Xing attended the most disreputable high school in the West Capital, akin to a vocational school in modern terms. In the chaotic environment of the West Capital, his institution was among the most unruly, contrary to Yagu's belief that the local law enforcement was derelict in their duties. Nevertheless, Yagu refrained from teaching him combat. He thought it preposterous to instruct others when he himself sought a mentor. Regardless of the tactics Yagu employed, Ren Xing displayed no resistance. He walked beside Yagu, tidying up the workshop, even warming cold meat in the microwave during Yagu's breaks, serving it to him promptly. Time passed swiftly amidst these mundane tasks. Yagu visited the Universal Capsule Company, leaving a single magical being with Dr. Briffs for research, while he nurtured several others himself. Regrettably, both Dr. Briffs and Yagu's attempts at cultivation ended in failure. The doctor expressed keen interest in the magical beings, requesting more, to which Yagu hesitated, claiming he had only 4 left. Yet, understanding their mutual utility, he relinquished one. As Yagu anticipated, once the scientist became engrossed, logic was cast aside, and he insisted on taking the remaining 3 beans for his studies. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was disappointing, yielding no leads. On a particular day, Yagu did not encounter Ren Xing until midday, when he finally saw him, his face marred with bruises and a split lip. Observing the youth, who towered over him, Yagu sighed and invited him to sit across from him at the table. Offering some tissues, he inquired, "Have you been struck by your classmates again?" Ren Xing, a taciturn individual, lowered his head and nodded twice. Yagu's hands rested upon the table, tapping rhythmically. "Do you truly wish to learn martial arts?" "Indeed. Is your family affluent?" Yagu gazed at Ren Xing, who had lifted his head, and remarked, "Engaging in fights that result in inflicting bodily harm upon others will inevitably lead to financial repercussions. If your family lacks the means, it is prudent to avoid such altercations. I perceive that you are ill-suited to the life of a ruffian. Should you cause significant injury to someone, their family would undoubtedly seek compensation from you. Do you possess wealth at home? In contemporary society, I have witnessed several individuals who, after grievously wounding others in their previous locales, have fled to distant places. Only 2 types of individuals are capable of resorting to lethal force. Firstly, those with influential connections, who can resolve matters as they arise. And secondly, those who are unencumbered by attachments or who do not regard their families with any seriousness. Such individuals are prone to resorting to violence without hesitation. Yagu belongs to the first category, affluent and possessing a slight connection to the military. Most importantly, he is formidable in his own right. Ren Xing, on the other hand, evidently does not fit either of these profiles. He cannot bring himself to inflict serious harm on others. Consequently, those delinquent youths entrenched in society tend to cling to him like stubborn adhesive, proving to be quite troublesome. Observing Ren Xing's silence, yet perceiving the unspoken desire in his eyes to learn the art of combat, Yagu sighed, lowered his head, and pondered for a moment. He then rose and entered the workshop, soon emerging with a dagger which he placed upon the table, stating, "Use this to stab me." "What?" Ren Xing gazed at Yagu in astonishment, convinced he must have misheard. Yagu repeated, "Take it and stab me. If you accomplish this, I shall teach you the art of combat." Ren Xing, hesitating, extended his left hand and grasped the dagger. He lifted his gaze to Yagu, then lowered it to the glinting blade, and gradually his breathing grew labored. The palm that held the dagger became increasingly damp, and his heartbeat quickened with a fervent rhythm. A multitude of thoughts surged through Ren Xing's mind, a cacophony of conflicting notions taking root. He contemplated plunging the dagger into Yagu. Yet he understood that should he do so, his opponent would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm, and he himself might face imprisonment. This reality could not be avoided, even with his father being a police officer. Observing Ren Xing's trembling arm, Yagu secretly smirked. Suddenly, he bellowed loudly, startling Ren Xing, who then violently swung the dagger, causing several droplets of blood to splatter upon Yagu's face. The original intent of Yagu was to frighten the dagger from Ren Xing's grasp, yet unexpectedly, this fool severed his own radial artery. Observing Ren Xing, who was tilting his head in pain and softly sobbing, Yagu's anger swelled within him. Nevertheless, he had to tend to the other's wounds. Rather than waste the precious spirit beans, Yagu seized Rinxing by the collar and sprinted towards the nearest hospital. As night fell, the streets grew quieter. Yagu led the way while Rinxing followed, head bowed. Consumed by frustration, Yagu suddenly turned around, leaping into the air and striking Rinxing's head several times. The sound of slaps echoed as Rinxing ducked to avoid the blows. Upon landing, Yagu scolded, "You idiot! Do you not realize that harming oneself is the most foolish of actions?" After venting his ire, Yagu contemplated delivering more strikes to Rinxing's head, but the latter seemed to anticipate his intentions and continued to evade. With a sigh, Yagu decided against exerting his strength to chastise him further, allowing Rinxing to escape his wrath. Yagu does not believe that such a dagger could inflict harm upon him. The future Trunks is capable of slaying Frieza with the sword he bears, yet he is unable to breach the defense of Son Goku, which is as formidable as a single finger. Furthermore, when confronted with Android 18 in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, he not only failed to leave a mark upon her, but also shattered his sword in the process. This clearly illustrates that the strength of one's defense is calculated according to the unique combat prowess of each individual. Upon returning home near the factory, Yagu disregarded Rinxing, who had followed him inside, and took a seat on the sofa to watch television. The two sat in silence, with Yagu feeling frustrated over his unfortunate attachment to this bothersome leech. After a moment, Yagu turned off the television and shifted his gaze towards Rinxing, who sat timidly in a chair beside him. Sensing Yagu's attention, Rinxing also looked over, albeit hesitantly, as he appeared somewhat intimidated by Yagu. "You wish to learn martial arts? Very well. However, do you know who the most formidable martial arts master on Earth is today?" Yagu inquired. Understanding that Yagu intended to teach him combat skills, Rinxing produced a small object from his pocket and drew it closer to Yagu. He held this petite item in his hand, positioning it near Yagu's front. "I do not know," he replied. Yagu glanced at the delicate object, suddenly realizing that Rinxing held it like a microphone, which made him comprehend the recording device. He regarded the individual, who was dead serious about combat, yet lacked the courage to act, with a hint of exasperation. Over 3 centuries ago, a terrifying demon king named Bick emerged on Earth. During that time, humanity lived in constant fear, with countless lives extinguished daily. Yagu felt it necessary to recount the earlier events of the Dragon Ball world to him. Krillin, Yamcha, Launch, and Mr. Satan. These individuals were all ordinary earthlings. Yagu believed that enlightening this young man, Rinxing, about the history of martial arts might inspire him. At that time, the Earth government dispatched a vast army to eliminate the threat, but no matter the machine guns, cannons, or other weaponry, they were unable to inflict any harm. "Why?" Rinxing inquired, perplexed. Yagu paused and posed a thought-provoking question. "What do you envision martial arts to be like at its pinnacle?" Rinxing lowered his gaze in contemplation, then tentatively replied, "It would be akin to how you dealt with those armed bandits that day, swiftly incapacitating them." He added, "Moreover, there is an aspect you have yet to mention. Or perhaps, it is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals like yourselves. Those who have attained a high level of cultivation are utterly unafraid of bullets." "What? Unafraid of bullets?" Noticing the skepticism in Rinxing's eyes, Yagu recalled the weapons he had procured from the Red Silk Army and promptly sought out a firearm. "Just a moment. I shall provide you with proof." Rinxing followed Yagu into the workshop, witnessing firsthand as Yagu shot a real bullet through a wooden board. Then, he pulled the trigger, aiming at a board less than 2 meters away. The gun fired, yet the board remained unmarked. Yagu then extended the bullet towards him. "Do you see?" he gently inquired, observing Rinxing's astonishment. Though it was hard to fathom, Rinxing gradually came to accept Yagu's assertion. Martial arts mastery rendered bullets ineffective against them. At that time, the most formidable martial artist on Earth was a man named Wu Taido. He led his disciples in combat against the formidable demon king Piccolo. Alas, they were defeated, leaving only 3 survivors. This defeat plunged Wu Taido into a prolonged silence until one day he unleashed his ultimate technique once more, sealing away the demon king Piccolo. From that moment forth, peace returned to Earth. At this juncture, Yagu turned to Rinxing and inquired, "Are you familiar with Master Wu Tian?" "Ah, Master Wu Tian? Of course. I know him. He is the god of martial arts." Rinxing replied, displaying a clear understanding of the subject. Master Wu Tian, also known as Master Rashi, along with his disciple, Master Crane, were both disciples of Wu Taido and among the 3 survivors of the battle against the demon king Piccolo. Rinxing expressed surprise, soon followed by skepticism, pondering how Master Wu Tian could have lived for 300 years. Yagu added, The turtle sage is still alive. For martial artists like us, living 300 or 400 years is quite a trivial matter. The turtle school of the turtle sage and the crane school of the crane sage can be regarded as the two most formidable sects in the contemporary world, with the longest and most profound legacies. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, is the brother of the crane sage. This is something you should familiarize yourself with. He decisively halted the momentum of his discourse. Although his words were few, for someone well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball like him, it was hardly significant. However, for Ren Xing, who had never encountered such information, it was akin to discovering a new realm. He needed ample time to organize the knowledge he had acquired. Chapter 7. The time of cultivation. It has been 5 days, and there are over 200 recommendations. Thank you all. As night fell, Yagu continued speaking once Ren Xing had recovered from his astonishment. These figures are legendary. Meeting them is practically impossible for someone like you. The Turtle Sage, or Master Wu Tian. Meeting him is not a significant issue. However, encountering the latter two I mentioned could put your life in jeopardy. Feeling a bit parched, Yagu pointed to the refrigerator in the corner and instructed Ren Xing, "Please pour me a glass of water." Upon hearing Yagu's request, Ren Xing was not upset. Rather, he felt a sense of delight. He switched off the recorder, placed it in his pocket, and after pouring the water, he retrieved the recorder and positioned it near Yagu's mouth once more. Yagu felt a tinge of aversion towards this matter. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at the young man before him. He thought to himself, how fortuitous it would be to have a partner who, while not possessing overwhelming strength, could nonetheless survive in perilous situations during the upcoming battles. Why not consider him as a collaborator? However, he mused, such arrangements are often uncertain. Best to let things unfold naturally. Yagu continued, in addition to these individuals, there exists a multitude of formidable experts whose prowess has not yet reached their level. Yet they are truly remarkable. For instance, King Gappa, the world wrestling champion Anthony, Master Wu Tian's disciple Sun Wukong, and the Bull Demon King. They are all martial artists unafraid of bullets. Ren Xing murmured, there are so many of them, but why does the king not summon them into the army? With a chuckle, Yagu remarked, a true martial artist exists to enhance one's own abilities. A martial artist confined by restrictions will gradually lose the opportunity to advance to greater heights. Thus, those martial artists, fully aware that joining the military would provide them with a better life, choose not to pursue that path. Observing Ren Xing deep in thought, Yagu cautioned him. What I impart to you is not merely the art of combat, but also the methods to transcend the limits of humanity. You must ponder carefully whether you wish to learn from me. Furthermore, be prepared. It is possible that you may become estranged from this world. Do you understand? Ren Xing's expression was blank, clearly not taking Yagu's words to heart. After a moment of contemplation, Yagu rose from the sofa and addressed him. Come with me. Where to? Ren Xing inquired, as Yagu had already concluded his statement. He tucked the recorder into his pocket, intending to study it thoroughly when alone. To the gravity chamber, my training ground, where I will allow you to experience my training environment. Yagu opened the gravity chamber, and together they stepped inside. Ren Xing gazed in awe at the remarkably advanced structure and the basement, exclaiming, wow, this is incredible. It's hard to believe such a vast space exists inside. Naturally, for the architect of this room was a distinguished scientist of unparalleled repute. Come here. Yagu beckoned to the admiring Ren Xing while simultaneously securing the door at the control panel. Approaching the control console where Yagu stood, Ren Xing examined the myriad of buttons he found perplexing. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a display screen, and he inquired of Yagu, Teacher, what does the one displayed here signify? Yagu elucidated that this chamber is known as the gravity room, a space designed to utilize gravity as a training environment. The one indicates that the current gravitational coefficient within the room is equivalent to that of Earth's gravity. Indeed, it represents Earth's gravity. However, I possess the ability to adjust it. With that, Yagu began to modify the gravitational multiplier, swiftly elevating the value to 5 before pressing confirm. A peculiar sound resonated, yet Yagu felt nothing. For Ren Xing, however, the entire world transformed. His body felt as though it were laden with lead. He struggled to maintain his stance, yet it seemed as if he bore an immense weight, rendering his efforts futile. Gradually, he crouched down, eventually collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Assuming Ren Xing's weight was 60 kilograms, under 5 times the gravity, his weight would escalate to 300 kilograms. How could a high school student endure such a burden of 600 pounds? Observing Ren Xing's plight, Yagu hastily reduced the gravitational multiplier. Once gravity returned to normal, Yagu crouched down beside the prostrate Rinsheng and inquired, "How do you feel?" Gasping for air. Rinsheng glanced at Yagu and replied, "I feel as if I am dying." "Teacher, do you train in this environment?" Nodding in affirmation, Yagu stated, "Indeed. Though the gravity multiplier is not 5, but rather 40. 40 times Earth's gravity." This concept surpassed Rinsheng's wildest imagination. He had nearly succumbed under the mere 5 times the gravity. Yet Yagu, a boy of less than 10 years, thrived in an environment of 40 times the gravitational force. At that moment, Rinsheng ceased to harbor doubts regarding Yagu's claims. The recent firearm experiment demonstrated that martial artists could indeed remain unperturbed by bullets. And this trial confirmed that these martial artists were truly distinct from ordinary individuals. Their level of training far exceeded the common man's comprehension. That night, Rinsheng continued to sleep within the makeshift tent he had erected in the factory, as Yagu refrained from inviting him into his own quarters. The mere thought of the term buddy sent shivers through him. The following day, Yagu rose early, burdened with weights, and called Rinsheng to awaken him, instructing him to follow closely and run continuously. Initially, Yagu intended to seek out the fortune teller to guide him to the underworld. However, with this extra weight to carry, he decided to proceed slowly. After all, the activity he was presently engaging in also served as training. Moreover, should they traverse the snake path, utilizing the dance of the void would provide a safeguard. A fall into hell would be disastrous. Hell represents an alternate realm, accessible solely through the Hall of Yama. In other words, should one fall, it would require double the time to return to their original location. Rinsheng could not immerse himself in training daily as Yagu did. Yet he would make every effort to carve out time to join Yagu. When Yagu placed significant emphasis on foundational training, he also devoted attention to the cultivation of celestial beings, a pursuit he never abandoned. In his perspective, as long as he remained vigilant regarding the actions of Majir Bey, ensuring that he took fewer of these items, the matter would not pose a considerable concern. Furthermore, he focused on the practice of the void dance technique, which he had been honing for several years and had recently begun to grasp with increasing clarity. As he delved into fundamental martial skills, Yagu came to realize that these techniques varied in complexity, encompassing both offensive and defensive forms, as well as numerous classifications. For instance, the solar fist is a type of auxiliary boxing technique, although it is not particularly sophisticated as evidenced by Krillin's use of it against Piccolo in Dragon Ball. And despite its simplicity, Yagu had yet to master its intricacies. This realization weighed heavily upon him, especially when he observed Tien Shinhan effortlessly replicate the Kamehameha after witnessing its execution by Master Roshi, and similarly, Goku's rapid adaptation. Vegeta, too, demonstrated remarkable prowess, employing the key blade against Gohan, who had transformed into a great ape, all during the same battle. The extraordinary talents possessed by these martial arts champions filled Yagu with trepidation. Despite his myriad advantages, his understanding of the martial arts remained profoundly limited. Yagu feels that he may only reach the level of dumplings and Lepin. However, this is the essence of martial arts training, no matter how anxious one may be. It cannot alter the course of progress. Furthermore, there is Gotenks from the future Buu saga, whose creation of several techniques appears, in Yagu's view, to rival the magic wind wave, transcending martial skills akin to sealing techniques and magic. While Rinsheng often faces bullying at school, Yagu pays no heed to such matters, believing that Rinsheng should confront those individuals himself. Nonetheless, during training, he intensifies both his and his opponent's cultivation levels, continuously pushing the limits of their potential. Concerned that this exertion might harm their bodies, he resorts to various medicinal remedies and to heal injuries. Soon, 10 months have passed, and winter has arrived in West City, with snowflakes gently falling. Huayong Middle School has also commenced its holiday. The educational system in this world lacks rigor, and there is no household registration system. The entire world is under the leadership of a king, yet his failure to govern effectively has allowed the Red Ribbon Army and other criminal factions to run rampant. Thus, he must be accountable to the citizens of the world, rather than segregating and treating them differently. Individuals like Yagu are oblivious to the endeavors of the king. However, Rinsheng and others like him enjoy a distinct advantage, their greater freedom. On this day, Yagu and Rinsheng found themselves in a workshop. Having moved in a sofa and acquired a rack, they gazed at the falling snow while roasting meat on the rack, relishing the rare moments of tranquility. Chapter 8. The Fortune Teller. If this book can still be read, please do not hesitate to show your support. Thank you. Recently, I have been contemplating the female protagonist. Yet I find myself in a state of disarray, uncertain whether to portray her as a divine figure. It is not due to a lack of dedication on my part, but rather the challenge of navigating such intricate storylines. This book has already experienced the phenomenon of attempting to depict a tiger only to inadvertently create a dog. Although I aspire to approach this narrative with a lighthearted and humorous tone, I have been unable to find the right feeling in recent days. In the morning, the snow-covered landscape lay desolate, the biting northern winds howled. The accompanying chill and desolation evoked a sense of solitude and melancholy, while the stillness of the surroundings was punctuated by the fragrant air carried by the wind and snow, inviting dreams that transcended the mundane. As Yagu savored the roasted meat, he remarked, "The scenery here is quite delightful, isn't it?" It did cost quite a bit. Beside him, Rin Sheng, while enjoying the grilled delicacies, kept a watchful eye on the food roasting over the fire, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it's splendid, but our current activities are rather a dampener on the atmosphere." Surrounding the factory was a garden that Yagu had commissioned, adorned with a plethora of greenery, encircled by walls. A few months prior, a gang of unruly bikers had audaciously convened here, only for Yagu to crush their motorcycles into scrap metal and incapacitate two armed individuals, restoring tranquility to the area. On ordinary days, this street was frequently traversed by speedsters, and during the tranquil hours of night, their cacophony was quite irksome. By the way, it seems you haven't had any bruises on your face for quite some time. Have you managed to deal with those who bullied you? Rin Sheng paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "Not quite. Hui Long and his associates were taken to the police station for certain reasons and may not be released until March of next year." Yagu let out a sound but fell silent, consuming meat while gazing at the snowy landscape outside. The Dragon Ball world is largely free from environmental pollution. The only notable climate change occurred on Namek, which has since gradually recovered. As Yagu munched on his food, he suddenly inquired, "Have you ever fought with them?" Rin Sheng, mid-bite, abruptly ceased his chewing, choking for a moment, rendered speechless for quite some time. Yagu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Each individual is unique. Within every person resides a beast, yet the shackles that bind it vary greatly. Ren Xing is akin to one who is ensnared by a multitude of iron chains, lacking the courage to confront others in battle." Yagu harbors no concern regarding this situation. He believes that once Ren Sheng's strength escalates to a point where he can withstand a barrage of 10 strikes without harm, he will come to recognize the distinctions between himself and others. "I am preparing to leave," Yagu suddenly declared. Ren Sheng, having just returned to reality from the previous discourse, looked up at Yagu in astonishment. Yagu did not glance at him, his gaze fixed upon the vast white sky, blanketed by a flurry of snowflakes. "I too wish to embark on a journey of cultivation, to seek a worthy master. If you aspire to persist and wish for greater breakthroughs on the path of martial arts, then ascend the Karin Tower. It stands tall amidst a western forest. Legend has it that those who reach its pinnacle may partake of the sacred water bestowed by immortals, resulting in a significant enhancement of their prowess. Countless souls have endeavored to achieve this feat. 3 centuries ago, Master Wu Tian ascended, and I too scaled its heights last year. If you wish to tread this path, strive diligently, for I sincerely hope you will continue your efforts." Having spoken, Yagu fell silent, leaving Ren Sheng at a loss for words, and thus both remained enveloped in quietude, with nary a word exchanged. As they dismantled the barbecue grill, Ren Sheng suddenly inquired, "Master, when shall we depart?" "We shall leave when the time is right. There is no need for farewells. Those of us who pursue martial arts are all well versed in enduring solitude," Yagu replied. Ultimately, Yagu departed from the western capital a week later than initially planned. He had intended to leave the day after, yet upon returning home and watching television, he encountered a familiar face on screen. This gentleman was none other than the square-faced man known as Xiao Long Bao, a comical moniker that Yagu still vividly recalls. However, when the television introduced him, his name had been altered to Li Fa. On that very day, Yagu sought out Li Fa. Upon their meeting, there was no preamble. Li Fa recounted the circumstances of his life over the past 2 years. Having worked for the owner of Planel for several years, Li Fa had amassed a considerable fortune, which he subsequently used to escape to the western capital. Cowed by Yagu's intimidation, he ventured into the newspaper business. Perhaps it was indeed his calling. For within merely 2 years, the newspaper founded by Li Fa had secured a pivotal position in the western capital. Recently, as they contemplated the construction of a new facility, they assessed numerous locations but found none satisfactory, ultimately settling on a site near Yagu's factory. Upon hearing Li Fa's remarks, Yagu promptly resolved to invest using his land and some capital, thus acquiring 60% of the shares. Li Fa harbored a deep reluctance, yet recognized that Yagu was not one to be trifled with. He was a man who let his fists do the talking. Li Fa felt powerless against those wielding authority and strength, and at that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind about inciting conflict between Yagu and another group. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that should both parties become aware, he would likely find himself caught between two formidable forces. Yagu imparted all necessary warnings to Li Fa, refraining from asking him to look after Rinsheng. He also procured several large universal capsules from Dr. Breves, and, after gathering a substantial amount of food, Yagu set forth. The title of the fortune teller was renowned among the nobility of Earth. Due to exorbitant fees, common folk could scarcely hope to consult her, while those who prided themselves on their prowess found themselves utterly powerless when faced with the 5 warriors of the fortune teller. This time, Yagu refrained from cultivating while on the move. Instead, he unleashed his utmost speed, sprinting with unwavering determination. Aside from the still developing sky dance technique, he had mastered all the martial skills he had acquired, although his combat level remained unchanged. After 7 days, Yagu finally arrived at the palace amidst the desert, the dwelling place of the fortune-telling matriarch. Observing the surrounding desolate terrain and the ominous black clouds of lightning hovering in the distance, Yagu mused to himself, the fortune-telling matriarch certainly has a knack for selecting locations. This is quite impressive. Contrary to Yagu's expectations, the palace was not deserted. Instead, a couple awaited him. The garments they wore were of exquisite fabric, materials unknown to Yagu in both his past and present lives. Noticing their opulent attire, Yagu glanced at his own clothing and thought, well, this is not my fate. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball world, strength reigns supreme, followed by power and wealth. Superficial appearances hold no value. As Yagu approached, a pink figure, reminiscent of a ghost and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, floated towards him. Greetings, traveler. Are you alone? Yagu nodded, affirming that he was indeed the only one seeking assistance from the fortune-telling matron. Please wait a moment, dear guest. When it is your turn, I shall call for you, she instructed. Shortly thereafter, a portly man emerged from within, a cigar perched jauntily between his lips, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman who appeared to be his secretary. Following their departure, the pink-hued attendant summoned the couple before Yagu into the inner sanctum. 5 minutes later, the jubilant couple exited, returning to their opulent vehicle parked nearby. The ghostly figure called out to them, "Safe travels, and do visit again." Turning to Yagu, he added, "My apologies for the wait, dear guest. Please come in." As he spoke, he floated backward, further enhancing Yagu's impression of him as a specter. The palace of the fortune-telling matron was enveloped in a profound silence. The desolate desert landscape seldom witnessed the presence of visitors. Yet, for the affluent who genuinely sought her services, parting with a significant sum was hardly an obstacle. The ghostly attendant guided Yagu into the first chamber, which was dimly lit. At the entrance lay 2 skeletal remains, perhaps a consequence of the matron's prolonged dealings with the underworld. What a youthful apparition. Yagu mused as the violet blue light cascading from the dome above faded. An elderly woman seated upon a crystal orb regarded Yagu with a sense of nostalgia. As they assessed one another, she inquired, "Are you the fortune-telling matron?" "Indeed, I am," she replied. Yagu inquired, "Can you escort me to the underworld in a corporeal form?" Upon hearing Yagu's request, the fortune-telling matron was taken aback, for she had never encountered anyone expressing a desire to venture to the netherrealm. "Little spirit, how do you know that I possess the ability to guide you to the underworld?" Aga did not respond to her inquiry and continued to ask, "Is that possible?" After a prolonged silence, the fortune-teller finally spoke, "Yes, it is. However, there will be a fee. Do not worry, it is but a mere 10 million. 10 million was within Agu's reach, yet he did not possess that amount in his pockets. Thus, he shrugged and replied, "I do not have such funds." The fortune-teller displayed an expression that suggested she had anticipated this, sitting atop her crystal ball, as she said, "In that case, follow me." Chapter 9. The Battle. The fortune-teller led Agu to a circular platform within. She introduced, "If you can defeat my 5 warriors, I shall assist you at no cost. However, my dear child, I would advise you to reconsider. While the spirit of youth is commendable, I do not endorse such recklessness." With a smile, Yagu addressed the avaricious yet combat-loving old woman, saying, "Rest assured, O Oracle, I am no ordinary individual." The old woman chuckled heartily, "It has been quite some time since I have encountered such a spirited youth." "Very well, Step onto the arena. Despite her disdain, the Oracle maintained a facade of professionalism, her tone unwavering. There were no established rules for the contest. Surrendering by raising a hand or falling into the lake constituted defeat. As he leaped onto the stage, Yagu declared, "I understand. Let the first warrior step forth." The Oracle nodded and called out loudly, "Vampire, you may make your entrance." Yagu remained silent as the fortune-telling old woman concluded her incantation, bursting into a laugh that resembled that of a cunning merchant. Honestly, it was rather disconcerting to witness a 500-year-old woman exhibit such a demeanor, which truly felt like an affront to society. The most outrageous thought that crossed Yagu's mind was the possibility that the 300-year-old turtle hermit might share the same lineage with her. If they were half-siblings, Yagu could only marvel at the vitality of their father. At least the turtle hermit lacked such prowess. However, the mere notion of them being siblings with the same mother sent a chill down Yagu's spine. Before long, a bat emerged from the dome of the deeper palace. Is it here? Yagu pondered, wondering whether Son Gohan had perished. If he still drew breath, who would the fifth warrior be, as predicted by the fortune-teller? Son Gohan's potential to become the fifth warrior suggested he possessed formidable strength. As the bat approached, hovering 5 or 6 meters above the arena, a plume of smoke erupted, and from within emerged a figure. Ah, is this little one the opponent? The vampire, taken aback by Yagu's diminutive stature, cast a surprised glance at the fortune-telling old woman. She cautioned him, "Do not underestimate your adversary." The vampire nodded in acknowledgement, then disregarding Yagu, commenced a ritualistic dance of his own. Yagu stood at a distance, glancing towards the fortune-teller beside him, inquiring, "Has the competition commenced?" The fortune-teller narrowed her eyes and, after the vampires ceased their dance, proclaimed, "The competition has begun." As Yagu prepared himself, the vampire continued the dance from earlier, requesting, "Please allow me to finish my dance." Had it been one of the more formidable warriors, Yagu might have heeded the request. However, the opponent's combat level was merely intermediate, and their fighting prowess was the weakest among the 5 warriors. Thus, Yagu remained silent, vanishing from the view of the divination elder and the dancing vampire beside the arena. The elder's mouth formed an astonished O shape, while the vampire, caught off guard, suddenly suffered a heavy blow to the back of the neck and succumbed to darkness. Observing the fallen vampire, Yagu turned to the divination elder, saying, "Elder, please summon the next warrior." The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, as did those of the pink, ghost-like figure with a hat nearby. After a brief moment, the elder regained her composure and remarked, "It seems you are no ordinary little spirit." "Very well, Azu, step forward." The arena stood empty as Yagu scrutinized it, finding nothing amiss. He remained unhurried. Since the elder had not spoken, he felt no concern. In truth, the elder was waiting for Yagu to inquire, yet the young man maintained his composure. Eventually, Yagu discerned the elder's intentions and took the initiative to ask, "Elder, may we begin?" "Ah, have you seen Azu?" Upon hearing Yagu's words, both the elder and the ethereal figure were taken aback. "Impossible. How can you see me?" Yagu cast a fleeting glance towards the direction from which the sound emanated, then turned to the fortune-teller, inquiring, "Grandmother, may we commence?" Noticing Yagu's astonishment, the fortune-teller appeared somewhat reluctant. "Ah, yes, we may begin." As soon as she finished her sentence, Yagu activated his extraordinary speed, vanishing from his original position and dashing towards the location where he had just heard the voice. However, the individual had already vacated that spot. Yet, despite their departure, Yagu collided with him, the impact sending both him and the transparent figure reeling backward with a resounding crash. The force of the collision was considerable. Not only did Yagu stagger back, but the transparent person also let out a startled cry. Yagu, possessing a combat level of intermediate proficiency, exhibited remarkable control over his body. Although there existed individuals on Earth with superior martial skills and efficiency, Yagu did not regard them as threats. At the very least, he believed that those he wished to evade would not endanger his life. Based on his sensory feedback from the collision, Yagu leaped towards that particular spot. His perception was somewhat indistinct, yet he was fundamentally accurate, for as Yagu landed, he heard a cry of distress. The unmistakable sensation beneath his feet confirmed that he had indeed stepped upon the transparent figure. With the enemy beneath him, how could he possibly refrain from launching an attack? With a thunderous shout, Yagu unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the creature beneath him, each blow resonating with ferocity. It appeared as though multiple hands sprouted from Yagu's form, a sight that sent cold sweat cascading down the diviner's brow. After enduring in silence for a considerable stretch of time, and recognizing that the invisible man had no chance of resistance, the diviner finally called out, "Cease your assault. You have won this round." Upon her command, Yagu halted, leaping into the air and distancing himself from the now vulnerable figure. "Thank you for the match," he remarked. The invisible man, no longer cloaked in his spectral guise, bled profusely from his mouth. "What an impressive little demon," he conceded. "It seems I underestimated you." However, the diviner's gaze remained fixed on Yagu, her tone icy as she declared, "You performed admirably, young one. Yet, the next 3 warriors are formidable opponents. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Yagu nodded and remarked, "Of course, otherwise how could I ask for your assistance?" He then inquired, "By the way, when you take me to the Underworld, we won't merely be making a brief visit, will we?" The fortune-telling elder replied, "If a deceased were to return to the realm of the living, I can only guarantee a duration of 24 hours. However, if a living person ventures into the Underworld, it is entirely up to you. As long as you do not perish from starvation, you may linger for as long as you desire. Now come with me. We must change the venue for the contest." After several minutes, Yagu arrived at the demoness restroom. The atmosphere was dark and foreboding, filled with an eerie presence. As though constructed from the bones of the deceased, it exuded an oppressive air that weighed heavily upon those who visited for the first time. Observing the bubbling surroundings, Yagu, though confident in his abilities, felt a flicker of anxiety. How frustrating it was to feel such trepidation. He possessed the sky dance technique to ensure his safety. Although it was not suited for practical combat, it was more than adequate for the current predicament. Thus, Yagu gradually suppressed his fears and began to regard the scene before him with a calm and steady gaze. After a while, the fortune-telling elder appeared before Yagu, seated upon her crystal ball. Upon seeing him, she chided, "Young spirit, why the haste? You show no respect for your elders." Yagu replied, "How could that be? I have always held you in high esteem. Besides, you were seated on a crystal ball. It seems effortless, so a little speed is hardly an issue." Just moments prior, he had encountered a vampire and a specter, which had earned him a mere 0.5 of experience points. The path to upgrading his combat system was still long, and Yagu no longer harbored any great expectations for the absolute assistance it could provide. Instead, he regarded it merely as a testament to the level of martial prowess he had attained. The fortune-telling elder, disapproving of Yagu's demeanor, declared, "Now, let the 3rd warrior take the stage," and began to chant an incantation. Billows of white smoke poured from the demon's mouth, advancing toward Yagu. As he assumed a defensive stance, he realized that the white mist only enveloped half of the arena. With the elder's incantation growing increasingly muted, the smoke began to recede slowly, returning to the demon's gaping mouth, leaving behind a slightly rectangular object in its place. Yagu cast a glance and noticed the decorations of an Egyptian mummy above. He pondered to himself that it seemed these warriors had not changed in the slightest. However, he remained uncertain about the identity of the 5th warrior or whether that malevolent entity would be guarding the 5th gate. In his heart, Yagu harbored anticipation. At this moment, the oracle grandmother spread her arms wide and proclaimed loudly into the air, "Arise, O mummified warriors of battle." Chapter 10. The Confrontation. Thank you for your support. With a resounding cry, the oracle grandmother's voice echoed, and after a prolonged silence, the coffin lid was abruptly flung open with a thud. Due to his diminutive stature, Yagu was unable to glimpse the mummified figure lying within, and he eagerly anticipated the nature of the adversary he would soon encounter. In pursuit of an authentic visage, Yagu leapt onto the head of the demonic statue behind him. Enveloped in bandages and resembling a severely injured individual, his face bore a hue akin to a ripe eggplant. Were one to suggest that he was of earthly origin, Yagu would be inclined to pull out his own hair in disbelief. It seemed that in the realm of divination, pure-blooded earthlings were a rarity. At the very least, in comparison to these entities, the 3-eyed Tianjin fan appeared remarkably ordinary. Today's Earth is home to an array of bizarre creatures. Yagu had lost count of the number of one-eyed beings he had encountered, not to mention those from the 3-eyed planet. Compared to the recently encountered translucent being and the vampire-like figure, Tianjin fan's lineage on Earth seemed far more authentic. Yagu did not consider himself an extraterrestrial. Certain truths are difficult to relinquish, and even when faced with his own reality, he found himself hesitant, not out of cruelty, but out of fear of future regret. At that moment, the mummy's eyes emitted a brilliant white light, and with hands crossed over his chest, he stood upright under the influence of a peculiar force, his hands remaining perfectly still. Once the radiance faded from his eyes, The mummy's violet visage reverted to that of an ordinary human. With a sinister chuckle directed at Yagu, he emerged from the coffin, and as his left foot exited the sarcophagus, his heel forcefully kicked the entire coffin back into the gaping maw of the demonic statue. The mummy fixed his gaze upon Yagu, remarking that sometimes, amidst a lack of worthy opponents, he was taken aback to find himself facing a mere child. Yagu gazed at his opponent, refraining from uttering a word. Though diminutive in stature, the mere fact that one could arrive at this juncture indicated considerable prowess. "Ha! I shall engage you in a splendid contest," proclaimed the mummy. At that moment, the fortune-telling elder interjected, "Now, let the third match commence. Will you concede? Should you lose, it will be a dead end for you." As the signal for the match was given, Yagu initiated his assault, vanishing from the sight of the two. The fortune-telling elder cried out urgently, "Mummy, brace yourself. He is coming in." Although the mummy could not perceive Yagu, he heard the elder's warning and crossed his arms defensively before his chest. No sooner had he completed this maneuver than he felt an overwhelming force surge through his arms. With a resounding crash, the impact was so tremendous that his entire body was propelled backward. Thud! He collided with the demonic statue behind him, shattering a segment upon impact. Yagu, who firmly believed in mercilessly striking a downed opponent, recognized that this was the ideal moment to strike, as his adversary had yet to regain his senses. With great difficulty, the mummy managed to rise, exclaiming, "Curse that little brat." Yagu appeared behind him, striking down fiercely with a hand blade at his shoulder. Alas, the mummy, ultimately failed to articulate my thoughts, collapsing helplessly to the ground. What, this child? The fortune-telling elder expressed a hint of anxiety. In her centuries of existence, she had never encountered such a formidable individual at such a tender age. Moments ago, she had covertly performed a divination for Yagu, yet the future remained shrouded in obscurity. Yagu inquired of the fortune-telling elder beside him, "Dear fortune-teller, I must have emerged victorious, correct?" "It seems to be the case." The elder responded with a hint of dejection. In the past, there had indeed been instances where vampires and phantoms were vanquished, but those were all dealt with by the mummies. Without wasting any time, the fortune-teller directed her voice towards the demonic statue, exclaiming, "All right, fourth warrior, arise, red demon." Not the demon man? Yagu mused in surprise. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that Son Gohan might still be alive at this moment. Or perhaps the fortune-teller had yet to make contact with him, which would clarify matters. Thud, thud, thud. The entire demonic restroom trembled. And Yagu sensed that the being returning was undoubtedly robust, possessing a weight that could leave one utterly astonished. Yagu's thoughts were a blend of admiration and apprehension. The creature that emerged was immense in stature, yet possessed a slender form. It was entirely clad in a vibrant scarlet hue, adorned with two horns reminiscent of a goat. Certain areas of its body were covered in brown fur, and its gaze was fierce. However, to Yagu, it was merely akin to the monstrous beings he had encountered in the Demon Valley 2 years prior. Ha, little imp, that you have triumphed over the mummies. Do not harbor the illusion that you can conquer me. Ha, do you know who I am? Yagu inquired. Isn't it the red demon? Before the opponent could respond, he turned to the fortune-telling matron beside him and asked, "Grandmother, shall we commence?" The red demon's imposing aura was swiftly diffused by Yagu, much to the displeasure of the matron, who found the little demon rather unappealing. "Very well, let the contest begin." With that, Yagu once again harnessed his speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye before his adversary. Having witnessed Yagu's velocity moments before, the red demon, upon his disappearance, instinctively swung his fist toward the empty space ahead, hoping to thwart Yagu's advance. However, unexpectedly, the red demon encountered an obstruction. His outstretched fist could not be retracted. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Yagu had suddenly appeared, gripping his right fist with unwavering strength. "How is this possible?" the red demon exclaimed, straining to pull back his hand, but to no avail. Given their respective sizes and weights, it seemed implausible that Yagu could maintain his position. Yet, this was the exquisite application of martial prowess. As Yagu delved deeper into the arts, he began to understand the myriad instances within Dragon Ball that defied the laws of momentum. How one could propel an opponent with the force of a cannonball while remaining completely stationary. Just as he stood firm, preventing the nearly 3-meter-tall red demon from moving an inch, all of this exemplified the fundamental capabilities of mastery over martial techniques. The fortune-telling matron's eyes widened in astonishment. The red demon possessed immense strength, and though Yagu had exhibited remarkable speed, his display of power had been minimal. This cannot be, she thought. Infuriated by his inability to retract his right fist, the red demon abandoned that effort and swung his left hand, intending to crush Yagu into a pulp. As the opponent raised their left hand, Yagu reciprocated by thrusting the right hand of the red demon upwards. Consequently, the exerted force caused the red demon to unexpectedly stagger backward. Had it not been for a certain foundation in martial arts, it might have tumbled to the ground. Even without falling, the outcome remained unalterable. With a thud, another unremarkable punch landed as Yagu's right hand struck the red demon's abdomen. Upon impact, the red demon's eyes became suffused with blood, reminiscent of boiling water, while its already crimson skin began to exhibit a hue akin to that of flames. Exhausted, the red demon lowered its head in defeat, losing consciousness. Seeing that he had dispatched one foe, Yagu felt a surge of joy. The recent encounter with the mummy had granted him a modest 1% experience, and this red demon bestowed an equal share. If both adversaries had unleashed their full strength, they might have exchanged a few more blows with Yagu. However, whether in Dragon Ball or martial arts novels, novices often prefer to test their opponents first. The advantage of such probing lies in gathering intelligence on the enemy with minimal exertion, allowing one to devise a strategy based on this information. This was a facet of battlefield acumen that Yagu had not encountered before. Even when faced with it, he had merely charged ahead recklessly. He was fortunate. For as a traveler from another realm, Yagu possessed foreknowledge of many characters within Dragon Ball, rendering the need for testing unnecessary. By employing his full strength from the outset, he held a considerable advantage. Madam Fortune Teller, I suggest you acquiesce to my request directly. Thus far, no one has managed to withstand even a single blow from me. Don't you agree? The fortune teller, incensed, shouted at Yagu, "Annoying brat, defeat my fifth warrior, and I shall certainly grant your request. Spare me the chatter." Fifth warrior, emerge. Demon man. In response, a dark blue demon soared forth from the mouth of the demonic statue, its massive wings beating as it hovered in the air. Yagu gazed at him, a smile gracing his lips. Such an expression was nothing short of mockery in the eyes of the demon. Little brat, though you have bested the previous two, you shall not pass my trial. As the competition commenced, the fortune-telling crone spoke these words with evident gloom, for previously, each utterance had been followed by the fall of a warrior. In a similar fashion, Yagu vanished from sight, yet at that precise moment, the demon soared into the air, lingering there, clearly with no intention of descending. With a swift motion, Yagu reappeared, fixing his gaze upon the airborne demon, exclaiming, "Is this truly how you intend to compete?" The demon, disregarding Yagu's challenge, cackled, "Little brat, I have awaited this moment." Chapter 11. The Path of Serpents. In the Underworld, the demon brought his index and middle fingers together, and upon witnessing this, Yagu understood that the adversary was about to unleash his ultimate technique, a peculiar beam capable of summoning the demons within living beings. Yagu harbored no illusions that he could emerge unscathed like Wukong, even when struck by the peculiar beam of light from his opponent. Before his transference, as a model youth of the 21st century, he had received guidance from numerous esteemed mentors, including the renowned Mutaran. Yagu surmised that should he fall victim to such a ray, his fate would be sealed in an instant. Thus, he resolved to accelerate once more, rendering his figure invisible before the demon. Witnessing Yagu summon his speed yet again, the demon bellowed in anger, "You little brat. I am eager to see just how much strength you can afford to squander." The figure of Yagu did not appear. Instead, the demon man soared through the air. In the span of 3 or 4 breaths, a resounding explosion erupted from the demon statue behind the demon man, prompting both him and the fortune teller to swiftly turn their gazes. The statue had shattered, its cracked surface spreading like a web. Simultaneously, Yagu's silhouette emerged before the demon man. What? The demon man and the fortune teller gaped in astonishment as Yagu unleashed a long-prepared punch upon the demon man's cheek. In the instant the demon man was propelled away, his figure vanished from the fortune teller's sight. By the time she regained her senses, Yagu had adjusted his stance and landed on the ground, while a human-shaped indentation of the demon man was etched into the statue opposite him. He had been struck into it by Yagu's fist. "Ha! I have triumphed once again. What do you say to that, fortune teller?" Yagu exclaimed eagerly, his heart set on seeking the King of Worlds for training. It is worth noting that in the later stages, Goku had honed his skills under the King's tutelage, particularly during the Buu saga. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative, Goku has consistently been fortunate to have remarkable mentors at pivotal moments, first enlightened by the god of martial arts disciple, Gohan, then guided by Master Roshi, followed by training with the cat sage atop Karin Tower to enhance his prowess. and subsequently advancing to the sacred temple for further refinement. He then sought the King of Worlds to master more advanced techniques, transforming into a Super Saiyan thereafter, remaining with the king following the defeat of Cell. In contrast, Tien, Krillin, and others always seem a step behind. When Goku ascended to the sacred temple, they were still at Karin Tower, and when Goku ventured to the King of Worlds, they were at the sacred temple, a rather ominous metaphor indeed. Yagu clenched his fists tightly, and upon hearing the fortune teller's despondent declaration of his victory, he leaped high into the air, exclaiming, "Hooray!" The labored breaths of the demon echoed throughout the rocky pit, while the fortune teller wore a downcast expression. She relished both wealth and combat. However, Yagu's formidable strength rendered her warriors ineffective, posing no real threat to him. Yagu harbors a fervent desire to rapidly enhance his prowess. He envisions traveling to the Realm King, mastering his entire repertoire of skills, and then returning to acquire the championship of the world's premier martial arts tournament. By doing so, he would eliminate the need to challenge various dojos daily, instead engaging with a multitude of skilled fighters through the medium of currency. In the Dragon Ball universe, while strength reigns supreme, wealth holds considerable significance as well. The hardships faced by Chi-Chi stem largely from Goku's inability to earn a living outside their home. Once one possesses influence and offers something of substantial value, a diverse array of individuals can be drawn forth. Although contemplating such matters may be premature, Yagu understands that to amass wealth in this world, one must first attain renown. Even advertisements require a foundation of fame to be effective. In contemporary times, there are numerous outstanding individuals, and the martial arts competitions within the Dragon Ball realm are indeed a grand spectacle within the martial arts domain. The fortune teller, perched upon her crystal ball, floated before Yagu, gazing at the child who stood merely 8 or 9 years tall. She was taken aback that such a diminutive figure could vanquish her 5 formidable warriors. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Now, place your hand upon me, and I shall transport you to the Underworld. However, she paused momentarily and inquired once more, "Are you certain you wish to venture to the Underworld?" Yagu nodded and said, "Indeed, I wish to descend to the Underworld." "Very well, then, let us proceed." As he spoke, Yagu found himself momentarily disoriented, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Is this truly the Underworld? He and the fortune-telling granny materialized in a vast plaza adorned with a magnificent palace, surrounded by humanoid beings with skin of crimson, azure, and emerald hues, sporting horns atop their heads, diligently ushering souls into the palace. The fortune-telling granny turned to him and remarked, "Young one, I can offer you no further assistance. I shall await your return here for 5 minutes. Although I am unaware of your intentions, do give it a try." Grateful to the fortune-telling granny, Yagu waved his hand and swiftly made his way towards the palace. Nearby, a green-skinned specter wearing spectacles approached the fortune-telling granny and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "Nothing of consequence, merely escorting a little ghost." "A little ghost? Was it that child from earlier?" "Ah, he is a living being, isn't he? How could you bring a living person here? The King of Hell will surely be enraged." The fortune-telling granny spat in annoyance and replied, "I am aware of that. But what choice do I have?" She wished to elaborate further, but chose to refrain from reliving the sting of her earlier failure. At that moment, Yagu had already arrived before the King of Hell. Towering and immense, the king seemed to loom as high as 4 stories. Despite his colossal stature, he possessed a keen sense of detail, and as soon as Yagu entered, the king noticed the diminutive figure. "Hey, who is that? How dare he wander in here at will? Line up, one at a time." The King of Hell's thunderous voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Yagu evaded several of the ghostly attendants who had heard the decree of the King of Hell, and he called out loudly, "Your Excellency, King of Hell, I am Yagu. I have heard of the Realm King's affairs while in the mortal realm, and thus I wish to visit him." "What? You are in the mortal realm? So, you are a living being?" The King of Hell leaned forward, nearly overturning the enormous table before him. "Indeed, you are a living being. But how can a living person venture into the Underworld?" Ega did not wish to linger on the matter, and continued to call out loudly, "Lord King Yama, may I go to the King of Worlds?" Interrupting his previous train of thought, King Yama glared at Yagu, then began to peruse the records before him. You are Yagu, a Saiyan, aged 7 this year. "Ah, here. Quite well. Your good deeds outweigh your misdeeds. Yet you seem to possess a multitude of thoughts. Esteemed and wise Lord Yama, I implore you to grant me passage," Yagu beseeched. In truth, Yagu had little need for such fervent requests, for he was present in this realm as a living being. thus beyond King Yama's jurisdiction. In the original tale, Sun Wukong found himself in need of Yama's arrangement due to his own demise, summoned before the king by celestial beings. King Yama nodded and remarked, "It is permissible. Yet the serpent road is quite lengthy. As a living person, you are susceptible to starvation." "Haha, thank you, Lord Yama. I have brought ample provisions. I shall be fine. Thank you, esteemed and sagacious Lord Yama." Yagu clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. King Yama then instructed a nearby ghostly attendant, "Take him to the serpent road." "Yes, my lord." Thus, Yagu and the attendant departed from the palace. But before heading to the serpent road, Yagu rushed to the fortune teller. "Grandmother, will you be able to come here frequently in 2 years? I intend to stay for at least 2 years. Originally, Yagu had planned to remain with the King of Worlds for 1 year, but reflecting on Wukong's extraordinary talents, who had studied there for nearly 200 days, he felt inadequate and decided to extend his stay. The fortune teller nodded, saying, "Very well, I understand. Do not worry, I will come here every 10 days or so." "Thank you." Watching as the fortune teller vanished before him, Yagu turned to the ghostly attendant and said, "All right, let us proceed." On their journey, the ghostly attendant began to enlighten Yagu about the serpent road and the King of Worlds. After hearing some familiar details, Yagu inquired, "Is the heavenly realm vast?" The attendant chuckled softly and replied, "It is indeed expansive, not smaller than the universe, and it connects to many spaces. The souls gathered there are primarily those who performed good deeds during their lifetimes and have come to rest after death, compensating for their regrets in the mortal realm. In essence, the heavenly realm serves as a sanctuary for those who made significant contributions to the world but left this life with unfulfilled aspirations. Furthermore, should they wish to reincarnate rather than ascend to heaven, King Yama will consider that as well." "Ah, we have arrived. We shall disembark here." Before them stood the head of a serpent, its mouth agape, with a road stretching forth into the distance, fading into the realm of the unknown. Yagu leaped onto the serpent road, surveying his surroundings. "Would those yellow clouds pose a threat to me?" The ghostly soldier shook his head and replied, "They will not harm you, but should you fall, you will be drawn beneath the clouds. And beneath the clouds lies hell. So be exceedingly cautious of close encounters with the cloud formations." "Oh," Yagu nodded. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Farewell. May you soon meet the King of the Realm." Chapter 12. The King of the Realm. The tale continues. Brave youth, hasten to forge miracles. I am still endeavoring to weave humor into the narrative, yet I find myself thwarted time and again, which is quite vexing. These are merely my grievances and should not detract from your enjoyment. Do continue to read. The Serpent Road is exceedingly long, as those familiar with the original work would know. However, both the original and the animation glossed over the time Goku and Piccolo spent traversing it. What remains etched in memory is Goku completing the journey in just over a day after his power had increased. Yet, as Yagu ran along the Serpent Road, he felt himself on the brink of madness. Yagu is a living being, unlike Goku or Piccolo, who arrived here after death. He must eat daily and, after several days, he needs to rest as well, meticulously calculating his food and water supplies, for he does not wish to perish on Snake Way. One wonders, where do the souls of the living who die on Snake Way go? Perhaps to the King of Hell. For it is a universal law that departed souls must report to him, save for those slain by the demon race. In the saga of the Saiyan invasion, the deity realized that Piccolo had transformed into something other than a demon upon learning that Goku's soul had arrived in the Underworld. Souls of those killed by demons cannot enter the realm of the dead. Instead, they drift aimlessly in the void, eternally trapped in a state of confusion. This violation of the laws of the afterlife displeases the divine beings. In contrast, those who fall to Frisia and his ilk can still report to hell, which is deemed normal. The surrounding silence is eerily profound, and along the path, Yagu encounters neither the Serpent Princess nor the cars depicted in the animation. It is only logical, upon witnessing the Serpentine Road, the thought of vehicles traversing it should not even arise. Days pass monotonously. The sky here is perpetually bright. 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 50 days. This cycle continues, an unending repetition. The tediousness of these days gradually saps one's vitality, yet for Yagu, who has spent several years honing his martial arts, this existence is far more bearable than solitary training. The sole source of his frustration lies in the constricting confines of Snake Way. The space is too narrow, evoking a sense of confinement. At times, he attempts to practice the flight technique, but its pace is excruciatingly slow, and the exertion it demands is excessive, lacking the exhilarating freedom experienced in battles later on. Is it possible that the flight technique, much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan is bound by the narrative's progression. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is a formidable challenge. Take Goku, Vegeta, or Gohan, for example. Trunks from the future achieved his transformation only after the demise of his mentor, Gohan. However, compared to these warriors, who underwent arduous training and experienced a pivotal moment for their transformations, the transformations of Goten and Trunks seem somewhat trivial. Goten can transform with merely a flicker of anger, a process that appears exceedingly simple. Yagu's inability to fully master the flight technique gives rise to numerous contemplations, yet he is too indifferent to ascertain their validity. He merely needs to ensure he receives comprehensive training from King Kai, gaining his true teachings. After more than 200 days, Yagu finally completes his journey along Snake Way. What a strenuous endeavor! Yagu sighs inwardly as he gazes upward, the tiny dot above being King Kai's planet. Seeing it brings him immense joy, after such effort. This is precisely where he aims to arrive. With hope realized, he feels a surge of excitement that causes his body to tremble. At last, he has arrived. After catching his breath, Yagu shouts and channels power into his legs, leaping high into the air. He ascends swiftly towards King Kai's planet. The gravity here is tenfold that of other realms, and as he approaches, Yagu descends rapidly. Having endured 40 times the gravity for some time, he still manages to control his body, although he has never jumped this high under such conditions before. Upon landing, however, Yagu, who has yet to learn how to dissipate force in this gravity, finds his calves buried in the earth. The impact causes him to tremble uncontrollably, a thrilling sensation. His complexion pales slightly, for, as previously mentioned, Yagu's movements under high gravity are not as effortless and exhilarating as Goku's during his training. For example, when Goku first arrived on King Kai's planet, although walking was a challenge, he could leap over 10 meters high, a feat that Yagu finds considerably more difficult. In what he believes to be a 30-fold gravity environment, he can barely manage a 3-meter jump. After a considerable duration, Yagu finally extricates himself from this predicament, only to find a gorilla-like creature standing beside him. "Hello, might I ask? Oh dear, do you know King Kai?" Yagu quips as he crawls out. Jesting with the deity's pet, his light-hearted banter is short-lived, interrupted by a deep voice from behind. "Kid, what are you doing here?" Hearing this voice, Yagu feels an immediate surge of delight as he turns around, and before him stands the very image of King Kai from Dragon Ball. You are King Kai, aren't you?" "Yes, I am King Kai. What brings you here?" The king, known for his fondness for puns, adopts a more serious demeanor in this moment. Yagu would not dare to act recklessly in his presence, and whether he is truly a match for the other party remains uncertain. Moreover, a person who has lived for countless years possesses profound martial arts skills. Insights that may be imparted to him could require years of arduous practice for him to fully comprehend. As the saying goes, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure, except for the unlearned who rely solely on age. Those with genuine knowledge and refinement are invariably deserving of respect. "Greetings, Lord of the Realm. I have come to train in martial arts under your guidance." Yagu maintained a humble demeanor, understanding the importance of humility in one's conduct. By acting with grandeur in his endeavors, he could earn the admiration of those who truly recognize talent, while a modest approach to life would mitigate unnecessary troubles and leave a favorable impression on others. There are indeed brash individuals in the world, yet few can sustain their arrogance for long. Those who persist in such behavior over decades are exceedingly rare. Emulating them would lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, like attracts like, and each person possesses a distinct character, particularly in the presence of the diminutive figure before him, Yagu, despite wearing a grave expression, found the situation amusing. The Lord of the Realm scrutinized Yagu for a considerable time. "You wish to train in martial arts under my tutelage?" "Indeed, Lord of the Realm, I implore you to teach me." "No," the Lord replied to Yagu, "I shall not instruct you. You may return." Yagu yearned to unleash a torrent of invective, yet just as the corners of his mouth twisted into a snarl, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Alas, the other party possessed the authority to provoke such feelings. "Why, Lord of the Universe?" Though his lips uttered these words, his heart seethed with indignation. Why was it that Goku and his companions could effortlessly absorb knowledge wherever they went, while he remained stagnant? Heaven, do you even have eyes? After all, he was a traveler from another realm. Yet, one must acknowledge that the fates of such travelers are not always favorable. Many meet untimely ends, their stories left incomplete, or face various calamities that could claim their lives. Some authors even craft a tantalizing premise, only to abandon the narrative entirely. It is disheartening that upon entering the tumultuous currents of time and space, travelers often find themselves in dire straits. The Lord of the Universe stated bluntly, "Because I perceive you as a nefarious character. What? Which of your eyes has discerned me as anything but virtuous? Moreover, I am but a child, scarcely 10 years of age. Is there a misunderstanding here? Surely, I am quite adorable." Yagu's discontent was palpable, yet he possessed a remarkable ability to regulate his emotions. He understood that the king of the worlds should possess an insight akin to that of Master Roshi and Kalen, capable of perceiving the depths of human hearts. However, he surmised that the other party was merely biding their time for a more advantageous opportunity. Thus, Yaga settled his mind and contemplated. Perhaps I shall share a jest with the king of the worlds? After some reflection, he deemed this notion splendid. Your Excellency, may I regale you with a tale? Yagu approached the king, who was comfortably seated at the entrance of his abode. The pet Baburus also scampered over, intrigued by the prospect of a story. This self-proclaimed master of cosmic humor assumed a serious demeanor and addressed Yagu. "Oh, what tale do you wish to impart? Speak, and let me hear." "Heh. Should it pique my interest, perhaps I shall reconsider and impart my martial arts wisdom upon you. What say you?" "Heh. Do weigh your options carefully. Do not squander this opportunity, do you understand?" Yagu was filled with joy. He had initially intended to take his time, but unexpectedly, the king of the world had opened the conversation so readily. He was not one to tell jokes, and with his limited social skills, he struggled to create a lively atmosphere. Unlike others who could effortlessly become the center of attention in any setting, regardless of their attire or status, Yaga lacked this almost innate ability. However, he felt no concern, for the individual before him could laugh heartily even at the most lackluster of jokes, posing no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 13. Sparring. Thank you for the generous gift, Gao 1226022650. I am truly humbled and at a loss for words. Thank you. The king of the world sat there in silence as Yagu began to share his joke. Picture this, a group of animals aboard a sinking ship, desperate to survive. Devised a plan. Each one must tell a joke, and if everyone laughs, they may stay. Otherwise, they must jump into the vast ocean. After drawing lots, the lion went first. He told a joke that had everyone roaring with laughter, except for the pig, who remained unmoved. The lion, disheartened, watched as the pig reluctantly jumped overboard. Next was the tiger, who shared a joke that elicited even greater laughter than the lion's. Yet, once again, the pig did not laugh. The lion glanced at the pig and, in resignation, jumped off the ship. When it was the peacock's turn, as soon as he opened his mouth, the pig burst into giggles. The peacock, irritated, exclaimed, "What do you mean? I haven't even told my joke yet." Just as the peacock began to speak, the pig interrupted with another fit of laughter, declaring the lion's joke was just too funny. Having concluded his tale, Yagu cautiously observed the king of the world, who remained expressionless. After a moment, the king turned to Yagu and asked, "Is this your joke?" At this, Yagu squinted his eyes almost shut, feeling as if he had transformed into a cartoon character, weakly nodding, "Yes, yes." The king, adorned with sunglasses, obscured his gaze. In truth, even if Yagu could see his eyes, he would struggle to interpret the subtle expressions of a person like the king. As Yagu pondered how to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, the king of the world suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, what is this? What has brought on your merriment?" Yagu asked, concerned. The king, clutching his stomach, laughed. "I've just remembered. Your joke is truly hilarious." Tightly clenched fists betrayed Yaga's anxiety. If he did not know that the figure before him was not one to harbor ill intentions, he might have suspected the king was mocking him. What a surprise. You are certainly no pig. Naturally, such harsh words would not reach the king's ears. He was known for holding grudges, and moreover, Yagu had not come here to engage in conflict. If a quarrel could lead to acquiring the king's skills, Yagu would gladly oblige. However, the reality was that no matter how fierce the argument, he could not learn from the king in such a manner. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball universe, Yagu had yet to find peace. Every endeavor felt laborious, as if the entire world conspired against him. It was far removed from the seamless experiences of protagonists in novels. After the king finished laughing, he regarded Yagu's expression, which had improved considerably. Not bad, not bad. You possess a knack for humor. Though you may harbor some mischief, you are still a good person." "Indeed," Yagu replied, not daring to question the king's judgment. The king then inquired, "You mentioned you came here to learn martial arts. Is that correct?" "Yes, my lord," Yagu affirmed. "I have heard that you are the greatest being in the universe." which is why I have made great efforts to arrive here. The king nodded approvingly and said, "Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter. Come, let us spar." As the king assumed a fighting stance, Yagu quickly checked the battle system, which indicated it was a sparring match, and the king's combat level was classified as intermediate high. Intermediate high? Yagu felt astonished. Whether it was the spirit bomb or the king's fist, for those without the transformational abilities of the Saiyans, these were already formidable techniques. Yet, the king was still classified as intermediate high. Was it that the king had not fully mastered these martial arts? Or could there exist even more advanced forms in the universe? "Hey kid, come at me," the king urged impatiently, noticing Yagu's hesitation. Upon his return to consciousness, Yagu promptly commenced his signature performance, employing remarkable speed to vanish from the gaze of the king of the realm. Observing Yagu's sudden disappearance, the king raised an eyebrow, pondering the tactical approach. As he spoke, he swiftly swung his fist to the left, his body inexplicably moving in that direction without any visible lift of his leg. A resounding thud echoed as the previously vanished Yagu reappeared, his right cheek nearly contorted from the king's powerful strike, sending him sprawling several meters away before he landed. Coughing, Yagu gazed at the king in astonishment, recalling a similar incident involving Sun Wukong during his ascent to the divine temple. The king regarded Yagu and remarked, "Young one, mere speed is insufficient." As he spoke, the king's form dissipated, re-emerging behind Yagu, who was taken aback by the sudden shift. This method had always been Yagu's strategy against others, and the unexpected reversal left him momentarily disoriented. Once more, the king continued, creating distance between himself and Yagu. Yagu was aware that the king of the universe wished to observe his martial skills, which would enable comprehensive guidance. A martial artist's pursuit is not merely to learn superior techniques, but to master the skills they have already acquired, allowing those techniques to become instinctive. Much like individuals in the wilderness who, despite lacking formal instruction, possess prowess comparable to seasoned martial artists. Through years of grappling with wild beasts, their innate combat talents have led them to comprehend these martial arts independently. Shaking off the remnants of fatigue, Yagu once again launched an assault on the king. This time approaching with sincerity, engaging in a battle of punches and kicks. The techniques he had learned were a patchwork, and in Yagu's view, the martial arts within Dragon Ball were similarly fragmented. In the era of the 7 Dragon Balls, there were distinct schools of thought, but as time progressed, such divisions faded away. Combat became reliant solely on speed and strength to vanquish adversaries. With sufficient speed and power, an enemy could be decisively annihilated, and cunning schemes would falter against raw strength. With a series of swift punches, Yagu found his strikes either evaded or blocked by the king's palm. In the annals of Yagu's combat history, this was unprecedented. While the opponent's speed appeared inadequate, he could never quite connect. Frustrated, Yagu raised his fist, forcefully swinging his right arm back, gathering strength, and recklessly aimed at the king. However, before he could unleash his right punch, the king unexpectedly positioned himself before Yagu, placing a hand firmly on his right shoulder, rendering Yagu's strength futile. Just as Yagu sensed impending danger and prepared to retreat, he was met with a straight punch directed at his chest. The impact resonated loudly, whether due to the force of the blow echoing within his chest or the speed of the strike, resulting in a shockwave. Yagu was propelled several meters away, landing on his back with his limbs in the air. Rubbing the area where he had been struck, Yagu furrowed his brow, acknowledging the king's formidable strength. This blow had precisely targeted a vulnerable point in his energy flow. Had the king channeled additional force through that point, Yagu would have been incapacitated, perhaps even bleeding. He recognized the king's prowess. Could a person devoid of martial arts knowledge truly create legendary techniques, such as the king's fist or the spirit bomb? Their combat abilities may have reached a plateau, yet the accumulated wisdom of martial arts could give rise to increasingly intricate and bizarre techniques. Martial arts titans of their time, like Wu Tai-Do, were unmatched, yet even they could not withstand the might of Piccolo, nor could Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan. Tien had yet to engage Piccolo directly, having fallen under the assault of warriors spawned from an egg. However, during the use of the demon wave, had there not been someone to counter it, Piccolo might have faced the fate of being sealed once more. The two who previously employed the demon wave had perished, yet Tien remained alive, indicating that as long as one's stamina was sufficient, the demon wave posed no threat. The principle of using techniques to balance the strengths of both parties is evident not only in the demon wave but also in Goku's battle against Vegeta, where the king's fist continuously escalated in power. Were it not for this capacity for amplification, Earth would likely have been obliterated by Vegeta's single strike. High-level techniques grant martial artists the means to contend fiercely, For instance, during Tian's battle with Nappa, had Tian not possessed the Kikaho, losing an arm would have sealed his fate. This parallels his attempt to thwart Cell from absorbing Android 18. Without desperate measures, ordinary attacks would yield no results. The full-force assault from Android 16, aimed at a Cell who had absorbed Android 17, proved ineffective, as Cell remained unscathed and effortlessly countered, damaging Android 16. Faced with such overwhelming power, Tian, lacking the Kikaho, had no means to intervene. Thus, it becomes evident that possessing a singular, unparalleled technique is vital, regardless of whether one is a novice martial artist or a seasoned warrior. Chapter 14. A regrettable return. Thank you for your support, and special thanks to Gao1226022650. Some content has taken on a melodramatic tone, and I will strive to improve it. How do you feel? Is it still painful? A bit sore. I must say, King. If you merely wished to test my skills, a light spar would suffice. Was it necessary to strike so harshly? Yagu complained, nursing several bruises that marked his body and face. The sparring session with the king had proven immensely fruitful for Yagu, yielding a significant 2% increase in experience. Although he had been the subject of relentless punishment, currently his combat system experience stood at 64.95, with the prospect of leveling up still a distant goal. The king nonchalantly replied, only through such rigorous testing can your true abilities be assessed. If it proves too much, you may always take a break. Yaga hurriedly remarked, hello. I'm merely offering some advice. Resting? That simply won't do. However, Master of the Realm, do you think there are aspects of my martial skills that warrant attention? There are indeed numerous areas that require your focus. Do you genuinely believe you are without flaws? The Master of the Realm cast a sidelong glance at him and continued. Although you have acquired many martial techniques, you have not truly applied them in combat. Even when you do, their efficacy only reaches a mere 60% of their potential. How can this be acceptable? A true master can unleash a power that surpasses their inherent capabilities. With your current approach, is that feasible? Yagu felt quite disheartened by the remarks made by the king of the world. Once invincible on Earth, he was now likened to a child wielding an assault rifle against a group of youngsters, expending numerous bullets in vain. It seemed as though he had suffered a tremendous embarrassment. The ensuing days were monotonous, at least in Yagu's perspective. Under the guidance of the king of the world, he began revisiting the martial arts techniques he had previously mastered. However, the king possessed exceptional insight. What Yagu believed to be flawless techniques were riddled with flaws in the king's eyes. Some deficiencies stemmed from his insufficient cultivation, while others were due to ingrained habits and inadvertent oversights, which proved to be particularly detrimental. In summary, while Yagu's strength had improved, he had yet to learn the king's coveted techniques, such as the king's fist and the spirit bomb. Although he harbored some hopes for the spirit bomb, his ambitions were modest. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan had sacrificed themselves to protect Earth, and upon reaching the king's planet, they were not even informed of the existence of the spirit bomb. Now, with the king remaining silent about the king's fist, Yagu could only exercise patience, especially since the knowledge imparted by the king was immensely beneficial for enhancing his own power. As time slipped by unnoticed, devoid of night and day, Yagu lost track of how long he had been in this realm. Fortunately, not only was his own food supply ample, but the king also had a considerable stock of provisions, leaving Yagu curious about the source of the king's sustenance. After spending a year with the king, it was only then that he was taught the king's fist. To his delight, with a year's foundation, he learned the technique swiftly, mastering it in less than 100 days. Yagu did not believe he could compare with Sun Wukong, whose innate talent was far too formidable. It was likely that 1,000 years would not yield another like him. Much like the legendary warriors of the Saiyan race, it was worth noting that throughout Saiyan history, no one had ever possessed a combat power exceeding 20,000. Yagu has immersed himself in the Dragon Ball manga, anime, and numerous films, with a particular fondness for the legendary Super Saiyan Broly featured in the films. However, he does not believe it is plausible to encounter Broly in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, as his appearance in the films is merely a result of a temporal misalignment. At that juncture, Gohan had already achieved Super Saiyan transformation, while Goku was still alive. A closer examination reveals a rather terrifying distortion of time. Cell was rampaging on Earth, and in less than 9 days, the Cell Games would commence, with Vegeta and the others awaiting the completion of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. When Broly made his second appearance, the battlefield had shifted to Earth, where Goku had met his demise in the Cell Games, and Goten had matured. Curiously, however, Bulla, also known as Bra, had already mastered the instant transmission technique. From the main narrative of Dragon Ball, one can deduce that Bulla's learning of this technique occurred amidst the grueling training of Goten and Trunks, who were preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament, making it implausible for them to venture out to collect Dragon Balls. Moreover, Trunks did not recognize Bulla, indicating yet another instance of temporal disarray. Although Yagu held Broly in high regard during his previous life, while watching the anime and reading the manga, he harbors a particular disdain for this aspect. Broly resonates deeply with fans, yet the production team relegated him to the periphery of the main storyline. It would not have been exceedingly difficult to integrate him at a more precise timeline, preventing his abrupt emergence. Within the films, there were several well-timed moments, such as the Dragon Fist attack and the side stories of the future Dragon Ball world. However, Toei Animation seems solely focused on profit, showing little willingness to seamlessly incorporate these narratives into the main storyline, leaving Yagu with no choice but to privately lament. The Kaioken technique is an exceptionally advanced martial art. Yagu endured considerable hardship to master it, albeit this hardship was not physical but profoundly mental. The learning process was particularly exhausting. On Namek, when Jinyu commandeered Goku's body, the outcome was predictable. Such rudimentary martial techniques yielded a combat power of merely over 20,000. This illustrates a parallel to a video game, where a novice may struggle to progress even a single level, whereas an expert can complete the game using just one character. Jinyu controlling Goku's body and showcasing a combat power exceeding 20,000 is a moment Yagu recalls vividly. Throughout Dragon Ball, characters are engaged in physical training to enhance their strength and speed, as if concentrating on these two aspects could lead to limitless improvement. For instance, after regaining his body, Goku worried about the potential consequences of Jinyu and Vegeta swapping bodies. If they were to exchange bodies, could Jinyu fully unleash Vegeta's combat prowess? The manga does not explicitly address this, but Goku's evident concern implies a significant reason behind it. Setting aside idle chatter, 2 years swiftly passed, and Yaga successfully learned the Kaioken technique. However, due to his youthful physique, he has yet to master it completely, a fact he remains patient about. Furthermore, under the guidance of the KO, he has become adept at using the instant transmission technique, which greatly elevates his spirits, allowing years of pent-up frustrations to gradually dissipate. Eventually, the KO informed Yagu that he had little left to teach, a clear indication that he was signaling Yagu's departure. Yagu was seething with anger, yet he chose to conceal his emotions. After all, the King of the Worlds had imparted the King's fist to him. The other party owed him nothing. Moreover, according to the principles of propriety, the king was indeed his mentor. Thus, despite his resentment towards the other's concealment of the spirit bomb, Yagu adhered to the formalities and departed. It appears that my fortune is still lacking. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that I have the rare opportunity to learn the King's fist. While I may not yet harness its full power, it significantly enhances my combat abilities, which is indeed a positive outcome. As Yagu raced along the serpentine path, his thoughts wandered. The spirit bomb is a formidable technique, one that should only be utilized in dire situations. The king had once cautioned Sun Wukong that if not controlled properly, it could even devastate the very planet he sought to protect. However, later, when Wukong employed the spirit bomb against Vegeta, Yagu found it somewhat absurd, as it seemed to manifest a justification that attacked only evil intentions. Furthermore, during the encounter on Namek, the colossal energy sphere surpassed the size of Frieza's assault on planet Vegeta yet did not obliterate Namek. This led Yagu to ponder whether it was entirely due to Sun Wukong's mastery over the spirit bomb's power that such a scenario was possible. The moment he contemplated this latter thought, he felt an overwhelming envy for Wukong's innate talent. Some individuals possess an extraordinary ability. With just a glance, they can discern the intricacies of a new technique. Yagu appeared quite troubled by this situation, for thus far, he had yet to reveal his abilities. In the past, while reading novels, he found the narratives incredibly simple. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, Goku mastered the Kamehameha merely by witnessing Master Roshi's demonstration. Similarly, Tien Shinhan followed suit, and Vegeta learned the final flash after observing Krillin. Yagu, existing in the same era as these formidable Saiyans, felt a tinge of sorrow. If given the choice, he would opt to arrive on Earth during the time when Piccolo Daimao was defeated. Much like the elder bird's aspirations, he longed to be Trunks, who grew up in an era of peace, blessed with a mother like Bulma, abundant wealth, numerous toys, and a father of considerable strength, possessing power and wealth. The most vital aspect is the dazzling attribute of the Dragon Ball world, immense combat prowess. With such a background, One could surmise that Trunks' life surpasses that of many modern offspring of officials and affluent families. Even the third generation wielding nuclear weapons pales in comparison to Trunks, who enjoys numerous advantageous conditions. Chapter 15. A return to the Underworld. I extend my gratitude to Gao 1226-2650 for the generous reward. Thank you. To be candid, this places considerable pressure on me, as I have woven several melodramatic plot lines into the upcoming narrative. Your current support makes me feel somewhat guilty. I sincerely hope that the forthcoming content will live up to your contributions. Additionally, I appreciate Yishinchen's attention. Much like your reply, I have perused Dragon Ball multiple times and remain unclear about the definition of the spirit bomb. However, I wish to pose a question to the readers. Do you believe that upon arriving at King Kai's planet, King Kai imparted the Kaioken technique to Piccolo and Tien Shinhan? I initially intended for King Kai to teach them, yet after sharing this idea on Dragon Ball forums, I was bombarded with a series of nonsensical messages. I can only disregard them. I wonder what everyone else thinks. Yagu traversed the Snake Way for over 30 days before reaching King Inma, a commendable pace. Along the journey, he mastered the Kaioken technique. Although his application was proficient enough for combat, he felt that he still lacked certain insights imparted by King Kai. Upon sighting the palace, Yagu exhaled in relief. He had finally arrived. When he departed from King Kai's realm, he felt a pang of reluctance, wishing only for the opportunity to learn more from him. After leaving, he found himself yearning to return swiftly. As for his dwelling, Yagu was uncertain. Home was merely a term. Thinking of it conjured images of his parents from his past life. Over time, familial affection had gradually faded. Contrary to the adage that distance breeds beauty, the further one strays, the less one clings to memories. That world offered Yagu little joy, even during his childhood. Should Yagu be transported to another world at this moment, he would similarly harbor no attachments to Master Roshi or King Kai. Of course, Yagu was not devoid of connections. The factories in West City, the company of Li Fa, and substantial sums of money occupied his thoughts. He was quite eager to experience the scenario of using wealth to strike someone in the head. As Yagu made his entrance into the palace, a ghostly attendant, upon catching sight of him, inquired, "Who are you?" Yagu replied humbly, "I am the one who visited the King of Realms 2 years ago. By the way, may I ask if the fortune-telling elder is present? I wish to request her assistance in returning." Before the ghostly attendant could respond, a thunderous voice erupted nearby, shaking the very walls of the palace. "You have come from the King of Realms? How is that possible?" The King of Hell expressed his astonishment. He had visited the King of Realms himself, yet never had he done so with such swiftness as Yagu. For Yagu, such speed could not possibly be compared to that of Sun Wukong, whose presence remained elusive. However, he understood that Jinling was no ordinary place. When the winds of change arrived, it transformed into a dragon. Individuals like Sun Wukong were akin to dragons lurking in the abyss, waiting for the opportune moment to soar to great heights. With a smile adorning his face, Yagu, at the tender age of 9, towered over children of his age, resembling those around 13 or 14. Yet, he did not exhibit the potential of reaching 2 meters in height, at least not at this moment. However, having watched Dragon Ball, Yagu was aware that among the Saiyans, there were few who were diminutive. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, physique was indeed a vulnerability. "Greetings, Lord King Yama. It has been 2 years since our last encounter. I trust you are well?" Yagu's face remained obsequious, which pleased the king. After all, who does not enjoy hearing flattering words, save for those who have suffered trauma? King Yama had a multitude of weighty duties to attend to, and as yet another soul entered the grand hall, he turned his attention away from Yagu and busied himself with his responsibilities. At that moment, Yagu noticed that the souls that entered the palace were all in a grayish-white state, signifying a complete state of disembodiment. Indeed, it appeared to be so. It seemed that the deities had facilitated Sun Wukong's training at the Kai's realm by allowing him to retain his corporeal form. The same applied to Piccolo and others, as the deities had fashioned a new body for him in the Underworld, enabling him to train at the Kai's domain. In this light, one could ponder the implications of the Underworld rebellion. Without a physical body, how could one instigate an uprising? To engage in training, one must possess a corporeal form. Those who ascend to the heavenly realm, with the exception of a rare few, exist solely in a spiritual state. In hell, the criminals that even King Yama finds troublesome are not permitted to retain their physical bodies. Upon realizing yet another rule within the Dragon Ball narrative, Yagu did not display any signs of elation. The chaotic nature of time and space could introduce significant variables. This contemplation led him to ponder. What if the Dragon Ball world he inhabited was one where Sun Wukong succumbed to a heart ailment? The brilliance of the Dragon Ball universe lies in Wukong and the Dragon Balls that initiated his journey beyond the desolate mountains. Without them, the Dragon Ball world would descend into monotony and perhaps even chaos. The myriad of formidable foes encountered in GT aside, merely the presence of Bu is sufficient to present a challenge. The more Yagu contemplated, the more urgent the situation appeared to him. Yet, such urgency was fleeting for him. His arrival in the Dragon Ball world was not driven by the ambition to claim the title of the strongest in the universe. In his previous life, he had striven tirelessly merely to embody a commendable existence. Now, with favorable circumstances at hand, he sought to savor life. Observing King Yama as he adjudicated the souls of the deceased, the specter who had conversed with Yagu earlier spoke up. Sir, if you wish to wait for the fortune-telling matron, it may take some time. However, rest assured, it will not be long. Yagu felt somewhat disheartened. He longed to return to the western capital swiftly to indulge in a sumptuous feast, one that was globally renowned, rather than the insipid fare he was presently enduring, which he could barely swallow. What? Several more days? He sighed in resignation, shaking his head. The king of hell, having settled the fate of his soul, shifted his gaze to Yagu and remarked, Child, you may linger here for a few days and take in the scenery of the underworld. It is markedly different from your realm. Who would be inclined to admire the sights of the underworld? Even if the views were magnificent, who would wish to visit such a place? Much like heaven, where everyone extols its virtues, who would desire to arrive there prematurely? Ah, thank you, Lord Yama. I truly believe that the landscapes of the underworld differ greatly from ours, Yagu replied, his face alight with joy. The king of hell was pleased. It was rare for a living person to visit the underworld. He harbored reservations about the fortune-teller, but since she was attending to the king of the realm, it was of no concern to him. Moreover, in all his years of existence, few had praised him, and he found this little fellow quite agreeable. Yagu silently lamented. To find favor in your eyes is indeed a sad state of affairs. Nevertheless, he dared not betray his thoughts upon his countenance. A ghostly attendant accompanied Yagu as he roamed the underworld. They first visited the grand hall, where countless souls emerged from the yellow clouds in a dense throng, the origins of which remained a mystery to Yagu. He understood that they hailed from various celestial bodies within the universe. Why not inquire with those martial artists in heaven? Yagu mused, though he was aware that ascending to heaven was of paramount importance to Yama, rivaling the gravity of a sentence to hell. In contemporary terms, Yama could be likened to the head of human resources. Every candidate for heaven required certain qualifications. While connections might play a role, they were few in number. After all, could heaven remain heaven if tainted by insincere souls? The attendant elucidated that, unlike the theatrical depictions of the celestial realm, heaven was a pure domain where souls wielded spiritual power to traverse worlds. As Yagu had once learned, it was a place for individuals to mend their past regrets. Introducing malevolent beings into such a realm would disrupt the delicate balance, ultimately disturbing the world constructed by the virtuous. Even those with merit, aside from a select few, seldom retained their corporeal forms upon entering heaven. The posthumous Wukong and the king of the realm were exceptional cases. Deities could indeed create a body for dumplings, and Yama, alongside the king of the realm, could do the same. Does that imply that those who ascend to heaven possess formidable spiritual strength? Yaga suddenly pondered. The attendant hesitated before responding. Not necessarily. Only a few are endowed with notable spiritual power. Most of these individuals request Yama for rebirth, many becoming deities of their birth planets. Continuing, the attendant remarked, Lord Yama cannot afford a moment's rest. Thus, assistance from celestial beings would significantly ease his burdens, rather than managing everything from the ground up. But what of the rest? Yagu interjected. Very few can ascend to divinity. In this age, individuals are often consumed by personal desires and ambitions, rendering them unworthy of such a role. Only a handful of races in the universe possess the qualifications to become deities. Yet they are gradually becoming extinct for various reasons. The cosmos is now shrouded in malevolent forces, and in the past millennium, the influx of souls reporting here has surged dramatically. Yet, those eligible to enter heaven remain exceedingly rare. Yagu was unaware of these matters. In the realm of Dragon Balls, those who ascend to heaven evade the depths of hell, particularly on Earth. During the latter days, under the reign of the Cat King, it seemed that no significant events stirred. In truth, as a martial artist, I visited the king of the other world 2 years ago. May I pose a question? Yagu, with his focus unwavering, longed to delve deeper into knowledge before returning, especially considering the instance of Sun Wukong learning the art of instantaneous movement. The souls of the deceased from across the universe gather there. If he could foresee the creatures of that planet and glean a few techniques from them, would that not be immensely beneficial? Yagu did not forget the words spoken by Goku upon his return to Earth. He mentioned that, due to the limited time frame of merely 1 year, he had only mastered a single technique. Given Goku's remarkable talent, even he required an entire year to acquire this skill, highlighting its intricacy. It is conceivable that Goku was also preoccupied with the transformation into a Super Saiyan, reflecting upon his training in the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, which took over 100 days. It is astonishing that mastering instant transmission demanded an entire year. One can easily envision the formidable martial arts skills possessed by the beings on this planet, even if they're merely auxiliary in nature. Chapter 16. A fortuitous encounter. I extend my gratitude to Gao 1226026050, Etianchan, a 65058848, the Carefree Sword Master, Fonglin Biu, Wang Xingbo 0313, Encountering the Wind, and Ziyufeng. Thank you all for your support and attention towards this book. Some of the information regarding Dragon Ball has been derived from my own understanding, incorporating elements that diverge from traditional martial arts while also utilizing its principles. I hope you will continue to enjoy it. The ghostly attendant guided Yagu to various locations surrounding the palace of the Underworld. Hearing Yagu's words, he inquired, "Do you have any questions?" In truth, the Underworld harbors few secrets. It merely requires meticulous attention to detail in every aspect. This realm oversees the souls of the entire universe. Yagu remains a child at heart. Although he does not exhibit formidable skills in persuasion, he can still feign a flattering demeanor characteristic of youth. However, he seldom resorts to such displays. For the mere thought of adopting that guy sends shivers down his spine. I find myself pondering which celestial body possesses the most exceptional martial arts techniques in the universe. Alas, that remains a mystery to me. When we guide our souls to the realm of Yama, we hardly engage in inquiries with them. The ghostly attendant, somewhat sheepish, gestures toward a designated area ahead, a place where we shed the malevolent energies of our souls. You see, regardless of the good deeds one has accomplished, many harbor sinister thoughts. To prevent these dark inclinations from tainting the souls residing in the upper realms, the esteemed Yama has earnestly introduced this apparatus to Yagu. The device resembles a conveyor belt equipped with modified straps, where souls rest as they gradually advance. Upon reaching a trumpet-shaped entrance, the souls are drawn inside, subsequently undergoing a process of crushing, dehydration, and desiccation, allowing them to effortlessly ascend to paradise. At the exit, several ghostly attendants await, their arms wide open. The liquid expelled from these souls glimmers in a muted shade of pink, imbued with a trace of malevolence. However, these evils are but minor transgressions, with few significant wrongdoings present. As Yaga reminisced, he recalled a particular scene from the theatrical version where a spectral soldier, due to improper actions, inadvertently unleashed a torrent of malevolent energies. Not to mention, the equipment there resembled a blender, starkly contrasting with the apparatus before him. The narrative unfolded with Goku meeting his demise on the King Kai's planet, while Vegeta perished in the Underworld. The crux of the matter lies in the Dragon Ball saga, particularly under circumstances where Son Goku could transform into Super Saiyan 3. The main storyline could scarcely accommodate such a subplot. After Vegeta's death, prior to his descent to the Underworld, he was summoned back by the fortune-telling old woman to thwart Biu. Furthermore, given Yagu's current observations, would King Enma benevolently provide corporeal forms to the denizens of hell? That seems rather uncomfortable, doesn't it? What could that be? Suddenly, Yaga noticed a conduit transmitting a dim, pink liquid, stretching towards a distant apparatus that appeared to be emitting something. However, standing at a distance, he could not discern it clearly. The spectral soldier elucidated, "You must have seen the yellow clouds of the netherworld." Yaga nodded, even upon reaching the King of the Worlds. Such clouds still existed. These clouds were essential for stabilizing the entire underworld, serving the crucial purpose of perpetually creating realms within it. Wherever these clouds dispersed their waves, the King of Hell could exert control. Thus, while there are numerous celestial beings in the mortal realm and several kings of the worlds in the underworld, there exists only one King of Hell. The tone of the ghost soldier's speech seemed to exude pride, attributing the singularity of the King of Hell to his unique abilities. The depiction of the underworld in the Dragon Ball universe markedly differs from that observed in various theatrical adaptations. Yagu found himself uncertain whether it was a flaw in his memory, a misplacement in his journey, or merely the result of the creators at toe slacking off. Beneath the yellow clouds lay hell, serving as a barrier between the underworld and the realm of the damned. From the ghost soldier's words, it became apparent that certain elements within Dragon Ball were not to be taken at face value, leaving him somewhat unsettled. The greatest advantage of a traveler is the knowledge of each character's abilities, their techniques, their personalities, their hidden strengths, and their habitual traits. Yagu never regarded understanding the plot as the greatest advantage. Much like records are meant to be broken, plots are meant to be altered. Some relish in grand disturbances, while others prefer minor squabbles. Naturally, many wish to follow the narrative, whether to merely observe or to seize a fleeting benefit. Let us proceed to the vehicle, the ghostly attendant suggested to Yagu. Thus, the two approached the waiting bus and ascended aboard. The passengers within were souls in a spectral state, with whom Yagu could communicate. However, these individuals were remarkably ordinary spirits, notably those of significant merit, like Sun Wukong, upon their demise, would not only be arranged to ascend to the higher realms, but would also be granted corporeal forms. The underworld is limited in space, leading to an airport destined for paradise, where the palace of Yama could be seen in the distance. The airport bore a resemblance to those on Earth. However, the travelers were predominantly souls devoid of malevolent thoughts, ensuring no adverse incidents transpired. At that moment, Yagu's gaze fell upon a corporeal being, adorned with a halo. Entering the airport, this individual possessed pink skin and a somewhat large head, and from afar, Yagu could discern the numerous wrinkles upon his forehead. What thrilled Yagu the most was the attire of this being, reminiscent of Goku's clothing when Trunks from the Dragon Ball main storyline arrived. Pray tell, who is this individual, and how does he possess a physical form? Yagu pondered, realizing that this person must be from the planet where Goku learned the instant transmission technique. After inquiring of the ghostly attendant, he hurried toward the stranger. The ghostly attendant, momentarily slow to react, contemplated Yagu's question as he gazed at the individual. And just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Yagu had already reached the man's side. Oh dear, young man, you are quite eager. Yet, you are indeed fortunate. This individual is a martial artist specially favored by the deity of the planet Yardrat. Good sir, please, wait a moment. The martial artist of Adatella Star immediately recognized Yagu, yet the youth did not halt his stride. Lamenting his ignorance and feeling that the other calls bore no relation to him. However, he soon realized that the individual was indeed approaching him, wearing a face of skepticism as he watched Yagu run up to him. Hello, do you know me? He inquired, not believing his memory was at fault. Still, in the presence of a youth, there was little need to dwell on such matters. Nodding hastily, Yagu asked, Sir, might you be a martial artist? One who practices martial arts? Yes, came the unequivocal reply. Young one, what is it? Do you wish to train in martial arts? Suddenly taken aback. For the other was indeed a living person and unequivocally not a ghostly figure. He curiously queried, You're still alive? That cannot be. He was indeed alive, having just returned from the realm of the King of Worlds. A nearby ghostly guide, responsible for leading Yagu, interjected to clarify, and then introduced them. Delrat, this is Yagu. Yagu, this esteemed individual is Derat, the prodigious martial artist of Adatella Star. Greetings. So, you are a hero, how splendid. Yagu praised. Sir, would you engage me in a sparring match? Truly, I wish to battle you. Delrat had just bid farewell to the deities of Adatella Star and had come to escort himself, seeking to inhabit a corporeal form that would allow him to continue his training even in the afterlife. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the station for his journey to paradise, he encountered someone eager to challenge him, a living being. Delrat chuckled, Very well, but we cannot remain here. Let us go outside. Can this messenger provide us with a suitable location? The ghostly guide, smiling, replied, With the utmost pleasure, follow me, both of you. Though there are many martial artists still training in the underworld, few are permitted to spar within our realm. However, do refrain from causing too much commotion. As the location is rather close to the King of Hell's office, please do not disturb him. Yagu nodded vigorously, assuring, Rest assured, I shall not disturb Lord Yin. Ah. Mr. Delat, I have heard that your planet possesses numerous remarkable skills. Is that true? Delat glanced at the ghostly guide leading them ahead and replied to Yagu, Indeed. That is the case. Where did you hear such tales? Yagu, are you interested in learning those techniques? Yagu deftly filtered out the inquiry about where he had gathered intelligence, nodding in affirmation, expressing his desire to learn the exceptional skills from their realm. I wonder if that is possible. Delrat, though generous with his techniques, bore an expression tinged with regret. It is indeed possible, yet the mastery of such skills is quite arduous. For instance, I have devoted my life to this pursuit and have only acquired 3 techniques. Moreover, I am bound for the heavens soon, as my home planet lies within the Eastern Galaxy, necessitating my report to the East King. Thus, my available time is scant. Do you believe you can grasp it? Oh, this is the place. Is it not splendidly tranquil? The ghostly attendant remarked, leading them to a location just a few steps from the airport. It was indeed serene, devoid of any other souls. The bus transporting spirits approached from another direction, rendering the surroundings devoid of any moving entities. Chapter 17. Sparring surprises. I hope everyone will continue to offer their support, and I am grateful for your unwavering attention. Delrat and Yagu distanced themselves from one another, each taking 10 steps back. Delrat gazed at the youth, who appeared to be in his early teens, and inquired, "Are you truly serious?" Yagu nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. After all, how could I have arrived in the underworld in the guise of a living being if not to elevate my own cultivation? Mr. Delrat, I implore you to unleash your full potential. Otherwise, I shall harbor resentment towards you. His words, perhaps somewhat excessive, nonetheless elicited a smile from Delrat. Very well, young one. By virtue of that statement alone, I shall adopt the mindset befitting a warrior to engage you in combat. Within the battle system, this encounter was classified as a sparring match, with the opponent's combat level categorized as advanced intermediate. This was a remarkable revelation. The king of the universe, master of the spirit bomb and the king fist, possessed a combat level of advanced intermediate. Having spent over a year under his tutelage, I had learned the king fist. Although my execution was not particularly efficient, I had attained a martial skill level of intermediate high. It appeared that Delat's mention of the 3 ultimate techniques was indeed formidable, surpassing even the mastery of the king fist and spirit bomb held by the king of the universe. The Atlaterian is devoid of hair. Its head is a fusion of human and octopus features, adorned with numerous wrinkles on its forehead, which gives it an appearance reminiscent of an elderly being from a human perspective. As the battle commenced, Yagu cast aside his light-hearted demeanor and fully engaged in the fray. Suddenly, the Draylat before him vanished, prompting Yagu to swiftly employ the techniques imparted by the King of Worlds, utilizing his energy to discern the opponent's movements. In a startling revelation, the energy informed him that the enemy was positioned behind him. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Yagu propelled himself forward with great force. The Draylat had employed the very instantaneous movement that Yagu coveted, and what he had deemed an infallible strike was deftly evaded by his foe. Yet, in the realm of combat, the unexpected is always a possibility. He had not exerted his full strength, thus he promptly halted his advance, adopting a defensive stance. After lunging forward, Yagu realized that his opponent did not rush towards him. He forcefully stepped with his right foot, pivoting his body swiftly, positioning himself directly in front of Derlate. With a whoosh, he raised his right palm, fixating his gaze intently on Derlate, channeling the energy within him to his palm. Suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from his hand. At such a tender age, he was capable of harnessing energy to this extent. Impressive. Derlate, witnessing Yagu's display, could not help but admire him inwardly, yet he did not waver. He brought his hands together, the bases of his palms aligning, and within less than a breath, a crimson energy sphere rapidly expanded in his grasp. With a swift motion, Yagu unleashed a shockwave from his hand. Simultaneously, Derlate launched his own energy projectile. The two were in close proximity, and thus, the two forces collided instantaneously. The clash of energies unleashed a tempestuous whirlwind around them. The spectating ghost soldiers gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the formidable energy blasts, frantically exclaiming, "This commotion will surely attract the attention of Lord Yin Wang." He ceased his words, for a multitude of ghost soldiers had evidently been drawn to the scene by the disturbance. With a resigned sigh, the ghost soldier conceded to fate. However, upon reflection, he considered that one was favored by the heavens while the other hailed from the northern realm. Perhaps Lord Yin Wang would forgive this incident. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief, retreating to avoid the repercussions of the energy waves, all the while attentively observing the fierce confrontation between the two. Derlate and Yagu remained locked in a stalemate for 4 or 5 seconds, both astounded by the overwhelming power displayed. Could he truly be just a youth? Where did such strength originate from, especially at such a young age? Yet, he was resolute in his belief that he would not be defeated. With a sudden thrust, he propelled his energy sphere forward, then formed a peculiar seal with his hands. Yagu did not exert his full strength. He had not even unleashed his complete power under normal circumstances, let alone the Kaioken technique. However, The nature of the shockwave made it difficult to control. As the stalemate continued, he infused more and more energy into it. Suddenly, he felt the opponent charge forward with great force. Just as Yagu prepared to amplify his energy output, the shockwave surged ahead, seemingly unimpeded, hurtling directly towards Derlat. This was a battle, albeit a sparring match. And Yagu remained focused. Moreover, he believed that Derlat, who could utilize instant transmission, would not evade it. Yet, to Yagu's astonishment, something unexpected occurred. He was unsure of what the opponent had done, but when he discerned the method, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He observed that his shockwave, propelled by Derlat's earlier charge, barreled towards Derlat. However, just as the energy blast neared Derlat, it inexplicably veered off course, returning directly towards Yagu. How could this be? Danger! Now, Yagu was compelled to unleash his full power. If struck by this energy sphere, even he would sustain significant injury. The shockwave swept past him, the force of its wind nearly cutting into Yagu's exposed skin. As he rolled to the left, he extended his left hand to the ground, leveraging that force to distance himself from Derlat. After executing 2 sideways flips, Yagu finally regained his footing. Panting heavily, he exhaled the tension from his chest, regaining his composure. Mr. Derlat, is this the remarkable technique you mentioned earlier? Derlat, instead of seizing the opportunity while Yagu dealt with the shockwave, remained stationary, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this is one of the 3 formidable techniques I have mastered. Thus, young man, any attack of the shockwave type is ineffective against me. Yagu marveled inwardly, recognizing that this was akin to a half-finished energy absorption android. Although in Dragon Ball, Tien Shinhan had once used a hand gesture to block the Kamehameha wave, from that point onward, everyone else had returned attacks against shockwaves. Only androids could absorb energy. This fellow had effectively neutralized the most powerful techniques of martial artists. Quite impressive indeed, Yagu exclaimed with excitement. Speaking of which, Goku's father had been struck by the mystic fist, granting him the ability to glimpse into the future. It is worth mentioning that the fortune teller had also attempted to predict the future, but failed miserably, her crystal ball revealing nothing. Moreover, the demon from the fortune teller's domain possessed a rather peculiar technique known as the evil beam, which was eventually countered by Goku. With such extraordinary techniques in existence, it was hardly surprising that a skill specifically designed to counter shockwaves could be found in the world. Nevertheless, Yagu understood that Derlat's technique differed from the mystic fist and the evil beam. It was a skill that could be learned, unlike the former 2, which required specific bloodlines. For instance, transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitated Saiyan blood. Others could not achieve it. The battle continued with both combatants exchanging blows, kicks, evasions, and maneuvers. Thanks to the more focused training received from the KO, Yagu's defensive actions were minimal. In contrast, Derlat's movements appeared filled with openings in Yagu's eyes. It was akin to a gaming expert observing a novice play. What seemed utterly simple to Yagu was overlooked by his opponent, akin to foolishness. Did Yagu consider Derlat a fool? Certainly not. Yet, recognizing these openings made handling Derlat significantly easier for Yagu. The only troubling aspect was that Derlat could utilize instant transmission to evade his techniques. Even more vexing was Derlat's ability to deploy shockwaves and energy blasts. Once Yagu initiated an attack, as long as he approached within 3 meters of Derlat, the shockwave and energy blast would follow the trajectory back to him, simultaneously causing him to lose control over them. Yagu delivered a strike that merely grazed the corner of his opponent's garment, yet in a blink, Derlat vanished using his instantaneous movement. Evading a subsequent attack from behind, Yagu created distance between them. Breathing heavily, he knelt on the ground, his gaze fixed on Derlat, who was charging towards him from 20 meters away. He pondered the 3 techniques at Derlat's disposal: instantaneous movement, energy ball rebound. But what could the third be? This uncertainty troubled Yagu the most. As a traveler within the realm of Dragon Ball, he was well versed in the techniques and ultimate moves of its characters. Even if his adversary employed the energy ball rebound, Yagu could liken it to the energy absorption device of the androids. Nevertheless, he was eager to uncover the remaining technique. The first 2 were formidable, but what about the last? Chapter 18. The third ultimate technique. Thank you, Gao1226026050, for your generous support. I hope you continue to enjoy the content ahead, and my heartfelt gratitude to all for your unwavering support. Derlat was visibly agitated, observing Yagu, who regained his composure after only a few labored breaths. You are truly impressive. It seems my attacks haven't fazed you at all. You must think quite highly of yourself. No, I have taken you seriously. However, You have yet to reveal your strongest attack, and your movements are laden with unnecessary excess. This is where we differ. Yagu spoke with utmost sincerity, regardless of how his opponent perceived it. The wind may not have stilled your tongue, yet you possess the audacity to boast. Very well. I had not intended to use this technique, but prepare yourself. Delrat extended his right index finger towards Yagu and shouted, "Light of good and evil." As the beam materialized, Yagu began to move. However, when confronted with the intertwining black and white rays of light, Delrat's technique had already struck him. Yet, nothing transpired. While Yagu focused his energy inward, Delrat pressed the assault. Faced with a direct punch, Yagu tilted his head to evade. With a whoosh, the punch narrowly missed. But Yagu sensed something amiss. Delrat launched a relentless barrage of attacks, and Yagu either blocked or dodged, rendering each of Delrat's strikes ineffective. Lowering his stance, Delrat's direct punch swept past his head. This is bad. Realizing his energy was waning, Delrat exerted himself and leapt into the air. As Yagu deftly evaded his opponent's fist, he launched a strike aimed at Derlat's abdomen. However, he sensed that his own punching speed had inexplicably slowed, and for reasons unknown, he struggled to focus his energy. Although apprehensive, he saw that his adversary was already airborne. Thus, Yagu gathered his strength in his legs and propelled himself toward the skybound Derlat. Jumping into the air without the skill of flight was perilous. Without a surface to gain leverage, engaging in battle under equal conditions could lead to severe consequences if caught unprepared. In the air, upon seeing Yagu charging upward, Derlat clasped his hands together, adopting the unmistakable stance of Tien Shinen's Kikaho. As Yagu drew closer, Derlat unleashed a powerful shout. Just as Yagu was about to close the distance, he felt an unusual force sweep over his body, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself plummeting toward the ground. Utilizing his flight technique to halt his descent, Yagu floated in midair. Meanwhile, the spectating spirits, positioned at a considerable distance, pointed towards Yagu and Derlat, their mouths agape as if to shout, yet choked by their own hurried breaths. Floating in the air, Yagu sensed something was amiss. What was happening? Why did he feel so drained? Suddenly, he noticed a presence behind him and swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a whip-like kick that struck the spot where he had just hovered. When Yagu turned to confront his assailant, he was taken aback. What was this? Before him stood another version of himself, albeit with some striking differences. This Yagu sported white hair and red eyes. The light of good and evil, Yagu murmured to himself, finally grasping the essence of this technique. The other Yagu suddenly unleashed in overwhelming power, the Kaioken. Yagu was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this newly manifested self would immediately exert full strength. Yet Yagu harbored no fear. He was eager to test the prowess of this entity, born from half of his own energy. With a fierce shout, the two Yagus clashed in the air, engaging in a fierce exchange. With each collision of flesh against flesh, a palpable wave of energy rippled around them, felt even by the distant spirits who trembled in response. The two Yagu, one with white hair and red eyes, each withstood the other's assault before engaging in a fierce struggle, using their knees to strike at one another. Their tactics were strikingly similar, lacking any remarkable complexity. Just as Yagu intended to throw the opponent off and unleash a shockwave, the white-haired, red-eyed Yagu vanished from sight. As power surged back into his body, Yagu beheld a swirling miasma of black and white before him, prompting him to swiftly turn and confront the source of this phenomenon, Delrat. At that moment, Delrat was drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, when he noticed a figure materializing before him. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to find Yagu soaring beside him. I have lost. You have triumphed. This simple declaration granted Yagu's combat system an additional 2.5% experience. Yagu assisted the half-kneeling Derlat to his feet, inquiring if he was all right. Derlat shook his head, replying, I am fine, merely exhausted. Haha. I never anticipated you had concealed such strength. I cannot begrudge my defeat. Yagu chuckled, feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss for words. Derlat did not allow Yagu to elaborate, continuing, You sought to learn my signature technique, hence your desire for this sparring session, correct? With the point clearly stated. Yagu did not feign, admitting, indeed, that is part of it. However, I genuinely wish to engage in combat with all martial artists, to grow ever stronger and learn from their strengths where I am lacking. He then inquired, By the way, Mr. Derlat, what exactly is your light of good and evil? The gathered spirits gradually dispersed, and the spirit attending to Yagu stepped forward. The light of good and evil is a technique capable of drawing out the malevolent forces within an opponent's body. manifesting them into a form that can engage in battle with their true self. It is our signature technique from the planet Adler. However, as you have witnessed, your overwhelming strength prevents me from maintaining that form for an extended duration. Yagu assisted Durlat to a nearby stone bench and, upon noticing the ghostly attendant approaching, inquired, "Pardon me, is there a place to rest here?" "Rest?" The ghostly attendant regarded Yagu with a perplexed expression before shifting his gaze to Durlat. Understanding the implication, Durlat replied, "I indeed require a moment of respite. In a few days, I shall take the celestial flight. Could you prepare a suitable place for me?" "Certainly, I can arrange that. Please, you two, wait a moment while I fetch the vehicle." Yagu expressed his gratitude, and Durlat, panting heavily, replied, "I apologize for the trouble." The battleground they had just left was littered with numerous cracked tiles. Yagu was unfamiliar with the material of these tiles, yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment for wantonly damaging someone else's floor. Fortunately, the Spectre did not press the issue for compensation. Durlat, having expended a significant amount of energy using the light of good and evil, took a while to catch his breath. Glancing at the young man beside him, he said, "Your name is Yagu, is it not?" "Indeed," Yagu confirmed. "I can teach you, but given your aptitude, it appears you will struggle to master the light of good and evil," Durlat stated bluntly. "Your mind harbors a substantial amount of malevolence. I once employed this technique when battling my kin back home. The manifestations of malevolent thoughts can only draw upon 2 to 3 layers of the original power. Of course, I find it quite manageable. However, if your strength were not so vastly inferior to mine, cough, cough, how surprising it is that you possess such formidable power." Yagu felt a sense of confusion and inquired, "Can those with malevolent thoughts truly not grasp the essence of good and evil?" Durlat chuckled softly, for he was utterly exhausted. Beads of sweat adorning his temples, a testament to the immense effort he had expended in merely sustaining the existence of the malevolent entity for less than a minute. "What? Do you find it rather formidable?" Yagu nodded. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I never anticipated that I would be injured by my own technique." The limbs that blocked the attack from the malevolent entity now throb with a dull ache. Fortunately, Yagu managed to evade the strikes aimed at his vital points. In our Adatella, this technique stands among the most elite. Even 100,000 renowned martial artists might not master it. Durlat fell into a reverie, recounting in a dreamy voice, "I grew up in the mountains, by my father's side. He was a celebrated martial artist. Yet the technique of the light of good and evil eluded his understanding. Influenced by him, I diligently practiced martial arts for over a decade, untouched by the mundane world. And ultimately, through a fortunate twist of fate, I grasped this technique. Had I ventured to the big city earlier, I fear I would have never learned it. Yet even now, I can only unleash its power to the 6th level, which remains the highest potency wielded in the history of our Adatella star." Chapter 19. Return, New Book Launch. Seeking support. The launch happened swiftly. I have just returned, and Goku, at 11 years old, is about to encounter Bulma and embark on his Dragon Ball journey. The protagonist has seized the initiative, gaining insights from various masters before others. Yet his character has not matured. The regrets and disappointments of my past life continuously stir within his soul. The launch is here. I seek your support. I sincerely thank everyone for their continued backing. I truly hope the content I write continues to satisfy you. Yagu and Durlat were escorted by a ghostly attendant to a secluded chamber within the depths of the Underworld. Yagu, having entered first, had observed the rarity of such vacant rooms in this realm. After a brief absence, the ghost returned, presenting them with an assortment of fruits, leaving Yagu perplexed as to how such items could exist in the Underworld. Durlat's complexion had improved significantly. Turning to Yagu, who sat beside him, he said, "Yagu, it is now your turn to speak. Which technique do you wish to learn? If you possess the aptitude, I shall do my utmost to assist you." This was a considerable favor for Yagu, lacking the extraordinary comprehension abilities of figures like Sun Wukong. Understood that mastering any technique without the guidance of a mentor would be an arduous challenge. Yagu has come to a profound realization within the realm of Dragon Ball warriors. Even the likes of Yamcha and Kaiatsu are but rare prodigies in martial arts, akin to 1 in a million. Considering the vast human population on Earth, which likely numbers in the hundreds of millions, it is astonishing that only a handful of warriors have emerged. In contrast, while one might claim that the probability of transforming into a mutant is akin to 1 in several million, the fact remains that among nearly 10 billion individuals, there exists a considerable population of several thousand mutants. The scarcity of Dragon Ball warriors is indeed striking. Take UPA, the young guardian of Karin Tower. Should he ascend the tower and receive guidance from the Cat Sage, he may not enter the ranks of Dragon Ball warriors, yet his presence would still be acknowledged. Alas, due to the absence of a capable mentor, he remains merely an ordinary human from Earth. Yagu placed the fruit platter, upon which the ghostly soldier rested, before Mr. Draylat, inviting him to take one. Mr. Draylat, I believe I shall focus on mastering teleportation. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return to seek your guidance. Your calculations are indeed astute, Mr. Draylat chuckled as he regarded Yagu with amusement. However, the energies of the lower realm and the higher realm are distinctly separated. We are unable to probe into one another's domains. Yagu, however, denied it, saying, No, I'm aware of Lord King's aura. The location of Lord King is rather unique. With careful attention, one could still teleport there. Then, I shall seek your presence in this current gathering. After a moment of contemplation, Delator nodded and remarked, Indeed, that is a splendid idea. You truly know how to seize an opportunity, but Yagu, there is something I must convey to you. Please do not take offense. I am listening, Yagu replied. Delator's expression grew serious as he continued. While your cunning may yield temporary benefits, it will greatly impact your martial cultivation. Throughout my life, everything I have seen and heard has been etched in my memory. My hope is that you glean wisdom from my words. The path of martial arts is distinct from other pursuits. Ordinary individuals may venture into business or pursue a political career, allowing their energies to be dispersed across multiple endeavors. However, martial arts demand innate talent, and without diligent effort. Especially before the age of 10, such talent may gradually fade away, ultimately leading to mediocrity. Yagu nodded heavily and addressed Dirat, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Dirat. Your words have illuminated certain reasons for me. However, aside from self-restraint, are there any other methods available? It seems unlikely. Much like the deities on the planets, not everyone can ascend to divinity. Their criteria are even more stringent, transcending martial prowess and delving into the realm of spirit, particularly that which remains untainted by malevolent thoughts. Alas, such individuals are becoming increasingly rare. As Dirat continued, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. The insights he shared, though fundamental, are often the very aspects practitioners of martial arts tend to overlook. As their strength grows, and they find themselves unrestrained by those around them, their hearts inevitably change. Among the challenges they face, there lies a genuine barrier, the frustrating stagnation in their capabilities. After a year or two of arduous training without any discernible progress, it is during such moments that martial artists are most susceptible to losing their fighting spirit. Observing others advance while remaining stagnant can be an agonizing experience. Those with a slightly weaker will may abandon their relentless pursuit of mastery. For those ensnared by a plateau, barring a select few who are wholeheartedly dedicated to martial arts, very few are willing to exert further effort. The number of martial enthusiasts in the Dragon Ball universe is limited. Figures like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Ten, and Piccolo linger in Yaga's memory. Before merging with the deities, they embodied a certain essence. However, after such fusion, their focus gradually shifted towards more scholarly pursuits. Of course, in terms of combat prowess, during the Buu saga, Gohan stood as the most formidable. Unfortunately, despite his vast potential, he devoted himself entirely to scholarly endeavors. Yagu listened attentively, committing each word to memory. The strength of the King of Worlds is formidable compared to that of Earthlings. However, despite possessing a lifespan of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, he has not devoted his energy to martial arts. It seems that many prominent figures in Dragon Ball are indeed ensnared in this regard. As Yagu contemplated, Dilat suddenly spoke. Just as many people can foresee their demise, I too have glimpsed the day I shall relinquish my pursuit of martial arts. What? Yagu was taken aback. He had just discussed this matter with him, urging him to pay attention to those who could help him in this regard, yet he claimed he could not break free from his shackles. How ironic that was. You are aware of this, so why not take action to prevent it? Dilat sighed. He was unsure why he was divulging so much to this unfamiliar youth. Upon scrutinizing the young man before him, Dilat began to understand. He was, in essence, the embodiment of my younger self. No, he possessed even greater talent. Yet his mind was clouded with distractions. Yagu, do you believe in fate? Yagu clenched his teeth, wanting to express his belief, yet feeling a sense of reluctance. Thus, he declared, I do not believe. Indeed, who would willingly submit to fate? Who does not yearn to grasp their destiny firmly within their own hands? However, Yagu, The expression on Dalat's face was tinged with reminiscence and an infatuated longing. Regrettably, Yagu was a being of a different nature, incapable of discerning such sentiments on the visage of a fundamentally distinct human form. In this existence, there is no justification for self-deception. Do you comprehend? No one wishes to bow before fate, yet for countless years, have not all beings succumbed beneath its weight? You need not feel anxious. Fate is not governed by the will of any singular entity. It possesses no emotions. The trajectories assigned to individuals like you and me are shaped by the events of each person, every day, every minute, every second, as well as their character and habits. Therefore, should you desire to shatter the shackles of fate, transformation must commence from the very moment of realization, and it should be a continuous endeavor. With each alteration you make, fate will assist in redesigning your path. The question remains, do individuals like you and I possess the time and energy for such a pursuit? Yagu lowered his head, acknowledging that there was some merit in the other's words, yet he remained unconvinced. However, Yagu would not express his dissent in front of Dalat. Dalat glanced at the child before him, aware that his words would not penetrate Yagu's mind, yet he accepted that fate would take its course. Whether Yagu would remember these lessons in the future or undergo any transformation was entirely up to him. Subsequently, Dalat began teaching Yagu the art of teleportation. This instruction continued for 2 years, and fortunately, the fortune-telling grandmother occasionally visited the Underworld, bringing Yagu some sustenance. Otherwise, the limited provisions and water Yagu had initially brought would have been utterly insufficient. Although the Underworld possessed such resources, they were scarce. Yagu was perplexed by Dalat's unwavering assistance. Initially, he had assumed that Dalat would merely impart a mantra or a secret technique and take his leave. However, the gravity with which Dalat instructed him left Yagu in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, he diligently absorbed the teachings each day, and in his remaining hours, he devoted himself to training in the gravity chamber, continuously delving into the intricacies of the Kaioken, striving to enhance its efficacy. Throughout the years, under the tutelage of several masters, including the Cat Sage and King Kai, Yagu learned the immense importance of a solid foundation. Despite his relentless training and conviction that he had established a firm base, his mentors insisted that his fundamentals were lacking and presented him with numerous effective exercises to strengthen them. The journey from the Underworld to King Kai's planet and back again took Yagu just over 2 years. During his time in the Underworld, he encountered Dalat and trained under his guidance for 2 years. Before he knew it, 4 years had elapsed. On this day, Yagu accompanied Dalat to the airport destined for heaven, and as they prepared to part ways, a sense of melancholy lingered. Yet, being warriors, they were spared the sorrow typical of ordinary farewells. Dalat encouraged Yagu, saying, "Yagu, keep pushing forward and never halt your progress. Your talent is commendable. Mastering instant transmission in just 2 years is truly impressive." Yagu looked at Da and said, "It is thanks to your excellent teaching, sir. I still have much to learn from you." With a chuckle, he continued, "From now on, it will be your sole responsibility to delve into this." With that, he took his leave, not glancing back. Once the flight in his eyes vanished, the voice of the crystal granny reached Yagu from behind. "Yagu, we can return now. Yes, it is time to go back." Now, Yagu was 11 years old. Chapter 20, Dragon God Group, today marks our launch. I hope for your support and wish for a promising beginning. Thank you all. A seductive warmth swept towards him from the Gobi Desert, gazing at the serene palace, the surrounding lakes, and the distant, ever-present black clouds. A smile graced Yagu's face. "Thank you, fortune-teller granny. I must take my leave now," he said to her. The fortune-teller granny, still bitter about her defeat to the boy 4 years prior, seemed to harbor resentment for the severe punishment she had endured. "Hurry along. It would be best if you never returned here." Having already floated in the air with the floating technique, Yagu turned to the fortune-teller granny and replied, "If you say that, I shall surely miss this place. I hope to have the opportunity to visit the Underworld again next time." "Absolutely not," the fortune-teller granny exclaimed in frustration, but it was futile. As soon as Yagu finished speaking, he shot off like a cannonball, fading into a mere speck after a few breaths, ultimately vanishing into the backdrop of nature. Yagu was adept at the floating technique. 3 days later, he returned to the West City by plane, eager to thoroughly experience the state of the world. Technology had advanced, and the territory of the Red Silk Army had expanded. As he sat in a taxi heading to his factory, he reflected on the 4 years spent with Lord Realm King and Mr. Da, where he had gained vast experience in the battle system. Although the returns from each sparring session had diminished over time, A rough calculation revealed an impressive 20% gain. 89, 36, almost there, he thought. While he had long regarded the battle system as merely supplementary, his attention inevitably drifted towards it as the upgrade drew near. Observing the numerous new high-rises surrounding West City, Yagu couldn't help but marvel, considering the scenes he witnessed on the way. He mused, despite the government forces relinquishing much territory, their control within the remaining areas had strengthened. Perhaps I should occasionally showcase my strength to them, but then again, my interactions with them are minimal. When the time comes, it suffices to let them know that it was someone like Wukong, a martial artist, who brought down the Red Silk Army. Hiki. Yagu remained impervious to Dalat's admonitions, for in his view, this was simply who he was, free to pursue his desires without constraint. As a Saiyan, if he truly harbored no fondness for battle, then transforming into a being like Lepin was of no consequence. In this lifetime, acquiring immense power would indeed be a blessing. However, if such power eluded him, there was no need for anxiety. Living comfortably was the only requirement. The taxi swiftly arrived at the foot of a colossal edifice. Is this my former factory? Haha, splendid. The soup dumplings were exceptionally well crafted. He handed a large bill to the driver, indicating no need for change, and stepped out with purposeful strides. However, just as Yagu departed the vehicle, the driver's voice called after him, "Young man, it's not that you have overpaid. Rather, you were short by 50. What? Short by 50? Yagu's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he sought to discern any hint of jest upon the driver's face, but alas, he found none. The driver was a middle-aged man, a demographic often prone to lengthy explanations, keen on clarifying matters, in stark contrast to the youth who often displayed apathy towards such clarifications. Indeed, fuel prices were on a relentless rise each month, and he lamented, "With your fare, I've heard that next month will bring further increases. Life is becoming quite arduous." Yagu took out 100 and handed it over, saying there was no need for change. As he turned to leave, he suddenly felt that this place resembled a treacherous realm, one that devours without a trace. Thankfully, he had just been praising the government's effective governance throughout his journey. After all, it was none of his concern. As long as he thrived, that was sufficient. Ignoring trivial matters, a virtue bequeathed by modern society, Yagu, despite being a Saiyan, felt compelled to uphold it. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Do you not realize this is a private company?" Just as Yagu was about to step through the gate, he was intercepted by a security guard with a canine visage. Astonishingly, it was indeed a little dog. Yagu refrained from voicing his thoughts. There were numerous beastmen in Dragon Ball, yet by the time of Z, their numbers had dwindled at a startling pace. For instance, Tien Shin'an, being a supporting character, was quite ordinary with his 3 eyes in the original Dragon Ball. Yagu seemed to recall the existence of another one-eyed human. Given the plethora of animal characters in Dragon Ball, especially the significant ones, by the time of Z, it was impossible to eradicate them. Oolong, Puar, the King, Master Roshi, and originally the esteemed president of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a dog. Yagu was taken aback to discover that the security guard stationed at his company's entrance was, in fact, an animal. Nevertheless, he was an environmentalist, harboring a deep affection for small creatures. This place, after all, used to be the site of the Shidu soda manufacturing plant, wasn't it? The canine security guard, growing impatient, replied without a moment's thought, "I have no idea. Come on, move along, and don't linger here any longer." Yagu gazed at him and remarked, "You truly are an unprofessional security guard." "What did you say, little brat?" Amidst the astonished glances of the security personnel and those entering and exiting the premises, Yagu leapt onto the rooftop of the corporate edifice, a daunting height exceeding 100 meters. Everyone stood agape in astonishment. As this was a media company, those who quickly regained their composure beckoned their colleagues to rush to the top floor to interview the young boy. Standing atop the building, Yagu observed individuals hastily retrieving cameras from their vehicles and sprinting towards the edifice, displaying commendable dedication. He descended the stairs and, upon encountering an office worker, inquired about the location of Li Fa's office. Whether it was Li Fa or Falifa, Yagu could not recall. What lingered most vividly in his mind was the individual's previous name, Xiaolong Bayo. However, upon arriving in Shidu, the name had been changed, a title so profound that it certainly would not be used in public. Fortunately, Li Fa's office was not far from Yagu's location, and soon enough, he found himself standing before the other party, the Longshan Group. A name that struck Yagu as somewhat ludicrous yet, in the eyes of others, imposing and somewhat gaudy, was the media empire that Li Fa had meticulously constructed over the years. Yagu left behind a substantial fortune, with a substantial half-ton of gold bolstering Li Fa's ambitions for expansion. The most significant entity under the Longshan Group is Longshan Television, which has become a prominent program channel in Shidu, alongside the Shidu newspaper, whose influence is steadily growing. As the captain of the group, Li Fa naturally harbors distinct aspirations. For instance, he contemplates seizing Yagu's shares entirely. In truth, he has been gradually working towards this goal. However, 2 years ago, the sudden revelation of Yagu's connections with the military and government thwarted his efforts for a considerable time. For years have elapsed, yet Yagu has still not returned, and Li Fa's restlessness begins to resurface. At that moment, a cacophony of noise from outside interrupts him, prompting Li Fa, who had been meditating, to frown and reach for the telephone on his desk, intending to inquire about the disturbance. Just then, the door swung open. Li Fa, filled with indignation and not bothering to glance at the intruder, shouted, "Did I not make myself clear? No one is permitted to enter without my consent." Yagu smiled as he glanced at him, then turned to the company staff beside him and said, "You may all leave now." The employees who had originally obstructed Yagu were taken aback and slightly flustered upon realizing that the esteemed boss recognized the child before him. However, they did not heed Yagu's request and instead awaited further instructions from their superior. Li Fa paused momentarily before gently addressing the staff behind Yagu, saying, "It's all right. You may go now." Once the door was closed, Li Fa rose from his seat and approached Yagu. "Yagu," he inquired, "do you have any idea how long you have been absent?" "It's been 4 years. I was genuinely concerned for your well-being." Yagu discerned a subtle difference in Li Fa's demeanor, though he could not articulate it. Yet, he possessed a method to revert Li Fa to the visage he once bore upon their initial encounter. He levitated gracefully into the air, gliding over the expansive desk that dominated Li Fa's office, and positioned himself before the window behind Li Fa's chair. Li Fa, holding a beverage, stared blankly at Yagu, his expression betraying disbelief. Observing the look of astonishment on Li Fa's face brought Yagu immense satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he had anticipated. "What? Have you not investigated the whereabouts of your former employer? There is no need for such trepidation." After all, Li Fa was the CEO of the conglomerate, exuding the poise of a seasoned leader, and now, he comprehended that Yagu was intentionally revealing these truths before him. His former boss, Puliner, had indeed been the subject of investigation. He had perished, along with numerous others that fateful night, seemingly due to the devastation wrought by a colossal beast. Calming himself, Li Fa's countenance remained amiable, a stark contrast to the square-faced man he once was, now transformed into a figure of gentle refinement. Chapter 21. An Extraordinary Life, a new book launch, seeking support. It is published. I humbly seek your support and hope for your kind indulgence. Thank you all. Li Fa pondered. Are there many individuals in this world who resemble you? Are you particularly concerned about this matter? Let us discuss it later. I have been away from Shidu for 4 years, and I am unaware of many developments, Yagu replied, stepping away from the floor-to-ceiling window to retrieve the drink from Li Fa's hand. At 11 years of age, he had already reached a height of 1 meter and 50 centimeters. Now, tell me about the company's situation. Rest assured, I have no intention of usurping your authority within the company. As long as there is no treachery, I will not resort to physical confrontations. Despite Yagu's implied threat, Li Fa maintained an unruffled demeanor, still smiling graciously. Then I shall begin from the time you departed. Their conversation extended for half a day. Li Fa's entrepreneurial journey appeared straightforward, yet it bore its share of risks, particularly with Shidu under military oversight, which had undertaken a purge of underground criminal forces, of which Li Fa was entangled. Currently, the criminal gangs, now under the control of the Red Silk Army and other factions, had been thoroughly dismantled by the military's actions in Shidu. The majority of those remaining were merely wayward youths, students who posed little threat to the city of Shidu. Yaga nodded, feeling a certain admiration for Li Fa, as if the latter possessed an unparalleled combat prowess that he himself could never attain. He, too, could not emulate Li Fa's astuteness and subtlety, nor could he grasp the nuances of human interactions and the art of reading between the lines as effectively as one might convey through written words. "What has become of that student?" Yagu inquired. Li Fa, taken aback, responded, "Student?" Yagu added that it was the student he had entrusted to others before his departure. "That young fellow. Oh, you mean Rensheng?" Li Fa recalled. "I arranged for him to join the logistics team, and I heard he has been performing well. Currently, he is assisting a host who travels frequently, and he seems quite diligent. However, he did not speak the truth." Feedback from below indicates that Ren Xing is reluctant to communicate and has poor relationships with his colleagues. While others utilize their leisure time to study or enjoy a coffee break with coworkers, he chooses instead to practice martial arts at a nearby facility filled with exercise equipment. In the simplest terms, he is rather eccentric. Yagu was not well acquainted with these matters. Yet he was curious to see whether this young lad had made any progress over the past 4 years. Since returning from the realm of the Kai, he had managed to harness the power of the shockwave technique. Although he had observed the initial movements of the Kamehameha, he remained ignorant of the Kamesenin style. Thus, any attempt to wield it would yield only a superficial semblance. In the battle against Raditz, Goku's combat prowess surpassed Piccolo's by a significant margin, enabling him to elevate his battle power to over 900 with the Kamehameha, while Piccolo's special beam cannon could enhance his power to over 1300. This disparity illustrated that various techniques yielded different effects in terms of power accumulation. However, as one's battle power increased, the ability to control the vast energy within one's body became increasingly adept. The Ki Blast was a unique technique created by Lu Ping. Although Goku and Frieza had previously employed it during their explorations, the Spirit Slash had been utilized by Vegeta and Frieza as well, as strength augmented. The acquisition of techniques became considerably easier, for one did not need to be overly concerned with the limited energy within their body. In the early days, Lu Ping could only execute the Ki Blast once per battle, whereas the Kamehameha could be unleashed several times. Each individual had to meticulously manage their techniques to determine the outcome of conflicts. Ultimately, however, most confrontations devolved into sheer brute force. This reminded Yagu of the martial arts novels he had read in his past life, where inner energy and techniques allowed practitioners to effortlessly unleash their full potential. Inner energy ensured the swift mastery of techniques, a concept vividly illustrated in Mr. Jin's The Wanderer. By the way, can my accommodations be arranged? Li Fa chuckled and replied, "There is no need for any special arrangements. We constructed your residence when we built the dormitories for our staff. Look over there." Li Fa stood up from the sofa and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Yaga followed him and gazed in the direction indicated. "That area was originally designated for the headquarters of my company, but since you provided this larger plot of land, we made the adjustment. Behold, the castle-like villa nestled on the hillside is prepared just for you. It's quite beautiful," Yaga remarked with a smile. He had never resided in such an exquisite home. Not even in his previous life. Li Fa moved to the side, retrieved a safe from the bookshelf, entered the code, and opened it. "Yagu, here is the key. It is all yours." Holding the elegant key in his hand, Yagu felt immense joy. It was truly stunning, rivaling that of a work of art. Indeed, this electronic key was specially designed by a master craftsman. Setting aside the villa itself, its value exceeds 100,000. At that moment, Li Fa suddenly exhibited the demeanor of a nouveau riche, a behavior that Yagu found quite amusing. This was, in fact, Li Fa's way of appealing to Yagu's sensibilities. From any perspective, Yagu indeed embodied the mentality of a newly wealthy individual. Thus, Li Fa naturally employed a bit of cleverness to keep this esteemed guest pleased. With a gentle rustle, Yagu opened the window of Li Fa's office and leaned half of his body outside. Yagu recalled something, retracting his outstretched body, and turned to Li Fa, saying, "I almost forgot to mention something to you. Earlier, you asked if there are many people like me in this world, correct? Hee, there are quite a few, though their abilities are rather limited. Those who are unafraid of bullets number perhaps around 100. Rest assured, true martial artists typically only pilfer a few items from affluent families like yours, without resorting to anything more excessive. Additionally, you might inquire with Ren Xing if he wishes to visit me. I am eager to assess his martial prowess." The concept of casually taking a few items is epitomized by the character of Majir B. Hay, who, while driving Yukong to Corinta, made a memorable remark. "How about this car? It's stolen." There are many in this world who exploit their strength for personal gain, such as Tao Bai Bai, and the character named Jilin, who bore a striking resemblance to a pterosaur during Yukong's first martial arts tournament. To so openly boast about possessing stolen goods certainly marks one as a character of note. As he soared through the air, Yaga hastened towards his villa. Li Fa watched Yagu depart, spat disdainfully, and said nothing, reverting to his former demeanor. Having previously served under the proprietor of Pulinal, he was well aware that some individuals wield power to amass benefits for themselves, while the weak must passively acquiesce. To restore some balance in his mind, he began to contemplate the substantial gold that Yagu had invested into the organization. After all, his counterpart had not seized it forcefully, but rather engaged in collaboration. Yagu soared directly into the villa using his flight technique, bypassing even the gate at the foot of the mountain. The facade of the villa resembled a medieval castle, while the sides and rear showcased modern architectural designs. With deep blue rooftops and walls interspersed with moonlight white and beige hues, the backyard featured a swimming pool, surrounded by an abundance of transplanted greenery that adorned the picturesque landscape. Towering trees encircled the property, their dense canopies providing ample shade on a scorching summer day. Reclining in a chair beneath them would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Inside the grand hall, exquisite murals adorned the walls, while ancient artworks meticulously carved by skilled artisans occupied the corners. The luxurious carpets, embellished with vibrant colors, seemed almost alive, exuding a fragrant allure. Many of the furnishings were unfamiliar to Yagu, yet it was evident that the arrangement of the living room was aesthetically pleasing, making efficient use of space, spacious yet compact. Alongside the palpable artistic ambience, there was also an abundance of newly emerging electronic devices. Such days were truly enchanting. Yagu crouched by the edge of the swimming pool, engaging in self-reflection. The crystal-clear water and pristine ground resembled nectar cascading upon jade. Yagu rose to his feet, retrieving the versatile capsule from the gravity chamber. It was prudent to engage in training first. He would immerse himself in the experience of this place once today's tasks were accomplished. Kelly, have you finished your work? Shall we head to the beauty salon together? An elegant woman clad in a white professional outfit called out to her colleague nearby while gathering her belongings. Wait a moment. Ren Sheng, replied a woman with shoulder-length hair, her blue locks cascading down, complemented by emerald green eyes, rosy lips, and skin as smooth and flawless as a peeled egg. Those familiar with her recognized her as the company's most beautiful anchor, Kelly. Could you deliver this document to the director? It won't take much of your time, I promise. As Ren Shin was tidying his camera, he heard the most beautiful woman in the company request him to assist her. Rather than immediately agreeing, he glanced at the time before nodding and responding, all right. If the director is not in, I will leave it on his desk. You can give him a call. Thanks, Kelly said. A hint of exasperation in her tone towards the man before her, who seemed to have an inflated sense of self-importance, as if the world revolved around him. The long-haired woman conversing with Kelly had striking red hair that flowed like flames behind her. Approaching, she noticed Renshing holding the document and grinned. I must say, Renshing, you truly haven't changed since school. Even in this modern era, you still adhere to those archaic training methods? Renshing's gaze towards the red-haired woman intensified. But upon hearing her comments about his training, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. This is a technique taught by my teacher. I do not wish to disappoint him. Lisa, would you care to join me for a meal tomorrow? He inquired. Sorry, but I already have plans with Musa, Lisa replied apologetically. By the way, what kind of teacher do you have? Before Lisa could finish her inquiry, Kelly pulled her away, turning back to Renshing to bid farewell. Nodding, Renshing resumed his tasks, placing the document in a visible spot, preparing to finish his work before visiting the director. Chapter 22. Belief, New Book Launch, Seeking Support. New Book Launch, Seeking Support. Lisa remarked to Kelly, both of whom were considered top beauties even in the Dragon Ball universe. Kelly, I can't shake the feeling that you have a special interest in my old classmate, Renshing. Do you like him? She teased. They arrived at the company parking lot, where Kelly possessed a luxurious aircraft, its design resembling that of a car, yet its appearance was unremarkable. Don't be ridiculous. Get in. He and I are merely colleagues. Have you noticed? Renshing's personality, even if he does not provoke others, often unintentionally offends them. Yet, apart from his relationships, he has remained unscathed, transforming from a mere employee to my partner. Have you never questioned that? As Lisa fastened her seatbelt, she pondered Kelly's words, seemingly coming to an understanding. You might have a point, but I know his family. They have no connection to the Dragon God group. Kelly's slender fingers, naturally graceful, maneuvered the controls effortlessly as she responded. Have you forgotten? He has a teacher, does he not? A teacher who taught him to fight? Surely not. He mentioned that this teacher hasn't returned in 4 years. Moreover, he has always been reticent about his teacher's identity and his peculiar training regimen, which seems to flirt with danger. As the aircraft powered up, Kelly activated a screen displaying a map, prominently featuring the Western capital. Input our destination, she instructed. As Lisa typed, Kelly continued, Renshing is quite fond of you. It's clear to anyone who isn't a fool. You should express your feelings sooner rather than later. He has a rather thick skull and may not grasp your subtlety. Being direct would alleviate both your burdens. Lisa chuckled. I dislike his dull demeanor, but who knows? Perhaps one day I might unexpectedly find myself attracted to such a character. Consider him a potential gem. Hey, Kelly, could you let go of my situation already? All right. I'm too lazy to meddle in your affairs, Kelly conceded. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they headed to a newly opened yet renowned beauty salon in the Western capital. After polishing his camera, Renxing held the document Kelly entrusted him with and made his way to the company building. Upon reaching the director responsible for their department, he handed over the file to a rather rotund man who was both capable and somewhat lecherous. This director took pleasure in managing capable subordinates, particularly relishing the sight of them being overshadowed by his authority, which provided him with a sense of accomplishment. However, upon receiving the document from Renxing, the director's impression of him was far from favorable. In his view, humans are social creatures, and one must learn to navigate interpersonal relationships adeptly. Thus, he regarded Renxing's introverted nature and inability to integrate into groups as a sign of incompetence, holding him in disdain while maintaining an outwardly amiable demeanor. Renxing, the director called out, stopping him just as he was about to leave. What is it, director? The CEO has requested your presence in his office. Go now. Understood. Renxing nodded and departed. The director dismissed the matter, looking down upon Renxing, yet his conduct had never directly offended him. In his eyes, everything in the world could be utilized. Even a mere piece of paper held value. Thus, he bore no grudge against anyone unless they explicitly targeted him. Yet, having climbed to his current position, he was not oblivious to the existence of those who might harbor resentment towards him. His ascent had been gradual, and he had developed methods to deal with those who clearly opposed him. It seemed that his previous suspicions were indeed correct. Renxing was connected to the CEO. But what was the nature of their relationship? Renxing's family background appeared unremarkable, lacking any notable connections. As he reviewed the contents of the document, he ruminated on the connection between Renxing and the CEO. Leaping, spinning, and executing rapid punches and kicks, Yagu trained at the utmost speed he could muster, performing fundamental movements within the 40-fold gravity chamber. After 4 years, he had yet to break through. Given the requirements for executing the King Kai fist, Yagu's adaptive training under 20-fold and 30-fold Earth gravity was deemed inadequate. Under Earth's gravity, he could perform the necessary movements with precision and perfection, maintaining flawless breathing and posture without any extraneous motions or deviations. He could seamlessly integrate his movements during transitions. However, under high gravity, these actions would inadvertently lead to errors. To put it nicely, it was due to his inability to adapt to the environment. To put it bluntly, he simply had not mastered these techniques and could not cope with the intensified pressures of life and death combat. Most of his focus would be consumed by observing the enemy's every move, leaving little mental space to concentrate on his own actions, which were largely influenced by his subconscious. Thus, Yagu continually increased the difficulty of his training, hoping that in future battles, even if he were distracted, he would still be able to execute these movements flawlessly. Those familiar with Dragon Ball Z would understand that the warriors had ingrained these actions into their very bones. The bosses are not merely entities crafted for the purpose of taking lives. Rather, they are ruthless combatants, having acquired their formidable fighting techniques through a series of intense battles. Furthermore, he must also dedicate time to mastering the art of instant teleportation, enabling him to employ it effectively in combat. After several hours of training, as the sun began to set, Yagu emerged from the gravity chamber and took a refreshing shower. Just as he was about to commence his training in energy manipulation, he suddenly realized a troubling issue. There was no one at home to prepare a meal for him. It seemed he would have to venture out to dine. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He could concentrate on the energy manipulation technique later and would visit him shortly. Aguipin sat upon the mat in the living room, pondering to himself. It is worth noting that, in this present day on Earth, there are no martial artists capable of aiding me. To enhance my prowess, I must engage in relentless training, continuously honing my skills. Did not Sun Wukong and his companions traverse this path during times of peace? Alternatively, I could cultivate a character to facilitate my own advancement. The combat system upgrades with a clear objective. For instance, after sparring with someone, one gains experience. Should either party fail to assimilate the experience from their encounter and continue to battle under the guise of sparring, no experience points will be awarded. However, if one participant achieves enlightenment post-battle and engages once more, the system will bestow experience points. Currently, the system is at level 0, a rank that leaves Yagu doubtful. For in any game, the lowest level is typically 1, or rather, a novice. Yagu is uncertain whether 0 holds a special significance. Yet as he gazes at the experience bar nearing 90%, he envisions its upgraded form. It seems that the Demon Valley serves as a gateway to another world. He chuckled to himself, anticipating that once he enhances his mastery of the Kaioken technique, he would venture there for exploration. After contemplating these thoughts, Yagu closed his eyes and commenced his daily practice of breathing exercises, or rather, meditation. The foundation required of a great martial artist encompasses physical strength, mental fortitude, and vitality. Without exceptional physical stamina, one cannot engage in high-intensity combat. Devoid of formidable mental power, one cannot maintain composure amidst life and death struggles. Combat encompasses both strategic intellect and physical confrontation. A martial artist fights with their mind, deriving joy from destruction, while most rely on their physicality to overpower their adversaries, achieving victory through sheer force. As for vitality, it is self-evident. The insights gleaned from the brink of life and death are what enable a martial artist to transcend limitations. Without robust vitality, such opportunities would be irrevocably lost. After a brief period of tranquil meditation, Yagu was startled by the sound of incessant beeping emanating from within the room. What could it be? Perhaps someone had come to seek him. It must be Rinsheng. He rose and made his way toward the source of the sound. It was a device resembling a public telephone, situated near the entrance of the villa, installed at a rather elevated position.